while others are trembling in the corner during the apocalypse. I, on the other hand, pick up an axe and search the school for my ex-girlfriend. All because I obtained the hardcore apocalypse system. As long as I have enough women, not only will my body be strengthened, I can also freely control metal as I wish. I might even obtain a golden waistband. This is the place for urination, you can't come in. Listening to the women inside talking, I cursed, are you F***king crazy? If you don't open, I'll smash the door open. I'm opening, don't smash the door. The woman pulled the door open. Without saying a word, I rushed in, then kicked the door closed. Just killed a few zombies, my hands are still numb. I just came back from delivering takeout. I found the whole campus to be extremely eerie, with cries all around. Scenes of people being eaten everywhere. For self-preservation, I ran to the staircase, picked up a fire axe, and made my way to the women's restroom. Once inside, a familiar face caught my eye. It was my former class beauty, Lee Jiayu. Over the years, not only did I work like a horse for Lee Jiayu, I even borrowed 10,000 yuan with a 40% interest rate just to buy her a LV bag. But in the end, she got together with a rich second generation driving a Porsche, and I was not only despised as a poor loser, I even got beaten up by that rich second generation's hired thugs. The battle was intense just now. I wasn't paying attention. It seems like the zombie I just killed was him. Lee Jiayu's face was pale, his whole body trembling, looking at me with helpless eyes. What's happening outside? Why did my boyfriend suddenly go crazy, trying to eat me? How scary. Stop using that disgusting accent of yours. Did your family just get internet or are you living in the 2G era? Don't you understand the zombie apocalypse? After hearing me, Lee Jiayu grabbed my strong arm. I am your class monitor. As long as you protect me, I will definitely help you with the scholarship next semester. Applying for a scholarship, are you okay, my class monitor? Even in the apocalypse, you still want to argue with me? Go wherever is cooler. Isn't your rich second-generation boyfriend very capable? Let him come and save you, idiot. I watched Lee Jiayu look at me with disdain. This money-loving girl has made my university years worse than living like a pig or a dog. Not seeking revenge on her is already being generous. Lee Jiayu's face was full of bitterness. His cheap boyfriend, who I had just axed down a minute ago, at this point, who can still save him? I arrived at the sink with a fire axe, took a sip of tap water, and it had to be the sink in the women's restroom with a separate one. Just as I was thinking about how to break the deadlock, a mechanical voice appeared in my ear. Ding! Detected that Blue Star is in a biochemical crisis. Global human population has plummeted by 9%. Host confirmation successful. Braving the apocalypse. System binding successful. I was startled by this sudden sound, then thrilled. If the system is bound to me, wouldn't I soar in place? System, what functions do you have? Designated as the host, this system came to revive the human race. As long as the host saves beauties, persuades or passively makes them hosts, you will receive rewards. To save the human race, please host, marry, and have children. Unexpectedly, fortunes change. Today, it's my turn. Isn't there one right in front of me? Although I detest Lee Jiayu's character, there's no denying their looks and figure. A prominent mountain peak in front, a slender willow waist to hold. Originally, I didn't mind becoming a real man before dying. Now it's even more necessary. However, with women like Lee Jiayu, the more you give face, the more shameless they become. Asking them to be your woman directly might not only be unsuccessful but also end in embarrassment. Thinking of this, I immediately put on the firefighter suit and walked to the door. Seeing me about to leave, Lee Jiayu couldn't sit still. Where I go is none of your business. Don't leave. We're classmates. You have to take me away. Lee Jiayu immediately blocked my path. Looking pitiful. If it were usual, the little sweethearts would see this and rush to help him through thick and thin. But after 2.5 years of an ugly group debt repayment career, my heart is as cold as the fish in the supermarket. I'll take you with me, based on your big butt, or are you Winnie the Pooh? You also deserve Lee Jiayu's incredulous look. Back then you made him do whatever you wanted. How could this happen now? Meanwhile, my hand reached for the latch, ready to open the door. Lee Jiayu, are you still a man? Are you not ashamed to let a weak woman like me wait here to die? Stop your nasal voice. Do you want to see if I'm a man? Whatever it takes to take me to a safe place, I'm willing. Lee Jiayu is so anxious he's almost crying. Without me, he'll really starve waiting in the women's restroom. Good, I put on a sly smile. I've been brewing this for so long, just waiting for your words. You agreed. Lee Jiayu is shocked and delighted. His face suddenly changed drastically. I look at Lee Jiayu's tearful smile. I grabbed his chin with my left hand and lifted it. Be my woman. Actually, what I meant was, if you want me to take you to a safe place, be my woman. As my words fell, Li Jiayu's face was full of shock, instantly leaving him unable to react. How can he be so domineering? What's this feeling stirring inside? Li Jiayu's gaze at me is starting to become a bit bewildered. Really? If I become your woman, you'll take me away? I knew you were the best to me. Li Jiayu tightly hugged my strong arm. I was prepared for Li Jiayu's sarcasm and mockery, but I never expected this outcome. She's indeed a gold digger. Well, it met my expectations anyway. She's just a tool, it doesn't matter. Since you agreed, I'll put on a dazzling show and see if this deal is worth it. I rudely pulled Li Jiayu into my arms. Be gentle. Li Jiayu's eyes are hazy, but I don't care. I pushed Li Jiayu forcefully into the corner. I never expected you to be a virgin. I'm not a promiscuous woman. I've never let them take advantage of me. This woman has played with so many men, including a second-generation rich, yet she still remains untouched. This really surprises me. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Doesn't that benefit me? After 5 seconds, accompanied by a long sigh, the system's alert sound entered my ears. Ding! Host successfully saved the beauty. Congratulations on achieving first blood and gaining the passive skill Insulation Body, immune to all viruses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill Whimsical, allowing you to control the timing of pregnancy after being happy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Lady Radar. Within a 100-meter radius of the host, if there are suitable pregnant women, the host will be notified. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Power Pill Star. After taking one, the host's physical fitness will be significantly improved. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1000 cubic storage space, capable of holding all kinds of items, and maintain the state of the items when stored. I was dumbfounded instantly. This reward is too generous. Just don't know how effective this power pill is. Without any hesitation, I gulped it down directly. The next second, my whole body heated up, staring at Li Jiayu in front of me with red eyes. What? Why are you here again? 2 hours later, I entered the idle mode. I touched my pocket, took out a small white dragon, and it was already late in the day. The zombies were attracted to the classroom area by the screams. The female restroom side is still relatively safe. It's safe enough to rest assured. Before going to sleep, I checked my attributes. A power pill directly increased all attributes by 10 points. This should be considered a small superhero, as long as I'm not surrounded by zombies in a corner, with my immunity to the zombie virus, and a strength speed of up to 21 points. Ordinary zombies are no longer a threat to me. The next day, just as dawn broke, I stood up energetically. Li Jiayu was also awakened, staring at me blankly. The slight pain between his legs made him realize this was not a dream. The next day at dawn, my tone lost the aggressive feeling of yesterday. Instead, there was a hint of tenderness. After all, boys always have a special place in their hearts for the first woman. Although he tricked me before, they say a night together leads to 100 days of gratitude. Li Jiayu was still unharmed, so I didn't really lose out. Li Jiayu got up, but when he saw himself naked in front of me, he immediately felt shy and covered his important parts with his hands. However, with such a good figure, how could his hands cover so much? His actions were quite comical. Alright, I've seen it all before, so why cover up? Quickly put on your clothes and get ready to leave the women's restroom. Aren't you hungry? What did you say? Humph, you pervert. Li Jiayu let out a soft gasp. He then immediately started putting on his clothes. I chuckled and didn't pay it much mind. Later, stick close to me, don't fall behind. If zombies swarm you, I won't hesitate to save you. Got it? Li Jiayu nodded like a good little chick. Just around the corner, we saw 3 zombies feasting on a corpse. I swiftly took out all 3 zombies with one swing, chopping off their heads with an axe. The battle was over in less than a second. Li Jiayu, who was behind me, almost threw up at the sight, but luckily, he hadn't eaten 2 meals, so there was nothing to vomit. He managed to hold it in and went back. Li Jiayu never expected that besides being a bit handsome, I, who seemed ordinary, would be so skilled. Cutting down 3 zombies in a second, not even killing a chicken is that fast. Li Jiayu is a practical woman. In times of peace, pursuing the rich second generation. In the apocalypse, what is most valuable is strength. After understanding everything, Li Jiayu suddenly felt relieved. She must take good care of herself, at least eliminate the previous bad impression, and continue moving forward once she has recovered. The whole school cannot rely on me alone to possess or lose the strength to confront directly. If you don't want to go hungry, come with me to the store quickly. Li Jiayu immediately nodded, trying to show that she is useful. After a few twists and turns, they finally arrived near the store. There are quite a few zombies at the store, but luckily they are all at the entrance. After calculating, with the advantage of her speed, she should be able to kite this group to death. Besides, she is not afraid of the zombie virus. At worst, she will get scratched a few times, which is no big deal. After making a plan, I had Lee Jiayu hide nearby, making sure no zombies could approach quickly. I walked towards the group of zombies with a fire axe. The zombies smelled the human scent and, suddenly, they all looked and, excitedly rushing towards Chao-Chen one by one. Without saying a word, I swung the axe and split the zombie in front into two pieces. Then casually slashing and counterattacking, 3 or 4 zombies fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Li Jiayu was stunned. So handsome. Is this my husband? Hao Chan looked at the zombies being attracted from afar. Without wasting time, I rushed into the convenience store. Regardless of whether it's useful, I mindlessly stored everything in the system space. The convenience store is only 50 square meters, with aisles and shelves filled with items. After collecting everything, it only took up 1/10 of the space. Leaving the convenience store, I quickly arrived next to Li Jiayu. There were too many zombies, we needed to move fast. Let's go to your dorm. What are you thinking by going to the dorm? Hurry, let's go. Just the thought of Li Jiayu's craziness last night makes my heart race. He didn't question me, didn't bring anything out. Looking back, there were no fewer than 50 zombies chasing us. He didn't care, he led me through twists and turns to his dorm building. Yonjian University Graduate Student Dormitories. Li Jiayu can live in this type of shared dormitory, thanks to his wealthy boyfriend from that department. Entering the dorm, I plopped down on the sofa. The previous battle was intense, consuming a lot of energy. Before even a minute passed, I drifted into a half-asleep state. Li Jiayu stood beside me, at a loss. He was a bit disappointed without food, but at least we were back in the dorm. He usually has a habit of storing snacks, although not satisfying, they could last a few days. As long as I, the strong person, am by your side, there is a chance. After quietly eating some snacks, Li Jiayu looked at me resting, and the more he looked, the more handsome he appeared. Li Jiayu touched his slightly sweaty forehead, smelled his clothes, and thought they smelled bad. After spending so long in the bathroom, they had an odor. Anyway, my husband hasn't woken up yet, I'll go take a shower first. After saying that, she twisted her waist and walked into the bathroom. 2.5 minutes later, the sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. The bathroom door was made of frosted glass, faintly revealing a graceful figure. I took a glance and immediately stood up straight. Oh, forget it. Unable to bear it, I walked straight to the bathroom door and pushed it open without a second thought. Li Jiayu, who was washing his hair, didn't feel anyone come in at all, until a pair of rough hands reached the peak, and Li Jiayu let out a soft cry. Then he opened his eyes and saw me showing off my 8-pack abs. The water heater temperature dropped from 75 to 25 degrees, washing the water until it turned cold. I walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. Li Jiayu blushed and dared not step out of the bathroom. You don't think it's over just like this, do you? I carried Li Jiayu out in a princess hold, quite domineering. After 2 days of contact, he had already adapted to my ways, obediently lying on me like a cat. After going crazy for another hour, Li Jiayu was so tired that he couldn't move. Looking at his family in his arms, "Are you hungry?" Li Jiayu hadn't even answered before his stomach spoke for him. I smiled, took out a bottle of milk, a piece of shredded pork bread, and a ham sausage from the space, and placed them in Li Jiayu's hands. Where did this come from? Li Jiayu looked at the food that suddenly appeared in his hands and swallowed. Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach once again noisily protested. He had never been this hungry before. I also took a piece of bread from the space and started nibbling on it, watching the increasing number of zombies outside. The commotion just now caused quite a stir. The number of zombies has more than doubled. This is trouble. Just then, a sudden mechanical alert sounded in my mind. A nearby pregnant woman in distress has been detected. Please host rescue her as soon as possible. The relevant information has been sent to the host system for notification. There is actually a pregnant woman nearby. I immediately opened the system interface. Name, Wu Lanlan, age 24, looks score 88, figure score 96, purity 99%, current health 80%, overall score 92. System evaluation, married woman, no luck. Please host rescue as soon as possible, Fuxing Group. Damn, this woman is curvy, fair-skinned, and beautiful. Not only are her features delicate, even her waist is slimmer than Li Jiayu's. No wonder she's a woman with a figure score of 96. According to the radar marking of the system, this woman is in the building across from us. I touched my chin without a beard. There are so many zombies downstairs now. Although I am not afraid of the zombie virus, the saying goes, those who are bitten by many will die. So many zombies biting could kill me. I never thought of myself as a savior. Everyone needs to be saved. Since the system has given a hint, not saving people would be a bit disrespectful to the system. I need to figure out a way. Chao Chen paced back and forth in the room, lost in thought. Soon, he discovered an unopened package in Li Jiayu's room. Ha! This thing looks familiar. He looked at the description on the express label. Isn't this the drone that this old lickspittle, stupidly bought on credit to give to Li Jiayu? Chao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He never expected to find something he had personally given to Li Jiayu in her room. It was quite ironic. Back when summer was approaching, Li Jiayu had insisted like a madwoman that Chao Chen take her on a road trip to the northwest and buy a drone. The drone was purchased, but due to Chao Chen not having enough money to rent a car, the road trip plan had to be shelved. He had endured a fair amount of humiliation back then, being called useless by Li Jiayu for not being able to come up with any money. The drone was received but left unused. Li Jiayu didn't even want to unwrap the packaging. Thinking about these past events made Chao Chen angry. He glanced at Li Jiayu, determined to reclaim his interest from her when the opportunity arose. However, as he looked at the zombie horde outside, ideas began to form in his mind. Now was the perfect time to put the drone to use. Chao Chen took out the drone and casually placed it in front of the dressing table in the room. In no time, he tore open the drone's packaging without even looking at the instructions. Li Jiayu, who was eating, was puzzled by Chao Chen's actions. What was he doing with the drone? It's the end of the world, and Chao Chen still has the leisure to fly it? But Li Jiayu didn't dare ask and could only watch Chao Chen curiously. Soon, Chao Chen's focus doubled, and he assembled the drone without needing to read the manual. He picked up the remote control. With a beep, the drone slowly ascended under Chao Chen's control. After familiarizing himself with the drone's operation, the cheap drone took off. However, being of the lowest quality, it made a loud buzzing sound like bees, which was quite annoying. In peacetime, such a noisy drone would be unusable, lacking even obstacle avoidance features, essentially industrial waste. But now, in the apocalyptic world of zombies, it was a valuable asset. The noise attracted the zombies. Li Jiayu watched as Chao Chen tinkered with the drone for a while and couldn't help but ask, "Chao Chen, what are you doing?" Chao Chen didn't answer her. Instead, he turned to Li Jiayu and said, "Stay put here. Don't open the door for anyone until I return. I have something to take care of outside, understand?" "Okay, got it." Li Jiayu nodded, seeming to understand something. Then she saw Chao Chen open the window and send the drone into the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of a swarm of bees emanated from the drone. The noise quickly caught the attention of all the zombies downstairs. Ugh, ugh. The zombies lifted their heads, looking at the drone. Then the zombies started to get agitated. But they couldn't jump. They could only reach out their hands, eager to grab the drone. Chao Chen casually adjusted the drone's flight angle, causing the zombies to move in whichever direction he wanted. "This is interesting." A smile appeared on Chao Chen's face. This was going to be easy. He then set the flight path on the drone's app, leading the zombies away. As the drone slowly flew over the heads of the zombies, they began to move. Essentially, all the zombies present headed in the direction the drone was flying. Chao Chen quietly watched the movements of the zombie horde from the window, waiting for a few minutes. Seeing that the zombies downstairs had mostly dispersed, Chao Chen picked up the fire axe beside him. As for the few scattered zombies remaining, Chao Chen didn't even bother to pay attention to them, not even bothering to go out through the security door. He directly stood on the windowsill and leaped out. Boom! Thud! He landed steadily. The elegant move made Li Jiayu beside him see stars. She couldn't help but exclaim, "My husband is so handsome." After landing, he quickly caught the attention of the remaining zombies. Suddenly, one by one, with gaping mouths, they started moving towards Chao Chen. Watching the zombies getting closer, Chao Chen didn't even glance at them. Relying on muscle memory, he effortlessly dispatched each one with a swing of his axe, sending them on their way. It was a breeze. In just a few minutes, he arrived at the dormitory door as indicated by the system. Bang! 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 Open the door! Chao Chen shouted. He knocked for a while, but there was no response from inside. He didn't expect this girl to be so cautious. Chao Chen chuckled. He continued to shout at the door, "Wu Lan Lan, I know you're inside." As soon as Chao Chen finished speaking, there was a response from inside. "Who are you, and how do you know my name?" Wu Lan Lan responded. Naturally, Chao Chen wouldn't reveal his own name. In order to save her, he blurted out a bunch of nonsense. This finally lured the woman out. Li Jiayu had been watching Chao Chen's movements from the window. Just as she was guessing what Chao Chen was up to, he emerged. Not only did he come out, but he was also accompanied by someone. A woman. Chao Chen went out and brought back a beautiful woman, although she couldn't be clearly seen from a distance. But this situation made Li Jiayu feel a sense of crisis. Who is she? Could she be my husband's current girlfriend? As she watched the two figures becoming clearer, Li Jiayu didn't hesitate to open the door for them. Instead, she tidied herself up, confirming that it was indeed a beautiful young woman, and then went downstairs to open the door for them. Li Jiayu's actions did not catch Chao Chen's attention. Instead, it was Wu Lanlan who looked at Li Jiayu with a puzzled expression. The two girls locked eyes. Li Jiayu was the first to break the silence. "It's you?" Li Jiayu spoke. "Do you know me?" Wu Lanlan looked at Li Jiayu with a puzzled expression, pondering for a moment. She couldn't find any information about Li Jiayu in her memory. She looked at Li Jiayu with confusion. Chao Chen was also puzzled, looking at Li Jiayu's surprised expression. Could this Wu Lanlan have some other impressive identity? "Aren't you Wu Lanlan, one of the 4 campus beauties of the former Yongjian University? I heard you were already married when you graduated. Never thought I'd run into you here," Li Jiayu said. Chao Chen had been busy working all these years and hadn't paid attention to any campus beauty rankings. Upon hearing Li Jiayu's words, he carefully scrutinized Wu Lanlan. He hadn't noticed before, but this woman looked much prettier in person than in photos. With her sparkling big eyes, high nose bridge, and cherry lips, even someone as upright as Chao Chen couldn't resist wanting to take a bite. She was truly a beauty. Unexpectedly, she was also a campus beauty. This was a big win. Li Jiayu, to put it bluntly, was not on the same level as Wu Lanlan. Just by standing together, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. "I never expected my reputation to be known by a junior. Truly honored," Wu Lanlan elegantly said. Then she looked at Chao Chen and asked, "This young man who saved me, when will the rescue team arrive?" "What? There's a rescue team?" Li Jiayu looked at Chao Chen with surprise. "Sorry, beauty, there is no rescue team at all. The world has come to an end. I just happened to save you." Chao Chen waved his hand, not minding admitting that he had deceived her. After listening to Chao Chen's words, Wu Lanlan fell silent for a moment, but soon she regained her composure. After all, she was already at this age, not a child anymore. The whole campus is now filled with zombies, and it's probably not much better outside. A rescue team? When Chao Chen mentioned the rescue team earlier, she already had her doubts, but seeking some psychological comfort was just self-deception. She was already out of food. Even if Chao Chen didn't come to find her, she would have to find a way to leave the room to search for food. Chao Chen was able to save her from the zombie horde. Naturally, she was grateful. Gurgle. Just at the sudden quiet moment in the air, Wu Lanlan's stomach embarrassingly growled. "Hee, hungry, aren't you? I have plenty of food. You can have some first," Chao Chen said, taking out a few pieces of French bread and a bottle of milk from his space and handing them to Wu Lanlan. He didn't mind at all that Wu Lanlan knew his secret about the space. At this moment, Wu Lanlan didn't mind either. She had been hungry for half a day, with only food in her mind and eyes. Looking at the food Chao Chen brought out, she didn't think much. Disregarding her fairy-like image, she directly took the food from Chao Chen's hand and started eating hungrily. "Woo, I'm really hungry, haven't eaten anything all day, this is delicious." In less than half a minute, the bread was swallowed by Wu Lanlan. Cough, she choked a bit due to eating too fast. But fortunately, Chao Chen had prepared milk, so she managed to swallow it. After eating, Wu Lanlan touched her flat stomach and looked at Chao Chen expectantly. She spoke, "I'm not full yet, do you have more?" Chao Chen felt displeased by her condescending attitude. If the situation wasn't critical, he really wished he could save people who were more useful in the future, rather than those who lacked gratitude and felt entitled. He replied, "Beauty, it's the end of the world, you should be aware that food is not easily obtained." Wu Lanlan was speechless after hearing Chao Chen's words. However, she didn't mind and instead looked at Chao Chen disdainfully. It seemed he was just a poor loser who wanted money. Fine. Wu Lanlan no longer had the grateful expression she had before. Instead, she spoke dismissively, like dismissing a beggar. "Alright, I'm willing to pay 10 times, no, 100 times the price for your food." "Isn't that enough? Don't be greedy." What? What a joke. Just when he thought Wu Lanlan, this mature woman, would be more sensible. He didn't expect her to be so stupid. Did this big woman really have no brains? It's the end of the world, money is trash, waste paper, not even good enough to wipe your butt. This silly girl actually wanted to use money to buy food, how naive. Chao Chen looked at Wu Lanlan like she was a fool, unmoved. Wu Lanlan, seeing Chao Chen's obvious disapproval, seemed to realize that her previous answer had not pleased him. She changed her strategy directly, speaking in a softer tone to Chao Chen. "Young man, what do you mean by this? Can't we work something out?" She believed that no one could resist her coquettish tone, but Chao Chen's actions shocked her. Chao Chen directly pressed his index finger against her chin, smiling as he said, "I only save those who are grateful. If you want to survive in my team, you have to contribute something." In this situation, What's wrong with helping each other out? Wu Lanlan saw that Chao Chen not only didn't cherish her, but also wanted her to work like a servant. Shaking all over, her right hand reached out, ready to give Chao Chen a big shove. Normally, who wasn't polite to her? How could this man in front of her be so domineering? Chao Chen wasn't surprised by Wu Lanlan's reaction. After all, this was just the beginning of doomsday. A bit of self-esteem was normal. With a body twice the limit of a human, his reaction speed was unbelievably fast. He effortlessly grabbed Wu Lanlan's right hand. Then he spoke, "If you can't do it and are just useless, you can leave directly. I won't save useless people." Chao Chen finished speaking and threw her hand aside. "You, despicable, do you have any bit of a man's demeanor?" Wu Lanlan, seeing Chao Chen ignoring her, stomped her foot in anger. She looked at Li Jiayu beside Chao Chen, thinking of pulling her into her camp. Unexpectedly, Li Jiayu sat directly in Chao Chen's arms and fed him potato chips. Damn! Wu Lanlan was shocked. What does this mean? Is this woman shameless? Hey! There's someone else here. Can you not be so brazen? Even if they are a married couple, they wouldn't behave so wantonly in front of others, right? And the reaction this woman showed wasn't jealousy but hostile intent full of danger? It was like she was afraid I would take her place. In other words, this girl was probably only with Chao Chen for food. Wu Lanlan found it hard to believe. How long has it been since Doomsday started? Are there already girls this pragmatic? Could it be that this man, besides having resources, also has other hidden cards? He just said he was a supernatural being, could he also be a powerful man? Wu Lanlan was still brainstorming. By now, Chao Chen was feeling uncomfortable from Li Jiayu's breath and took her into the room. But before closing the door, Chao Chen turned around and said, "My patience is limited. Think about what you can do for this team. If you are useless, by tomorrow, even if you beg me, I won't keep you." With an indifferent kick, he closed the door directly. Wu Lanlan still didn't understand what was going on inside, but it seemed like Chao Chen intentionally left a gap in the door. Driven by curiosity, Wu Lanlan approached and was instantly shocked. It was a live broadcast. Hearing the sounds inside, Wu Lanlan blushed furiously. This shameless couple is so wild even in broad daylight. Damn it. Come to think of it, I haven't seen my husband for about half a year. But I'm really hungry. What can I do here? I don't know how to do anything. Wu Lanlan pondered for a moment, pacing back and forth at Chao Chen's room door. Damn it, it's been an hour, isn't it over yet? Won't this woman's throat get hoarse? Wu Lanlan couldn't believe what she was hearing behind the door. Another half-hour passed before the commotion inside gradually subsided. With a red face, Wu Lanlan stood there watching the live video for an hour and a half. Rubbing her numb legs, she murmured, so numb, I should have brought a chair to sit on. After much hesitation, she finally extended her delicate fingers and knocked on Chao Chen's door. Knock, knock, knock. Chao Chen, who had just finished a round, was lying on the bed, puffing on the small white dragon he got from the convenience store, blowing clouds and mist. Suddenly, he was drawn to the sound at the door. You've thought it over so soon? There are still many roles missing in the team. Let me hear what skills this woman has. Chao Chen had a lot to consider. Whether it was medical personnel or logistics, they needed someone to take charge. It's difficult to gather supplies and fight alone if one wants to survive for long. Individual abilities are limited. The door is not locked, come in. Wu Lanlan slowly turned the doorknob and walked in quietly. Chao Chen didn't expect her to be like this. She just stared at Chao Chen's 8-pack abs. Just once. Can I exchange it for some food? Ding. Host successfully saved a human, receiving an additional reward. Reward being distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to control metal. Sea level, can control all metal within a 50-meter range. Ding. Congratulations to the host for an additional reward, doubling the space. Host's space increased from 10m times 10m times 10m to 20m times 20m times 20m. Listening to the system's reward prompts, Chao Chen was both excited and conflicted. Metal manipulation. If Chao Chen remembered correctly, the main villain in a movie on Blue Star had this metal ability. In that movie, except for a certain professor who could suppress him with mental power, no one else was his match. He could directly overpower many other ability users. The strength was unbelievably powerful, terrifyingly so. And here he was, an ordinary person, actually gaining such an ability. One word, cool. The conflict was that Wu Lanlan, who had such a strong attitude before, turned out to be a gold digger. From being loyal one moment to being opportunistic the next. Most importantly, this woman was useless, not knowing any useful skills. Was he supposed to lead the revival of the human race all by himself? As Chao Chen contemplated the future, Wu Lanlan, who was exhausted, opened her eyes. Chao Chen, you. haven't you finished already? It's still early. 2.5 hours later. He watched as the two women on the bed fell asleep. A sense of pride surged within him. He was awesome. Later, Chao Chen lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep drag, then left the room. He quietly entered the living room. After resting for a while, Chao Chen began to examine his newly acquired ability, metal manipulation. This ability was easy to understand, but he didn't know how to use it. Chao Chen took out a fire axe. This pure iron axe would be perfect to test his metal ability. Sizzle! Chao Chen muttered. Damn, he wondered how many kickbacks the school had taken for this. This fire axe was so trash. Chao Chen had only used it for a day, even half of that was spent sleeping. The blade of the fire axe was already full of pits, so dull. This made Chao Chen complain for a while. But complaints aside, the ability had to be tested. Chao Chen focused on the fire axe. Then he activated the ability directly. Soon, the fire axe visibly melted, turning into a pool of molten iron. The transformation didn't stop there. Chao Chen controlled the iron liquid and eventually condensed it into two Nepalese military knives reflecting a cold light. The dazzling light blinded Chao Chen. Damn, this. Chao Chen was shocked to see the Nepalese military knives he had imagined in his hand appear in reality. So, he lightly touched the dark red coffee table in front of him. The hard-as stone coffee table was cut like tofu by the Nepalese knives, leaving a smooth mirror-like surface. Damn! Despite being poorly educated, Chao Chen couldn't find the words to describe the two Nepalese military knives in front of him. Too powerful. Even cutting an ironwood coffee table was like cutting tofu, so if he were to cut zombies, wouldn't it be a one-hit kill? Then, Chao Chen looked at the metal toys beside him. Swoosh! This metallic toy was quickly sucked over by Chao Chen and held in his hand. Looking at his masterpiece, Chao Chen spoke up. Indeed, just like the main villain in that movie, who can attract metal objects to himself, then logically, he should also be able to shoot them out. As soon as Chao Chen finished speaking, the toy in his hand flew out at a rapid speed. Bang! It directly collided with the electric kettle on the dining table. The electric kettle seemed to explode, shattering into pieces. Awesome! Chao Chen exclaimed excitedly as he looked at his creation. With this, Chao Chen now possessed both close combat and ranged attacks. What day of the apocalypse was it again? Who else was there? He was practically invincible now. Later on, Chao Chen manipulated the metallic toy once again. He quickly calculated his current usage time. Flying the metallic toy for 500 meters already made him feel dizzy, and if it hit something, the distance would become even shorter. However, if he broke down the metallic toy into individual steel needles, the distance would double. After resting on the sofa for 2.5 hours, the dizziness gradually faded. I understand now. I seem to have a hidden blue bar that allows me to control metal at will until it runs out. If it depletes, I won't be able to control it anymore, and I might even experience dizziness. I need to remember this to avoid problems outside, Chao Chen silently reminded himself. Although his mental strength had recovered, Chao Chen, who had been through several battles, still felt drowsy. Yawning, he entered the room again, where the two women were still asleep. Since Chao Chen had already lured all the nearby zombies to other dormitory areas using drones, there was no immediate danger. He decided to simply lie down and sleep with the two women in his arms. Time passed quickly. The next day, Chao Chen was still sound asleep. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation on his face. Li Jiayu was using a gentle towel to wash Chao Chen's face at that moment. Enjoying a treatment fit for an emperor, Chao Chen gradually woke up under Li Jiayu's care. When Chao Chen opened his eyes, Li Jiayu immediately said, "Honey, you're awake." Seeing the lovely woman in front of him, Chao Chen smiled and pulled her towards him, giving her a peck on the lips. "What time is it?" Chao Chen asked. Honey, it's already 8:30, Li Jiayu replied. "I slept for so long." Chao Chen shook his head, quickly waking up. It seemed he was truly exhausted yesterday, to be able to sleep for over 10 hours straight. It was the apocalypse now, not a time to laze around. He still had a mission to save the world. Strengthening himself was crucial. With that in mind, Chao Chen jumped out of bed and headed to the bathroom. After washing his face with cold water, he immediately became alert. Coming out of the bathroom, he said to Li Jiayu at the door, "Let's have breakfast first." "Okay, honey," Li Jiayu nodded obediently and followed Chao Chen out. In the living room, Wu Lanlan was dressed neatly, exuding her former school beauty's aloofness. She was lost in thought on the sofa. When she saw Chao Chen coming out, her cheeks flushed instantly. Closing her eyes, she recalled the madness of yesterday. "Come and eat with us," Chao Chen said to Wu Lanlan. "Okay, sure." Wu Lanlan tiptoed over to Chao Chen's side and sat down beside him. Chao Chen naturally treated his women well. He took out a portion of bread and milk from the space and also gave each of them a braised egg and a salt-baked chicken leg. A new day began. The two women looked at the food in front of them. These were junk foods from peacetime, foods they used to disdain. Now, as they took a bite, a satisfied expression appeared on their faces. So delicious. The taste of this technology and harsh labor. After experiencing hunger, they cherished it even more. While eating, they looked up at Chao Chen. I must hold onto this thigh tightly. Breakfast finished, Chao Chen took out her phone. The power was still on, and the network was working. They just didn't know how long the power system would last. Every day was a gamble. Opening WeChat, the messages had exploded. Especially in their class group, with over 999 plus messages from a dozen people. Most were cries for help. Idiots, Chao Chen scoffed. At this point, not thinking about self-rescue and expecting rescue was living in a dream. Thinking about this, Chao Chen scrolled back to the group chat from the beginning of the apocalypse. Indeed, she found distress calls from several female classmates. As for the silent ones, they probably perished at the moment of the apocalypse. Yang Yun, can anyone save me? I'm in the third-floor women's restroom of Building C, surrounded by zombies, it's terrifying. Wang Meng Meng, I'm in the girls' dormitory. My roommate turned into a zombie, and I locked her outside on the balcony. I've eaten everything edible in the dorm. Is there anyone to save me? I'm so hungry. If I don't eat soon, I'll starve to death. Zhang Ruer, sisters upstairs, you're lucky. I'm trapped in the dance studio with nothing, can't even go to the bathroom, sob. There are zombies outside, it's so scary. Lucian, Ruer, we're in the same boat. I'm also in the dance studio with 4 zombies outside. How about you? Zhang Ruer, I have 5 zombies here. Lucian, hugs. Apart from these 4 girls speaking in the group, there were 7 male classmates. However, Chao Chen ignored their messages. Despite being classmates, they never treated Chao Chen as an equal due to her rural background. Before the apocalypse, they often mocked her. These second-generation rich kids, used to ordering high-end takeout, would deliberately make things difficult for Chao Chen when she delivered their orders to please themselves. Any slight disobedience would lead to threats of a bad review. In their eyes, Chao Chen was a doormat, a husky they could insult at will. Chao Chen coldly smiled at their names. Help? I'll help you with a F***king coin. Human revival doesn't need trash like you. If I hadn't stopped you scumbags, it would be a good riddance to see you go. Then Chao Chen looked at the messages of the few good people in the class, with Yang Yian being the closest to her. Building C, where Chao Chen had left from. It wouldn't be too difficult to go back and save her, given Chao Chen's current strength. Besides, the zombies in the building were all in the classrooms. As long as she wasn't surrounded by a horde of zombies, Chao Chen was confident she could rescue her. Next was Wang Meng Meng. The girls' dormitory was 2 buildings away from the graduate student dormitory where Chao Chen lived, separated by 2 teaching buildings and a large playground. These 2 buildings were the most frequently used teaching buildings on campus. They were usually crowded, with queues at the stairs after every class. Nearly 60 to 70% of the school's teaching activities took place there. It was like Deathline 2, with terrifying crowds. It's no exaggeration to say that the slightly weaker students don't even need to move in the crowd. The flow of people can carry them out of the teaching building. At Yongjiang University, at least half of the students come here for classes every day. This stretch of road is probably the most dangerous place at Yongjiang University. Currently, Chao Chen has no intention of confronting these zombies head-on. Chao Chen is not foolish enough to believe he's invincible, at least not at this stage. At the very least, save 2 more people, get a little more reward. Wang Mengming's rescue, Chao Chen decided to leave it for last, silently praying in his heart, hoping she can hold on until he gets there. Lastly, there are those 2 female classmates in the dance studio. After some thought, Chao Chen decided to go and rescue them first. After all, they must be hungry. At least in the bathroom or dormitory, there is still fresh water to drink, and they can be self-sufficient if necessary. But in the dance studio, there is nothing but mirrors. The stingy school hasn't even installed a water dispenser inside, so the girls who come to practice dancing always bring their own bottled water. After Doomsday arrived, life was severely threatened. However, before rescuing them, Chao Chen had to make sure they were still alive. So, Chao Chen directly sent in the food in front of him and a photo of himself dining with the 2 beautiful classmates. As soon as he sent it, in less than a minute, the group chat exploded. Serious counselor, at Chao Chen, where are you? I'm hungry, don't waste the food in front of you, pack it and bring it to me. As long as you deliver it, I'll add your name to the scholarship for impoverished students I promised you before. Don't worry, I won't freeload your food, I'll give you 1,000 yuan for delivery. Level 8 Gale, at Chao Chen, Bootlicker Chu, you're still alive, huh? We're all hungry here. Since you're in the ugly group, you must know where there's food. Hurry up and bring us some food. Don't worry, we won't treat you unfairly. From now on, we'll have you deliver all our takeout orders and give you good reviews. Brother Jia, at Chao Chun, hey, delivery guy, if you bring me the food in front of you, I promise you something. You've always wanted to work at my company, right? I'll give you a security guard position, 5,000 yuan a month, with social security contributions. S13 two-pronged ape, at Chao Chun, delivery guy, I'll trade you all your food for a Kiana figurine. How about that? It's a good deal for you. I hope you know a good deal when you see one. Yang Yun, at Chao Chun, hey, delivery boy, I'll order some takeout, can you bring it to me? I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea. Wang Meng Meng, at Chao Chen, Sub, you're with the squad leader, that's great. Are you ready to start rescuing our classmates? Save me first, I'm so hungry. Delivery guy, I'll give you a chance to impress me. You like the squad leader, right? I'm her roommate. If you save me, I promise to speak well of you. Jiang Ruor, at Chao Chen, save me first, I can't hold on much longer. The dance studio here is all glass, and there are already over a dozen zombies outside. I don't know how long this glass door can hold. If you come to save me, I'll give you a chance to pursue me. Lucian, at Chao Chen, me too. But in just a minute, there were already over 99 messages in the group. Chao Chen looked at how quickly they responded and saw that everyone's spirits seemed to be okay. But looking at the replies in the group, Chao Chen smiled. It seemed that these people hadn't realized that it was already doomsday. At a time like this, they were still calling each other for food and drink. Scholarships? Security guards? Delivery guys? Heh, it looks like he needs to make them understand the rules of the doomsday game. Chao Chen immediately pulled Li Jiayu, who was eating bread, in front of him. At that moment, Li Jiayu, with bread in his mouth, looked at Chao Chen in confusion. Chao Chen didn't explain but directly turned on the front camera. Tell us, lovely classmates, is the food delicious or not? Chao Chen said with a smile. Well, don't be shy, speak the truth, if it's good, I'll add a braised egg for you. Chao Chen said with a smile. Extra meal? Okay, the taste is excellent. It's so fortunate to have such good food now, Li Jiayu said. As Li Jiayu's words fell, Chao Chen didn't go back on his word. He directly handed her a braised egg, casually pinched Li Jiayu's cheek, and gave her a peck on the cheek. Then he stopped the video recording and sent it out. At this moment, the survivors in the group had no idea what had happened. They were all talking about Chao Chen in the group, each one acting as if it were still before doomsday. Seeing Chao Chen not replying, they thought the little delivery guy had succeeded again. They all commented as if they were waiting for takeout. But they didn't expect that what they would receive was a video. What is Chao Chen up to with this video? When they opened the video, they were dumbfounded. Level 8 Hurricane, at Chao Chen, what do you mean by this? Just because there's a virus invasion, you're restricting the squad leader's freedom in this crisis. Do you think we don't know what you're up to? I'm telling you, this is illegal. Before you make a big mistake, you idiot, release the squad leader now. Jiayu's go, at Chao Chen, you scum, release my goddess now, at Li Jiayu, don't be afraid, tell me your location, I'll call for help right away. Brother Jia, at Chao Chen, delivery guy, you're getting arrogant. Yang Yun, disgusting shameless person. Wang Meng Meng, at Chao Chen, delivery guy, we are classmates, let's help each other in this crisis. Jiang Ruor, damn, it's just ordinary bread, why can't I stop drooling? Lu Xinshan, put away your food, just looking at you makes me sick. Look at your dog face. Who do you think you are? Wang Meng Meng, disgusting. Watching the reactions of the survivors in the group, Chao Chen waved his hand, not minding at all. After all, he wasn't the one going hungry. Some things should be left unsaid, saying too much would only make it harder for some people to correct their position. However, out of goodwill, Chao Chen didn't make his words too harsh. He directly tagged a few girls in the group. Chao Chen, at Yang Yun, at Wang Meng Meng, at Jiang Ruor, at Lu Xinshan. In consideration of our past camaraderie, I'll give you a chance. Show me how you can contribute to my team. I'll naturally save those who are useful. My time is limited, and there are more people at Yongjian University than just you guys, understand? After saying this, Chao Chen turned off his phone and continued eating his breakfast. Squad leader Li Jiayu was eating her breakfast while sneakily observing Chao Chen's every move just now. When Chao Chen put down his phone, she was curious about what had happened. It seemed like there was an argument. So, Li Jiayu took out her phone as well. She opened it, went to WeChat, and saw a red dot indicating she was mentioned in the class group. Class group? Li Jiayu directly chose to open it and saw the group was indeed cursing at Chao Chen. What happened? Was it the video Chao Chen just recorded? Oh, how embarrassing. Li Jiayu glanced at the chat history. It turned out Chao Chen was only willing to save a few people and wanted to pick capable individuals, which led to the cursing. Oh, don't these people see their situation clearly? It's doomsday now. Still thinking they are former rich second generations? Top students? What can dignity and life compare to now? These women are not very smart. Chao Chen's resources are not unlimited. One less person means one less competitor. Scrolling down the messages, Li Jiayu saw a few girls sending her private messages, urging her to quickly leave Chao Chen, the man in charge. Li Jiayu did not reply, but instead sneered. Only she knew Chao Chen's true strength, like slaughtering zombies as easily as chickens, quite formidable. Being able to cling to such a powerful thigh in this doomsday was like hitting the jackpot. Leave Chao Chen? Then what would I eat? I'm just an ordinary girl. Chao Chen is so amazing, not only handsome but also in great shape. Truly a jackpot. Li Jiayu felt fortunate to have met Chao Chen, otherwise, she would have been starving like the others, maybe even forced to fend for herself. The thought of that scene was nauseating. Satisfied in full, Chao Chen let out a contented burp. Being able to eat to one's fill in the apocalypse was truly a blessing. Unfortunately, this blissful time was over. It was time to go out and gather supplies. So, Chao Chen stood up, looked outside the window, where the sun was shining brightly, high up in the sky, illuminating the entire campus. The sunlight was just right, with no dark spots, so Chao Chen wasn't afraid of any zombie ambush. Confirming that today was suitable for killing zombies and collecting supplies, he turned to the two women and said, "Don't go anywhere in the room. I'm going out to find supplies. You keep the house safe for me. Don't open the door for anyone until I return, understood?" As soon as Chao Chen finished speaking, Li Jiayu immediately replied, "Yes, dear, we'll behave and wait for you at home." That expression, totally fawning. If it were before, Li Jiayu couldn't have imagined herself, a woman who had men wrapped around her finger, reacting like this. It was truly embarrassing. Even the nearby Wu Lanlan was now gazing at Chao Chen with admiration, completely shedding her aloof demeanor from yesterday. Chao Chen nodded. Although he couldn't provide tangible help, offering emotional support in the current apocalypse was also a good thing. Walking out the door, Chao Chen's gaze fell on a 3-story building 100 meters away. He wouldn't be interested in the meager supplies in the dormitory area. Yongjiang University was vast, with 8 main gates, each with a convenience store, and 4 cafeterias on campus. To get supplies, he had to start with these places. The convenience stores at the other gates were too far to be worth it now. So, his nearest target was the 3-story building in front of him, one of the 4 cafeterias at Yongjiang University, which could accommodate up to 3,000 people dining at once at its peak. Although the cafeteria's fresh meat ingredients were delivered daily, there would definitely be a large stock of eggs, cabbage, rice, and other seasonings. If possible, Chao Chen didn't want to keep eating milk and bread. It had been a long time since he had tomato scrambled eggs or vinegar-flavored shredded potatoes. Oh, it would be even better if he could save a little kitchen helper. With his target set, Chao Chen left Li Jiayu's dormitory. Outside the dormitory, after a day had passed, a few zombies had wandered over. When these zombies saw Chao Chen, the living person, 3 of them excitedly approached. Chao Chen just glanced at them and then shot 3 iron needles directly at them. The zombies fell to the ground with a thud. The 3 iron needles returned to Chao Chen's hand under his control. Metal manipulation is really handy as a superpower. Just a few minutes after Chao Chen had taken down the 3 zombies, 2 survivors sneaked out from another dormitory building. There are still survivors? Only 90% of the world's population has turned into zombies, and there are still 10% of people alive, so it's normal to see survivors, Chao Chen muttered. However, as Chao Chen focused, he realized there were 2 male survivors. No wonder the radar didn't give any warning. The 2 male survivors, upon seeing Chao Chen, showed joy on their faces. They walked directly towards Chao Chen, swaying and nodding as if they had met a long-lost friend. Chao Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He seemed not to recognize these 2 individuals. However, soon enough, Chao Chen found out the answer. "Hey, buddy, you're also going to join the college's self-rescue team, right? It's perfect, we can stick together and watch each other's backs." Self-rescue team? Chao Chen was taken aback. What self-rescue team? Chao Chen was truly unaware of this matter. Especially now, with the single men who used to fend for themselves no longer having the luxury of time, how could they think of checking the university forum to learn about such a self-rescue team? However, the words of these 2 survivors served as a wake-up call for Chao Chen. Even though 90% of the global population had either turned into zombies or become food, there were still 10% of humans alive, among whom were talented individuals, some even possessing special abilities. These powerful survivors also needed to scavenge for resources and would surely find ways to survive. With the current strength of the zombies being similar to that of ordinary people, as long as one overcame fear and targeted vital points, fighting them one-on-one was not particularly difficult. Chao Chen had long anticipated such a day, but he hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. Since that was the case, Chao Chen was in no rush to leave. Knowing oneself and the enemy was the key to winning 100 battles. At present, he was in the dark while others were in the light, so he needed to inquire about their strength. Thus, Chao Chen started a conversation with these two to understand the current strength of the self-rescue team. Speaking of the self-rescue team, it's led by the president of the college student union and initiated by the sports department. Those big and strong sports students took down over a dozen zombies in half an hour. Isn't that impressive? One survivor boasted. Yes, buddy, do you know about superpowers? The president hasn't shown his skills, but these sports students can even breathe fire, just like magicians. If you haven't seen their videos, imagine this: a zombie in front of them, they just throw a fireball, and it turns into charcoal instantly. Incredibly powerful. Zhang Gu is even more amazing. Haven't you seen the video? He punched a zombie's head and it exploded. Their boasting grew more intense, as if they were narrating their own deeds. Only killing a dozen zombies in half an hour? It seemed their strength wasn't that impressive. If that was their level, there was nothing to fear. Chao Chen sneered inwardly. Killing over a dozen zombies, I'd consider myself defeated if it took more than 3 seconds. However, what surprised Chao Chen was that his guess was correct. There were already other individuals with special abilities. Chao Chen suddenly felt a great sense of crisis. It wasn't that these individuals with special abilities were particularly strong, but having such abilities meant they had the qualification to search for resources and rescue beautiful women. Since there were already other individuals with special abilities aiming to compete for resources with him, it would inevitably lead to an irreconcilable conflict. Chao Chen was no saint but a selfish person. In his mind, the resources and girls at Yongjian University were his personal belongings. No one else could touch them. Since that was the case, he probably needed to speed up the collection of the school's resources. After walking with the two for a while, Chao Chen made up a random excuse and left. They were fine just a moment ago. Why did he leave? The two men looked puzzled as they watched Chao Chen walk away. They didn't pay it much mind. After making a few sarcastic remarks, this Chao Chen seemed imposing at first glance, but turned out to be a coward. He didn't even dare to join the self-rescue team, truly a useless coward afraid of death. The two of them didn't care much, just an ordinary person. They didn't need him, with or without him. After all, when they got their hands on resources later, they wouldn't have to share with these useless people. Once the two of them had figured it out, they continued on to the meeting point. At this moment, Chao Chen, who had left the two of them, quickly arrived at the periphery of the 3-story cafeteria. He could hear the zombies roaring inside the cafeteria. Chao Chen first held 2 Nepalese knives in his hands. His mental focus remained on the iron needles he had summoned, ready to strike at any sign of danger. However, before Chao Chen could approach the cafeteria, he was startled by the sight ahead. It was pitch black with nothing but heads. Chao Chen couldn't help but curse. So many zombies, at least over 200 at a glance. No wonder they hadn't encountered many zombies on the way here. Chao Chen hadn't expected them to all be here. When the apocalypse struck, it was just early evening, many classes hadn't even ended, yet there were so many people at the cafeteria entrance. It was outrageous. Damn, these people, instead of studying properly, they were just eating as soon as it was mealtime. I really can't stand these slackers. It was at that moment that a system alert sounded in Chao Chen's mind. Ding! Human encounter detected nearby in danger. Please rescue as soon as possible. Relevant information has been sent to the host system notification. Please check it promptly. Ha! There are people here again? Could it be the cafeteria across the street? Without hesitation, Chao Chen immediately opened the system interface. Soon, a woman's information appeared before him. Name, Li Yuting, photo, image. GIF, age, 22, current health, 60%, fainted, overall score, 94. Chao Chen stared at the system panel. He was taken aback. Oh damn, another woman? Could this be another one who can only provide emotional value? For the sake of the system's rewards, Chao Chen made a decision. 0.0001 seconds later. So what if there are a few more zombies around the cafeteria? There's a girl inside now, in a life-threatening situation. As a responsible and upright youth, it was only fitting to lend a hand. Let's do this. Chao Chen gritted his teeth and looked at the horde of zombies. He could wait, but the other party couldn't. Didn't they see that their health was down to 60%? Even if he didn't go back today, he had to deal with these zombies. With that in mind, Chao Chen directly controlled 5 iron needles from the space, hovering in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. Chao Chen seized the opportunity and directly manipulated the iron needles to fly out. Under Chao Chen's control, the 5 iron needles, like Barrett's bullets, accurately hit the foreheads of 5 zombies. That was just the first wave. The 5 zombies fell to the ground. Under Chao Chen's control, the iron needles returned to his hands once again. Nice! With this metal manipulation, Chao Chen was like having 5 sniper rifles that could fire simultaneously. Dealing with zombies became even more effortless. However, the consumption of mental power was not insignificant. With the current mental power, he could only control 5 iron needles at a time, and the target's location couldn't exceed 80 meters, or his endurance would greatly decrease. The fall of the 5 zombies didn't cause any ripples. It was unclear what was attracting these zombies inside the cafeteria, as even with 5 companions down, their movements remained unaffected. They continued to surround the cafeteria as usual. Nevertheless, Chao Chen didn't think too much about it. He continued to control the iron needles to gather the zombies on this side. Chao Chen had killed 50 zombies in 10 rounds, feeling as intoxicated as if he had drunk fake alcohol. He felt dizzy for a moment. No, he couldn't continue. Passing out outside the safe zone was an absolute taboo. Thinking this, Chao Chen looked around 360 degrees and saw across the cafeteria. It was a vacant property of the school. The first floor was rented to a courier company as a delivery and collection point. The second floor was a warehouse. The courier deliveries only arrived at 6 p.m., so the students would eat and drink their fill before coming to collect their items. At this moment, there were only a few zombies at the entrance, just a dozen or so. These zombies were no match for Chao Chen. With a Nepalese knife in hand, he charged into the group of zombies like a bulldozer. The Nepalese knife, sharp as mud, spun like a butterfly in Chao Chen's hand. Swish! 1 zombie per slash. In less than a minute, Chao Chen had stormed into the courier shop. Entering the courier shop, Chao Chen was stunned by the wall-to-wall packages. So many deliveries? Without a second thought, Chao Chen casually opened some packages to find biscuits, coffee powder, clothes, and even electric massage sticks, and more. So many things. These deliveries were also resources. Chao Chen had forgotten about this. These courier stations were all contracted by senior students holding positions in the school's student council or associations. It was impossible for the courier company to deliver to the school on its own. All deliveries were monopolized by these courier stations. And now, only a small portion of the deliveries were stuck in the station, enough to fill the entire wall shelf. What if it was June 18th or Double 11? It would be terrifying. Chao Chen vaguely remembered. 2.5 years ago, when he came to collect a delivery, the scene was unbelievable. Deliveries piled up like mountains, and a dozen hard-working students couldn't keep up. But later, Chao Chen was forced to repay a loan and uninstalled all online shopping platforms, losing his desire to shop online. If not for the coincidence that brought him here today, he might not have remembered these courier stations at all. There were many courier stations at Yongjian University. Notable ones included Tongda, Yida, Rabbit, Wind, and Dog Express. Each courier company was contracted by a student council president or association chairman. By the looks of it, Yongjian University had at least 8 stations. It seemed that Chao Chen had more targets to find on campus. After clearing the space on the shelves quickly, Chao Chen went straight to the second floor of the courier station. Standing sideways behind the window on the second floor, he surveyed the surroundings with his peripheral vision. Chao Chen's current position allowed him to see the entire cafeteria scene and, according to his estimation, even the farthest zombie was within 80 meters. It was a perfect sniper spot. Chao Chen smiled. It was safe and comfortable to launch a surprise attack from here. After resting for a while, Chao Chen stood up again, keeping 5 iron needles close to him. He aimed and shot again. Swish, swish, swish. Another 5 zombies fell. Following Chao Chen's continuous shooting, a quarter of the zombies had been cleared out. Seeing the remaining 3/4 of zombies, Chao Chen saw hope of victory. Victory was within reach. Thinking of the beautiful face of the young lady, he murmured in his heart, "Miss, you have to hold on until I finish off this group of zombies and come to save you." At the same time, the sounds of Chao Chen's battle reached the cafeteria. At a window in the cafeteria, a pair of beautiful eyes peeked out discreetly. When she saw that some of the zombies had fallen, an excited expression appeared on her face. She immediately shrank back, nudging another woman who bore some resemblance to herself, and exclaimed, "Sister, wake up, wake up. Some of the zombies outside have been killed. It seems like someone is coming to rescue us. We're going to be saved." Listening to the girl's voice, Li Yuding slowly woke up. Due to lack of food and water for a long time, Li Yuding was in a very poor state at the moment, extremely weak. She couldn't even stand up. However, the instinct to survive made Li Yuding endure the discomfort, and with the help of the girl, she managed to stand up. "Good sister, help me to the window. I want to take a look," Li Yuding said with a smile. "Okay, sister, it's true. I saw some zombies dead outside." Li Yuding came to the window. Her tall figure of 175 centimeters allowed her to see the area outside the cafeteria. Sure enough, she saw many zombies lying on the ground in the zombie group. Upon closer observation, these zombies lying on the ground all had a bullet hole in their foreheads. Gunshots? Has the military come? "Those wounds look like gunshot wounds," Li Yuding said in confusion. "Sister is right, but I didn't hear any gunshots. Could it be something else?" Li Yujin spoke up. "Silly sister, guns can be equipped with silencers." "Oh, really? That's great, we're saved," Li Yujin said happily. Li Yuding had lost the courage to survive. She felt it would be fine to starve to death in the cafeteria. At least she wouldn't turn into a disgusting zombie. Unexpectedly, just when she was about to give up, the government's military had come to rescue them. Li Yuding was suddenly filled with hope. After watching for a few more minutes at the window, within a short span of time, more than a dozen zombies were shot down. They couldn't even figure out where the shots were coming from. There was still no sound. Amazing marksmanship. Li Yuding and the two girls looked at each other in shock. They could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. So, they both shouted excitedly in their hearts, "Soldiers, keep it up. Keep shooting, don't stop." At this moment, Chao Chun, who was sniping zombies on the second floor of the express delivery point, had no idea that his actions had been mistaken for a soldier by the two surviving beauties in the cafeteria. He was fully focused on shooting. Suddenly, the iron needle beside him fell to the ground and couldn't stand up again. The little bit of mental energy he had just recovered was squandered. Chao Chun immediately said, "Damn, not enduring at all. If only this mental energy could be cultivated, or at least save a few girls to increase it several times for me. Otherwise shooting is really unsatisfying. 2 hours to recover, 5 minutes of use. What the hell? I don't have the strength the protagonist should have." In other novels, the protagonist's weapon is not only thick and large, but also extremely hard. It's so satisfying to deal with zombies. The key is no wear and tear, no restrictions on use it as long as you want. Want to insert whoever you want, really envy me. What a show-off. Chao Chen's stomach also growled at this moment, as if protesting that Chao Chen hadn't eaten properly on time. Damn, after all that shooting, I am indeed hungry. Let's have a chicken leg to calm down first. After saying that, Chao Chen directly took out a fragrant roasted chicken leg from his space and started eating. Before eating, he didn't forget to take a photo and post it in the class group. This once again provoked a series of curses from the survivors in the class. "Chao Chen, the chicken leg is a bit burnt, just eating a little." Level 8 Gale, at Chao Chun, "Let go of that chicken leg and let me have it." Jia Yu's go at Chao Chun, "You scoundrel, where is my goddess? Release her now." Serious counselor at Chao Chun, "Classmate, one must learn to share in life. Behaving like this will leave you friendless." S132 Thorny Apes at Chao Chun, "Chao Chen's dad, I'm so hungry. I'll give you all my collected figurines. Come save me. I was blind to the situation. I spoke too loudly before." Jie Go at Chao Chun, "Let me see." Even though this roasted chicken leg is as black as charcoal, it's still sizzling with oil, fragrant and crispy. Chao Chun ignored these people's comments, directly took a shot of the sizzling leg and posted it. Then he turned off his phone, acting cool and running away. Damn, it feels good. Thinking back to that roasted chicken leg. That day, he entered the convenience store, the rotisserie still spinning as the owner had turned into a zombie. The charcoal had burned to ash due to being left on for too long. However, to ensure sufficient goods for the night sales, the convenience store owner had skewered over 100 chicken legs on the grill. All became Chao Chen's personal food supply, enough to splurge for several months. Items taken out from his space would maintain the temperature and condition as if just stored. Taking a bite of the chicken leg, the aroma wafted through the window to the cafeteria. The scent, like an eel, slipped through the door crack into the dressing room where the two girls were. Sister, there's food. Sister, can you smell it? It smells so good, like the aroma of roasted chicken legs. Yes, it lacks cumin and pepper, no chili, seems a bit burnt, but it's really fragrant. Li Yujin excitedly held Li Yuding's arm, shaking her body. Don't shake, sister, don't get too excited, pause for a moment. Sister is about to faint. Sister, you might be hallucinating from hunger. I feel the same way. Who would be barbecuing at this time? Isn't he afraid of attracting zombies? Really, sister, I really smell the aroma of chicken legs. Don't believe me? Stand up and smell it? After listening to her sister's words, Li Yuding, who was initially skeptical, carefully sniffed and unexpectedly caught a whiff of the roasted chicken leg aroma. The scent was so fragrant. She let her sister support her to stand up again. Her eyes looked outside. After scanning around, she saw a window 30 meters away from the cafeteria, or it seemed like someone was there. It looked like a man. Where? Li Yuding pointed across and asked. Li Yujin also followed Li Yuding's direction to look over, but due to her shorter height, she could only see a small part. Li Yuding continued to have Li Yujin support her to look over there. After observing for a few minutes, she saw a dark shadow being thrown out of the window. Sister, I didn't see it clearly, but it seems like chicken leg bones, right? Yes, I wonder who's so lucky, not only avoiding zombie attacks but also having chicken legs to eat, so envious. But as long as the soldiers kill all the zombies, we can have some too, Li Yuding said enviously. Yes, sister, I want to buy 10 of them and finish them all at once. Li Yujin immediately agreed. Yes, definitely. Li Yuding tightened her grip on Li Yujin's hand, comforting her. She knew it was impossible, but she still went along with her sister to make her happy. Just as the two girls were feeling sour, Chao Chen stood up again. He realized that his previously depleted mental strength had partially recovered after eating the chicken leg. He was stunned. Eating can restore mana? I feel energized again. Without hesitation, Chao Chen held the chicken leg in his left hand and shot an iron needle at the zombies with his right hand. Puff, puff, puff. Several more zombies fell. The two women stared in disbelief. It's him! Li Yuding exclaimed in shock. There were no so-called soldier brothers, no military rescue. All the zombies downstairs were taken down by the boy standing at this window. Impressive. Sister, who is he? Does he know we're here and came to rescue us on purpose? He looks quite handsome, could he be your brother-in-law? Li Yujin said cheerfully. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Yuding shook her head, then continued to her sister. I only saw this boy's information on the school forum. I heard he's a bootlicker, didn't expect him to be this powerful. Such a good boy being rejected, I can't stand by and watch. Hearing Li Yuding's explanation, her sister suddenly understood. Li Yujin immediately asked, oh, anyway, since sister doesn't have a boyfriend, as long as he can save us sisters, sister can offer herself, right? Such a powerful boy can definitely protect us well in the apocalypse. Li Yuding blushed at this. Although Chao Chen was a bootlicker, with his looks comparable to Yin Jiayu, and the debt of saving their lives, it wasn't impossible. Besides, they hadn't figured out how Chao Chen did it. They saw Chao Chen wave his hand at the window, and the zombies fell one by one. They had seen keywords like superpowers on the school forum before. Could it be that this boy in front of them was a legendary superpower? Thinking of herself as a powerless woman, what would she do if she encountered a powerful superpower? Perhaps offering herself willingly would be the best choice. There's a saying, the process may not be gentle, but the pleasure is enjoyed nakedly. As long as he dares to propose, I, Li Yuding, will agree. Time passed by minute. Watching Chao Chen fight was simply enjoyable. Li Yuding was ecstatic, watching the zombies fall downstairs one by one, revealing a smile of surviving a disaster. Sister, we're about to be saved, Li Yuding said happily. Yes, sister, that handsome guy isn't a bootlicker, he's clearly a werewolf, so powerful, Li Yujin chimed in. Ha? What's going on in your little head? Why is it all about looks? Let me tell you, you're only 18 now, I won't allow it. Li Yuding said angrily. I'm an adult now, sister, are you trying to hog all the attention for yourself? Li Yujin joked. Li Yuding felt embarrassed. She had forgotten that her sister was already an adult. She couldn't use the term puppy love to suppress her anymore. Looking at her sister's towering chest, apart from being a bit older, taller, and having longer legs, she didn't have much advantage over her sister. Damn it! Li Yuding didn't even know. In just over an hour, her heart had already turned into the image of that man standing at the window, controlling the zombies' lives with a wave of his hand, appearing relaxed and comfortable. So cool! After stuffing the last bit of food into his mouth, Chao Chen said contentedly. He looked at his handiwork. Then he smiled satisfactorily. Alright, it's time to save people. I wonder what useful skills the system will reward me with this time. Then, Chao Chen leaped directly from the window. He landed effortlessly and handsomely on the ground. Having reaped the fruits of victory, it was time to head to the cafeteria. And at that moment, from a nearby building, 5 men also emerged. These zombies don't know what's going on, they just died on their own. Isn't this benefiting us? Could it be that I'm the protagonist? A man with a center-parted hairstyle and overalls laughed. Our Koen-ji must be the protagonist, look at the school's competition. Koen-ji practiced effortlessly for 2.5 years and easily won. Another person chimed in. Hearing the praise from beside, Kai Koen walked proudly at the forefront like a rooster. The other guys followed behind, feeling relaxed and comfortable. One of them spotted Chao Chen jumping from the second floor. He arrogantly remarked, "Hey, aren't you that pitiful dog Chao Chen from Yongyuan? Ha, we've set our eyes on this cafeteria first, you can leave," Chao Chen said with a smile. "Oh, is this cafeteria yours?" Chao Chen looked at the group of punks and said, "When you're surrounded by zombies, not a single one of you can be seen. Now I've finished them off. You all come out, right?" Chao Chen remained calm, with no anger on his face. Since they were classmates, he decided to share a bit with them, treating it as feeding stray cats and dogs. However, Kai Koan and his friends didn't seem to think the same way. One of them said, "You, a dog, also want to lay your hands on the cafeteria's resources? Get lost. Useless. If it weren't for our Koan Ji killing those zombies with just a look, no one would have a chance to get in now. Understand? If you don't scram, don't even think about leaving," they threatened. They even blocked Chao Chen from entering. They had no intention of sharing with him. "Alright, I've had enough of your nonsense." Chao Chen's tone turned cold. He was angry. The consequences would be severe. However, the group exchanged glances, showing no intention of letting Chao Chen off the hook. Kai Koan nodded and said, "Since you don't want to leave, brothers, don't let him go." Upon hearing Kai Koan's words, his friends pulled out bent rebar from behind and aimed at Chao Chen's head. "What's going on? How is this possible? Damn, why can't we hit him? This is unbelievable." The rebar in their hands stopped less than 10 centimeters away from Chao Chen. It was as if the rebar was stuck in an invisible wall. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move it. There was no place to leverage near their hands and feet. One of them was even left hanging in midair with the rebar. They were shouting in confusion. The survivors were struggling against the air in front of Chao Chen, looking ridiculous. Kai Koan was ready to claim victory when he suddenly heard noises behind him, thinking something had happened. When he turned around, his face turned green. These idiots were making fools of themselves. He scolded, "What are you guys doing? You're not women, stop fooling around, more people will come later." Hearing Kai Koan's words, the others explained in distress, "Boss, it's not that we don't want to, it's the rebar that's stuck. Boss, we don't know what's happening, these weapons seem to have bugged out." Kai Koan was puzzled by their words. "Are you guys playing a damn online game? Bug? Why don't you say he's cheating?" However, the next moment, the tip of the rebar slowly reversed direction. No. How did the rebar turn back? The survivors cried out in fear. They had no way to stop it. They couldn't resist the force of the metal. The rebar slowly turned back towards their terrified faces. "Damn, brothers, let go," another survivor immediately said. It was only then that they realized. Since they couldn't resist, did that mean they couldn't let go? A sneer appeared on Chao Chen's face, thinking of letting go? Too late. Chao Chen directly controlled the rebar with his mind, entwining their right hands like a snake. Several people were dumbfounded. How did this threaded steel turn into a snake? They immediately shouted, "Koan Gu, help! There's something wrong with this person." Chao Chen naturally controlled the threaded steel mercilessly and struck back. Poo pew poo. Their proud weapon, the sharply honed threaded steel, had now become their death knell. They couldn't break free, couldn't escape. They could only watch helplessly as it slowly entered their skulls, piercing through from their brows, directly exiting from the back of their heads. They couldn't be more dead. In just half a minute or so, all of Kai Koan's men had turned into corpses. Kai Koan's eyes were filled with fury. You're also an Esper." These were his trusted men. Each one of them was a strong athlete, obedient to a fault. They did whatever he asked. Unexpectedly, just a few days into the apocalypse, they all perished. "You'll pay for this," Kai Koan yelled. He charged straight at Chao Chen. With each step, the cement beneath his feet cracked and split. Like a raging flood, his momentum was overwhelming. "Oh, a power-type Esper?" Chao Chen squinted at him. This was the first Esper he had encountered. Unlike the abilities he had acquired systematically, they were the darlings of the apocalypse. However, they had the misfortune of encountering Chao Chen, a variable. Kai Koan's signature move was the Iron Mountain Charge. Previously, he could shatter a dozen zombies with a single strike. Kai Koan couldn't believe that Chao Chen, a mere mortal, could withstand it. He was too arrogant to dodge. It was like tempting fate. Suddenly, Kai Koan felt like he had hit something. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. Gradually, the scene before him started to blur. He stopped in his tracks. He touched his chest. Red? Blood? When did this happen? Bang! Kai Koan fell to the ground. His lifeless eyes watched as Chao Chen approached. "What kind of Esper are you?" "I refuse." Chao Chen smiled as he reached him, placing a foot on Kai Koan's head. With a half-smile on his face, he said, "Sorry, you can only die in ignorance. Don't be so arrogant in your next life." After eliminating Kai Koan and his men, Chao Chen straightened his clothes and entered the cafeteria. At the cafeteria window, two women watched as Chao Chen took out a few other survivors. Their faces showed a mix of emotions. Sister, I never expected that in the apocalypse. Not only do people not help each other, but they also fight each other upon meeting. Why is that? Li Yujin spoke up. My dear sister, even in peacetime, people fight over a job or to pursue the same girl. What more in the apocalypse? As long as he treats us well, that's enough. Whatever he does to others is to protect himself and the ones he cares about. Li Yuding replied. Sister, how do you understand this so well? Enough talk, go check if Chao Chen has come in at the door. There aren't many zombies inside, Chao Chen will surely come soon. Okay, I got it, sister. I'll go welcome my brother-in-law. You're teasing your sister, go quickly. Li Yuding playfully tapped Li Yujin's buttocks, sending her off to the door. Chao Chen entered the cafeteria. Since it wasn't mealtime yet, there weren't many people around, just some cafeteria staff and students like Li Yuding who had come early. The numbers were few. Chao Chen had already reached the third floor without needing to eat anything. Li Yujin watched as Chao Chen appeared in the stairwell and immediately opened the restroom door, shouting loudly, brother-in-law, we're here. Chao Chen was taken aback at the sound of her voice. When did I get a wife? Why don't I know about it? Chao Chen squinted and looked over. A beautiful scenery appeared in Chao Chen's sight. What's this? The image of Li Yuding in the system panel seems a bit different. She looks several years younger. The system can be unreliable at times too. He. Just then, a zombie emerged from the corner on the third floor. It spotted Li Yujin and roared excitedly, charging towards her. Li Yuding, still in the restroom, witnessed this horrifying scene and shouted, Sister, there's a zombie, be careful. Ha! Li Yujin turned around and could already smell the disgusting stench coming from the zombie's mouth. The next moment, a bloody hole appeared on the zombie's forehead. Bang! It fell to the ground. Dead, the zombie is dead, yay! Li Yujin exclaimed excitedly. She looked back at Chao Chen. Brother-in-law is so handsome, my sister is too weak from hunger to walk. Brother-in-law, come quickly, Li Yujin said immediately. After hearing Li Yujin's words, Chao Chen understood. He hadn't expected to find two beautiful female survivors here. The system identified this girl as her sister. Damn, can this system be inaccurate too? Chao Chen intended to check the radar again. Brother-in-law, go check on my sister quickly. Li Yujin pushed Chao Chen into the restroom from behind. Upon entering, he saw Li Yuding sitting on the sink. Her face was pale, looking weak and breathless. Without hesitation, Chao Chen took out 2 sausages, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 bottles of milk from his space and handed them to the 2 women. You must be hungry, eat up. I'll go around nearby, clear out the zombies. If you need anything, shout out, okay? Chao Chen said. Okay, thank you. We got it, Li Yuding replied. Thanks, brother-in-law. Li Yujin smiled. As soon as Li Yujin finished speaking, Li Yuding gestured to her to be quiet by tapping her head. Li Yujin stuck out her tongue and quietly started eating. Chao Chen couldn't help but smile genuinely at the scene. They were indeed 2 lovely girls. He wondered if they had any special skills. Leaving the restroom where the 2 girls were, Chao Chen strolled around the 3rd floor cafeteria. Sure enough, he found 4 more zombies. These zombies were wearing white coats with some oil stains all over them. They seemed to be the kitchen staff, the elderly men and women who often trembled in the cafeteria. Chao Chen deeply respected and appreciated these resilient logistics workers. Thank you for helping me maintain a good physique before doomsday. You've done well, but please don't do it again next time. Chao Chen didn't let them suffer too much. He directly shot them in the head, sending them to a better place. After killing these zombies, he walked towards where the zombies were positioned. If Chao Chen guessed correctly, this should be the storage area. Indeed, not far from the zombie bodies, Chao Chen found a locked warehouse door. After opening the metal lock, he quickly discovered the supplies used in the cafeteria in a warehouse behind. There were over 500 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, totaling a whopping 12.5 tons of rice. The school's rice wasn't bad either, the same kind that cost over 3 yuan in the supermarket. After all, the school wasn't completely closed off, and people went outside to eat. It was long-grain rice, slender and white. Chao Chen picked up a bit and examined it in his hand. Clean and white. It should be this year's new rice if it's not bleached. Good, I'll take it. Keep moving forward. Arriving at the seasoning area, there were light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, cooking oil, cooking wine, white vinegar, and so on. Dozens of items were stacked together. Chao Chen didn't hesitate and stored them all in his space. Behind that was the area for fruits and vegetables. Since it was already mealtime that day, there wasn't much left, just some long-lasting Chinese cabbage and fruits. He took everything on the list. Next was the freezer. There wasn't much frozen pork, beef, chicken, or duck left, but it wasn't a lot, just a few tens of pounds of each. However, these meats would be enough for Chao Chen and his group for a few months. After storing all of these in his space, Chao Chen muttered to himself, "It seems that to get a large amount of supplies, we have to leave the campus." But there was no rush at the current stage. Returning to the restroom where Li Yuding and the two girls were, they had already finished eating all the food. Seeing Chao Chen's arrival, Li Yuding blushed slightly. This handsome guy who saved them was too good-looking. After a moment of infatuation, Li Yuding spoke up, "Thank you, young man, for saving us sisters. I have no way to repay you." Looking at Li Yuding's beautiful face, Chao Chen waved his hand. He said, "Two beauties, I'll be straightforward. My name is Chao Chen, and it's already the end of days. Whether you believe it or not, I can provide a safe place to stay and food, but I need capable teammates, not burdens." Li Yuding was speechless. She hadn't expected this. This young man was so direct. It was all business, no emotions. But she quite liked this direct tone, much better than those men who pursued her with lies before. "I will prove to you that we are not burdens. Whether it's fighting or physical work, I can participate. But you have to ensure that both of us sisters can survive the end of days safely and without worries about food and clothing." Li Yuding raised her eyebrows and said. Now that she knew Chao Chen's requirements, she didn't need to lower her stance. It would be nice to ensure her sister's well-being. Before Li Yuding could finish her words, Li Yujin stepped in front of her, blocking her from continuing. She firmly said, "Sister, you're thinking too small. What can two weak women like us do in the end of days? Since brother Chao Chen is so strong and dares to promise us a safe and worry-free survival in the end of days, what else do we need? Other men might not be able to do the same." After Li Yujin finished speaking, she reached out her right hand and said, "Brother Chao Chen, don't worry, we sisters won't let you down." Hearing this, Chao Chen's face lit up with a satisfied smile. This little sister was good, much more sensible than her sister. If they could indeed become combat assets, then he would have some help. Chao Chen directly took Li Yujin's hand. Smiling, he said, "What's your name, little sister?" "My name is Li Yujin." "Good, good. You both must have regained some strength. Come back to the dormitory with me. It's too open and unsafe here, and not suitable for resting." "Okay, husband," Li Yujin said playfully. Li Yuding watched her sister ahead of her. She was shocked. Although she knew her sister had been rebellious since she was young, always acting out of line, she didn't expect her to take the lead in such a matter. Now that her sister had spoken for herself, she couldn't be bothered to interfere. The three of them quickly left the cafeteria. Having wasted so much time there, Chao Chen wasn't in the mood to search for other survivors elsewhere. He had already cleared the way of zombies on his way there. Returning once again, there were only a few scattered zombies left. With a wave of his hand, Chao Chen effortlessly killed them all. Li Yujin had thought Chao Chen was impressive when she watched him kill zombies from the window before, but it was only up close that she realized how powerful Chao Chen truly was. With a simple gesture, like dismissing a beggar, the zombies fell to the ground. Impressive! This was the Prince Charming she had been looking for, tall, handsome, and incredibly strong. Love it, love it! Soon, Chao Chen returned to the graduate dormitory with two women. Li Jiayu watched silently as Chao Chen returned, not daring to say a word. She quietly opened the door to let the three of them in. Once inside the dormitory, the four women faced each other, unable to speak for a moment. Li Jiayu didn't mind much, as long as Chao Chen could provide food and protect her safety. She didn't even consider how hard some of her classmates were living. She felt fortunate enough. But Wu Lanlan, the former campus beauty, couldn't hide her disappointment. Her face darkened instantly. She spoke up with a frown, "Chao Chen, what's the meaning of this? Weren't you supposed to go out and find supplies? Why did you bring back two women?" Wu Lanlan's voice was loud, showing no respect for Chao Chen. Even Li Jiayu felt a bit displeased. Is Wu Lanlan an idiot? It's the apocalypse, and she still hasn't adjusted her attitude. In the harem, who cares about the emperor taking in concubines? If this were ancient times, she would definitely be sent to the cold palace. I don't know where Chao Chen found these women, but why are they all prettier than me? I hope Wu Lanlan doesn't cause trouble for me. No, I have to take a stand immediately. Before Chao Chen could speak, Li Jiayu quickly said, "Honey, you must be tired after a busy day. Let me wash your feet first." Chao Chen's expression turned cold. He pushed Li Jiayu aside and approached Wu Lanlan. He grabbed her chin firmly and said, "Are you teaching me how to do things? If you don't want to stay, you can leave. From now on, it's the same for everyone. If anyone wants to go, the door is right there." After speaking, Chao Chen released his grip, went into the bathroom, and started showering. The smell of blood loss was something he still couldn't get used to. The women looked at each other in silence. Wu Lamlin's face also changed color. She never expected Chao Chen to be so domineering, making it hard for her to accept. But the memories of hunger she had experienced before were still fresh in her mind, and she didn't have the courage to leave. She could only cry and retreat to her room. Sister, Chao Chen is so fierce. Li Yujin stood behind Li Yuting, tugging at her clothes. Don't be afraid, as long as we behave well, Chao Chen will treat us well. I can tell he's not a bad person, Li Yuting reassured her younger sister. Okay, Li Yujin nodded quietly, standing behind them. At that moment, Li Jiayu approached the two girls and said, "You two must be tired. Rest for a while. Later, you can change out of these dirty clothes." Li Yuting nodded. They had been hiding for too long, and their clothes had started to smell. After a few minutes of anxious waiting, the sound of the bathroom door opening echoed. Chao Chen emerged from the shower. He sat down on the sofa without saying a word. Before Chao Chen could speak, Li Jiayu immediately brought a basin of water to him. Among the women in the group, Li Jiayu had the lowest appearance. If she didn't do more, to put it bluntly, she would be the first one abandoned. After all, Li Jiayu had once caused Chao Chen a lot of suffering. The 2.5 years of an ugly relationship had left an indelible mark on Chao Chen. Li Yuting and Li Yujin lowered their heads, stealing a glance at Li Jiayu, who was washing Chao Chen's feet. They didn't speak but silently left the living room and entered the bathroom. The two sisters hugged each other briefly, then cleaned up in turn. After they finished bathing, they realized they didn't have any other clothes. It was quite awkward. They couldn't just walk out of the bathroom naked. So, they started searching inside the bathroom. They ended up wearing 2 nightgowns that were left in the bathroom. The nightgowns were short, barely covering their thighs. The two beautiful girls just stepped out of the bathroom when their voices reached Chao Chen's ears. At that moment, Chao Chen was enjoying the softness under his feet. Upon hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, he opened his eyes. When he saw Li Yuting, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't even prepared to ask what the two newcomers were up to, and now they were disturbing his rest. And why did this situation feel so familiar? Meanwhile, Li Jiayu tactfully helped him dry his feet, then left the living room with a basin in her hands. Ding! Host successfully rescued a human, receiving an additional reward. Reward being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill Golden Physique, which significantly enhances physical fitness, 10 times that of an ordinary human. Ding! Congratulations to the host for an extra reward, increasing all attributes by 20 points. What is this Golden Physique? Chao Chen was stunned by the system's reward. Then a smile spread across his face. He had been thinking about the need to exercise to avoid physical weakness during a crisis. Unexpectedly, the system's reward had solved his problem directly. Truly awesome. And there was an extra reward too. With all attributes increased by 20, his strength had doubled again. 4 times the strength of an adult. Chao Chen tried punching forward. Wow, this was even stronger than when he encountered the strength-type Esper Kai Kuan before. That guy's Iron Mountain fist wouldn't stand a chance against his punch. In other words, Chao Chen estimated that even without using the metal manipulation Esper ability, relying solely on physical strength, he could handle at least 50 zombie heads, probably even 100, and still come out unscathed. Damn, he was invincible. Lying next to Chao Chen, Li Yuting watched him. She looked at his ever-changing expression with a puzzled look on her face. She realized that for her and her sister to survive in the apocalypse, they would have to rely on Chao Chen, the powerful Esper. Otherwise, she wouldn't have knocked on his door. She just hoped that she and her sister could be happy together in the future. The next day, the weather was still clear. Li Yujin woke up, glanced around, and realized she had slept early last night after being hungry for days. She had no idea what had happened. Looking confused, she said, where are the two sisters? She got up, went to the wardrobe, and put on a set of Li Jiayu's clothes. Their heights were quite similar, so it fit her well. She went to the living room but didn't see anyone else. Glancing at the clock, it was only 8 o'clock. Had they already left? Just then, Li Yujin noticed that Chao Chen's room door was open. Driven by curiosity, she walked to the door. After pushing the door open, Li Yujin was dumbfounded. Goodness, were all university students this open nowadays? Li Yujin's scream wasn't loud, but it was enough to wake up the sisters. They all seemed to have transformed overnight, stretching lazily and twisting their necks. Now, as they opened their eyes and saw the beautiful women beside them, they were instantly shocked. My clothes! My clothes! Get out! Get out! They all screamed, scrambling to grab their clothes and blankets to cover themselves. The scene was chaotic. At this moment, Li Yuting gently kicked Chao Chen and pleaded with her eyes. Chao Chen burst into laughter. Naturally, he understood what she meant. It was normal not to want her younger sister to see this embarrassing situation. Then, Chao Chen directly put on his clothes and stood up. I'm in a good mood today. Let's have something nice for breakfast. Can any of you cook? Li Jiayu shook her head. Although her family background was average, she had been treated like a princess since childhood, let alone cooking. She could even mess up instant noodles. Asking her to cook was a disaster. Wu Lanlan knew a little, but Chao Chen had pampered her last night to punish her for defying him, so she was still groggy. She couldn't even stand steadily, let alone cook. Just as everyone was at a loss, Li Yujin spoke up, Brother Chao Chen, let me do it. I can cook. Hearing Li Yujin's words, Chao Chen was delighted. Finally, there was a reliable teammate in the team. Really? I don't know much, and if it doesn't turn out well, brother, you must not blame me, Li Yujin said again. How could I? Cook however you want, I have some ingredients here, see what you can make, Chao Chen said. He took out a small portion of the food he had obtained from the cafeteria directly from his space and placed it in the living room. Although it had only been a few days since the apocalypse, eating bread and milk every day, vacuum-packed chicken feet, and burnt chicken legs had made Chao Chen tired of it. He had originally planned to find a little kitchen maid, but unexpectedly, he had already acquired one. Chao Chen was very satisfied. The several women were amazed to see the sudden appearance of the ingredients in front of them. Honey, where did you get so much food from, and it's so fresh too? That's amazing, Li Jiayu said excitedly. Even Wu Lanlan was incredulous. She knew Chao Chen had food, but she didn't expect him to have so much. She couldn't help but complain inwardly, rubbing her legs, Chao Chen, you should have shown your strength earlier. You made me so embarrassed yesterday, reluctantly forced me to do such difficult moves. If I had known, I would have cooperated with you, and wouldn't have been so tired. Alright, you don't need to know so much, just know that I, Chao Chen, have the ability to make sure you all eat well every meal without being threatened by zombies, Chao Chen replied with a smile. Yes, honey, you're the best. I want to have 100 children with you, Li Jiayu immediately responded. Me too, sir, Li Yuding whispered from behind. Watching Li Jiayu's performance, Chao Chen was very satisfied. It seemed that having such a devoted sister was also very nice. A woman who knew the current situation deserved to live well. Chao Chen finally understood why he had fallen for her in the first place. It was normal to lose to a woman who could adapt and flatter, given his naivety back then. On the other side, with Li Yuding's help, Li Yujin made a spicy cabbage, vinegar-flavored shredded potatoes, and white porridge using the cafeteria's ingredients and brought them to the living room. These simple dishes made the women almost cry with joy as they ate. It was so delicious. Eating bread and ham every day had left a taste of technology and preservatives in their mouths. It was driving them crazy. They had been dreaming of eating something hot, and Chao Chen had helped them achieve it so quickly. Sobbing, one by one, they forgot about their ladylike image and started devouring the food. Chao Chen watched them without rushing to eat. Instead, he took out his phone and sent a video of the 4 women eating to the class group. There had been no sound in the group for half a day. It was unclear if these old classmates were dead or if their phones had run out of battery. However, this did not stop him from showing off. He waited for a while. These classmates really didn't disappoint him. They were as resilient as the disgusting cockroach, living on. Serious counselor, students, what are you eating? I've been hungry for days, can you take me to get something to eat? Level 8 Gale, damn, Chao Gu, Chuan Gu, can you help a brother out? I'm really starving now. I called you brother, no, I'll call you dad, can you come and save me? Second Piercing Ape, dad, save me first. Yang Ian, Chao Chingu, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I was really starving yesterday. If you don't come to save me, I'll really have to eat Oreo, sobbing. Wang Mingming, Chao Chen, my husband, save me first. I'll agree to any position you want. Zhang Ruor, husband, we have 2 girls here. Come and save us first. They at least have water to drink. We don't even have urine to drink. At Lucian, say something, is it true? Lucian, yes, Chao Chen, save us first. We can accompany you together, whatever you want. Seeing each one in the group begging for help, Chao Chen felt secretly pleased. Indeed, people only realize to face reality after starving for a few days. Today, he would go and save someone. He decided to go to the dance studio first as planned. However, before leaving, Chao Chen also tagged 2 other classmates who hadn't replied in the group. Chao Chen at Jiegu, at Jiayu's dog, are you too silent because you're dead? 3 minutes later. Still no reply. Chao Chen, oh, it seems they really are dead. Next time, if any of you are close to death. Everyone. End of pretending. Chao Chen left, leaving Li Yujin to control the amount of food herself, not to starve everyone or eat too much. Otherwise, getting fat wouldn't look good. Listening to Chao Chen's words, the girls nodded earnestly. Who would want to keep some unattractive vases during the apocalypse? Chao Chen left the dormitory and headed to the dance studio. Yesterday, when he brought back the Li Yuting sisters, this path had already been cleared by Chao Chen once. He didn't encounter many zombies, and with a Nepalese knife in each hand, he easily dealt with the zombies he did encounter. He effortlessly reached the teaching building where the dance studio was located. The system's prompt sounded again. Ding! Multiple human survivors nearby are in danger. Please rescue them as soon as possible. Relevant information has been sent to the host's system notification. Please check it promptly. There were only a dozen or so zombies. After seeing Chao Chen, they seemed quite hungry. They howled excitedly and charged towards him. Chao Chen didn't use his metal control ability and simply fought back with a Nepalese knife in each hand. Puff puff puff. The Resident Evil series is indeed reliable. Alice choosing the Nepalese knife among so many weapons was indeed the best choice. It was much more useful than a fire axe. Meanwhile, in one of the dance classrooms on the teaching building's upper floor, Zhang Ruer saw the scene through the large French windows. She was thrilled and immediately took out her phone to capture Chao Chen's heroic moment and shared it in the group. Great! Chao Chen is here to save us. At Lu Xun. Lu Xun, Zun Du Jia Duo. Oh, where? Zhang Ruer, look outside quickly. Lucian, really, my husband is so handsome, so many zombies can't get close to him. Seeing the chat records in the group, the few remaining male survivors were suddenly not calm. Damn, this Chao Chen really has some skills. I really want to slap myself a few times. How could I have dared to mock my brother Chao Chen before? I hope he doesn't mind. They regretted deeply, wishing they had kneeled and worshipped Chao Chen in the group a few days ago. Now I don't know if there's still time. But I immediately responded in the group. Level 8 Big Gale, Dad Chow, I'm not far from the dance studio. After saving 2 girls, I'll take the sun with me. Two-pronged ape, Dad, I'm in the dorm. I'm right here in the dorm. I have a lot of action figures, all authentic, each worth tens of thousands. Come pick them up when you come. Yang Yun, Chao Chen, husband. I know you're in the monitor's dorm. You should be able to bring it to me on your way back. Husband, rest assured, I'm still in original packaging. If not in a hurry, you can inspect the goods in the toilet. Wang Mang, husband. The zombies on the balcony are about to break the door, sobbing, hurry up, or you won't see me, sobbing. Looking at the crazy replies in the group, in a moment, it reached 99 plus. Zhang Ruer was very pleased. She would soon be rescued by Chao Chen. Even to avoid Chao Chen not finding her, Zhang Ruer directly opened the glass window, took off her pink yoga pants, leaving only a thong hanging on her body, and danced with the yoga pants at the window. The pink yoga pants were very eye-catching against the whole brown glass window of the teaching building. Chao Chen could see that hint of pink from afar. His 4 times human vision saw it clearly. Chao Chen muttered, this Zhang Ruer is indeed worthy of being a dance student. So, Chao Chen directly made a gesture towards that position, signaling that he had seen it. Zhang Ruer, seeing Chao Chen's reaction, was instantly excited and took another photo and sent it to the group. In the group, she said, Chao Chen, I'm in classroom 403 on the 4th floor, don't look in the wrong place. Beep beep beep. Chao Chen, who was killing zombies downstairs, suddenly felt his phone vibrate. While killing zombies, he opened his phone and indeed found Zhang Ruer's message in the group, and immediately replied with an OK emoji. Other classmates, seeing this, became even more excited. They all came out and kneeled to flatter Chao Chen. After saving Ruer and Shen, it's our turn next. Dad, I can't hold on much longer, come quickly. Dad, come save me. Lu Xinshen looked at the message sent by Zhang Ruer and sighed. I didn't expect Zhang Ruer to be so hot. I'm coming too. She didn't fall behind, directly took a selfie in front of the mirror on the wall, enduring the weakness brought by hunger. Head held high, chest out, buttocks raised, she took several photos with her pineapple phone. She chose the most satisfying one and sent it in. And tagged Chao Chen, saying, Chao Chen, come save me, I'm in room 405 next to Ruer waiting for you. Chao Chen naturally received Lu Xinshen's message. He happily replied with an OK gesture. Getting a response from Chao Chen, the two were ecstatic and immediately said in the group, classmates, we're getting out of trouble first, you guys wait a bit, Chao Chen will come to save you soon. It's okay, we're not in a hurry, as long as Chao Chen remembers us. Chao Chen, there's me too, I can't hold on much longer. Wang Mengmeng immediately said. To fully embrace the trend, although Wang Mengmeng couldn't take a full-body photo, she still posted a casual selfie. The men in the group had never seen such a scene. Weren't these girls usually dressed very conservatively? Why are they all so hot now? Damn, heartless. Yang Yan also didn't want to be left behind, immediately saying, husband, Chao Chen, I can't take it anymore, come save me quickly," then immediately attached a photo of a ribbon with letters. The men couldn't send photos, so one by one they desperately claimed to be their fathers in the group, completely different from their previous selves. However, Chao Chen didn't care about this. Anyway, as long as they are pretty girls and haven't offended oneself too much, they should be saved. After all, for the sake of reproduction, one cannot be too picky. As for men, well, that's a different story. There's an old saying that goes, "A man should strive to be strong." Good luck to you all. Chao Chen easily made his way into the teaching building. This teaching building was originally for the arts department. There were art studios, dance studios, music rooms. Such students were not many to begin with, and most of them were female students. What surprised Chao Chen was that there were still quite a few survivors. The system was delighted. The alert sound kept looping in Chao Chen's mind, like reciting scriptures. Helpless, Chao Chen could only try to ask the system if it could shut off the repetitive alert sound. After it was turned off, he immediately arrived on the 4th floor. Zhang Roer had been staring at the stairwell on the 4th floor. Finally, in her anxious wait, she caught sight of Chao Chen's figure. "Wow, my husband is here, you finally came, husband," Zhang Roer excitedly shouted while live streaming to the group. In the video, Chao Chen walked up to the 4th floor spotless, incredibly relaxed. The classmates in the group all stared intently at the live stream. "Wow, Chao Chen is so handsome, he's like a hero walking through a zombie horde unscathed. Amazing! Chao Chen, my door is always open for you, come quickly. Chao Chen, after saving Zhang Roer, come find me, I've been waiting for you." Amidst the cheers, the zombies on the 4th floor turned their heads towards Chao Chen upon hearing the footsteps. Upon realizing it was a living person, they excitedly roared and rushed towards Chao Chen. Ha. Watching the zombies' actions, Zhang Roer looked at Chao Chen with concern. Although she knew Chao Chen's strength was more than enough to deal with these zombies, she couldn't help but worry as she saw the monsters heading towards him. "Honey, be careful. So noisy, annoying." Chao Chen's voice fell. He raised his right hand and waved it towards the zombies. Puff, puff, puff. The once roaring zombies, as if choked like ducks, immediately fell silent. What just happened? Did you all see that? Chao Chen just waved his hand, and the zombies fell down? Even the counselor couldn't help but speak up upon seeing the situation. "Wow, Chao Chen is so cool. Amazing, Chao Chen is awesome." Watching Chao Chen effortlessly kill the zombies, the classmates in the group were ecstatic, excitedly flooding the chat. At that moment, Chao Chen looked around, confirmed there were no more zombies in the corridor, and then walked to the door of Zhang Roer's classroom. The classroom door was made of glass. Zhang Roer had already tidied up her appearance and was waiting at the door. Seeing Chao Chen's handsome face, she excitedly opened the classroom door and exclaimed, "Chao Chen, you're amazing, you finally came to rescue me, I almost thought I wouldn't see you." Chao Chen smiled, directly took Zhang Roer's delicate hand, let her out, and then took out milk and bread from his space. He said, "Eat something first to regain your strength, follow me, I'll also get Lu Xinshan out." "Wow, milk and bread, I haven't eaten for days, thank you, husband." Zhang Roer took the food excitedly. Then she kissed Chao Chen on the face. The live stream was still on. Zhang Roer's action made the male members in the group feel sour as if they had eaten a lemon. Truly envious, having superpowers in the apocalypse meant having everything. So envious. Looking at Zhang Roer's condition, she should be fine. Chao Chen turned around and headed towards classroom 405 where Lu Xinshan was. Just as Chao Chen had turned around, Lu Xinshan had already come up behind him. Using the last of her strength, she jumped up directly, hung on Chao Chen's neck, and said, "Honey, you don't need to come get me, I'm already out." "Thank you, honey." After Lu Xinshan finished speaking, she kissed Chao Chen on the face. Seeing Lu Xinshan being so proactive, Chao Chen couldn't help but be speechless. "Are you hungry? You too should eat something first to regain your strength." "Oh, thank you, honey." Lu Xinshan took the food, jumped down from Chao Chen, blushing, and walked over to Zhang Roer, sat down beside her, and quietly started eating the food. At this time, the live broadcast was still on, showing Zhang Roer's perspective. Seeing that the two girls in the group had food to eat, the male comrades quietly said, "We're not jealous at all, really. Why think so much? Just being able to survive is good enough," looking forward to Chao Chen's rescue. While the two girls were eating, Chao Chen didn't waste any time. There were 8 classrooms on this floor of the building, besides the 2 of them, 6 were still closed. The classrooms formed a square shape, and Chao Chen estimated that they were all within 80 meters of him. There was no danger. So he spoke up, "After you finish eating, rest and regain your strength. I'll check the other classrooms for any other survivors." The 2 girls nodded obediently at Chao Chen's words. They immediately said, "Okay, honey, we'll wait for you obediently." Chao Chen nodded and then began checking the situation in the other classrooms. Chao Chen didn't have time to look at the system panel and wasn't sure if there were other people in these classrooms. Unfortunately, traces of human presence were found in each classroom, but they had all been merged with other classmates from the same classroom. They were just unlucky and couldn't receive Chao Chen's favor. However, the kind-hearted Chao Chen still gave each zombie a moment, sending them to heaven. No need to continue suffering on Earth. It was a pity, though, that Chao Chen even saw a girl who was not inferior to Li Yuding in looks. Even as a zombie, she was captivating. After searching all the classrooms on this floor, Chao Chen returned to the two girls who had finished eating and were sitting on the ground waiting for him. How are you feeling? Are you ready to go? Yes, honey, we can go. Do we go down directly? Looking at the two girls, Chao Chen nodded and replied, there are no more survivors on this floor. We'll search the classrooms on the upper floors as we go down. Although the two girls were puzzled as to why Chao Chen didn't go directly to rescue Wang Mengmeng and Yang Yiyun, they didn't dare to ask and obediently followed behind Chao Chen. The building had a total of 5 floors. They went up to the 5th floor. Several wandering zombies were easily dealt with by Chao Chen before they could make a sound. Then they cleared out each classroom one by one. The 5th floor was different from the 4th floor. They didn't have glass doors, so they couldn't see inside from the outside. They had to look into each room. In the first room, there were 3 female zombies, no survivors. Chao Chen swiftly dealt with them using a Nepalese cookery. The second room was locked, and Chao Chen thought there might be someone inside. After using telekinesis to unlock the door, it was empty, indicating that no students had attended class there that day. A wasted expression. In the third room, a zombie was taken care of. In the 4th room, another zombie was eliminated. Just as Chao Chen was feeling disappointed, he unexpectedly found 2 female survivors in the 6th room. I'm here to rescue you. Come with me. The zombies outside have all been taken care of, you're safe now. Really? Great, with that radiant face of yours, you must have some food. Give me some, I haven't eaten in 2 days and I'm starving, the plain-looking girl said. Ha! Upon hearing her words, Chao Chen hesitated for a moment but didn't immediately produce any food. He didn't even want to give a piece of biscuit to this plain-looking girl, especially with her haughty attitude. Who does she think she is? Chao Chen replied, sorry, I don't have any. There are plenty of convenience stores and cafeterias outside. You can go find something yourself once you leave here. What did you say, you man? Are you suggesting that the two of us fairy-like girls should find food on our own? How ridiculous. Are you even a man? No food, trying to act like a hero, is that amusing? The plain-looking girl spoke again. After her words, she reached out to grab Chao Chen's clothes. At this moment, Chao Chen remembered that this woman was the daughter of one of the school leaders. Used to being arrogant and bossy, she once gave Chao Chen a bad review, resulting in a deduction of 50 yuan from his hard-earned money, which he had earned by delivering takeout for 2.5 hours. Now, even in the face of the apocalypse, she hadn't changed her attitude. Oh, the daughter of a school leader, huh? Asterisk smack. Asterisk Chao Chen slapped the woman, causing her to spin and fall to the ground. I'm giving you face here. If it weren't for you being a woman, your head would have been separated from your body by now. How dare you hit me? I will make sure you get expelled from this school. Are you kidding me? It's the end of the world, and you're still relying on your daddy's influence to threaten others. It's the damn apocalypse, and you're still pretending to be a big shot. After his words, Chao Chen turned to the girl behind him and said, Beauty behind me, will you come with us? I can provide you with a safe place to stay and food. Yang Shanshan, don't listen to him, he's just a stinky man with no food. I've seen many men like him, trying to deceive you and take advantage of you. Asterisk smack. Asterisk Chao Chen struck the plain-looking girl again. This time, he didn't hold back, and the slap left her questioning her life choices, her face swollen like a basketball. Yang Qianshan, who was watching nearby, was stunned. She was not associated with the plain-looking girl, they were just survivors hiding in a classroom together. Even her food had been stolen by the girl, leaving her even hungrier. Now that someone was offering rescue, she couldn't stay with her anymore. Looking at the tall and handsome Chao Chen, who could fight zombies, Yang Shanshan couldn't help but think of him as an excellent man. She was just a writer of apocalyptic novels. In an apocalypse, a beautiful woman being rescued by a powerful man would undoubtedly lead to further developments. Yang Shanshan nodded without hesitation and said, I'll go with you. The plain-looking girl glared at Yang Shanshan, shocked that she had agreed to leave with Chao Chen so easily. She was seething with anger and couldn't believe how shameless that woman was. She had planned to use Yang Shanshan's looks to manipulate Chao Chen for more benefits, but now everything was ruined. She erupted in a fit of rage, shouting, Yang Shanshan, you shameless woman, I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so despicable, unable to resist a man's charm. And you lowly man, I curse you to be run over by a car as soon as you step out. Once my dad saves me, I'll have him kill your whole family." Before she could finish her words, Chao Chen calmly turned to her, looking at her as if she were already dead. "What are you planning to do? You want to kill me too?" the plain-looking girl yelled. "Oh, it seems like you're not completely brainless after all. Since you know your own fate, fine, I'll send you on your way." Chao Chen smiled and waved his hand directly at her. The metal button on the ugly woman's neck. Guided by Chao Chen, it went straight through her neck. Chao Chen is a good person. He didn't give her too much pain. This process only lasted for 10 seconds. With a clatter, the ugly woman fell to the ground. "Let's go," Chao Chen said calmly. Both women had seen Chao Chen kill zombies before, but this was the first time they saw him kill a person. The horrifying scene made their legs weak. "Husband, is she dead?" "Dead." Chao Chen's voice was calm, as if squashing an ant was just as easy. Chao Chen looked at the expressions of the three women, and surprisingly, Yang Qianqian, who was with the ugly woman, remained very calm. So he asked, "Beauty, aren't you afraid?" "Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Let me introduce myself. I'm Yang Qianqian, a sophomore at Yongjian University, majoring in journalism. Nice to meet you for the rest of my life." "Oh?" Yang Qianqian's response made Chao Chen look at her in a different light. A beautiful woman who hadn't even killed zombies before. Faced with such a public murder, she remained remarkably calm, a promising talent for surviving the apocalypse. Chao Chen didn't know. At this moment, a storm was already brewing in Yang Qianqian's heart, and she couldn't help but blush and have wild thoughts. Damn, tall, handsome, with superpowers, decisive in killing, surrounded by beautiful women, isn't this the template for the protagonist? Could it be that the female lead is actually me? According to the plot development, am I going to be taken back to that safe house next? Wow, I can't wait. The protagonist must be well-rounded in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, labor skills. With such skills, shouldn't he be good at martial arts too? With food, shelter, and enjoyment, what else do I need? I've decided, I'll cling to this man's thigh. Seeing that the two women hadn't recovered yet, Chao Chen waited for a moment. Zhang Ruo and Lu Shenxian had also experienced the apocalypse. They quickly emerged from this shadow. Seeing that the three women had calmed down, Chao Chen spoke, "Let's continue searching for survivors." "Oh, Qianqian, you must be hungry. Take these foods and replenish your strength." Seeing the food suddenly appearing in Chao Chen's hand, Yang Qianqian immediately understood that this was a spatial ability and exclaimed excitedly, "Wow! Thank you, husband." Damn, she's calling him husband so quickly? Yang Qianqian's behavior made Zhang Ruo and Lu Shenxian feel a great sense of crisis. This immersion was too fast. It's the apocalypse, killing someone is normal, right? Why am I so timid? What if Chao Chen doesn't like it? No, we have to change. The two girls glanced at each other and nodded. In the remaining classrooms, Chao Chen checked and found only a few zombies, no survivors. After killing them, he had to leave. But with Yang Qianqian as a gain, Chao Chen was already satisfied. After all, the global human population had dropped to 10%, so having 2 or 3 survivors on one floor was already above average. With the 3 women, Chao Chen continued down. The 3rd floor was the music classroom. Previously, in a hurry to save people on the 4th floor, he didn't pay much attention to the wandering zombies. Now, with the presence of 4 humans, especially 3 fragrant women, it immediately caused a commotion among the zombies. Chao Chen never expected there to be so many people involved in music at their school. Excluding the teachers, just in the 3rd floor corridor, there were quite a few zombies. There were over 30 of them. Chao Chen even saw that some male zombies had longer hair than the women, with faces that were extremely rough. This made Chao Chen feel nauseous. It was truly disgusting. Chao Chen's most hated were these genderless zombies. If you want to dress like a woman so badly, why not go to India for a makeover? Change your genes? With this thought, Chao Chen directly activated his powers to control the iron needles, like a rifle with automatic lock. Wherever he went, zombies fell one after another. Yang Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she already envisioned dozens of chapters of plot in her mind. This was the power of the protagonist, too strong. It only took a little time. Chao Chen cleared all the zombies in the corridor to prevent any of them from becoming the 6th. He made sure to double-check all the zombie bodies before starting to inspect each classroom one by one. Surprisingly, there were no survivors in the first 5 classrooms he checked. This floor was really unlucky. The 3 girls watched as they opened several classrooms in a row, all filled with zombies and not a single survivor. They suddenly felt grateful for their good luck, not turning into these flesh-eating monsters when doomsday arrived, and none of their classmates turning into zombies and eating them. Seeing this situation, Chao Chen felt a bit disappointed. He still wanted to save someone who could sing and bring them home. Then they could establish a safe shelter with entertainment programs to watch. Was this plan going to fail? Just as he was checking the last classroom, Chao Chen noticed that it was locked from the inside. It was a large classroom with double doors, no keyhole, just a big lock hanging on the door. This meant there was a survivor inside. Chao Chen immediately perked up. He had already wasted quite some time here, and there were still 2 wives waiting for him to rescue in the classroom. He didn't bother knocking and directly used his powers to open the door. As soon as the door was pushed open, Chao Chen saw a beautiful figure sitting in the corner. The noise of Chao Chen entering quickly caught the attention of the survivor who was dozing off. At that moment, Chao Chen felt like he was looking at an angel. Such a beautiful girl. Her eyes sparkled like black agate, her features were exquisite, her skin fair and radiant, especially now, dressed in a flowing dress, she looked ethereal. "Oh, Lin Yue, you're alive, that's great," Yang Chanxian exclaimed happily. "Shanshan, you're alive too, sob, I thought I wouldn't live to see tomorrow," Lin Yue said as she stood up. She tried to run towards Yang Shanshan, but after not eating for days, she didn't have the strength. She stumbled after just a few steps. Seeing this, Chao Chen quickly rushed over and caught her. "Ah, thank you," Lin Yue said gratefully, still shaken. She hadn't moved for days, conserving energy in the corner. She had forgotten how weak her body had become. "Honey, could you give Weiwei some food? She must be very hungry," Yang Chanxian immediately asked. "Honey?" Lin Yue was puzzled after hearing Yang Chanxian's words. She hadn't heard that Yang Chanxian was married. She didn't expect her little sister to keep such a secret. She felt like she wasn't considered a close friend. So Lin Yue said, "Wow, Shanshan, you're so lucky. With zombies roaming outside, your husband risked his life to save you, so loving, sob, so touching." Chao Chen chuckled upon hearing this. "You're quite something, little girl." Yang Chanxian didn't explain, knowing that Lin Yue would find out eventually. Chao Chen was generous, especially towards beautiful girls. He took out some food from his space and handed it to Lin Yue. "Thank you, Shanshan's husband." Lin Yue looked at the food that suddenly appeared in front of her. She couldn't maintain her fairy-like image anymore. She grabbed the bread and stuffed it into her mouth. "Weiwei, eat slowly, no one is competing with you," Yang Chanshan patted Lin Yue's back and said. "Woo-woo, I'm really starving, woo-woo, cough cough. I told you to eat slowly, see, you choked." Yang Chanshan inserted the straw of the milk for her and handed it to her mouth. Lin Yue immediately tilted her head at the sight of the milk being handed to her. She took a big sip of milk, finally managing to swallow the bread stuck in her throat. Thank you, sister." Chao Chen did not rush her. After waiting for a while, Chao Chen spoke again. "All right, beauty, feeling energized after eating? I'll get straight to the point now. What's your name? What are you good at? If you have a special skill, you can join my team. If not, I'm sorry, I can't help." "What?" Lin Yue widened her eyes. She looked at Chao Chen in disbelief, as if trying to confirm if she heard correctly. But Yang Chanshan and the other girls around didn't sense anything wrong. So, Lin Yue angrily said, "Are you recruiting soldiers? Even in saving people, you have preferences? Shanshan, come to my side quickly, get away from this scumbag." Chao Chen didn't explain. Instead, he looked at young Shanshan and said, "Shanshan, explain the situation to her, time is running out, I still have 2 more floors to check." Me explain? Okay, dear." Yang Shanshan pointed to herself and answered. Chao Chen nodded. Then, Yang Shanshan went directly to Lin Yue's side, pulled her skirt, and gestured for her to move aside. Seeing Yang Shanshan's cooperation, Chao Chen didn't linger and continued downstairs with the 4 girls. Zhang Ruo and Lucian followed Chao Chen obediently and went downstairs. Yang Shanshan held Lin Yue's hand and stayed in place, explaining to her what had happened upstairs. "What, Shanshan, you were also saved by this man today? I thought he was your boyfriend. If that's the case, then the 2 girls in front should be in the same situation, right?" Lin Yue said in shock. "You're probably right. There are probably more than just us 4. It's been several days since the apocalypse, his place should have more survivors. But for us weak women to survive, we probably have to rely on these strong men. Weiwei, I advise you to agree as well, or you might end up regretting it. Come with me, we can look out for each other." Yang Chanshan nodded. In the apocalypse, beautiful women should follow powerful men, especially those excessively strong men, to ensure their safety. In Yang Chanshan's view, Chao Chen in front of her perfectly fit the protagonist's role. Since she wasn't the protagonist and didn't have a system, why make her life in the apocalypse so difficult? Women who rejected the protagonist never had a good ending. This was a common plot she often wrote as an apocalypse novel author. Those not in the protagonist's harem wouldn't have their names mentioned a second time, and what happened next was clear to the readers. Listening to Yang Chanxian's words, Lin Yue fell silent. Lin Yue was only 21 years old, always a good girl at home, never been in a relationship. In her heart, she always hoped for a Prince Charming to treat her like a princess. Now, she was supposed to. She looked at Yang Chanxian's serious face. After some thought, she found her answer. It was the apocalypse, she could accept it. Both were educated people, who couldn't see the situation clearly. Lin Yue organized her thoughts, analyzed her strengths. Well, I have fair skin, a pleasant voice, decent looks, D+ cup, height of 168 centimeters, should be quite appealing, right? Lin Yue cheered herself on internally. She grabbed Yang Chanxian's hand and said, the two of us sisters must secure a place in men's hearts. The two girls followed suit. Downstairs, Chao Chen rescued another person. However, this girl didn't want to join Chao Chen's group, and he didn't mind. He hoped she wouldn't regret her decision. Lin Yue saw it all, just as Yang Chanxian had predicted. She, Lin Yue, wasn't the first and wouldn't be the last. After the search was over, Chao Chen led the group of girls out of the teaching building. As they left the building, Chao Chen looked at the four people behind him and hesitated. In his heart, he murmured, Li Jiayu's dormitory can't accommodate so many people. The idea of finding a safe house needs to be expedited, but it might not be easy to find one immediately. Let's go back first. We can lay some mats in the living room, it shouldn't be a problem. I've heard that even in the Magic City, you can live in a 1.5 square meter space. Li Jiayu's dormitory is over 60 square meters. On the way back, Chao Chen passed by the boys' dormitory where he used to live. Inside, there were a few uneaten sausages, wondering which animal had been cheapened. Chao Chen stopped and Zhang Roer wanted to ask if they should go in and save them. However, Chao Chen just glanced and walked past. Aren't we going to save them? Zhang Roer hesitated, seeing many people inside the dormitory. She didn't want to take the risk. As for those men, if they died, they died. She already had a man. After a while, everyone finally returned to Li Jiayu's dormitory. Li Jiayu, standing by the window, looked at Chao Chen bringing back 4 more people, a difficult-to-express expression on her face. Looking at Zhang Roer and Li Xinxin, Li Jiayu felt relieved. She was confident in her looks and knew better how to please men. But the other 2 girls were equally attractive in appearance and figure as Li Yuding. Li Jiayu began to doubt life. Are all the people in this world so good-looking? Lost in thought, Li Jiayu was brought back to reality as Chao Chen and the others arrived at the door. Open the door, Chao Chen said lightly. Okay, honey, you're back. Li Jiayu immediately adjusted her attitude and spoke. Very quickly, as soon as they entered, after a few girls walked into the living room, Chao Chen turned to Li Jiayu and asked, which building and room number is Wang Mengming's dormitory? Honey, it's building 7, room 502. Got it. Call the 3 of them out. The newcomers need to get to know each other. Chao Chen instructed. I'll do that right away. After hearing Chao Chen's words, Li Jiayu immediately went back into the bedroom and kitchen. In no time, Wu Lanlan and Li Yuding came out. As soon as Wu Lanlan appeared, Yang Chanxian saw her and exclaimed, Cousin Lanlan, you're here too? Wu Lanlan was also shocked. Her cousin had been taken by Chao Chen too? For a moment, they were both speechless. Cousin? Chao Chen looked at the 2 of them, surprised. So they were cousins, and they all seemed to have good looks in this family. He wondered if there were more cousins or relatives. Directly he asked, Lanlan, Chanxian, do you know anyone else at this school? Wu Lanlan looked at Chao Chen warily and asked, what do you want? Of course, to rescue them together. It's reassuring to have people who know the situation. After Chao Chen finished speaking, he embraced Wu Lanlan and gently touched her chin with his index finger, saying, You don't want your loved ones to turn into zombies, do you? Wu Lanlan was speechless. Yes, without Chao Chen's help, they would either starve to death or become zombies. She had confirmed earlier in the family group that some of her relatives had not turned into zombies, but they were not at Yongjiang University. However, the population density outside the campus was low, and zombies were not as dense, so there was no immediate danger, but the future was uncertain. Even if she told Chao Chen their location now, he couldn't save them temporarily. Should she tell him or not? Chao Chen looked at Wu Lanlan as she fell silent. He then released her from his embrace and turned to Li Yujin, saying, Yujin, make tonight's dinner more abundant. Don't worry about my supplies running out. Remember to make extra, as more people will come later, and it would be embarrassing if there wasn't enough to eat. After listening to Chao Chen's words, Li Yujin, with a puzzled expression on her pretty face, hesitated for a moment before saying, Honey, are you saying you're going out to save more people? Exactly, just prepare more food, Xiao Chen replied. Okay, I will, Li Yujin said, looking around at the 4 new unfamiliar faces. My husband is truly great for saving humanity. Li Yujin praised herself inwardly and nodded blankly. Alright, dear, I promise to complete the task. Xiao Chen was very pleased with the obedient and clever girl before him. With logistics secured, a lot of trouble was indeed saved. After arranging dinner with Li Yujin, Xiao Chen turned to the other girls, especially the 4 new ones he had just brought in, emphasizing their importance. After organizing his thoughts, Xiao Chen spoke up, Everyone, I have stored some food in the kitchen, enough for everyone for a while. But let me make it clear, while there will be food for every meal, if anyone has any ill intentions or thoughts about these supplies, don't blame me for turning hostile. Xiao Chen's tone was firm and unquestionable. The girls glanced at each other and immediately nodded. Being well educated, they understood the importance of having enough to eat. How could they dare to defy Xiao Chen? Seeing the girls so obedient, Xiao Chen was very satisfied. He left the dormitory and headed to pick up Wang Mengmeng and Yang Yiyun, otherwise, they might starve. Building 7, room 502, where Wang Mengmeng was located, was a dangerous area that required crossing 2 academic buildings and a playground. To rescue Wang Mengmeng, he couldn't afford to have any burdens, and although Yang Yiyun was closer, Xiao Chen didn't plan to save her first. As long as Yang Yiyun had fresh water, she could survive longer. He would have to rely on his speed to forcefully pass through the academic buildings. Without the girls accompanying him, Xiao Chen moved through the campus at 4 times the speed of a human, running at 360 kilometers per hour. He was like a human bullet train. The wandering zombies on the roadside could only sense something passing by, but they couldn't detect Xiao Chen's presence with their naked eyes. He was too fast, incredibly fast. By the time the zombies noticed any movement, Xiao Chen was already 100 meters away. Damn, if I had known I was this awesome, I would have brought Wang Mengmeng here earlier. With that thought, the image of Wang Mengmeng, 155 centimeters tall with a G-cup figure, flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. He remembered that during every break, the most discussed topic was not the most attractive class monitor, Li Jiayu, but Wang Mengmeng. A few minutes later, he appeared not far from the teaching building. Looking up, there were indeed a large number of zombies between the 2 teaching buildings, just as he had speculated. There were no less than 500 zombies wandering on the playground alone. On the teaching building, it had become a paradise for zombies. Occasionally, the howls of zombies could be heard. Cao Cao had no intention of dealing with them now, as he remembered clearly that there was an organization called the Self-Rescue Team in this school. If Cao Cao cleared out all the zombies, he naturally wouldn't fear these so-called athletes. Strong humans were like ants in front of ability users. However, Cao Cao had already regarded Yanjiang University as his stronghold. In the apocalypse, anyone could guess what would happen when encountering other survivors. These zombies needed to be used to restrain other survivors. Only when he controlled the entire campus would Cao Cao choose to eliminate all the zombies. He quickly passed by the 2 teaching buildings. 100 meters behind the teaching building was a hill with a dozen dormitory buildings built along it. This was the female dormitory area. The central one was Building 7, where Wang Mengmeng was located. As soon as Cao Cao approached the area, he heard the system prompt again. Ding! Human encounter danger detected nearby. Please rescue as soon as possible. Relevant information has been sent to the host system notification. Please check it out soon. Check. Cao Cao needed to see how the girl was doing first. Soon, Wang Mengmeng's attribute panel appeared in front of Cao Cao. Name, Wang Mengmeng, photo, image. GIF, age, 23, current health, 71%, hungry, overall score, 90. After checking Wang Mengmeng's attributes, Cao Cao thought it was fine since 71% health just meant she was hungry, not in danger yet. He decided to go up first. There were still many zombies in the corridor. In such a narrow space, Cao Cao's speed was greatly restricted. If he forced his way up, he might be blocked in the middle by the zombies. Cao Cao's expression turned cold. Since speed wouldn't work, he would just kill them all. Cao Cao took out 2 Nepalese knives directly and entered the corridor slowly. As soon as he entered, he caught the attention of these wandering zombies. These zombies roared one by one, extremely excited, as if they had seen a free buffet and were about to tear Cao Cao apart and devour him. Meanwhile, Wang Mengmeng, who was still on the 5th floor, listened to the terrifying sounds in the corridor and hugged her pillow in fear. She took out her phone and checked the messages in the group. She confirmed that Zhang Ruo and Lucian had been rescued by Cao Cao. How long had it been since then that there was a zombie riot on her side of the dormitory? Could it be just a coincidence? Was it Cao Cao's husband who had arrived? Wang Mengmeng glanced at the female zombie still banging on the balcony door, confirmed that the door could hold on for a while, and sent a message to the group. Wang Mang Mang, at Saotsun, the zombies on my side are rioting, is it because of you? Saotsun, who was still slaughtering zombies madly, had already reached the 3rd floor. At that moment, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He guessed that another girl was mentioning him. So, Saotsun stopped his right hand's movements. He could defend against the zombies with his left hand alone. Surrounded by a group of zombies, he casually took out his phone and glanced at it. Indeed, it was Wang Mang Mang mentioning him. Saotsun directly opened WeChat Live and started broadcasting his current situation to the group. Holding the phone in his right hand for live streaming and wielding the Nepalese knife skillfully in his left hand, he took down a zombie with each strike. It looked extremely graceful, as if he was not killing zombies but dancing with joy. Holding her phone, Wang Mang Mang was waiting for Chao Chen's reply. Upon seeing the message in the group, she immediately clicked into the live broadcast room and saw Chao Chen's livestream for the first time. She shouted excitedly, "Ah, it's Chao Chen, my husband Chao Chen, you've really come to rescue me." As soon as she shouted, Wang Mang Mang regretted it. She turned to look at the balcony. Indeed, her good roommate heard her excited shout and became even more thrilled, increasing the force of banging on the door. The already precarious balcony door now faced even more impact. The balcony door, which could have lasted a few more days, was now in danger of being smashed by the zombies. Seeing the balcony door on the verge of collapse, Wang Mang Mang broke out in a cold sweat. So, she immediately recorded the situation and sent a long message to the group. Wang Mang Mang, picture, Chao Chen, which floor are you on? I can't hold on much longer here, sob. Seeing Chao Chen starting to rescue Wang Mang Mang, other classmates in the group also got excited and cheered for Wang Mang Mang. 8th level Gale, Mang Mang, your door won't hold much longer, quickly find something to block the balcony. 2nd Prickly Ape, push the bed over to block the balcony. Wang Mang Mang, sob, but I can't move it. Serious counselor, at Chao Chen, I'm in the teacher's dormitory in building 14, after saving Wang Mang Mang, come over to save the teacher, the zombies here are also banging on the door. The sound of the balcony zombies banging on the door also caught the attention of the corridor zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Thud, thud, thud. Roar. The frantic sounds of the balcony and outside zombies terrified Wang Mang Mang. But without having eaten for a long time, where would they find the strength? Seeing her roommate's rotten hand piercing through the balcony door into the room, Wang Mang Mang cried in desperation. Just then, boom! The dormitory's iron door collapsed with a crash. Bright light shone into the room. Fallen on the ground, Wang Mang Mang saw the tall and majestic figure at the door. With tears in her eyes, she cried out, Chao Chen, is it you? Lower your head, Chao Chen said softly, throwing the Nepalese-controlled knife out of his hand. Hearing Chao Chen's voice, Wang Mang Mang instinctively lowered her head and saw a flash of cold light ahead. A knife reflecting the cold light stopped in front of her, and at the position of the handle, it stopped just under 5 centimeters from Wang Mang Mang's head. Ah! Wang Mang Mang screamed in horror and looked back. A gaping mouth appeared above her head. However, a Nepalese military knife was already inserted into the zombie's head. She was instantly covered in goosebumps. Sob, sob, sob. Wang Mang Mang cried heartbreakingly. If Chao Chen had been 1 second later, she might have met her end. Seeing the tearful Wang Mang Mang in front of him, Chao Chen walked over and lifted her up. Don't cry, your husband is here now. After saying that, Chao Chen felt helpless. He had unintentionally become a national husband. Before becoming a savior, he inexplicably gained so many virtual wives. Wang Mang Mang raised her head and saw the handsome face in the sunlight. She cried even more sadly. Chao Chen was just a poor loser in peacetime. How could he comfort a girl? Seeing Wang Mang Mang cry, he suddenly felt at a loss. For a moment, he didn't know how to handle the situation. After brainstorming for a while, he suddenly remembered reading pure love novels on Chimao novels. When a girl cries and he can't solve it, he should just kiss her cherry lips to make her stop crying. Yes, that's a good idea. So, Chao Chen leaned in and kissed her directly. The surprised Wang Mang Mang's eyes widened. This woman had been staying in the dormitory all alone, hardly eating anything, yet there was no strange smell, instead, a sweet fragrance. After a few minutes, she indeed stopped crying. At this moment, Wang Mang Mang was still in Chao Chen's arms. This wet kiss made her go limp directly. She hung onto Chao Chen's body. Chao Chen felt Wang Mang Mang's weight and smiled. In his heart, he thought, those old lechers were right, there is a special feeling when holding such a petite girl. Looking at the now calm Wang Mang Mang, Chao Chen pinched her butt. He said, keep crying, and you'll turn into a little kitten. Meow, it's so nice to see you, husband. Alright, if you have any troubles, we can talk about it later. Are you hungry? Chao Chen asked. Wang Mang Mang nodded and licked her chapped lips. She took the food similar to what Jiang Ruer had from Chao Chen's hand. "Thank you, husband," Wang Mengmeng said and planted a kiss on Chao Chen's cheek. Then she got off him and sat on the bed, eating heartily. While Wang Mengmeng was eating, Chao Chen was not idle. Although the system only indicated Wang Mengmeng as the sole survivor in Block 7, to prevent any oversight like with Li Yujin, Chao Chen decided to inspect every dormitory. Block 7 had 8 dormitories on each floor, evenly distributed on both sides of the staircase, 4 on each side. Chao Chen checked the left side of Wang Mengmeng's dormitory. Inside, there were 4 zombies having a party, but their dance moves were terrible. To spare others' eyes, kind-hearted Chao Chen sent them to heaven to party freely, where no one would disturb them. Checking the other 6 dormitories on the right side, Chao Chen found that 3 dormitory doors were broken, with signs of humans being partially eaten inside. This saddened Chao Chen deeply. Angrily, he smashed the zombies' heads one by one. After searching the entire Block 7, he returned to Wang Mengmeng's dormitory. It must be said that the situation inside this dormitory was truly tragic. Originally, each dormitory had quite a few survivors, but whether due to bad luck or other reasons, at the outbreak of the zombies, they either turned into zombies after being bitten or became a meal for the zombies. It was too tragic. Chao Chen even started to envy Wang Mengmeng's luck. He even suspected at one point if Wang Mengmeng was a goddess of fortune. Otherwise, why would he save her at the last second? With Wang Mengmeng in tow, Chao Chen left the dormitory. He had no intention of searching for other survivors in the other dormitory buildings. After all, 2 teaching buildings stood in between. Once he finished rescuing, Chao Chen could not go anywhere else. There were others waiting for him at home. As the top combat power, how could he spend the night outside? 2.5 minutes later, Chao Chen, with Wang Mengmeng, finally reached the first floor. Chao Chen furrowed his brows slightly. This speed was too slow. But he couldn't blame Wang Mengmeng. After all, being hungry for so long, just being able to walk was already good enough. The expectations couldn't be too high. After all, she carried more weight than Chao Chen. Chao Chen glanced back at Wang Mengmeng and said, "Climb on my back, I'll carry you." "Ha, husband, I can walk." Wang Mengmeng immediately stopped. "Too slow, come on up." Okay, husband, you're so good to me." Blushing, Wang Mengmeng replied. With that, she jumped onto Chao Chen's back. As soon as Wang Mengmeng hopped on, Chao Chen felt like he had 2 extra airbags on his back. Inwardly, he exclaimed, "Wow, they're really big." "I'm good now, husband." Wang Mengmeng hugged Chao Chen's neck, her cheeks still blushing. Feeling the pressure between the 2 towering mountains, she wished she could find a crack to hide in. "Really? Hold on tight, we're taking off." "Taking off?" Wang Mengmeng looked at Chao Chen in confusion. The next moment, whoosh! Wang Mengmeng felt like she was sitting on a rocket. The surroundings changed wildly, like a slideshow. Before she could react, she was already hundreds of meters away. She was just an ordinary girl. The strong wind made it impossible for her to open her eyes, stinging her face. It felt like tiny knives cutting across her cheeks. Wang Mengmeng was uncomfortable, gripping Chao Chen's neck tightly, saying, "Honey, you're going too fast, I can't take it." But Chao Chen paid no attention. They were now below the teaching building, surrounded by zombies. Stopping meant getting surrounded. Slowing down now, was he not eager to die quickly? He wasn't afraid, but Wang Mengmeng had no chance of survival. So Chao Chen said, "No, I can't stop, just a little longer." As he spoke, Chao Chen reached the middle of the playground. A few wandering zombies happened to be in his way. Unable to avoid them, Chao Chen chose to collide head-on. Bang! These zombies were torn apart by Chao Chen at high speed. They couldn't die more. This unexpected result surprised Chao Chen. "This works too?" Chao Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed he had acquired a new skill. Whoever he didn't like, he would crash into. After a few more turns, Chao Chen finally stopped, and the dizzy Wang Mengmeng jumped off his back. Dazed, she asked, "Are we here? Where is this?" "Yes, we're here to pick up Yang Yiyun," Chao Chen said in front of the women's restroom where he had become a man. "Okay, dear." Wang Mengmeng rubbed her stinging cheeks and swollen eyes, silently following Chao Chen. As they advanced, any zombies that crossed their path were swiftly dealt with. They didn't waste any time. However, the zombies' howls alerted the undead on other floors. At this moment, Chao Chen paid no attention to these zombies because he and Wang Mengmeng soon arrived at Yang Yiyun's hiding place. But before Chao Chen could open the door, with a click, it swung open from the inside. A graceful figure came towards Chao Chen and then jumped into his arms. "Whoa, Chao Chen, my husband, you finally came to rescue me." Seeing the beauty in front of him, Chao Chen felt great, wondering how Yang Yiyun compared to Wang Mengmeng. So he kissed her directly. Initially surprised by the kiss, Yang Yiyun then actively responded. She wasn't a naive girl in love, she knew how to please a man. Their passionate kiss made it seem like they weren't in an apocalypse but a long-distance couple meeting for the first time. The sound of their kissing soon attracted the discomfort of zombies coming down from various floors. Zombies? Politeness? Are we invisible? The zombies in the classroom next to the women's restroom were the first to notice Chao Chen and the two women rushing out. This scared the two women. Without a word, Wang Mengmeng hid behind Chao Chen, nervously clutching his clothes. Yang Yun widened her eyes, wanting to get down from Chao Chen, but Chao Chen held her as if he wanted to devour her. Instead of letting go, he placed his hand on the back of her head, saying, "Focus, woman, just a few small zombies, can your man let you get hurt?" Looking at the man in front of her who seemed confident, Yang Yun was still a bit scared, but the invincible image of Chao Chen in the eyes of other classmates made her feel somewhat relieved. Since that's the case, then I'll play big. Yang Yun made up her mind and directly turned from passive to active, asking Chao Chen for a loving kiss. As the zombies approached closer and closer, Yang Yun could even feel the disgusting breath coming from behind. Her body trembled involuntarily. And just at that moment, Yang Yun saw several iron needles suddenly appear on both sides of Chao Chen's head. She was about to ask what was going on when the needles swiftly flew out. The speed was so fast that it created a sharp sound near Yang Yun's ears. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Yun only felt the sound of zombies falling behind her. 1 minute later, the sound of zombies roaring disappeared. Suddenly, it was as if nothing had ever happened. The only sounds left in the corridor were the two of them swallowing nervously, contrasting sharply with the bodies on the ground. Even Wang Mengmeng next to them was shocked. "Hey, wake up, I actually saw someone kissing wildly in front of the zombies. I must expose them." Wang Mengmeng was originally an enthusiast of the second dimension, playing COS and even learning some photography by herself. Seeing this scene, she immediately found the composition in her eyes. So, she found the right angle, took a picture, and sent it to the group. In less than a minute, the remaining male survivors were dumbfounded. "Damn, everyone is so submissive in the apocalypse, and you're being so bold in front of the zombies? Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Is this something you can watch without paying?" Several men immediately got excited and started chatting wildly in the group. "Chao Chen's dad is really amazing. Woo woo woo, Chao Chen's dad, I'm starving, when are you coming to rescue us? Chao Chen, even the teacher calls you dad, come and save us quickly." Wang Mengmeng looked at the messages in the group chat. In times of misery, people always like to mock those who are worse off than themselves. In this comparison, she suddenly felt extremely happy. At least she no longer felt threatened. Wang Mengmeng directly replied in the group, "Classmates, Chao Chen's husband said that he has already asked other girls to prepare dinner tonight, we just have to wait to go back and eat. I heard there's even lobster, so looking forward to it." "What? Where did Chao Chen's dad find such high-end ingredients? He's really amazing. Dad, I also want to eat lobster. Dad, come and save us quickly. Dad, just give me a bite of leftovers." The group chat was flooded with messages, each person eagerly waiting for Chao Chen to come and rescue them. However, at that moment, the Chao Chen they were eagerly anticipating was effortlessly slaughtering the zombies coming from various floors, killing 10 zombies with one step. Soon, he returned to the first floor. He carried the completely exhausted Yang Yun, with Wang Meng following behind, and they left the teaching building like that, heading towards the graduate dormitory. The male creatures in the group estimated that it should be their turn soon, fantasizing about Chao Chen coming to their rescue. Little did they know, in Chao Chen's list of rescues, these wolves in sheep's clothing were not even included. Soon, a man and 2 women returned to the dormitory entrance. Li Jiayu had already received the message that they were coming back before Chao Chen arrived. She was standing at the door, ready to welcome them. Watching Chao Chen coming over from afar, she immediately opened the door and welcomed them in. "Meng, Yun, you've been saved by your husband too," Li Jiayu said warmly. There was no hint of displeasure at all. This made Wang Mengmeng and Yang Yun breathe a sigh of relief. They knew that Chao Chen had many women by his side, and they were really afraid of starting a fight. "After all, I haven't eaten enough yet, and I'm not strong enough to guarantee a win." After the 4 of them went upstairs together, Li Yujin was setting the table. Upon seeing Chao Chen, she immediately spoke up, "Honey, you're back. The meal needs another 3 minutes, so take a rest first. I've prepared some tea to quench your thirst." As Yang Yin and Wang Mengmeng reached the second floor, they caught a whiff of the delicious food. Tears of gratitude welled up in their eyes instantly. They wished they had joined Chao Chen on the first day, they wouldn't have gone hungry for so long. To be able to eat food similar to that of peacetime during the apocalypse was truly a blessing. After a few minutes of waiting, Li Yujin emerged from the kitchen carrying the dishes. As one delicious dish after another was brought out from the kitchen, the several girls who were rescued today were wide-eyed with amazement. There were dishes like vinegar-stirred shredded potatoes, potato cakes, chicken and potato stir-fry, potato slices, fries, hot and sour cabbage, pork and cabbage, potato and cabbage soup, and more. Although the ingredients were not high-end or rare, there were 12 dishes in total. With soup and dishes, although the ingredients were quite ordinary, it was still a very sumptuous meal. If one didn't know better, they would think it was a feast. As for why there were only potatoes and cabbage, Chao Chen explained that the cafeteria only had these ingredients. If they wanted better ingredients, they would have to leave the school and search for them in the supermarket. However, with the girls Chao Chen brought back now and those saved before, there were already 10 of them in the dormitory. Since there were originally only 2 people living in the dorm, and the small dining table couldn't accommodate everyone, Chao Chen had to add a desk next to it to barely fit all the food. Although the meal was served, without Chao Chen's arrangement, they didn't dare to start eating. Chao Chen noticed this and immediately said, "Sit down, everyone. You can start eating, otherwise, the food will get cold." Hearing Chao Chen's words, the girls lost all their ladylike demeanor. They sat down on the stools and said to Chao Chen while holding their bowls, "Thank you, honey, let's start." "Yes, go ahead," Chao Chen nodded. After receiving Chao Chen's approval, each girl acted as if they had never eaten before, showing no restraint. They immediately began a battle of grabbing dishes. "This one is mine, sisters." No, little sister, the older sister is hungrier, let me eat first." "Don't fight, let the older sister taste if it's cooked." "This one definitely has no salt, if you can't handle it, leave it to the older sister." Ha ha. Watching this scene, everyone was in high spirits. Chao Chen was very satisfied. Among these girls, Wang Mengmeng secretly recorded a short video and sent it to the group. "Wang Mengmeng, having the first meal with my husband and sisters." MP4 in the group, the male survivors had long guessed that Wang Mengmeng would send a video and were eagerly waiting with their phones in hand. But when they saw the video, they were amazed and started praising her. Within minutes, the message count in the group reached 99 plus. Wang Mengmeng looked at the messages in the group with a mocking smile on her face. She nudged Yang Yian beside her and said, "Sister, take a look at your phone, it's so interesting." Listening to Wang Mengmeng, although Yang Yian was puzzled, she had already eaten her fill and didn't need to compete for food with her sisters. It was the perfect time to play with her phone and digest her meal. It felt just like before the apocalypse, comfortable. So, following Wang Mengmeng's notification, Yang Yian directly opened her phone to check. Unlike Wang Mengmeng, Yang Yian was a bit soft-hearted. Seeing the chat records in the group, she learned about the miserable experiences of each member, living in dire conditions. Some male classmates who used to get along well were now struggling in their lives. It touched her heart. She stood up and gently approached Chao Chen. Tugging at his sleeve, she asked, "Honey, about those people in the group." Watching Yang Yian's actions, Chao Chen hadn't expected it to be about this matter. It seemed these girls had seen too little of life and death. There should be rules for doomsday. At this point, still thinking about sending me to save others, a bit of a savior complex. Have they not considered that no one can guarantee safety during doomsday? What if I go out to save those few males and something happens to the girls at home? However, Chao Chen didn't blame Yang Yun. After all, they had been living in peacetime for over 20 years, it was understandable not to have adapted yet. It's time to give her a lesson now. "So, you mean I should check the group messages?" Chao Chen asked. "Yes, Chao Chen, please take a look quickly, they are in a pitiful state." Yang Yan nodded, then pointed at the phone. "All right." Chao Chen opened the phone directly in front of her and opened the class group interface. Yang Yan thought Chao Chen would see what they were talking about. To her surprise, Chao Chen immediately left the group. There were no girls left in the group. Keeping them there was meaningless. Chao Chen smiled and said, "There are no group messages? Yun, did you make a mistake?" Yang Yan looked at Chao Chen's actions in disbelief. Wasn't this a blatant lie? They were classmates, how could he do this? At least go in and comfort them, even if not to save them. He just left the group. How desperate they must feel. "Is there anything else?" Chao Chen asked with a smile. "And nothing," Yang Yun replied. "Alright, if there's nothing, I'll go take a shower first. Once you're done eating, help Li Yujin tidy up the table," Chao Chen said. "Okay," the girls replied in unison. After Chao Chen entered the bathroom, Wang Mengmeng immediately came to Yang Yun's side and pulled her aside. "Silly girl, what were you doing just now? Asking Chao Chen to save those male classmates?" "Yes, they are all classmates. Isn't it too heartless to ignore them like this, not saving them when you can?" "I feel a bit guilty," Yang Yun continued. Wang Mengmeng suppressed the urge to hit Yang Yun. Could this silly girl be the death of her as a teammate? Shouldn't have played with her in the first place. Have you forgotten how they treated Chao Chen before Doomsday? Why did Chao Chen choose to save us and not them? Isn't it because even though our relationship with Chao Chen wasn't good before Doomsday, it wasn't hostile either? Forget it. In the harem, having one more friend is better than one more enemy. Although Yang Yun was a bit foolish, at least she had a good heart, so just take care of her. Causing trouble. Wang Mengmeng spoke again to Yang Yun, silly girl, do you want to survive? Don't say such things in the future. Now we all rely on Chao Chen alone. Even if those men are in front of you, if Chao Chen asks you to kill them, don't hesitate, understand? Why? It's Doomsday now. Meng Meng, I understand. Chao Chen won't be angry, right? What should I do now? What to do? Take the initiative. Do you see that bathroom? Go in now and wash Chao Chen's face, make him comfortable, and this matter will be over. Meng Meng, do I really have to do that? We don't have the best looks, so we make up for it with skills. If you don't go, I will. I'm only 155 centimeters tall. Among you women, I have the worst figure. No, I'll go first. Wang Mengmeng said and immediately thought of the consequences. She didn't bother arguing with Yang Yun. After all, they were all women around, all serving Chao Chen. Whether shy or not, it didn't matter. Clothes off. Directly heading towards the bathroom. Damn! Yang Yun was shocked. Girl, are you serious? Wang Mengmeng's bold move also made the girls present feel like they were facing a formidable enemy, especially Li Jiayu. It was hard enough to open up to a few guys with slightly lower looks, but which man could resist such seduction? Shameless. Screw it, I'm in too. Li Jiayu went straight to the bathroom door. She didn't care and went into the bathroom directly. At that moment, Chao Chen was happily showering. Suddenly, he felt the bathroom door being opened. However, he didn't pay attention, as he would have sensed any real danger early on. But the next second, Chao Chen opened his eyes and found a woman in front of him. Wang Mengmeng was squatting in front of Chao Chen. Chao Chen, watching Wang Mengmeng being so proactive, was about to speak when he heard the bathroom door being opened from outside. Turning around, he was surprised to see Li Jiayu walking in. Once inside, without a word, she changed into an outfit Chao Chen liked and pressed herself against him. Honey, let me give you a back rub, Li Jiayu said, not waiting for Chao Chen to refuse. She then moved a stool behind Chao Chen, massaging his shoulders to help him relax. Her delicate hands roamed Chao Chen's shoulders, making him thoroughly enjoy it. Just then, Li Jiayu pressed Chao Chen firmly. Confused, Chao Chen turned around. He saw Li Jiayu whispering, "Honey, sit down." Initially, Chao Chen detested this whispering tone, but for some reason, he didn't mind it today. Alright, your little masseuse skills are good. I'll listen to you. Chao Chen, not one to be coy, decided to enjoy the moment. The other girls naturally knew what the two were up to. The bathroom was already crowded with 3 people, so they couldn't enter and decided to clean up instead. Later, a few girls would have to sleep on the floor in the living room. After all, with so many people, 2 rooms beds wouldn't be enough. However, most girls had no complaints. Even if the conditions were poor, it was still more comfortable than sleeping against a wall in the school restroom. And safety here was guaranteed. As long as Chao Chen was around, they felt secure. Yan Yan looked at the scene and regretted it deeply. Wang Mengmeng had warned her, but she hesitated, and now the monitor had taken the lead, so she couldn't blame anyone else. Hesitation leads to defeat. This phrase was deeply imprinted in her mind. Yang Yan made up her mind silently. Tonight she would knock on Chao Chen's door and let him experience the young family's service. Soon, time flew by. With a click, Chao Chen walked out of the bathroom. He was completely relaxed, exuding laziness all over. Without even glancing at the girls outside, he went straight back to his room, lay on the bed, and started scrolling through his phone. He didn't know how long the electricity and water would last. The internet signal was also getting weaker. He decided to make the most of today while he could. Currently, Chao Chen's biggest concern was the conflict with the self-rescue team. After all, being in the same school, a confrontation was inevitable. Honestly, Chao Chen wasn't keen on killing. But if these people didn't understand and wanted to compete for resources, he couldn't blame them. Since there was nothing urgent, Chao Chen decided to check the forum first. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to 100 victories. Thinking this, Chao Chen opened his phone and directly entered the Yongjiang University forum. Indeed, at the top of the forum was a recruitment message from the self-rescue team. The post was still at the top floor. It had already reached 10,086 floors. After spending some time reading from start to finish, Chao Chen understood the strength of this organization. Led by the student council president, a total of 7 superhumans were recruited. No, there are only 6 now. Chao Chen didn't expect that Kai Koen, whom he had taken out before, was also one of them. Next were the school's athletes, tall and strong, a good fighting force even with fire axes in hand. The zombies now don't explode zombie crystals. It's unknown how humans will advance later. Following were some male survivors, the majority. Female survivors were few in this world where strength reigns. Women's frail bodies simply couldn't withstand the zombie attacks, significantly reducing their survival rate. The base of the self-rescue team was at the other end of this school. Judging by the current progress, they had probably already taken over half of the school. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. With such strong abilities, Chao Chen only managed to secure a small shop and a cafeteria. It seems he still isn't working hard enough. No problem, let them help conquer the territory first. Later, he could go borrow some supplies. Not borrowing? Then don't blame your brothers for not being human. They were all classmates from the same school, so it seemed reasonable to go get things themselves. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knocking at the door. Come in, Chao Chen said. The door was then opened from the outside. Yang Yiyun? Ding! Host successfully saved humanity, receiving a reward, which is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an M416 rifle *100, with a silencer attachment, 56mm bullets *10000000. The reward is being sent to the system space, please check, host. Listening to the system's reward announcement, Chao Chen was stunned. They actually rewarded real firearms, but they were of no use to him. Then, Chao Chen thought of Yang Yiyun beside him. Right, his woman still lacked self-defense capabilities, so having this weapon would be good. The reward for Yang Yiyun would solve one of his worries. He needed to reward Yang Yiyun generously. In the following time, Chao Chen made Yang Yiyun understand many survival principles in the apocalypse, including how to protect oneself, deal with hostile and bad people, and most importantly, not play the saint. Chao Chen said, "Do you understand now? Don't do such things again. Husband, I understand, I won't dare to do it again." Good that you understand, Chao Chen said, then lightly smacked her smooth bottom. Just then, Wang Mengmeng pushed the door open and entered. She came over directly. Husband, I didn't hear any noise, so I came in, hope you don't mind, Wang Mengmeng said with a smile. You're a sensible little girl. Ding! Host successfully saved humanity, receiving a reward, which is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for an additional reward, space upgrade, host space from 20M times 20M times 20M, upgraded to 30M times 30M times 30M. The system's voice entered Chao Chen's ears again. He sighed inwardly, wow, this Wang Mengmeng truly deserves to be the goddess of eternal youth. Her ample bosom directly upgraded the system space, not bad, none of them have disappointed me. Wang Mengmeng, at a critical moment, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked shyly at Chao Chen, tightened her legs, and asked, what's wrong, did something happen? Seeing Wang Mengmeng's adorable look, Chao Chen immediately kissed her. Nothing, just thinking about something. No, thinking about how to keep you from leaving the house tomorrow. That year, with my hands in my pockets, I didn't know what a worthy opponent was. I had only made a slight move. It could only be said that this golden physique was terrifying. Alright, Chao Chen smacked his lips and agreed with Wang Mengmeng's idea. Soon, his door was opened again. This time, it wasn't his classmates but Yang Chanshan, rescued from the teaching building. After Yang Chanshan entered, she quickly closed the door. Then she blushed and said, honey, I'm here to serve you, you won't think that I... Of course not, please continue. Her expression was different from other women. Others went from compromise to fawning. Yang Chanshan, on the other hand, was very proactive. There was no hint of displeasure or reluctance. It was as if it was meant to be. However, Chao Chen didn't pay attention to these details. All he wanted was the reward. Everything was arranged by the system. Ding! Host successfully saved humanity and will receive an additional reward. Reward being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the extra reward, ability advancement, host's metal manipulation ability upgraded from C level to B level, able to control more metal. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the extra reward, freshwater exchange card, 10,000 cubic meters, can be used to exchange for pure water without impurities. Note, can be exchanged multiple times. The night passed quickly. Chao Chen left the room still full of energy. Rubbing his eyes and stretching, he suddenly saw a group of women lying on the living room floor. Chao Chen was stunned. He couldn't even arrange a place for them to sleep. He was a failure. Looks like I need to find a safe place for them, Chao Chen muttered. System, check my attributes. Name, Chao Chen, age, 21, attributes, strength, 41 stamina, 60 speed, 41 mental power, 50 passive skills, insulation body, golden physique, ability, metal manipulation, B-level, special skills, rescue radar, storage space, 30 by 30 by 30. Looking at his attribute screen, his stamina and mental power had increased significantly due to the abilities and physique, far surpassing an ordinary person. Checking his B-level metal manipulation, he was surprised to see it had increased several times from the original C-level. This meant he could control even more metal now. Chao Chen pondered for a moment. The graduate student dormitory area was quite good and he was used to living there. The facilities inside were comprehensive. There was an outdoor basketball court in the middle of the dormitory area. Next to the dormitory area was an indoor sports hall. They needed to stay active since there was no internet anymore, not even TV. With only a C-level metal manipulation ability, Chao Chen couldn't ensure the safety of the women in the graduate student dormitory area. After the rewards from last night, this problem was solved. With his metal manipulation ability upgraded to B-level, he could control the metal in the school to bring it back and fortify the graduate student dormitory area like a fortress. He could even set up a shooting range for others. Perfect. Chao Chen wasted no time. It was only 6 o'clock, and everyone else was still asleep. Without the factory emissions, the sky was clean and bright, even though it was just dawn. Facing the bright sunlight, Chao Chen opened the door and walked out. At this moment, in the small square in the middle of the graduate student dormitory, after a night, a dozen or so zombies had wandered over. When Chao Chen appeared downstairs, these zombies immediately gathered around him like sharks sensing blood. Seeking death. Chao Chen's face darkened as his metal manipulation ability had already advanced to B-level. He could easily control 20 iron needles at once. Dealing with a dozen zombies was a piece of cake for Chao Chen. He just glanced casually at them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The iron needles beside him flew out directly, accurately bursting the heads of over a dozen zombies. After dealing with these zombies, Cao Cao began to sweep through the dormitory area one room at a time. Moving to the outermost area, he swept from outside to inside. At the entrance of the first dormitory, Cao Cao politely said, "Open the door, the community is sending warmth." Silence implies consent, Without waiting for a response from inside, Cao Cao used his metal manipulation to open the door from the inside. As Cao Cao opened the door, two zombies stuck together turned to look at him. Damn, it's really an eyesore. The two zombies, still maintaining their pre-zombie actions, performed a synchronized movement. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Cao Cao precisely targeted the zombies' heads with iron needles, killing them instantly. In the moment of the zombies' death, a system notification suddenly appeared in Cao Cao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exterminating the S-class zombie couple, the zombie king and queen, and receiving an additional reward of +10 to all attributes. Cao Cao was stunned. This was unexpected. Cao Cao had not imagined that these two zombies he casually disposed of were actually S-class zombies. However, they were still very weak at this stage, which turned out to be a lucky break for Cao Cao. He immediately walked over and crushed the heads of the two zombies, but unfortunately, no zombie crystal cores were found. It seemed that they had not fully developed before being taken out by him. Cao Cao's attributes increased by another 10 points. This meant that at this moment, he already possessed 5 times the strength of a human. With his attributes boosted once again, his speed now rivaled that of a fighter jet. Impressive! After checking every room in the dormitory building, Cao Cao moved on to the second dormitory, which was empty. It was quite clean inside, and on the desk, he saw a photo of the female homeowner. He wondered about the actual appearance of the woman. If she turned out to be a beauty, it would be a bit disappointing. If he encountered her, he could return the house to her. Moving on to the next room, he found several zombies having a party. Cao Cao skillfully dispatched them, gaining merit points +3. After half an hour, Cao Cao had swept through all the dormitory buildings in the graduate student dormitory area. There were survivors in other dormitories as well. However, they were even more unfortunate. They did not turn into zombies in the first wave but became zombie food instead, enduring more suffering. In one dormitory, there was a girl with looks not inferior to Li Yuding. Unfortunately, by the time he found her, she had already taken her own life, leaving a bloodstain on her wrist. The blood had flowed 1 meter away along the ground by the time Cao Cao arrived, already dried up. The girl had left this world without suffering. Cao Cao sighed for a while before quietly closing the room door, letting her keep her most beautiful side in the past. With the dormitory area cleared, the next step was to gather some metal and build a wall around the area. To establish a steel wall on flat ground, a large amount of steel was needed. Being a member of the ugly group delivery, Cao Cao knew every nook and cranny of the campus. To quickly obtain metal, the school's parking lot was a good choice. with plenty of cars available. As the largest university in Yong Province, Yongjiang University had over 50,000 students, along with teachers and service staff. In the year 4202, who didn't have a car? 7. 98 Dizzy cars, 5. 58 Lizzie cars, get to know them? Moreover, the fuel on the cars was also a very useful resource. Thinking about this, Chao Chen directly confirmed the destination, the main parking lot of Yongjiang University. However, before leaving, Chao Chen directly controlled the small cars near the graduate dormitory, dissolving them into molten iron. He then set up a protective net resembling a bird's nest around the dormitories where the 10 wives were located. To avoid causing panic among the wives, Chao Chen even formed a group for the girls. After taking a photo, he informed them of the situation in the group. Only then did he leave the graduate dormitory area alone. On the other side of Yongjiang University, the library. Hundreds of survivors gathered here. Xiaozhou, the survivors you brought back yesterday are good. There is a girl I am satisfied with. This is a reward for you. The man finished speaking and placed 2 slightly moldy bread in his hands. Thank you, Ba Gu. Thank you, Ba Gu. Without waiting for Ba Gu to continue speaking, Xiaozhou quickly devoured the bread. In less than half a minute, he swallowed it all. Even though he was choking and struggling, he never thought of eating slowly, as if slowing down would mean losing out to others. After Xiaozhou finished eating, Ba Gu smiled and said, "You have already found 3 girls, find 7 more girls and you can see your girlfriend. Work hard." Okay. Ba Gu, can I see my girlfriend now? It's been a while and I miss her a bit. Xiaozhou immediately asked. Smack. As soon as Xiaozhou spoke, Ba Ji's expression changed instantly, and without hesitation, he slapped Xiaozhou in the face. Ba Gu said, "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? I, Ba Gu, am not a man of empty words. As long as you recruit 10 female university students, you will naturally be able to see your girlfriend. Don't ask about the rest, understand?" Yes, Ba Gu, I know I was wrong. I will go out to find female survivors now. Xiaozhou pleaded, covering his mouth where 5 or 6 teeth had fallen out. Seeing Xiaozhou's fearful reaction, Ba Gu nodded in satisfaction. He liked these obedient university students. Wang Ba was originally an outsourced security guard at Yongjiang University, earning 3,500 a month, working 12 hours a day, over 40 years old with no achievements, unable to even find a wife. He thought he would be a welfare recipient for the rest of his life, but he never expected the apocalypse to come. His poor and ordinary life awakened an ability within him, turning him into a powerful supernatural being. Initially, he helped kill some zombies and saved many students. Until one day, he found several school athletes forcing their classmates. After Wang Ba discovered them, these athletes not only felt no guilt but also regarded him as their big brother. That day, 2 women died on the spot. It had no impact on his life afterwards. It instantly opened the door to a new world. In the apocalypse, having power was equivalent to being wealthy and influential in peacetime. No one could touch him. No one dared to touch him. Soon, he was targeted by a self-rescue team. He thought it would be a fierce battle and prepared to run with his tail between his legs. Unexpectedly, after being found by the self-rescue team's student leader Yifan, instead of attacking him, Yifan brought him into the team because of Wang Ba's powerful ability, making him the second in command of the self-rescue team. This shocked him to the core. He never realized he was such a hot commodity. As a result, Wang Ba's behavior became even more reckless. Eventually, he even lost interest in the emaciated female university students. Instead, he set his sights on Xiaozhou's girlfriend, wanting to claim her. Xiaozhou was already a member of the self-rescue team and naturally refused Wang Ba's request. However, he was no match for Wang Ba and was beaten to the ground with a single blow. With the intervention of the student leader, it was agreed that as long as Xiaozhou found 10 female survivors for him, he could get his girlfriend back. Several days have passed. Xiaozhou, relying on the identity of the self-rescue team, saved many survivors and has already handed over 3 women to Ba Gu. Xiaozhou completely ignored their tragic experiences. In Xiaozhou's eyes, the wrong thing was this doomsday. He only wanted to save his beloved one from the suffering. After Xiaozhou left, a man in a suit walked out behind Ba Gu, with an ordinary face that could not be recognized in a crowd. This man was Yifan, the head of the self-rescue team and the student union president. Ba Gu, the zombies near the 3rd canteen have been cleared out. I'm ready to take down the 3rd canteen, Yifan spoke up. Ba Gu, upon hearing Yifan, smiled and replied, Fan, go ahead. As long as you manage enough women, you can attack wherever you want. Yifan nodded and said, we'll leave soon, otherwise, the supplies might spoil. Ba Ji's strength was comparable to Yifan's. Yifan never cared about Ba Ji's actions as long as they didn't threaten his position. Even if he harmed all the female students, it didn't matter to Yifan. As for Xiaozhou's girlfriend, Yifan had long known that she had died under Baji's inhumane manipulation. But so what? Xiaozhou was just a slightly stronger athlete who could handle 3 zombies at once. Ba Ge, on the other hand, was a supernatural being who could easily deal with 15 to 20 zombies at a time, helping him expand his territory. Yifan was not short-sighted like those people. He aimed to be the king of Yongjiang or even the king of Huaxia. In his eyes, 10 Xiaozhou were not as useful as 1 Ba Ge. Knowing how to utilize the resources around oneself was an essential skill for those in power. Leaving Ba Ji's room, Yifan gathered all the self-rescue team's combat personnel in the hall. In the center of the library, Yifan spoke passionately, inspiring the survivors with his words. Under Yifan's encouragement, the survivors, who couldn't even eat their fill, became excited and enthusiastic about Yifan's actions. Watching the fervent fans below, Yifan enjoyed the feeling. This was what he wanted. But it wasn't enough. Yifan squinted his eyes and looked outside. He desired to have millions of people bowing at his feet. Yifan said, "Let's go. Take over the 3rd canteen." Except for some powerless women and injured survivors, Yifan left over a dozen people to guard the library while he led a group of people towards the 3rd canteen. Since Yifan had almost emptied the library to participate in this operation, the number of people joining to clear out the 3rd canteen was significant. The large crowd attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. Even zombies from afar could hear the noise and sense their presence, gradually surrounding Yifan's team. Yifan anticipated this situation and shouted loudly, "Prepare for battle." Upon hearing Yifan's command, all the combat personnel immediately entered battle mode, forming their positions and awaiting the arrival of the zombies. Some faster zombies were quickly taken down by the fighters. As more and more zombies fell, the excitement among the group grew. The thought of clearing out the zombies and reaching the 3rd canteen filled them with immense excitement. After all, the 3rd canteen was a dining hall for 10,000 people, likely stocked with an abundance of supplies. At this moment, they feared that if they were too slow, others might seize the canteen's resources first. However, once everyone realized that the self-rescue team was the largest survivor base at Yongjiang University, they abandoned this concern. At Yongjiang University, who dares to snatch food in front of the self-rescue team? Isn't this like looking for a restroom with a lantern? At the same time, Chao Chun, who left the graduate student dormitory area, had already installed the most optimal route to the faculty parking lot. At this moment, outside the parking lot, a serious traffic accident occurred. The road was littered with blackened cars due to spontaneous combustion, and on the sides of the road, some cars had crashed into the roadside. Some cars had their front ends completely smashed in, while others had overturned, their roofs touching the ground. One can imagine how chaotic it was at that time. And because they blocked the road, the parking lot was effectively sealed off. There was no way in or out at the entrance and exit of the parking lot. This caused the cars behind to be unable to leave, resulting in a chain reaction of rear-end collisions, ultimately trapping everyone inside this large parking lot. Trapped alive inside, Chao Chen casually observed the drivers in several cars. Their faces were full of unwillingness. Perhaps the people inside couldn't have imagined that they would die in their beloved cars. Fate works in mysterious ways. Chao Chen touched his nose and said, "Let me help your beloved cars unleash their final light and heat, so it won't be considered a waste." After Chao Chen finished speaking, he directly lifted dozens of cars into the air. The zombies inside were groaning. Chao Chen didn't even glance at them, he immediately started melting the metal components. The melting metal generated a large amount of heat. Not only did it melt the non-metal plastic parts, but it also vaporized the zombies inside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating the A-level zombie king, the mutated teacher zombie, and reviving the human race, receiving a bonus of +5 to all attributes. Oh, there's an unexpected joy. Although 5 attribute points aren't many, every little bit helps. After a brief check, there were still no zombie crystals. But the attribute boost was already very satisfying. Not bad at all. With the attribute boost, he could control even more metal. Moving forward, as each car ascended into the air, the melted metal liquid was stored by Chao Chen in his space. After a round, the entire parking lot became spotlessly clean, with a large accumulation of metal mixed liquid inside the space. However, Chao Chen's system space currently had 27,000 cubic meters. This metal liquid only occupied a small portion of it. Chao Chen estimated that this metal liquid should be enough to encircle the graduate student dormitory, so he gave up the idea of looking for more cars elsewhere. Glancing at the time, it was still early. Since he was already out, Chao Chen wasn't planning to return so soon. He decided to look for other survivors first. If there were none, he would create a safe zone and take a nap in the afternoon. He couldn't let everyone else become canaries, locked in that iron cage. Although most people currently could only provide emotional value, they were still a team. The headquarters of human revival. Thinking of this, Chao Chen looked around 360 degrees. In the distance, he saw a 4-story building. There were many exhaust vents on the building. Chao Chen immediately recognized what kind of building it was. He exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this the third canteen of Yongjian University? Since it's on the way, let's take over this canteen as well." After speaking, Chao Chen didn't hesitate and headed straight to the third canteen. As he approached the third canteen, Chao Chen noticed that something was amiss. The zombies in this area seemed to have been cleared out. Chao Chen looked at the bodies of the zombies lying around, with some fresh zombie blood still on the walls. It was evident that humans and zombies had once again had a close encounter. And these battle marks continued all the way to the entrance of the third cafeteria before coming to a halt. "Has this place been looted already?" Chao Chen asked in confusion. However, with Chao Chen's exceptional vision, he could still see the situation inside the third cafeteria from afar. At this moment, the first floor of the third cafeteria was filled with numerous zombies, most of them appearing to be students from the school. Chao Chen speculated that when the zombie virus broke out initially, they had already turned into zombies, and for these few days, they had not left this cafeteria, hence the continuous gathering here. In that case, it seemed that the teams clearing out the zombies had not reached inside yet. Chao Chen chuckled. "I wonder what these idiots are thinking, not even daring to enter after reaching the entrance. Since you don't dare to go in, then I'm sorry, I'll take advantage of it." Without any hesitation, Chao Chen directly headed towards the third cafeteria. With his 5 times human attributes, Chao Chen's speed was as fast as lightning. He swiftly entered the third cafeteria. His speed was so fast that even the ordinary zombies, passing by in front of them, did not notice Chao Chen's presence. Watching the wandering zombies around him, Chao Chen had no intention of making a move. He remembered how clean the previous killings were, with the scene of Kai Kuan rushing out to pick peaches still fresh in his mind. Leaving some zombies behind would deter the survivors hidden in the darkness. Chao Chen made his way to the kitchen. Soon, he arrived at the warehouse in the kitchen. Chao Chen noticed that this cafeteria clearly had a lot more food supplies than the one he had previously looted. 8,000 bags of rice filled a grain depot directly. Outside the depot, pumpkins, winter melons, loofahs, Chinese cabbages, and onions, durable vegetables, were piled up like mountains. Seasonings, cooking oil, gas cylinders, all neatly arranged just like in a supermarket warehouse. He collected everything. With a wave of his hand, it was as if these supplies had never been there. However, the outer zombies had been cleared out by those people, so Chao Chen couldn't let them go to waste. Some rotten and spoiled vegetables and already open seasonings were left untouched. Chao Chen didn't touch them. On the cutting board, some pre-cut pork and duck meat were already infested with maggots, wriggling around vigorously. They were all protein, good stuff, should be shared with classmates. The already plated dishes were left untouched as well, as they contained the entire periodic table of elements. Even with Chao Chen's passive skill of insulation, he probably couldn't withstand such a fierce biochemical attack. Let those in need have them. Before leaving the third cafeteria, Chao Chen also searched all the areas inside. In the restroom, Chao Chen indeed found a survivor. However, it was a man. Chao Chen had zero interest. Seeing him sleeping so soundly, Chao Chen couldn't bear to wake him up. Other survivors would come later. He would follow them. After confirming that nothing was missed, Chao Chen arrived at the window. Sure enough, he spotted a group of 50 to 60 survivors marching over in a grand manner. Chao Chen squinted. Wasn't that Yi Fan, the leader of the self-rescue team? Unsure of his strength. Hopefully, he would be smart enough not to provoke me. Leaving the third cafeteria, as Chao Chen turned a corner, beep beep beep. Ding! Human detected in danger nearby, please host rescue as soon as possible, relevant information has been sent to the host system for notification, please check it promptly. The system's voice rang out again. A living person. Chao Chen's body shook instantly. How could an ordinary person survive for so many days without food or water? He almost thought he would have 0 achievements today, but unexpectedly, there was one nearby, instantly boosting Chao Chen's spirits. Chao Chen immediately stopped and began to inspect the teaching building. This teaching building is in a semi-abandoned state, one of the earliest on the school campus, with outdated exterior equipment. There aren't many students who come here for classes regularly. Only when all the classes in the new buildings are full and there are no classrooms left do they choose to come here. The lack of human activity here also means fewer zombies, which might be why some girls are still alive. Before going up, Chao Chen directly opened the system to check the information of this girl. Name, Zhang photo, image. GIF, age, 27, current health, 41%, semi-comatose, overall rating, 93. Chao Chen widened his eyes as soon as he saw it. Isn't this Zhang Lu, the most beautiful teacher at Yongjian University? This girl, or rather, sister, was very familiar to Chao Chen. Her photo often appeared on the school forum. She was the dream girl of many students. Before the apocalypse, many boys probably kept her photo by their bedside. There was even a fan club dedicated to collecting Zhang Lu's beautiful photos. However, joining the club required 66 yuan, which Chao Chen didn't have at the time, so he didn't join. It was a small regret. He had received unintentional help from her when he was delivering food. And now, this beautiful teacher Zhang Lu was waiting for him to come and save her. Chao Chen quickened his pace. Without hesitation, he entered the teaching building. There were quite a few zombies on the first floor. As soon as Chao Chen entered, a dozen zombies surrounded him. The zombies were fast. Their steps became lighter. Chao Chen frowned. How could the zombies here suddenly become so fast? If the previous zombie speed unit was 1, then the current zombie speed was 1. Although it was only a 10% increase, it significantly increased the pressure on human survival. Previously, humans could rely on speed to evade zombie attacks, but now, it could probably eliminate 90% of survivors. At least in Chao Chen's view, if these zombies chased after his wives at home, none of them would survive. Hiss! The zombies were evolving. These words appeared directly in Chao Chen's mind. Previously, at the third canteen, Chao Chen didn't interact much with the zombies to quickly secure supplies. Now, in the teaching building, he discovered the problem. While Chao Chen pondered for a few seconds, the zombies had already rushed to him. Upon close contact with these zombies, Chao Chen noticed that not only had their speed increased, but their claws and teeth had also become sharper. Previously, he didn't need to worry about accuracy when facing many zombies, but now, 1 or 2 zombies could dodge his attacks. He immediately stopped underestimating them. These zombies would become increasingly difficult to deal with. What had happened to cause such a change in them? Chao Chen exerted a great deal of effort to deal with these zombies. Walking up to one of the zombies, he forcefully stomped on its head, bursting it open. As expected, he found a transparent crystalline the size of a green bean inside the zombie's head. Enduring the mixture of black blood, Chao Chen used his hand to fish out the transparent crystal. Holding it in his hand and examining it, he said, "This should be the zombie crystal core often mentioned in novels. I wonder if it can enhance human strength or if only some zombies have evolved to produce this." With this doubt in mind, Chao Chen cracked open all the zombie heads. It wasn't until he collected 18 zombie crystal cores that his doubts were dispelled. All the zombies had evolved. Holding the zombie crystal core in his hand felt like grasping a handful of transparent glutinous rice. Chao Chen spoke to the system, "Can you identify the function of this zombie crystal core?" He didn't hastily consume the crystal core. If it was poisonous or contained the zombie virus, it would not be worth the risk. He wasn't sure if the system had this function. The next moment, the system provided Chao Chen with an answer. Ding! The host is holding an unranked zombie crystal core, edible and non-toxic. Consuming it will grant 0.1 random attribute point. Ding! The system has optimized the zombie crystal core ability for the host, increasing the 0.1 random attribute point to 0.1 free attribute. My goodness, this zombie crystal core actually has such effects. Without hesitation, Chao Chen directly stuffed 10 zombie crystal cores into his mouth. The crystal cores melted upon entering his mouth, just like drinking sugar water, directly entering Chao Chen's body. Chao Chen immediately checked his attribute panel. Name, Chao Chen, age, 21, attributes, strength, 56 stamina, 75 speed, 56 mental power, 65 free attribute points for allocation, 1. Chao Chen directly allocated the attribute points to strength. Indeed, he felt a slight increase in strength. It seemed that these zombies were also resources that had to be eliminated. Chao Chen decisively took out the Nepalese double knives from his space and headed towards other classrooms. Swish, swish. The evolved zombies were still no match for Chao Chen. In the face of absolute strength, whether it was 1 or 1 made no difference. It was 1/1 kill. As for why Chao Chen didn't use the mental manipulation ability to kill the zombies, he found it troublesome. Remote killing required going in to open the skull to get the zombie crystal core. By directly cutting open the zombie's head with the Nepalese knife, he could retrieve the crystal core directly. After sweeping the classrooms on the first floor, Chao Chen already had 71 zombie crystal cores in his hand. Moving to the second floor, he obtained another 33 zombie crystal cores, bringing the total in Chao Chen's hand to 104. Placing the crystals in his space, Chao Chen looked into a teacher's lounge through a window crack. Sure enough, in this lounge, he found a woman wearing a white shirt and a gray pencil skirt, her delicate feet wrapped in silk stockings. Chao Chen was captivated by this image for several seconds. He then exclaimed, "Truly a goddess teacher, so alluring." Seeing Zhang Lu with closed eyes, pale face, and colorless lips, Chao Chen could tell she was not doing well. Chao Chen directly opened the door and walked in. The sound of the door opening startled Zhang Lu awake. However, after being hungry for a long time, she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Opening her eyes, Zhang Lu looked at the person entering, fearfully hugging her legs, curling up under the desk, watching Chao Chen vigilantly. Weakly, she asked, "Who are you? Are you from the school's rescue team to save me?" Listening to Zhang Lu's words, Chao Chen replied, "Teacher Zhang, you've mistaken me. I'm not from the rescue team, but I'm also a student at Yangjiang University, here specifically to rescue you. Oh, thank you for coming to save me. But I've been hungry for days, and now I have no strength. You alone probably can't save me. I don't want to burden you. How about you go and form the rescue team to bring more people to save me?" Zhang Lu spoke. "No need, teacher. I have food and a safe place, and I dare to stay alone in a school full of zombies. I am quite strong." Chao Chen spoke again. Upon hearing the word food, a look of longing appeared in Zhang Lu's eyes. "That's great, classmate. Can you give me something to eat now, and water?" Zhang Lu asked excitedly. Chao Chen did not refuse. The other party was one of the few good people in the school, so there was no reason not to help. Besides, teachers usually have some useful skills, which can be even more valuable in a team. So, Chao Chen decisively took out a bottle of fresh milk and the packed meal from the system space. As soon as the meal was taken out from the space, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Zhang Lu was astonished. "Fresh meal now? Where did the food come from? Is this magic?" Chao Chen smiled. "Teacher, I told you I have strong abilities, superpowers. Hurry and eat, then come with me when you're full." "Okay, thank you, classmate. I feel ashamed as a teacher for not being able to protect you students and instead receiving your help," Zhang Lu said as she took the lunchbox and started eating. "Ahem. Take your time, teacher, no one is going to snatch it from you." "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just so hungry." Thank you, Zhang Lu's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. She never expected to find such kind classmates in this apocalyptic world. Indeed, true kindness still exists among people. After eating and drinking their fill, Chao Chen didn't go upstairs. This was an old teaching building with few occupants, and teachers wouldn't choose classrooms upstairs. After leaving the teaching building with Zhang Lu, Chao Chen didn't plan to go back immediately. It was still early, and there was no rush to return until lunchtime. He intended to search a few more deserted teaching buildings, just in case there were beautiful senior students or teachers. Even if there weren't any, collecting a few more zombie crystals wouldn't hurt. He turned to Zhang Lu and said, "I'm going to check a few more teaching buildings. Follow me quietly, so as not to attract the zombies' attention and endanger yourself." "Okay, classmate, are you planning to continue rescuing survivors?" Zhang Lu looked at Chao Chen with surprise. This classmate was truly a good person. Chao Chen nodded and smiled. Rescuing beautiful women is also rescuing survivors. There's nothing wrong with that statement. As they had just walked a short distance, suddenly, a naked female corpse fell from the top of a nearby teaching building. Thud! The body landed right in front of them. "What's going on?" Zhang Lu was stunned, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was a female corpse, completely naked with bloodstains all over the lower body. There was no need to guess what had happened. Chao Chen furrowed his brows and looked towards where the woman had fallen from. Indeed, on the fourth floor of the teaching building, several boys were peeking out and looking at Chao Chen and Zhang Lu. "Oh, another beauty. Just finished playing with one, and here comes another one. Isn't there a guy next to her?" One of them remarked. "Just a skinny monkey, can't do much. If he doesn't cooperate, we'll just kill him." The boys spoke loudly, not concerned at all that Chao Chen and Zhang Lu could hear their plans. They didn't even consider Chao Chen a threat. Excited, the boys descended from the building, each wielding homemade weapons, baseball bats, spears, and controlled knives, all stained with blood, indicating they had killed many zombies. Moreover, there were zombie bodies scattered around the teaching building, showing their strength. Zhang Lu hid behind Chao Chen, clutching his clothes tightly, trembling all over. Seeing Zhang Lu's changing expressions, Chao Chen reassured her and then squinted as he watched the approaching group. The men were all around 185 centimeters tall on average, with muscular arms and dark skin, clearly tough characters who regularly exercised. "Back off." As the group reached Chao Chen, they tried to push him aside, but halfway through, they heard Chao Chen speak. "Get your lackeys out of here." "Hey, kid, where do you come from? How dare you talk to me like that?" Have you seen the zombies behind me? Get lost, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Oh, isn't this a delivery guy? Even on Doomsday, you're still delivering food. Alright, I'll take your delivery. The girl can stay, you can go, I'll give you a 5-star rating. Oh, just now I didn't see clearly from above. Brothers, I didn't expect it to be our most beautiful female teacher from Yongyuan. I've heard of your reputation, but I wonder how you taste. Those who like mature women are in luck. She's the boss, mature women like her are much more interesting than young girls. Ha, you have good taste, Brother San, but I like it, I agree. Ha ha ha. Several people spoke obscenities without any regard for Chao Chen. In their eyes, the woman behind Chao Chen was their target. With just Chao Chen, a man, to protect her, wouldn't it be easy to handle? As the men continued talking, they exchanged glances, and then one of them nodded. He left the spot. Seizing the moment when Chao Chen and the others weren't paying attention, this man walked to the side and swiftly launched a surprise attack on Chao Chen and the group at a speed 20% faster than an ordinary person. Wielding a steel pipe, he swiftly aimed to smash Chao Chen's head from behind. Ha, caught off guard, damn delivery guy, go to hell. The move by the man with the steel pipe was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Even zombies would be smashed to pieces. The smiles on the faces of the group intensified, as if they could already see Chao Chen's head being smashed like a rotten watermelon. Just then, facing the impending blow from the steel pipe, Chao Chen didn't even blink. Instead, he revealed a wicked smile to the group. Let me show you my latest research skill. Initially, the group didn't understand what he meant, but suddenly they noticed that the steel pipe in the man's hand was turning red hot. 50 degrees, 100 degrees, 200 degrees, 1000 degrees. What's going on? Ah, my hand, my hand. As the temperature rose, even the man with the steel pipe realized that something was wrong. He wanted to let go, but the red-hot steel pipe had seared his palm, making it impossible to release his grip. Brother, help, save me. The man with the steel pipe looked at his hand burnt to charcoal, screaming in agony. The others had never seen such a scene before. Their arrogant expressions vanished, replaced by sheer shock. You, are you also an Esper? One of them asked. Brother, stop, please stop, we were wrong, we can compensate with some food for the lady. Another man pleaded. Despite their attempts to reason, Chao Chen seemed not to hear them, continuing to stare coldly at them, showing no intention of responding. On the sidelines, the high temperature had already seared the entire arm of the man with the steel pipe. The scent of burning flesh wafted through the air. The group's faces turned pale, warning once again, kid, stop now, if you don't stop, don't blame us for being impolite. Don't be too arrogant, in this world, you're not the only Esper, 3 of us are Espers too. Push us too far, and we'll all go down together. Listening to them, Chao Chen sneered, oh, I'd like to see how impolite you can get. You! Damn it, a delivery dog, you're really shameless, then you can die. One of the men, a hothead, roared and ran directly towards Chao Chen. As he charged forward, he activated his Esper ability. His entire body seemed to be covered in mercury, starting from his arms. When he was less than 2 fists away from Chao Chen, his whole body turned into a stainless steel color. His eyes were full of coldness, staring fixedly at Chao Chen. A punch was coming towards Chao Chen's face. Metallic ability? If it were any other ability, at such a close distance, it might really have hurt Chao Chen. The metal man didn't even have a second to feel proud. Chao Chen waved his hand, and the man was controlled to float in midair. Subsequently, his limbs and head were controlled to face different directions, forming a cross in the midst of the crowd. What's happening? Why can't I move? Ah! The metal man shouted in terror. Seeing this, others also began to attack Chao Chen. Although they didn't know how Chao Chen had transformed the metal man like this, it was definitely Chao Chen's doing. As long as they took down Chao Chen, the danger would naturally be averted. Fireball spell. Strength to move mountains and cover the world. 2 other ability users also released their powers. The fireball man opened his mouth wide and spewed out a fireball the size of a basketball, hurtling towards Chao Chen like a mortar shell. The other one's arms became extremely bulky, like a sailor who had eaten spinach. A punch was thrown, creating a loud bang. Be careful. Zhang Lu, watching the crowd attacking Chao Chen, nervously reminded from behind. These few individuals looked very formidable. Could Chao Chen handle them? If Chao Chen was defeated, and they continued to mistreat the girl like this, it would be better to end it all themselves than be tortured to death. Zhang Lu thought to herself. Then she looked around and decided to pick up a nearby severed arm. She didn't know which zombie it had fallen from. Sensing something amiss, she scratched herself. Zhang Lu wanted to see if these people dared to mess with a bio baby. On the field, Chao Chen looked disdainful at the attacks of the two. In the eyes of others, The speed and strength of these two ability users were formidable. But in front of Chao Chen, it was like child's play. With an easy sidestep, he dodged what seemed to be the most threatening fireball spell. Boom! The fireball exploded, overturning the cement on the ground, shattering it into pieces. The explosion was equivalent to 1 kilogram of TNT. Fortunately, Zhang Lu had distanced herself to pick up the zombie arm, otherwise she would have been covered in soot at least. In the center of the explosion, Chao Chen moved swiftly, and no one saw him evade the attack. Is he blown up? Seems like it. No one could withstand Yi's fireball spell unscathed. I'll go check. The sailor man spoke. Be careful, Xiao Zhang. Got it, Yi. The three were feeling triumphant. The sailor man cautiously approached the smoke. He waved his bulky arms around but couldn't find anyone for a while. He immediately concluded that Chao Chen had been blown to bits. He burst into laughter. Damn, thought he was someone impressive. Turns out he's just a paper tiger. Damn. Then he looked at Zhang Lu. Teacher, your little boyfriend is dead. I might as well savor him, the sailor man said arrogantly. Before he could finish his sentence, his head exploded. His body fell stiffly to the ground. So you're the Zhang Ge they were talking about. Are you from the self-rescue team? Chao Chen appeared again like a ghost, having just blown up the sailor man's head. Everyone was dumbfounded. Are you human or ghost? How did you dodge my fireball spell? How did you make the metal scorching hot? And how did you immobilize Xiao Chun in midair? It's impossible. How can you have several abilities? Yi trembled as he spoke. His most powerful move, the fireball spell, had never failed. Once, a person spent half a day blowing up 30 to 40 zombies. He saved 2 girls. At that moment, he thought he was the protagonist. He even ignored the commands of his own brother, Yi Fan, and went out on his own with a few good buddies. Little did he know, he encountered Chao Chun, the god of killing. He regretted it deeply. If his own brother Yi Fan were here, he would definitely be able to kill this person. Yi Gu was scared. He started to retreat. However, his feet seemed to be disobedient, unable to take a step. The dead don't need to know so much, Chao Chen chuckled. Then he waved his hand again. The metallic man floating in midair didn't know what was happening, but he felt like his head and hands were in different dimensions. He was dismembered on the spot. Yi Gu widened his eyes. Another superpower? This person is invincible, I'm doomed. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. No, you can't kill me. I am the younger brother of Yi Fan, the leader of the self-rescue team. If you kill me, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the self-rescue team? Let me go, pretend like nothing happened. Oh, Yi Fan is your brother? Yes, big brother, you should also know my brother. Rest assured, I will make sure my brother compensates you with plenty of supplies. Supplies? Chao Chen laughed. I forgot to tell you, the self-rescue team has been fighting over the 3rd canteen all day, and I intercepted the supplies, so I don't lack supplies at all. You still have to die. In front of me, there are only enemies' corpses. Goodbye. After saying that, Chao Chen directly exploded Yi Ji's head with an iron needle. As Yi Ge died, a round object rolled out of his hand, forming a large amount of pink smoke. There's still a trick up his sleeve? Chao Chen wasn't sure if the smoke was poisonous. He didn't want Zhang Lu to take that risk. If she got poisoned, he would lose a wife. Chao Chen decided to leave directly and swiftly arrived next to Zhang Lu. He princess carried the well-proportioned Zhang Lu. With quick steps, he left the place. Before leaving, he casually controlled the steel pipe man's hand to drive the steel pipe into his temple. He couldn't die more than that. Zhang Lu was shocked by Chao Chen's actions. She firmly wrapped her hands around Chao Chen's neck, her ample bosom pressing against him, making Chao Chen restless. Especially with Zhang's teacher's OL uniform allure and fragrance. Oh my, which man could resist? Chao Chen spoke. Teacher, you must be tired, right? Shall we go back to the dormitory first? It's not safe outside. Yes. Okay, classmate. Zhang Lu was a bit dizzy from Chao Chen's super-fast speed. She nodded dazedly. She had no idea when they returned to the graduate student dormitory. First floor of the 3rd canteen. Click groan, the last zombie fell in front of the self-rescue team members. Finally, all the zombies were killed. Yi Fan smiled and said, brothers, from what I know, there aren't many zombies upstairs. Let's fortify our defenses to prevent other zombies from coming in. Then the entire 3rd canteen will be our self-rescue team's territory. Next, we will have a lot of supplies. Each of you is a hero, all credited with a merit. Bring the other companions over. The base at the library can be abandoned directly, and the canteen can be our headquarters. Oh ho. Chairman is awesome. Breaking voice, take down the 3rd canteen. Food that can't be finished. Food, lots of food, should be able to exchange for many women, hee. The crowd was ecstatic. especially the sports students without superpowers. Originally, they could only clean up the dormitory area, eat some scraps, and be prepared to die at any moment. Unexpectedly, under Yifan's leadership, they directly took over a canteen. The third cafeteria was very large. At its peak it could accommodate 10,000 people eating at the same time. What a concept! One person eats 1 jin of food. One meal is 10,000 jin. How many of them are there now? Less than 200, even if there is only 1 meal's worth of food in the cafeteria. They are frugal, dividing 1 meal into 3, they can hold out for at least 60 days. In 60 days, the Huaxia government should be able to recover. By then, when someone comes to rescue them, they can return to their original lives. Just thinking about it is very exciting. As Yifan finished speaking, several ability users in the team immediately took the strong students upstairs to clear out the zombies. There weren't many zombies upstairs. They were completely overwhelmed and hacked away. However, not even a few minutes had passed. A student ran downstairs in a panic and came to Yifan's side. He whispered in his ear. "What?" Yifan's demeanor changed from his previous strategic planning. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Without a word, Yifan followed the student directly to the second floor. In the cafeteria's warehouse, dozens of people stood at the door, at a loss. When they saw Yifan coming over, they immediately made way for him. "President, it's empty, the warehouse is all empty. We lost so many brothers for nothing," one ability user said angrily. "Impossible, there must be stock. The cafeteria has to serve meals on time. If everything is delivered on the same day, the students will starve. There must be other warehouses, go and look for them," Yifan said, leaning against the door. After hearing Yifan's words, several ability users sighed. One of them stepped out of the group and said, "President, we've searched the entire building, there are only meals prepared for the day, but now they're all rotten and sour, the whole building doesn't even have any seasonings left." "President, but we found a survivor in the restroom," another ability user said. "Bring him over, wake him up, I want to know what happened here." Yifan's tone became heavy. "Yes. Also, don't tell the survivors downstairs about this, I'm afraid it will cause panic." Several ability users nodded. After they left, Yifan was left alone at the window, lost in thought. What happened here? This shouldn't be happening. There are a total of 4 cafeterias in the school, the third cafeteria being the largest. Theoretically, it should have the most supplies. They found enough supplies in the small cafeterias to last the entire team for a month. Unexpectedly, the more challenging third cafeteria had nothing inside. Has another team already looted it? But there are no signs of battle in the entire building, and the zombies are not behaving unusually. Yifan paced the corridor with a dark expression. The situation here made Yifan, who had always been in control, feel that this apocalypse was becoming unfamiliar. Just then, he saw a light pink smoke not far away. Yifan immediately walked to the window and pushed it open. "Pink smoke bomb? Isn't that the distress signal I gave to my brother? Has something happened to him? Damn!" Yifan couldn't help but curse. Damn, who is it, don't let me find out who it is, I swear I'll kill him." "Wang Ba!" Yifan roared. Wang Ba shuddered. "Damn it! What the hell is that kid Yifan up to?" Wang Ba cursed. Then he said to the woman beneath him, "Little beauty, wait for me to come back, handle things, hee. Woo. Woo. The woman with tape on her face couldn't make a sound, she could only beg with her eyes, red and pitiful. However, Wang Ba, as a pervert, naturally wouldn't show mercy. Then he opened his mouth and said, hee, I like that look in your eyes, wait for me to come back. After Wang Ba finished speaking, he forcefully pulled the woman. The woman was in pain, tears falling from her eyes like pearls. She looked pitiful. Wang Ba remained unmoved, closed the door, and left the room directly, heading towards Yifan. Yifan, standing at the window, watched Wang Ba approaching. He immediately walked up to him and said, "Come with me to save someone or kill someone." "Who?" Wang Ba asked in confusion. "Do you see that pink area? My brother is there. If he's alive, rescue him. If he's dead, kill everyone you see," Yifan said. "Alright," Wang Ba nodded immediately. As a pervert, he not only enjoyed playing with women but also liked killing. After confirming that Wang Ba was coming along, Yifan set off, bringing with him an esper named Wang Liang from the team. The distance was not far to begin with. Soon, the three of them arrived at the location of the pink smoke bomb. Upon arrival, Yifan found several bodies at the scene. Ugh! Wang Liang, the esper, looked at the situation and vomited. One was dismembered, and the others had their heads blown off. Not a single intact corpse was left. It was truly tragic. Yifan, witnessing this scene, felt his killing intent solidify. "Reconstruct the scene for me. I want to know who killed my brother," Yifan said angrily. "Okay, Chairman, but I'm a bit hungry now. I need to eat something before I can reconstruct, Wang Liang said hesitantly. Finish this energy bar and then reconstruct. Yifan threw an energy bar to Wang Liang and urged him. Thank you, Chairman, I feel better now. With the food in hand, Wang Liang wasted no time and immediately activated his ability to retrace the scene. No, you can't kill me. I'm the brother of the leader of the self-rescue team, Yifan. I forgot to tell you, the self-rescue team has been fighting over the third canteen supplies for half a day, and I intercepted them. After the scene was reconstructed, Yifan's anger turned into substance. Who is he? Wang Ba glanced and said, Oh, isn't he Chao Chun, the student from your school who often delivers food during breaks? Whenever he comes back late, I open the door for him. This kid is quite considerate. He always gives me a white dragon cigarette every time I open the door for him. Chao Chun, I want you dead. Chairman, what should we do now? After Wang Liang reconstructed the scene, he sat exhausted on the ground. His head was spinning. This was the aftermath of using his ability. As long as he rested well, he would be fine. However, Wang Liang himself did not know that every time he used his ability to retrace a scene, it would consume a certain amount of his lifespan. And the amount consumed was not fixed but related to the strength of the enemy. Retracing Chao Chen's scene cost Wang Liang 10 years of his life, in exchange for an energy bar. It was a huge loss. After listening to Wang Liang, Yifan fell silent for a moment and then said, Let's go back to the canteen first. Wang Liang nodded quickly. His head was buzzing, and he needed to rest immediately. Then, Yifan looked at Wang Ba, wanting to hear his opinion. However, Wang Ba's reaction disappointed Yifan. He had no opinion at all. At this moment, Wang Ba only wanted to return to the canteen. Of course, he had no objections and immediately agreed to go back as soon as possible. The group quickly returned to the third canteen. As soon as they returned, Yifan mobilized all the survivors to search for Chao Chen's whereabouts. At the same time, they discovered the secret of enhancing attributes with zombie crystal nuclei. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chao Chen appeared in the graduate student dormitory area as fast as lightning, as if he had suddenly appeared. Chao Chen glanced around the dormitory area. Just a few hours? More than a dozen zombies wandered over again. It was speculated that perhaps they sensed the presence of living beings, prompting these zombies to roam with purpose. Chao Chen carefully observed the direction in which the zombies were moving. Sure enough, they were heading towards Li Jiayu's dormitory. It seemed that not only had these zombies increased in strength, but they could even sense the human presence that hadn't appeared before them. The space for human survival was once again being compressed. Chao Chen clenched his fists tightly. He sighed, grateful that he had received a series of rewards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave without worrying about the safety of his female relatives. After casually taking down the dozen or so zombies, Chao Chen did not directly collect their crystal cores. However, with these dozen zombie crystal cores in hand, along with the ones from before, Chao Chen now had a total of 121 zombie crystal cores. Not bad, equivalent to over 10 attribute points. Saving the girls and killing a few zombies along the way was also a good choice. Fortunately, he had refrained from clearing the zombies inside the campus earlier, otherwise, he would have wasted all those zombie crystal cores by killing them before they evolved. After clearing the zombies, Chao Chen glanced at the time. It was still early, only 9 o'clock in the morning. Probably, his wives wouldn't be up for a few more hours. After all, they knew his strength. Even without Chao Chen accompanying them to bed, the meowing all night made it difficult for the girls to sleep peacefully. Anyway, he didn't need them to do anything. It was enough for them to quietly be able to protect themselves. At this stage, it was better to first establish a safe zone. However, it wouldn't be easy to operate with Zhang Lu, the beautiful girl, in front of him at the moment. So, he decided to escort her back to the dormitory first. Chao Chen carried Zhang Lu to a dormitory surrounded by a steel fence outside. He said, "We're home. Come in with me." Listening to Chao Chen's words, Zhang Lu finally opened her eyes. Her head was still buzzing from the high-speed action. The thought of hanging on to Chao Chen made her heart skip a beat. She jumped off Chao Chen, blushing like a monkey's bottom. She immediately said, "Okay, thank you, classmate, for saving me." Then she rubbed her eyes, thinking she might have been mistaken. She had never remembered there being such a place in the school. Zhang Lu was shocked. She asked, "What kind of dormitory is this, and why is it surrounded by a steel fence?" "Don't be afraid, this is something I set up to protect everyone," Chao Chen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu deduced that Chao Chen had saved more than just her as a survivor. "Wow, it seems this classmate is quite kind-hearted. He has saved many classmates," she said. "In the apocalypse, we need kind-hearted people like this classmate," Zhang Lu said, then directly labeled Chao Chen as a good person in her heart. I'm just doing what I should do, Chao Chen said before approaching the steel fence. You're really modest, classmate, Zhang Lu said again. She looked at Chao Chen as if he were a shining gold. Tall, handsome, powerful, and compassionate. He was the perfect boyfriend template. It was a pity he was a bit younger, otherwise, she might have considered dating him. While Zhang Lu was lost in her thoughts, Chao Chen waved his hand and directly retracted the steel fence into his space. He then led Zhang Lu into the dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, Zhang Lu peeked inside. Oh my god, she exclaimed, looking at the beautiful women sprawled all over the living room. She was shocked. They were all beautiful, each one cooler than the next in their pajamas. This one exclamation woke up all the girls. Geez, the girls rubbed their eyes one by one. Reluctantly, they began to get up. Oh, who's disturbing people's beauty sleep? You little girl, you were the most enthusiastic last night. I see you really enjoyed it. Oh, teasing the little sister again. The girls chuckled. They played around, even pulling each other's clothes. Pulling each other as if no one else was around. Long legs and big white rabbits swayed freely in front of Chao Chen. This beautiful scene made Chao Chen's blood boil. Hiss! These little vixens, really tempting others to commit crimes. Just then, Li Yujin walked out wearing an apron. However, she was only wearing a thin nightgown, even more enticing. Breakfast is ready, sisters, let's have breakfast. Li Yujin spoke up. Then she looked towards the door. Sweetly, Li Yujin said to Chao Chen, honey, you're back, perfect timing, breakfast has just been made, eat while it's hot. Hearing Li Yujin's words, the girls straightened their clothes and stood up one by one. When they saw Chao Chen at the door, they asked, honey, are you going out today? Yes. Chao Chen nodded. He went straight to the kitchen and picked up a breakfast to eat. It was then that everyone noticed another girl behind Chao Chen. Some of the girls asked, oh, honey, when did you bring another sister back? This morning. Chao Chen's voice came from the kitchen. Oh, so early. Is she a new sister? Just in time for breakfast, let's eat together. Li Jiayu, looking at the new sister, felt uneasy and approached. When she saw Zhang Lu's face clearly, she exclaimed excitedly, Zhang teacher, you've been brought back by Chao Chen too. Ah, Jiayu, it's you. Zhang Lu also said in surprise. This apocalypse turned all her students into zombies. Zhang Lu thought she would never see familiar faces again in her life. Unexpectedly, here in Chao Chen's place, she met one of her students, although just a student from an elective course. But Li Jiayu's excellence had left an impression on her. Zhang Lu was deeply moved, finally having someone to talk to. Without hesitation, Zhang Lu immediately went over and hugged Li Jiayu. For a long time, the two finally separated. Led by Li Jiayu, they walked hand in hand to the kitchen, picked up breakfast, and while eating, they recounted their experiences. Zhang Lu told Li Jiayu everything she had seen and heard. When she learned that she had been trapped in the office surviving on a little water for several days, Li Jiayu felt fortunate to have met Chao Chen first. At least, she hadn't experienced the taste of hunger yet. After a while, Li Jiayu watched Zhang Lu finish eating and immediately said, Zhang teacher, are you full? Yes, Jiayu, I'm full, what's up? Zhang Lu nodded, looking at Li Jiayu with curiosity. If you're full, come take a shower with me, I have something to tell you. Oh, is there hot water for a shower? Zhang Lu was surprised. Yes, come on. Without a second thought, Li Jiayu directly took Zhang Lu's hand and was about to pull her into the bathroom. Zhang Lu initially wanted to refuse Li Jiayu's invitation. After all, she had never showered with anyone before. But after smelling herself, she dismissed the idea. Having hidden in the office for these days without showering, her clothes had started to smell sour. She hadn't noticed before. Now, smelling all the girls fragrant and herself stinky, she immediately agreed to Li Jiayu's invitation. She followed Li Jiayu directly into the bathroom. They entered the bathroom. Li Jiayu helped Zhang Lu undress completely. Then she started to help Zhang Lu scrub her back. Jiayu, it's okay, I can wash myself, thank you, Zhang Lu said, stepping back half a step like a startled quail. This feeling made her uncomfortable. It's okay, teacher, you have a great figure, such a slim waist and ample bosom, how did you achieve that? Li Jiayu said as she lathered soap bubbles on Zhang Lu's body. Zhang Lu was tall and slender, standing at 170 centimeters with a near-perfect waist-to-hip ratio, even making Li Jiayu, also a woman, feel inferior. Oh, Jiayu, what are you saying? Teacher, why are you shy? Sooner or later, we will have to stick together. I called you over to tell you that we need to form an alliance when we go find Chao Chen, Li Jiayu said. The thought of Chao Chen having several teammates in his harem while she was alone made Li Jiayu very uncomfortable. Yang Yiyun, Wang Mengmeng, Yang Chanqian, Wu Lanlan, and Ling Yue were a team. The two dancers were also in a team. And there were two sisters. She was the only one alone. How could she stand out among the other women? Finally seeing a familiar girl, she naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity. Fine Chao Chen? Why do I feel a bit confused? Zhang Lu looked at Li Jiayu with a puzzled expression. At that moment, Li Jiayu's face suddenly changed, even her tone became a bit serious. She said, "Teacher, are you also trying to exclude me? Is it so difficult to find an ally?" Zhang Lu was puzzled. She couldn't understand what was being said. What did it mean to go with Chao Chen? What was the implication? She had heard them calling Chao Chen husband before, could it be that meaning? Oh my! Zhang Lu looked at Li Jiayu in astonishment. As far as she knew, Li Jiayu was the kind of person who never suffered losses in the hands of men. She never expected her to fall for someone. However, Zhang Lu, being a highly intellectual person, quickly analyzed the situation. Chao Chen's resources were not unlimited. She had learned from the forum that some bold female classmates even posted that they were willing to risk their lives to save him and offer themselves. And this was not an isolated case. Now having a safe place to stay and sufficient food, all thanks to Chao Chen. Besides her body, she really had nothing else to repay Chao Chen with. Jiayu, I understand now. Please tell the teacher clearly about this alliance, Zhang Lu said. Okay, it's best if the teacher agrees. Next, Li Jiayu informed Zhang Lu about the situation in their harem. Only then did Zhang Lu understand the whole situation. Alright, since that's the case, teacher, I don't know them anyway, so I'll form an alliance with you, Zhang Lu said. Okay, teacher, I know you are the best to me. Zhang Lu had no spare clothes to change into, so Li Jiayu gave her own office lady uniform to wear. It turned out that Zhang Lu's appearance was not much different from Li Yuding's, but there was a slight difference. Now, in the office lady uniform, she understood where the difference lay. Zhang Lu was suited for this type of clothing. The two women returned to the living room. With an ally by her side, Li Jiayu felt confident. She went straight to Chao Chen's side and massaged his shoulders, saying, "Honey, you've been busy all morning, are you tired?" Feeling the two jade-like hands behind him, Chao Chen felt relaxed. "A bit, I'll rest for a while later, if you don't have anything urgent, don't disturb me," Chao Chen said. "Oh, okay, honey, I won't disturb you if there's nothing urgent, I understand," Li Jiayu said. She massaged Chao Chen for a while before leaving her spot. Li Jiayu left, Chao Chen stood up, stretched his tired waist, and returned to the room. Inside the room, Chao Chen was scrolling through his phone, browsing the forum. Suddenly, he found out that he was wanted by the rescue team. Wow, they found out it was me so quickly? Seems like I underestimated them. However, Chao Chen was not afraid. When his safe zone was set up, it would be time for revenge. Since they dared to put out a warrant for him, they had chosen their own fate. Knocking on the door interrupted Chao Chen's thoughts. Okay, so this is the process for each one? None of them are truly capable of becoming a force in battle? Are they all just here for the emotional master? Chao Chen speculated that it should be Zhang Roer and Lu Xinchen. Zhang Lu, with actual skills, wouldn't be so submissive. So, Chao Chen spoke up, "Come in." The door was opened, and a graceful figure entered. It was her. It was none other than the teacher Zhang who had been brought back today. At this moment, she was wearing a new OL uniform that was a bit ill-fitting. Chao Chen was about to speak when Li Jiayu, pushing her slender waist, walked in behind her. "Honey, it's so boring to rest alone. I brought the teacher to keep you company," Li Jiayu said. "Oh, don't call me teacher, that's too taboo." Ding! Host successfully saved humanity and received a reward, which is being distributed. Ding! Detected that the girl is a college teacher, the host completed the special mission teacher, and received an additional reward, which is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 nano combat suits. The reward is being sent to the system space for the host to check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 high-end solar generators, daily power output up to 1000 degrees. The reward is being sent to the system space for the host to check. Ding! Detected that the host has saved 7 survivors. Congratulations on completing the special mission 1 week 1 day 1 week, activating detection mode. The host can view the survivor attribute interface according to their needs. Damn! Suddenly, a bunch of prompts appeared in Chao Chen's mind, making him excited. Wow, the rewards are really good. He looked at the teacher in front of him and hugged her, kissing her passionately. "You are my lucky star, teacher. I told you not to call me teacher, it will give the wrong impression." At noon, Chao Chen left the room feeling refreshed. The two women followed him, supporting each other. He spoke to the women in front of him. "Next, I will turn the entire graduate student dormitory area into our safe zone. You won't have to squeeze into the small dorm anymore. You can all stay in the entire graduate student dormitory area." "Oh, honey, is this true? Can we go to the basketball court outside and the indoor gym?" Wang Mengmeng immediately asked. Of course, but from now on, you may not be able to play so leisurely, Chao Chen said mysteriously. Can't play happily? Honey, what do you mean? Li Yuding asked in confusion, and the other wives looked at Chao Chen with puzzled expressions. Without further ado, Chao Chen took out the M416 automatic rifle from the space. A rifle? The women were shocked. In China, not to mention automatic rifles, even semi-automatic pistols were not common. How could Chao Chen get such a powerful weapon? Although the women were not military enthusiasts, the Battle Royale game had been popular in recent years. The wives had all played this game to some extent and naturally knew about classic firearms like the M416 and AK-47. The most powerful weapon in the game is the M416, especially when fully equipped. Even if there are airdrops, I don't want to switch. I never expected to see such a badass weapon in real life. Wang Mengmeng used to be a female anchor for a while, wearing cos outfits and live streaming while playing PUBG. In just half a year, she made tens of thousands. If it weren't for Bang Big Brother harassing her every day, always lusting after her, Wang Mengmeng would have quit directly due to disgust. Perhaps she is still live streaming now. The women looked at each other, not knowing what Chao Chen meant by bringing out this weapon. Just then, Wang Mengmeng walked up. Without hesitation, she directly took the M416 automatic rifle from Chao Chen's hand. She casually played with it for a bit and said, "Honey, is this for us?" Chao Chen nodded and replied, "Yes, in the current doomsday situation, I need to go out to find supplies. I can't always be by your side. You need to have the ability to protect yourselves. Since none of you have awakened any abilities, as your husband, I naturally have to figure something out. Firearms are the best solution, don't worry, everyone will have one." After Chao Chen finished speaking, he took out several M416 rifles and the newly acquired nano combat suits from the space. Lined up neatly, they were placed on the table in front of them. The women were stunned. This was in China, not in the free world of eagle sauce. How could there be so many weapons? If these fell into the wrong hands, it could lead to a terrorist attack. Suddenly, the women's gazes towards Chao Chen changed. Could it be that Chao Chen was the hidden son of a military big shot? Each of you take one, and also put these on. What are these? The women curiously looked at what Chao Chen had taken out. Besides the rifles, there were also silver clothes emitting a colorful light. Wow, honey, are these clothes? They're so beautiful, soft to the touch, like a bodysuit. Wang Mengmeng, once again, was the first to come forward, very cooperative with Chao Chen's work. This is the nano combat suit, capable of resisting attacks from zombies and firearms. Mengmeng, you try it first. Okay. After listening, Wang Mengmeng immediately started taking off her clothes in front of everyone. When she was down to just 2 pieces, Chao Chen stopped her. You don't need to take off the rest. Oh, okay. Wang Mengmeng nodded and started putting on the nanosuit. As soon as the nanosuit touched her skin, it immediately merged with Wang Mengmeng's body surface. Like liquid, it covered Wang Mengmeng's body in an incredible transformation. Ah! Wang Mengmeng was shocked by this scene. Then, she was immediately delighted. In the moment of fusion, the function of the nano combat suit resonated in her mind. So, Wang Mengmeng controlled the nano combat suit and changed its appearance. The next moment, the nano combat suit on Wang Mengmeng's body directly turned into a bikini. Damn! Chao Chen straightened up instantly. This little demon really knows her strengths. Apart from her height being a shortcoming, Wang Mengmeng's allure surpasses that of Chao Chen's other wives. The scheming Wang Mengmeng even deliberately succeeded in changing into the thinnest strapped outfit, making it impossible for others to look away, fearing it might break and fall off in the next second, missing this beautiful scene. Honey, this suit is amazing. It can change its appearance to any outfit you desire. It's like having a whole clothing store in one piece of clothing. Mengmeng is so good at this? I want one too. Us too. The other wives' eyes lit up at the sight. They were all rescued from classrooms or other places and had long run out of clean clothes. I didn't expect Chao Chen to come up with such powerful equipment. Without Chao Chen having to say anything, they went straight to the front and started changing clothes. Damn! Everyone in front completely ignored Chao Chen's presence. As they took off their clothes, they lined up to put on the nano combat suits. After changing into the clothes, the girls glanced at each other. Without any hesitation, they directly transformed the nano combat suits into the outfits they wanted to wear at that moment. There were office uniforms, traditional Chinese clothing, cosplay outfits, bikinis, nurse uniforms, leather jackets, silk stockings, white stockings. Each girl was different. In order to receive higher praise from Chao Chen, one by one, they transformed the nano combat suits into Chao Chen's favorite appearance. Not bad, Chao Chen was ecstatic in his heart. He never expected to unlock the best way to use the nano combat suit right away. Chao Chen even felt that this reward was much better than attribute points or anything like that. Although it couldn't enhance his strength, it could increase his attack speed. After the girls had changed into their clothes and picked up the M416 rifles, Chao Chen opened the door of the dormitory. He said, "Follow me, today I'll show you the outside world." "Great!" Wang Mengmeng immediately exclaimed. She had been cooped up in the dormitory, feeling scared, and now she could finally see the sun. The other girls were equally excited. Humans were not rats in the sewers. If they never saw the light in their lifetime, they would degenerate. As they walked, Wang Mengmeng felt that her colleagues' figures were truly beautiful. Coupled with the pleasant weather, it was perfect for taking photos. So, Wang Mengmeng took out her phone again to take a picture and show off in the group chat. When she opened her phone, she remembered that after Chao Chen left the group, those male classmates kept messaging her to give her number to Chao Chen. It annoyed Wang Mengmeng. She had left the group herself. Now she had nowhere to show off. Oh well, she decided to take a few pictures for memories. Later, when all the other girls had reached the front, Wang Mengmeng stopped and took a picture of their backs from upstairs. She happily saved it on her phone. When they reached outside, it was noon. The sun hung high in the sky's center. Even in their view, there was a slight distortion of space. This was not the kind of distortion seen through a beauty filter, but due to the temperature. If they were to drop an egg on the ground, it would probably cook in a few minutes. The temperature was too high. After the apocalypse, the city of Yuln lost the industrial-produced clouds. The sunlight was unfiltered, and the air alone couldn't block such intense light. However, none of the girls present felt uncomfortable. Instead, they felt refreshingly cool, like at a summer beach. The nano-combat suits came with temperature regulation. Once worn, they maintained the most comfortable body temperature at all times. Truly cutting-edge technology. It was amazing. After all the girls walked out of the dormitory, a zombie suddenly appeared not far away. It quickly charged towards Chao Chen and the others. Oh no, a zombie! The girls watched as the zombie rushed towards them and reflexively took a few steps back. Bang! Before the zombie could reach the girls, Chao Chen shot it in the head. Watching the girls' reactions, Chao Chen shook his head. They still lacked training. It seemed that during this time of being well-fed and well-rested, these wives had become delicate flowers in a greenhouse. He needed to train them well. Chao Chen said, "What are you hiding from? Doesn't everyone have an automatic rifle?" "Ah, husband, the zombies are too scary, we're afraid." "Don't be afraid, I'll teach you," Chao Chen said. He then took out an M416 from the space and put on a nano-combat suit himself. He changed into a combat outfit directly, ready for action. And at this moment, several zombies also cooperatively emerged. "Ladies, watch closely, like this, raise your guns, aim, and pull the trigger." Bang bang bang. Before a few zombies could even take 2 steps, Chao Chen took them down. "Simple, right?" Chao Chen said with a smile. "Wow, husband, you're amazing. Husband, I want to learn too." Tai Kula. The girls watched Chao Chen's smooth movements, their eyes filled with admiration. Especially with Chao Chen's current appearance, he looked just like a soldier. Incredibly handsome. If you want to learn, it's simple. After saying this, Chao Chen directly manipulated the metallic liquid in the space, creating over a dozen iron targets on the open ground in the dormitory area. Today, everyone has to hit 10 shots within a 100-meter range to have dinner. Ah, 100 meters is so far, but I'll do my best. We're not just decorations, we can also help our husband. One of the girls spoke up. "Very good, but I don't want you to help me. In the apocalypse, you need to be able to protect yourselves," Chao Chen explained. "Understood." Chao Chen patted her head and continued, "Oh, there's something else I need to tell you all. Follow me." "Something else?" The girls immediately followed Chao Chen. They arrived in front of a zombie. Chao Chen fiddled with the zombie's head, and it stood up. "Husband, what's the use of this? Have you read any doomsday novels?" Chao Chen chuckled. "Doomsday novels? Husband, I get it. Is it something like a zombie crystal core?" Bingo! The zombie crystal core can enhance your physical abilities. So, after killing zombies, collect the cores and absorb them. In the graduate dormitory area, I've killed over a dozen zombies. Each of you can collect 1 crystal core. Chao Chen nodded. "Make sure to complete the task." As the girls started collecting the zombie crystal cores, Chao Chen didn't idle either. He stood in the middle of the dormitory area and controlled the metal, enclosing the entire area with a high metal wall. Thus, the safe zone was established. The metal wall was built high and curved, smooth on the surface to prevent entry from outside. As for the sky, Chao Chen decided not to seal it off, otherwise, it would feel like being in prison. After everything was done, the girls returned with the collected zombie crystal cores. Chao Chen was very satisfied with their performance. Being able to accept reality in a short time already exceeded most survivors. He then proceeded to teach them how to shoot pistols, or rather, automatic rifles. At the third canteen, Yifan was sitting in the office. Across from him, a man, pale and thin from hunger, lay on the ground. "Give him some water," Yifan instructed. "Yes." A survivor flipped the man over and poured a ladle of water on his face. Cough, cough, cough. The man struggled to breathe. It took him a while to regain consciousness. If Chao Chen were there, he would have noticed that his homeroom teacher had not died yet. "Are you awake? If you are, speak up quickly." "I'm still waiting for revenge," Yifan said. The teacher swallowed the water and raised his head to look at Yifan behind the desk. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Yifan, can you give me some food first?" Hearing the teacher's words, Yifan smiled, stood up, walked over, and stepped on the teacher's face. "Old man, you haven't spilled any information yet, and you still want food? What the hell are you thinking?" The counselor felt the weight on his face. He suddenly said in fear, Yi Xiao, please don't kill me. I really know about Chao Chen's information." "Then speak up. As long as you do, see that bread next to you? Once you talk, it's yours." Yifan pointed to the moldy bread inside the trash can. "Bread." The counselor glanced at the bread inside the trash can. He was instantly furious but didn't want to continue feeling hungry. What's wrong with a little mold? As long as it's edible. The thought of enduring humiliation just to eat a moldy bun while Chao Chen had endless food and women to enjoy made him jealous and resentful. Why him? How could a trash student thrive so well while he, a graduate student from a top university, struggled to survive? The psychological imbalance made him cling to Yifan's leg and said, Chao Chen is in the graduate dormitory. And I saw it, he has endless food and women to play with. The counselor shouted loudly. As soon as Yifan heard this, he said, "The graduate dormitory? Huh? Damn, that food was snatched from me." After Yifan finished speaking, he stomped on the counselor's head, crushing it. Having absorbed a large number of zombie crystals, Yifan's strength was not to be underestimated. Looking at the headless body at his feet, Yifan felt a wave of disgust, immediately called in a few survivors to dispose of the body, and then notified his current combat personnel to come to the office for a meeting. "President, what's so urgent?" An Esper spoke up. "We've found our supplies," Yifan said. "What? Is this true? Who dared to intercept our self-rescue team's supplies? Kill them." They had worked hard to secure the third canteen, only to find their supplies intercepted. After a few days, their previously stored supplies had dwindled, and they were wondering how to acquire more when unexpectedly, the third canteen supplies were found. Everyone agreed to go and retrieve them. No, to take them back. Those supplies were rightfully theirs. Once the target was set, Wang Ba didn't speak. He knew of Chao Chen's existence. In his memory, Chao Chen was just a delivery boy who nodded and bowed. There was nothing exceptional about him. This operation posed no pressure at all. "Alright, since everyone agrees to retrieve them, let's not delay. We leave now," Yifan said loudly. "Yes." The group geared up. With a large number of male survivors, they left the third canteen and headed straight for the graduate dormitory. In the graduate dormitory, Chao Chen was teaching the girls how to use the M416. Some talented girls had already achieved a 50% hit rate after practicing for just one afternoon. At that moment, a flock of crows suddenly flew up an alarm from one side of the graduate dormitory. Since the apocalypse, these scavenger birds had been well fed on corpses every day. With bodies scattered everywhere in the densely populated Yongchun University, the crows were naturally drawn to it. The wandering zombies rarely disturbed them, so the only explanation for their sudden flight was that someone was encroaching on their territory. While the girls continued practicing, Chao Chen left the group and headed towards the direction where the crows had flown. He controlled metal to float himself in midair. With a glance, Chao Chen saw dozens of people approaching him. The faces were very familiar. They were from the self-rescue team. I only saw their wanted poster for me on the forum yesterday, didn't expect them to show up today. Quite efficient. But Chao Chen wasn't surprised. He had never hidden himself, so it was normal for them to find him. Since they came, they shouldn't leave. Looking at the large group of survivors in front of him, Chao Chen had no intention of attacking first. Only when Lao Lu came was what he wanted most. It seemed like he needed to improve his defenses. Chao Chen then descended directly from the sky behind the wall. He set up a circle of steel spears behind the wall. If anyone jumped in, they would be asking for trouble, turning themselves into hedgehogs. He didn't let his wives idle either. After Chao Chen was ready, he returned directly to the shooting range. He spoke up, "Wives, hold on a moment. I have a question. If someone tries to take our home, how would you handle it? The girls glanced at each other and unanimously said, offer them peanuts. Oh my. Chao Chen was taken aback, not expecting the girls to be so enlightened that he didn't need to guide them. So, Chao Chen pointed in the direction they had just come from. He said to the girls, follow me. Let's see what those clowns want to do to us. Led by Chao Chen, the girls quickly arrived at the edge of the wall. Without hesitation, Chao Chen controlled metal to create a platform. Standing on the platform, the girls saw dozens of aggressive survivors. Their target was clearly the position they were in. Wang Mengmeng was about to shoot when Chao Chen immediately stopped her. Watching the rifles in the girls' hands, Chao Chen pondered. What if they were scared off and didn't come? The weapons had to be put away. Seeing Chao Chen stop her, Wang Mengmeng was puzzled. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Chao Chen say, Mengmeng, we are the good guys. How can we be the first to act? What if they are just passing by? We must not harm innocent people. Right, everyone put away your rifles. What if we scare them off? Oh, okay. Mengmeng nodded in understanding and lowered her rifle. After waiting a few minutes, the survivors also arrived outside the wall. Damn! I run in the school every day. I dare say there was definitely no metal wall here before. What a grand gesture, truly grand. With this thing, who needs to fear zombies? Look up there, damn, so many beauties, wow, I can't resist it, Hearing his voice, everyone looked up. They saw a man sitting on a sofa, with other women massaging him, dancing, singing, and fanning him. A girl without talent was peeling melon seeds and feeding them to Chao Chen one by one. Damn, this guy was living a more luxurious life than an emperor in our primitive world. Hearing the voices in front, Wang Ba also squeezed up from behind. Originally, Wang Ba just wanted to slack off, to blend in if possible, and didn't want to take action, but upon hearing the word beauty, he couldn't sit still. The silly dog Xiao Zhou had given him a woman to play with, but she had died. He was just worrying about not having a woman to replace her, and unexpectedly, there were so many here with Chao Chen. So now he had a new target. He quickly moved to the front row. The wrinkled face of Wang Ba suddenly widened his squinted eyes. He looked at the beauties next to Chao Chen, sparks directly shot out of his eyes, tears uncontrollably flowing from the corners of his mouth. Damn, so many beautiful women. Originally, apart from a few with higher looks, Chao Chen's wives were basically of superior quality. But now, the surviving women can barely eat their fill, while the women on Chao Chen's side are all delicate and even have the leisure to put on makeup. Comparatively, their natural beauty has skyrocketed. The observant Wang Ba also noticed two familiar faces among them. Wang Mengmeng and Zhang Lu, two beauties. Wang Ba had been a security guard at Yongjiang University for so many years. Naturally, he had seen these two women before. Their figures were so memorable, anyone in security would remember them clearly. With those figures, isn't she trying to seduce a 40-year-old virgin like him? Back then, he would nod and bow at the entrance, feeling the desire to pin them against the wall and release his pent-up frustrations every time they entered or exited. But it was a society governed by law. He didn't want to end up staring at a sewing machine. Later, Doomsday arrived. Even after gaining superpowers, he had thought about finding these two women. But after a few failed attempts, he ended up joining the self-rescue team and had plenty of women to play with. He forgot about that idea. He never expected that when he didn't go looking for them, these two women would show up on their own, appearing here in Chao Chen's place. Truly, good things come to those who wait. A lecherous smile spread across his face, as long as he took down Chao Chen. Not only Wang Mengmeng and Zhang Lu, but all the other beauties around would be his. Thinking of this, Wang Ba immediately spoke to Yi Fan. Yi, just a delivery guy and 10 women. What's the danger? Let's just go straight at them. With his fists ready, he wanted to take down these women immediately. But since the team was formed by Yi Fan, he still had to consider his feelings to some extent and wait for his orders. The cautious Yi Fan, after hearing Wang Ba's words, didn't immediately order an attack. Instead, he observed the surroundings. It was impossible for them to be the only ones trying to snatch resources right in front of him. There must be an ambush. But Yi Fan realized that there were no tall buildings nearby, so where could they be hiding? Were they all waiting behind the walls to capture them once they entered? It seemed like they were underestimating Yi Fan's self-rescue team. No matter what conspiracies or tricks were at play, they were useless against absolute power. With just over a dozen people, they could probably take them down in less than a minute if they moved quickly. Thinking this, Yi Fan no longer hesitated and immediately gave the order to attack. The men behind him were already eager and restless. Following the orders, they rushed forward one by one, afraid of being a step behind and losing out on resources and beautiful women. Slow out the door, lose half the battle, brothers. Charge. Resources, women, here we come. Such a good place, why bother guarding the third canteen, let's just take it over, guaranteed no losses. I want a girl to dance for me, I want a girl to massage me, damn, charge. Like rabid dogs fighting over feces, they crazily surged towards the metal wall. Previously, they were far from the wall and couldn't see clearly as it had no visible seams. Now, up close, they saw that the wall was curved. There was no place to leverage. Ordinary humans couldn't possibly climb it. The group couldn't help but curse in frustration. Damn, I'm going to report someone for cheating. Can carbon-based life forms create this kind of wall? Chao Chen watched these clowns and couldn't help but laugh. If they couldn't even pass this level, how did they plan to come and steal his resources? Just as the front row was at a loss, not knowing how to get in, the people behind pushed forward. Those who can't get up, step aside, I'll do it. They had absorbed zombie crystals, their jumping power was astonishing, and they didn't care about this wall at all. They leaped directly onto the wall. Damn, even the top is curved, I can't believe it, who designed this, Lao Lu? After saying that, he slipped and fell back into the middle of the group. Amao, can you do it? If not, I'll go. Another person spoke up. With that, he leaped up directly. Stepping on the top of the wall, he then used the momentum for a two-stage jump. Simple and easy, light and relaxed. Before he could finish his words, he landed on the ground, several spears piercing through his vital organs from under his feet. He couldn't be more dead. The others didn't hear any sound. They thought someone had grabbed the supplies first. Feeling even more anxious, one after another, those whose jumping abilities had been enhanced leaped up like dumplings, then descended with another jump. There's a trap. Brothers behind, be careful. Ah, what? Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks. Some self-rescue team members who considered themselves strong leaped up, saw the trap clearly, and jumped back. One of them said, behind the wall, there's a row of steel needles. If we continue like this, we'll definitely be pierced to death. Let me do it. A burly man with extraordinary abilities spoke up. I can get you in. Everyone immediately became interested. You have a way? Get me in first. Me too. Count me in. Everyone was getting desperate, not caring about much anymore. As long as they got in, everything would be fine. All right. The extraordinary individual grabbed one of them by the arm and threw him with force. A perfect parabola. The first lucky one bypassed the wall and entered the dormitory area. In midair, his heart raced, fearing he might step on another trap. With eyes tightly shut, he appeared calm and ready for death. Yet, he felt nothing amiss. He stomped on the ground forcefully, but nothing happened for a while. He immediately shouted, "Brothers, come in quickly, as long as you jump over the steel needle area, there's no danger." What? Then it's my turn. The people behind listened to the latest news from the front, becoming even more excited, urging the extraordinary individual to get them in quickly too. As each combatant entered without any issues, the majority of the troops entered the graduate dormitory area. Yi Fan, Wang Ba, and other high-ranking individuals also entered the dormitory area. Chao Chen was not idle at this moment. He had originally planned to eliminate all these people after they entered the dormitory area. Since the guests had arrived, as a host, he couldn't neglect his duties. So, he immediately retracted the metal platform beneath his feet into his space. Everyone stood face to face. The self-rescue team's combatants were just about to rush onto the metal platform to take down Chao Chen when he descended himself. Excitedly, they shouted, "Delivery boy, should we take you out, then take your woman, raid your home, or will you surrender first, and we'll leave you with a whole corpse?" We have an ancient saying in Disya, those who recognize the situation are heroes. I advise you to surrender voluntarily to avoid losing your life. He. Chao Chen coldly watched the group. He didn't say a word. Just then, Wang Ba, who had been quiet all along, stepped forward. He said to Chao Chen, "Delivery boy, I'm your Uncle Wang. I've never asked anything of you in my life. I really like the woman by your side. Now, let Wang Mengmeng and Zhang Lu come over and give Uncle a good time. I promise you can safely leave here." I've been eyeing that Wu Lanlan for a long time. Come over and give Daddy a kiss. Daddy promises you can leave safely. Another extraordinary individual, seeing Wang Ba's approach, also followed suit and said, "I'll take those sisters. The two with the longest legs are mine." A few powerful ability users, in just 1 minute, had already decided who would be Chao Chen's wife. They didn't even consider him. Meanwhile, the other fighters who couldn't get a woman were all eyeing Chao Chen, waiting for him to reveal the location of the supplies so they could loot them. Hearing the commotion nearby, Yi Fan furrowed his brow and said, "Everyone, Chao Chen killed my brother, he must die." Yi Fan's words were the core of the whole team. Tension rose instantly. Everyone grabbed their weapons, waiting for Yi Fan's command to rush forward and tear Chao Chen to pieces. The wives couldn't bear to listen to the vulgar language of these people and were about to pull out a long, black weapon to shoot them. Chao Chen reached out to stop the girls for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Ladies, no rush." Turning to the others, Chao Chen asked, "So, do you think you've got me figured out?" Before Chao Chen could finish speaking, everyone burst into laughter, saying, "Your confidence should come from your teammates, right? Tisk tsk, but do you think they are faster, or are our knives faster?" Chao Chen chuckled. He said, "I think my gun is faster." "Gun? You don't even have a handgun, come on. Brothers, stop the nonsense, let's just go, we're all here to kill him, raid his home, play with his women, why bother with all these excuses, we're here to kill him, who cares?" A rough ability user finished speaking and immediately took action. They were only 100 meters away from Chao Chen and his group. Just then, the situation on Chao Chen's side changed. He directly controlled the M416 in the space and handed it to the girls. In an instant, it felt like playing a two-dimensional game. How did it feel to see twin-tailed, youthful, busty Lolas holding assault rifles? The girl with black-rimmed glasses taught you American-style swordsmanship. The sisters told you how to have a threesome. Everyone was dumbfounded. Guns? Where did they come from? Before they could recover from the shock, Wang Mengmeng was the first to pull the trigger. Day. Lacking accuracy, they made up for it with firepower. When a dozen assault rifles opened fire together, it was like cutting down wheat, one after another falling to the ground. The invading self-rescue team members had considered many ways to die, but they had never imagined that they would die by rifles on Chinese soil. The girls were excited as they emptied their magazines in no time. Looking up, Yi Fan's team was almost completely wiped out. Wang Mengmeng said, "Honey, this is much more fun than playing PUBG." Chao Chen touched her twin tails and said, "Remember, I won't attack unless provoked. But if someone provokes me, I'll wipe out their whole family." "Got it, there are still some others alive, should we kill them too?" "Sure." Chao Chen nodded, agreeing with Wang Mengmeng's idea. The self-rescue team members, who had just been relieved that they weren't killed, now heard the women ahead saying they would kill them. They were sweating profusely, and without hesitation, they knelt down. "Please, don't kill me, it was all Yifan's idea for us to come." "Yes, Yifan incited us, we're just ordinary people, we have no abilities, we pose no threat to you. Please don't kill me, I just wanted a good meal, I was wrong, I won't do it again." Watching their teammates kneel down and beg for mercy, completely devoid of fighting spirit, Yifan's eyes were filled with rage. He couldn't understand why he was losing. Despite having powerful abilities and great charisma, he was defeated by conventional weapons. He shouted hysterically, "It's impossible, Chao Chen, you're just a loser student, why do you have these conventional weapons, are you a terrorist?" Chao Chen ignored him completely, not even bothering to respond. He knew very well that villains often meet their end by talking too much. The more you strive for success, the more words spoken become the fuse that leads you into danger. The name Yifan sounded very familiar. Just like a protagonist. Since there is a way to achieve victory with 100% certainty, why would you want to put yourself in danger? He let his woman continue shooting. Even those with special abilities, under the baptism of so many bullets, fell directly in the northwest. Soon, only Yifan was left barely alive. As for that very pretentious Wang Ba, to prevent any accidents, Chao Chen took the initiative, controlling a metal needle to pierce through his head. Lying in a pool of blood, Yifan stared at Chao Chen with a hoarse voice, saying, "Why, who are you?" Seeing his hateful gaze, Chao Chen approached him, holding an M416 in his hand. The muzzle pressed against Yifan's temple as he said, "Goodbye." Rat-tat-tat. A magazine was emptied directly. His entire head was smashed like a rotten winter melon. He couldn't be more dead. However, Chao Chen did not leave. He loaded a new magazine, shooting his chest, buttocks, and even the soles of his feet full of holes. He nodded in satisfaction. There shouldn't be anywhere for him to be reborn now. In the following time, Chao Chen controlled metal, piled up all the invaders, poured gasoline over them, and cremated the bodies. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating the SSS-level human rebel Yifan, contributing to the revival of the human race, and receiving an additional reward of plus 100 to all attributes. Human rebel? Hearing the system prompt, Chao Chen was stunned. He never expected Yifan to eventually become an SSS-level rebel, earning Chao Chen 100 attribute points, 10 times that of a human. How many bad things did Yifan do in the future to give Chao Chen such a high reward? Others probably weren't good people either. He accidentally killed a major villain. Indeed, everything was for the human race. Chao Chen, who was feeling a bit guilty, instantly regained his composure, then checked his own attributes. System, check panel attributes. Name, Chao Chen. Age, 21. Attributes, Strength, 157 Stamina, 175 Speed, 156 Mental Power, 165 Unallocated Free Attribute Points, 0. Passive Skills, Insulation Body, Golden Physique, Special Ability, Mental Control, B-Level, Special Skills, Rescue Radar, Storage Space, 30 by 30 by 30, Special Items, M416 Assault Rifle * 87, 5. 56mm bullets * 998700, Freshwater Exchange Card, 10,000 cubic meters, High-end Solar Generator * 10, Nanosuit * 87. Chao Chen looked at his attributes, which had reached 157 points, and was momentarily stunned. 157 points of attributes were equivalent to 7 times that of an ordinary adult, so how much strength did that entail? An average adult's punching strength is 60 kilograms, meaning he now possessed a strength of 942 kilograms at his weakest. Hiss! A Superman punch? Not enough. Chao Chen retrieved the zombie crystal nuclei he had stored in his space. There were a total of 121 zombie crystal nuclei. Chao Chen directly swallowed 120 of them, all added to his strength. In the end, his strength reached 169 points, with 1,014 kilograms, coupled with his 6 times the speed of an ordinary human. The impact of this punch could possibly reach 10 tons. Terrifying. After reviewing his attributes, Chao Chen did not return directly to the dormitory. To leave a job half done is to invite trouble back. Chao Chen had no intention of letting any of the self-rescue team members who remained behind off the hook. So, Chao Chen spoke to the girls, "You all clean up here. Wang Mengmeng, come with me for a bit." "Okay, dear." The girls happily agreed. They still felt lingering fear for the dozens of survivors who had died by their hands, but they had no regrets for killing those who tried to harm them or take their wives. They even regretted letting them in. If they had known, they would have killed them outside without the need to clean up. Chao Chen and Wang Mengmeng left the dormitory area and quickly arrived at the third cafeteria. Seeing the well-prepared defenses, Chao Chen didn't act immediately. He said to Wang Mengmeng behind him, "When you ask for help later, control your clothes and act normal." "Oh, dear, aren't you coming? You know my speed. If there's danger, I'll handle it first." Chao Chen replied. "Oh, if there's no danger. If there's no danger, it means everyone left inside is good. We don't kill good people, only the bad ones." Chao Chen touched Wang Mengmeng's twin ponytails. "Yes, dear, I understand. Fishing for law enforcement, right? A wise wife makes a wise husband. Go." After hearing this, Wang Mengmeng blushed and said, "Thank you, dear, I'll go." Before leaving, Wang Mengmeng changed into a normal campus outfit. However, no matter what she wore, Wang Mengmeng's majestic beauty couldn't be hidden. After leaving Chao Chen's side, Wang Mengmeng quickly arrived at the entrance of the third cafeteria. She hadn't waited a minute when a guard peeked out and asked, "Are you here to join our self-rescue team?" "Yes," Wang Mengmeng shyly nodded. The guard widened his eyes at Wang Mengmeng's appearance and immediately opened the defense gate, letting her into the third cafeteria. As soon as she entered, several other guards approached. One of them said, "Hee, where did this little beauty come from?" Yi Gu and Wang Gu went to find supplies, but unexpectedly, a woman came to us voluntarily. "What do you want?" Wang Mengmeng stepped back half a step, afraid. The men became more excited at Wang Mengmeng's reaction. "What do we want? Of course, we want to have some fun. Sister, you have a great figure. Don't be afraid, little sister, let us check your body. In case you get caught by zombies, we can't let you stay overnight." "Exactly, I see your chest is bulging. Are you hiding something? How could a little girl like you have such a big chest? Let me take a look." The voices of the men quickly attracted more attention. More and more survivors came down from upstairs. Even the 60-year-old janitor wanted a piece of the action when he saw it was a young girl. They all reached out to touch Wang Mengmeng. "Help!" Wang Mengmeng cowered in the corner, shouting loudly to the female survivors behind her. The female survivors behind her said gleefully, "Oh, so pretty, with such a big chest and fair skin. Let them have their way with you and become our food." "Zhang Jia, isn't this wrong?" Another woman said. "What's wrong? We've run out of food. Who knows if Yi Fan can bring back food? If not, this girl must weigh at least 90 pounds, enough for us to eat for a while." "Well said, Zhang Jia. I also want to taste that meat." There weren't many female survivors left, either old or not very attractive. The ugly women looked at Wang Mengmeng with envy for her beauty. One after another, they agreed with Zhang Jia's suggestion. The men naturally had no objections. They had even started preparing for the party to enjoy themselves. In the face of doomsday, who knew if they could live to see tomorrow? Seizing the day was all that mattered. Opportunities like this were rare. Chao Chen watched Wang Mengmeng from a distance, intending to praise her acting skills, acknowledging her past as a broadcaster. However, the sight of the survivors from the third canteen, none of whom seemed kind, fueled a murderous rage within him. Worried for Wang Mengmeng's safety, he rushed in immediately. "Who are you?" one of the survivors at the front asked, puzzled by Chao Chen's sudden appearance. Before Chao Chen could respond, a few of them reached out with lecherous hands, tugging at his clothes. "Kid, don't you know how to wait your turn? Get in line at the back." "Huh, I don't remember seeing this person before." "Never seen him? Fair-skinned and quite handsome, maybe not a bad choice for a man." The other survivors, hearing this discordant voice, hesitated for a moment before bursting into joy. "Don't be too strict about gender, let's go together, hee hee hee." "Ha, I thought there were still some good people left in this apocalypse, but I was wrong. Besides the strong ones, only the weak survive, there are no good people left, they all deserve to die." Chao Chen finished speaking and controlled the iron needles, aiming for headshots. He didn't want to dirty his hands by killing them. Leaving the third canteen, Wang Mengmeng followed Chao Chen with a heavy heart. After walking for a while, Wang Mengmeng hesitated to speak, prompting Chao Chen to stop and embrace her. "If you want to cry, go ahead. I thought they still had a conscience, but reality slapped me in the face," Chao Chen said. Wang Mengmeng replied, "Honey, it's okay. No matter what this world becomes, as long as I have you, that's enough for me." Wang Mengmeng's words caught Chao Chen off guard. He had thought his relationship with these women was purely transactional. He provided food and a safe place, and they rewarded him. But today, Wang Mengmeng's words touched him deeply. Perhaps she didn't truly love him, but at least she had accepted Chao Chen as an intruder in her heart. "Yes, Wang Mengmeng, and the other girls. As long as I have them, that's enough. Love deepens naturally." Chao Chen brought Wang Mengmeng to a safe classroom, with over 30 zombie bodies piled up at the entrance, and held her tightly. This time, it wasn't about release or pleasure, but the communication that should exist between husband and wife. Like two people in love naturally getting married and having children. Everything fell into place. Ding! Wang Mengmeng successfully conceived. Watching Wang Mengmeng sleeping in his arms like a kitten, Chao Chen smiled happily. "I guess I'm going to be a dad now. Hee hee hee, going to be a dad." Then, Chao Chen checked Wang Mengmeng's attributes. Name, Wang Mengmeng, photo, image. GIF, age, 23, current health, 100%, attributes, strength, 8. 2 stamina, 11. 1 speed, 8. 4 mental power, 10. 2 pregnancy status, conceived progress 1%, success rate 50%, consuming zombie crystals can increase success rate, consuming high-level zombie crystals can accelerate progress. Chao Chen glanced at Wang Mengmeng's data. It was too low, this panel. It seemed he needed to feed more zombie crystals to his wives. With these attributes, even with firearms, he would be threatened if he encountered fast-speed mutants or evolved zombies. He didn't want his wives to test the limits of the nanosuits. Holding Wang Mengmeng, he fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already 7 p.m. The world had completely darkened. Chao Chen looked out the window. Most places were black, and it was unclear whether the power system had failed, there were no survivors, or if the survivors were too afraid to turn on the lights. It was pitch black. You couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. Inside the Yongjiang University, it was still bright. As long as there was light, the solar streetlights would automatically turn on. No manual operation needed. Just then, Wang Mengmeng woke up too. She immediately controlled her nano-combat suit to revert to its original state. With the nano-combat suit, there was no need to waste time changing clothes. Whatever you thought of in your mind, you could materialize directly. After Wang Mengmeng stood up, she walked behind Chao Chen and wrapped her hands around his waist. She spoke, "Honey, shall we go back now?" "Yes, let's go back. If we don't, our wives at home will worry about our safety." Chao Chen finished speaking, remembering the 30 or so zombie crystal cores he had just killed were still in his hands. So, Chao Chen directly handed the zombie crystal cores to Wang Mengmeng and said, "You eat these crystal cores." "Ah, honey, these are the zombie crystal cores you killed. You said before that whoever kills the zombie should dig out the crystal core and eat it themselves." "I can't take them," Wang Mengmeng refused, shaking her head. Chao Chen often collected supplies outside. The more strength, the more security. Compared to Wang Mengmeng, Chao Chen needed the zombie crystal cores to enhance his strength. After listening to Wang Mengmeng, Chao Chen directly held her hand and placed the zombie crystal cores in it. He said, "Eat them. If you don't listen, you'll get a shot." "Ah, a shot." Wang Mengmeng stepped back in fright. The scene of their conversation just now replayed in her mind. Her husband was too powerful. She couldn't keep up on her own. She quickly said, honey, I'll eat them, is that not enough? Next time you give shots, bring more people, I'm scared alone. It'll be a long time before the next time, Chao Chen said, touching her cheek. Ah, honey, don't you love me anymore? Sob, Wang Mengmeng immediately said. How could I not? You're going to be a mother, you can't play around anymore, Chao Chen said, caressing Wang Mengmeng's flat stomach. I'm pregnant? Honey, how did you know? You're not a doctor, are you kidding me? Wang Mengmeng replied incredulously. Watching Wang Mengmeng's proud look, Chao Chen flicked her nose with his index finger and said, I said you are, so you are. During this time, don't come out with me, focus on taking care of the baby. Zun Duja Duo. Oh, 1 minute later. Chao Chen appeared in the graduate student dormitory area holding Wang Mengmeng. If it weren't for considering Wang Meng's acceptable speed, it would probably have been faster. After all, Chao Chen was still only fast, not teleporting, and the necessary physical reflexes were still there. Perhaps at this stage, only he could accept this speed. Just as they returned to the dormitory area, the girls were all gathered on the playground washing and preparing vegetables. They were busy and happy. As soon as they saw Chao Chen return, the girls immediately put down what they were doing, greeted him, their faces filled with happiness. Honey, you're back. We just prepared the ingredients and were planning to barbecue when you came back. Hearing the girls' words, Chao Chen walked over with a smile and said, Oh, why the sudden idea for a barbecue today? Oh, honey, you don't know. When we were burning the bodies of those bad guys, the oil sizzled and the fragrance filled the entire dormitory area, attracting many zombies. But the zombies couldn't get past the walls you built, so we stood on the roof and killed many zombies. After the girls finished speaking, Li Yuding pulled out a large handful of zombie crystal cores from her pocket. Judging by the look of it, there were over 200 cores. So many, not bad, my babies can all hold their own now. Chao Chen touched Li Yuding's cheek and said with a smile, It's all thanks to my excellent husband that we have them. Do you have any rewards for us, dear husband? Rewards? Plenty of rewards, Chao Chen chuckled, looking at the clothes by Li Yuding. Without saying a word, he just pulled her into his arms and gave her a kiss. Hee, I'll reward you properly tonight. Husband only cares about Ting Ting and not us. Humph. How can that be? Everyone gets a reward today. So embarrassing, husband is so naughty, let's have barbecue first, a batch is already grilled. Satisfied with food and drink. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Chao Chen, who had been busy all day, yawned. His eyes were a bit hazy. Indeed, he was a bit tired. So, he said to the girls, Wives, it's getting late, it's time to rest. With so many dormitories now, we don't need to squeeze into the same one. Choose a dormitory for yourselves later. The one in the middle is mine, so it's closer to each of your rooms. Now, everyone make a choice. After hearing Chao Chen's words, the girls immediately started chattering non-stop. Husband, I'll stay in your dormitory. Anyway, each dormitory has 2 bedrooms and a living room. One more person suits me just fine. Wang Mengmeng spoke up immediately. After Wang Mengmeng finished speaking, the other girls objected. Mengmeng, you're being a bit too much. Husband isn't just yours. How can you keep monopolizing him? Mengmeng, you've spent the whole day with husband. Now it's my turn. Don't fight with me. I haven't had a good chat with husband yet. It should be our turn. Wang Mengmeng's actions sparked public outrage. Each of them blushed and argued, determined to claim Chao Chen's dormitory spot and enjoy the first cup of milk tea in autumn. Watching these shameless girls openly vie for his attention, Li Jiayu became anxious. Among all the girls, she felt the least secure. Despite her previous merits with teacher Zhang, she still felt insecure. She could be kicked out by Chao Chen at any time. Thinking about this, Li Jiayu also squeezed to the front and said, Since you all want to grab the room next to husband's, I'll reserve his bed. What? You can reserve a bed? I want one too. No, that's mine. I'm Xiongde, I'm coming first. My big butt is good for giving birth. Husband wants us to have his children. I'm coming, guaranteeing a big baby weighing 7 or 8 caddies. Seeing the girls arguing non-stop, Chao Chen suddenly felt a headache. His speed and endurance were both high. If he really wanted to handle the girls, he could easily satisfy them all in one night without any pressure. Even if they didn't live in the same room, he could always come over voluntarily. It's not like he had to be on top. Being on the bottom works too. What's there to argue about? To prevent the argument from escalating, Chao Chen directly arranged all the dormitory positions for them. Each dormitory would accommodate 4 girls, so if anything happened, they could take care of each other. Chao Chen wouldn't feel scared facing zombies, as they weren't that powerful at this stage. But there must be survivors in the school. Who knows if there are other superhumans among them. If they encountered superhumans with special abilities sneaking in at night and harming his wives, it would be a big loss. It's quite embarrassing to think about it. It's been a while since the girls were rescued, yet there were still 4 who hadn't explored the origin of life. They all must be taken tonight. After sorting out the dormitory matters, Chao Chen turned and entered his room, then sent a message to Jiang Ruo and Lu Xinxin. Take a shower and come to my room. Jiang Ruo and Lu Xinxin were originally feeling down about the distance from Chao Chen, which was actually just the next dormitory. Suddenly, they received a message from Chao Chen. They were instantly thrilled, replying with a simple okay and even sending a few screenshots of QQ lingerie to Chao Chen, asking him which one he liked. Can't I have them all? Change into a set for me in half an hour. Upon receiving the message, the two blushed profusely. My husband is so naughty. Indeed, I heard that the 3 sisters before us couldn't resist him. It's so scary. Jiang Ruo looked at Lu Xinxin. Xinxin, look at your expression, your smile is reaching your ears. Oh no, stop it, it's so embarrassing. Meanwhile, after sending the message, Chao Chen closed his VChat directly and started browsing the school forum. Upon opening the forum, a prominent post was pinned at the top with over 999 plus comments. Sigh. Both students of Young Institute, Demon Chao Chen mercilessly slaughters dozens of people. Is it a loss of morality or the extinction of humanity? Ha! Why does this sound so familiar? With doubts in mind, Chao Chen clicked to view and found photos of the 3rd canteen being wiped out. Judging by the image quality, it seemed to be from surveillance footage. There was even a photo of Chao Chen delivering food in the past. As he scrolled further, it turned out that a survivor in the control room had leaked the video, editing out the survivor's brutal behavior and portraying Chao Chen as a demon indiscriminately killing people. Even Wang Mengmeng was labeled as a slut, seducing men as soon as she entered. Suddenly, the remaining survivors of Young Institute emerged one by one to condemn Chao Chen and Wang Mengmeng. Depraved woman and despicable man, that woman's chest is so big, clearly not a decent person, and the other is a poor loser, obviously out of control after Doomsday, seeking revenge on society. Such people are not worthy of being called human. I bet that woman is promiscuous. Damn, I'm sure she's a man-eater, maybe even a 10,000 man-eater. I've seen that man before. He delivered food to my door. I was just out of bed in my pajamas, and he kept leering at my thighs. So disgusting. Die, depraved woman and despicable man. Depraved woman and despicable man, Young Institute doesn't need beasts like you. Depraved woman and despicable man are not worthy of being human. Furthermore, some directly posted Chao Chen and Wang Mengmeng's personal information online for public shaming. Ha. The more Chao Chen read, the angrier he became. These scoundrels were trying to use public opinion from the school to punish him. He seemed to forget that it was the end of days. There were others joining in the verbal attacks, not understanding the truth, but Chao Chen didn't want to engage. However, now, solely based on misleading information, they were escalating to cyberbullying, even bringing up Chao Chen and Wang Mengmeng's personal details. Ha. The internet is not a lawless place. In peacetime, Chao Chen wanted to discipline these keyboard warriors. He couldn't do it before, can't he do it now? Chao Chen couldn't control others, but when it came to his woman, he couldn't bear it. He coldly said, "You filthy scum with mouths full of filth, speaking ill of my woman, you've chosen the path of death." Chao Chen noted down all their names. In their posts, he found out where they were currently hiding. Luckily, this was the school forum, and next to their names were their majors, years, and classes. Chao Chen could easily locate these keyboard warriors. Tomorrow, he would let these keyboard warriors know what it means to reap what they sow. What it means for evil words to have consequences. Keyboard warriors are all troublemakers. In peacetime, how many people have lost their lives because of keyboard warriors? Just because they didn't physically participate, they didn't have to face any consequences. Since no one cared before, now Chao Chen would take charge. Knock. Chao Chen was planning how to clean up these social pests. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Chao Chen said. Click. As the door opened, 2 stunning figures entered Chao Chen's sight. Wow! Truly dancers. Those legs are so fair and long. One leg could keep him entertained for half a year, and 1 + 1 is greater than 2. These 2 girls could keep him occupied for at least 2.5 years. Seeing this, even though he had been with several women, he felt a bit excited. It's not just about having stunning looks. In this land, every girl has her own uniqueness. Chao Chen is not a man who values looks above all else. That's too superficial. As long as the looks are above 85 points, Chao Chen is good to go. Just as Chao Chen was about to say something, another girl peeked in from behind the door. Lin Yue. He hadn't even thought of calling her yet, and she came in on her own. Xiao Chen, I just went out for water, yes, just water, and ran into two senior sisters. They said there's soy milk here, so I came over. Do you mind one more person? Looking at Lin Yue's extraordinary beauty, Xiao Chen didn't hesitate to say, of course, welcome. Then Xiao Chen stood up, walked in front of the three girls, gently pushed the door closed with his foot. He smelled the fragrance of their hair. Looking at the three girls so close, Xiao Chen liked each one more than the last, wishing he could have them right then and there. But the night was still young. Xiao Chen wasn't in a rush. After closing the doors and windows, the night's activities were just beginning. Xiao Chen realized he hadn't checked the attributes of these girls yet. He decided to see how the system would rate them now. Name, Jiang Ruor. Photo, image. GIF. Age, 23. Current health, 100%. Overall score, 92. Attributes, strength, 10. 3 stamina, 11. 1 speed, 10. 8 mental power, 9. 1. Name, Lu Xinxin. Photo, image. GIF. Age, 23. Overall score, 90. Name, Lin Yue. Photo, image. GIF. Age, 21. Overall score, 95. Looking at the attributes panel of the three girls in front of him, Xiao Chen was no longer calm. Wow, all three were talents with an overall score of over 90. Impressive. Xiao Chen then looked at Lin Yue's score again, and was surprised to see it was as high as 95. If it weren't for her slightly lacking figure, her score could have been even higher. Another surprise for Xiao Chen was Jiang Ruor. He had already noticed her great figure, but he didn't expect it to be rated at 95. Truly impressive. It seemed like he was in for a royal treatment tonight. Without a word, Xiao Chen hugged the three girls. Each received a kiss. Click. He turned off the room's lights. Xiao Chen mischievously said, "Three little fairies, let me show you how I handle you." Jiang Ruor buried her head in Xiao Chen's chest and softly replied, be gentle, dear. Ding. Host successfully saved humanity, rewards are being distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a plus 20 increase in all attributes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing abilities, Metal Control, B grade, upgraded to Metal Control, A grade. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the advancement of storage space, from 30 by 30 by 30 to 40 by 40 by 40. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring organic meat, 100 tons each of pork, beef, and lamb. After discussing with the three girls, listening to the system's prompt, there was another wave of rewards flooding the screen. However, Xiao Chen didn't have time to check his own attribute changes for now. How could he be distracted while communicating with the girls at this moment? He immediately collected his thoughts. Xiao Chen lay among the three girls, wiping off tears left by one of them due to the intense moment just now. He touched his head with his right hand and found his phone. Habitually, he glanced at the time. It's already 11 o'clock at night? So fast? He didn't expect 2 hours to pass so quickly. It had just begun. They hadn't fully enjoyed themselves yet. He looked again at Lin Yue panting heavily beside him. Xiao Chen launched another attack. Husband, you're ambushing me. I can't take it. I'll break. Don't worry, only tired oxen die. Whoever heard of a hoe breaking the ground? And just now, they both worked hard, but Yue, you were slacking off. I'm sorry, husband, I won't slack off next time. Time quickly passed to 5 in the morning. Xiao Chen ate until he was about 60% full, then let go of the three girls. He fell asleep heavily holding them. The sun rose in the east. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Xiao Chen got up energetically after receiving the reward. 3 hours of rest was enough for him to recover his spirits completely. Looking at the three girls breathing evenly beside him, Xiao Chen didn't wake them up. They were really tired last night. Although the three girls had consumed some zombie crystal nuclei, their attributes were still those of ordinary adult women, not beyond the realm of ordinary humans. Naturally, they needed enough rest to be energetic. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen quietly got out of bed. After gently covering them with a blanket, he left the room. Just as he arrived outside the room, he saw a girl in a lace apron tinkering with food in the kitchen. Husband, you're up. Li Yujin came out of the kitchen with a large bowl of food. Thank you, my little Yujin. It's not a bother, cooking for my husband is my happiest thing. So sweet. Xiao Chen pinched her straight nose. Li Yujin's face blushed instantly. Alright, call the other sisters over to eat together. Okay. Blushing, Li Yujin immediately left the living room to call the other girls. After eating and drinking their fill, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. It was time to go out and teach the keyboard warriors a lesson. But before setting off, Xiao Chen opened the forum again to look at that post. Those who had insulted Xiao Chen before were still actively commenting. Good, not one less. It seemed their food supply should be sufficient, otherwise how could they have so much time to attack Xiao Chen? Initially, Chao Chen was worried that these people might die prematurely, making it impossible for him to give them the punishment they deserved. Now, it was fine since they couldn't die for the time being. Chao Chen glanced at the location of these people. His mental strength, tens of times that of an ordinary adult, turned his mind into a supercomputer, instantly determining the optimal personnel and route. Chao Chen spoke to the girls, "I'm going out to do something, you stay home and practice with the rifles." "Okay, husband." Wang Mengmeng immediately nodded. Originally, she wanted to go out with him, but seeing the murderous looks of the other sisters, she quickly changed her mind. Before leaving, Chao Chen selected a goat and a few pig hooves from the meat he had just obtained and gave them to Li Yujin, saying, "Yujin, we'll have roasted whole lamb tonight. Just have a pig's trotter for lunch." The women were still drinking porridge. They were stunned when they saw Chao Chen suddenly take out a goat and some pig hooves. "Honey, is this goat meat? Pig trotters? Wow! I almost forgot the taste of pig trotters and lamb meat. You're amazing, honey. Ah, honey, you're really amazing." Looking at the ingredients Chao Chen brought out, the girl's eyes widened. Recalling yesterday's barbecue, it was mostly vegetarian, with only frozen chicken parts and some leftover pork scraps. Although edible, how could those ingredients compare to a whole roasted lamb? Suddenly, it all seemed bland. Those ingredients couldn't compare to such high-end ones. Although Chao Chen didn't know where he got them from, as long as there was food, it was fine. In the apocalypse, food was as valuable as money in peacetime. Who wouldn't love it? After arranging everything, Chao Chen left the graduate student dormitory area. The nearest keyboard warrior to Chao Chen was in a collective dormitory building 200 meters away. This building was new, with rooms for 2 friends, unlike the 10-person rooms Chao Chen used to live in. Initially, Chao Chen envied it, but the extra 1,000 yuan per month for accommodation made him hesitate. Although the conditions in this building were not as good as the graduate student dormitory, it could be considered a 3-star dormitory at Yongjian University. Soon, Chao Chen stood in front of a dormitory building. On the ground floor of the dormitory building, a dozen zombies roamed. When they saw Chao Chen, a living person, approaching, they howled and rushed towards him. Chao Chen's abilities were far superior now. Coupled with the nano-combat suit, he remained calm even if bitten. However, Chao Chen had no intention of using his powers but instead took out an M416 automatic rifle from his space. After all, who could resist such a firearm? Chao Chen fired at the group of zombies. Rat-a-tat-tat. The suppressed M416 gunshots were muffled and did not attract the attention of other zombies nearby. With his strong mental power, Chao Chen's accuracy was almost 100%. Each shot took down a zombie, ensuring not a single bullet was wasted. Before he could finish a magazine, all the zombies were lying on the ground. Chao Chen smiled, blew on the muzzle of the gun, struck a very cool pose. Just then, a head popped out from upstairs. She looked down at Chao Chen with the rifle and exclaimed excitedly, "Holy cow, an automatic rifle. Handsome guy, are you from the military rescue team?" Chao Chen was about to collect the zombie crystals when he heard the girl's voice from upstairs. He looked up and saw her face and hair, unkempt due to lack of care, extremely pale and bloodless. But from her voice, she sounded young, probably a student at the university. Seeing this, Chao Chen immediately checked the girl's attributes. Name, Eugenia, photo, image. GIF, age, 22, current health, 60%, hungry, overall score, 91, attributes, strength, 7 stamina, 8 speed, 7 mental power, 9. Looking at the girl's attributes, Chao Chen was stunned. He didn't expect to meet her here. Eugenia was in the same department as Chao Chen, and she was also the department's beauty, a level above Li Jiayu in looks. There were many boys in the department who secretly admired Eugenia, but no one had succeeded so far. Eugenia was also known as the goddess of aloofness. Chao Chen had originally scoffed at this rumor, considering the number of rich second-generation students at Young University. It was only a matter of time before someone won Eugenia's heart. Now, looking at her attributes, her purity was still at 100%. After quickly extracting the crystal from the zombie's brain, Chao Chen was surprised to find that it was slightly larger than before. Although not obvious, Chao Chen could still see it. The zombies have been advancing, and it seems that tomorrow, the zombies have increased by at least 3%. The doomsday has been going on for a few days. It seems that he needs to speed up. Chao Chen entered the dormitory building. 8 rooms on each floor, a total of 7 floors. Even if this dormitory building is fully occupied, there are only 112 zombies. Just killed a dozen outside the building, less than 100 inside. As soon as he entered, there was a clattering sound coming from the surrounding rooms. Chao Chen frowned as he listened to the sound. The zombies nowadays have such a strong desire to attack even through the door. Following the sound, Chao Chen went straight to the door of this dormitory. He lifted his right foot and kicked open the dormitory door. The two zombies at the door were kicked out by Chao Chen's foot along with the door. Zombies do not know what fear is. Instead, they are more agile without the barrier of the door. They stood up again and were about to rush towards Chao Chen. Baya 2 shots to the head. Chao Chen once again obtained 2 zombie crystals. Continue. Then Chao Chen swept through each room one by one. It took some time before he reached the floor where the girl was. The number of zombie crystals in his pocket had increased to 87. Come out, I've already taken care of all the zombies, Chao Chen said as soon as he arrived at the girl's floor. Listening to Chao Chen's voice, it took a while before 2 people came out of the room. A man and a woman, the woman in front and the man behind with his hand always on the woman's waist. Judging from this posture, in case of an emergency, the man would push the woman out as a shield. Chao Chen squinted and looked at the two. The woman was the girl Chao Chen had just seen, Eugenia, and the man, whom Chao Chen also recognized, was one of the keyboard warriors who had been insulting Chao Chen on the forum. At this moment, the girl looked at Chao Chen gratefully, wanting to say something, but the man interrupted her. He spoke from behind, "Hey, are you a soldier sent by the government for rescue? If you have any food, give me some, I just finished my food today." The man's face was ruddy, he didn't seem too hungry, probably just missed a meal. On the other hand, the girl with him was starving, at least 3 days without food, looking like she was about to faint. Chao Chen replied, "You're mistaken, I'm not a soldier, just a regular student at Yongyuan University." After hearing Chao Chen's words, the man was first stunned, then ecstatic. Not a soldier? Turns out he's just a university student. University students are easy to deceive. So the man immediately asked, "Hey, buddy, you're pretty awesome, where did you get the weapons from?" Hearing the man's words, Chao Chen smiled. "Want to know? I can pay you, my family is wealthy, I'll give you 100,000, sell me the weapons." The man said, 100,000? Ha ha, is it too little? No problem, I can add another 200,000. If not, how about 300,000? Oh, how about this, I'll give you 1,000,000, and you can give me the girl next to you, Chao Chen said with a smile. 1,000,000? Really? Ha, what do you think? Chao and Ma, are you playing me? Do you know who I am? Smack! Chao Chen didn't answer him, he just hit him in the mouth with the butt of his gun. Chao Chen's strength exploded. Even without using any skills, the man's teeth were almost completely knocked out. Eugenia was startled by Chao Chen's sudden attack, took a step back, and dared not look at Chao Chen. The man was incredulously covering his mouth. Looking at the dozen or so teeth on the ground sent a chill down his spine. Woo, do you even know who I am? You are dead. Hearing the man's threat, Chao Chen replied with a smile, "It seems your mouth is harder than your keyboard. Take a good look at who I am. Today, I came here just for you. Aren't you feeling honored?" The man widened his eyes, looking at Chao Chen. Wasn't this the same man he had cursed to death on the forum, Chao Chen? Chao Chen had replied to him on the forum, saying he would come for him. At that time, the man didn't care and continued insulting Chao Chen. Unexpectedly, a day later, Chao Chen came. His face filled with fear, then his pupils shrank as he begged, It's you. I was just following the crowd on the forum, I was wrong. It's okay, I forgive you. Now, let's see how good you are with a gun, Chao Chen said calmly. It was as simple as eating and drinking. The man was scared. The scene of Chao Chen's massacre at the third canteen flashed through his mind. This person really dared to kill. He knelt directly. Then a yellow liquid flowed from his pants. His head kept knocking on the ground as he begged, Don't kill me, please. Before he could finish, Chao Chen put the gun against his forehead and fired. It was very quiet. The sound of the silenced rifle was very soft. Taking a life felt like a small yawn. Killing someone. Eugenia watched as the man fell into a pool of blood in front of her, her face pale with fear. She retreated a few steps, bumping into the wall, tears welling up as she looked at Chao Chen, like a lamb to the slaughter. Don't be afraid, I'm not a good person, Chao Chen said. Not a good person, woo. Eugenia burst into tears. She was so scared, others would at least pretend. But this Chao Chen didn't even bother. Seeing her tearful appearance, Chao Chen felt sorry for her. He roughly wiped her face with his big hands and said, Don't be afraid. Although I'm not a good person, I don't kill without reason. I have enough food and shelter. Will you follow me, be my woman, and have children for me? Chao Chen's words made Eugenia stop crying. She looked at the black and long object in Chao Chen's hand and thought to herself, Brother, it seems I don't have a choice. Eugenia wiped her tears, her hoarse voice saying, I'm willing. That's right, have some porridge to regain your strength. I'll take you back to my safe zone later, Chao Chen said as he took out a bowl of bone porridge from his space and handed it to Eugenia. Thank you, brother. Eugenia took the bone porridge without hesitation and started drinking it while crying. Eugenia cried as she drank. Chao Chen and the man before were not good people, but at least Chao Chen had something to eat, while the dead man would only rob her. Sobbing, she decided to go along with him. After Eugenia finished eating, Chao Chen picked her up in a princess carry and headed back to the safe zone. Eugenia hadn't reacted yet when she felt a slight stinging sensation as if she were being torn apart, but it only lasted for a few seconds before stopping. She opened her eyes and suddenly realized that the surroundings had changed. She was in a dormitory. Wang Mengmeng looked at the new girl and asked, "Honey, is this the new sister?" "Yes, help her take a bath, put on the nano combat suit, and then practice shooting with her. Don't bully the newcomer, or I'll come back and spank you," Chao Chen replied to Wang Mengmeng. "Got it, dear. I promise to complete the mission," Wang Mengmeng said. She reached out and took Eugenia from Chao Chen's arms. "Sisters, once we enter this door, we're all in this together and must help each other," she said. Eugenia looked around with a blank expression. Is this place real? Why can't I hear the zombies' howls? I see uneaten food on the table. What a waste. Eugenia was like a puppet, being led downstairs by Wang Mengmeng. Chao Chen left an M416 rifle with plenty of ammo and a set of nano combat gear outside the bathroom before leaving. He still needed to find the second keyboard warrior. Busy indeed. The second keyboard warrior wasn't far away. Chao Chen found him quickly with his lightning-fast speed. This person was a dead otaku who had a habit of hoarding supplies and stocking up on a month's worth of food at a time. After Doomsday arrived, he was lucky that his roommates were not around, and he hadn't turned into a zombie, allowing him to live carefreely until today. When Chao Chen found him, he was deeply engrossed in playing a game, and even managed to find teammates at this time, which was quite impressive. However, while others played games, he played the electronic piano, insulting 4 teammates and 5 enemies alone. Chao Chen stood behind him quietly, watching him show off. What kind of trash is this Zhuge Liang playing on the road of confrontation? Come and join the team. If you can't play Jungle Guanyu, you should quit. Playing such a brainless hero makes you look like a fool. Can't you play support, Dong Wang? Can you come and protect me? Chao, you play so poorly, it's no wonder your wife got bitten by zombies. Why don't you go die together? Tisk tsk, the enemy Hui dares to come for a one-on-one. What's the skill in 2 against 1? Trash. Trash Lan Ling Wang, always chasing after daddy. His typing speed even impressed Chao Chen. Impressive, indeed. No wonder he could insult 9 people at once. While trash-talking, he managed to keep up with the game, ensuring no minions were missed, quite skilled. After more than 10 minutes, he was about to destroy the crystal. However, 2 of his teammates unexpectedly went AFK. This infuriated the keyboard warrior, who immediately cursed them and their families. No need to guess, these 2 were definitely found by zombies, either running away or already turned into zombie food. The situation quickly turned against them. They were pushed back by the enemy, losing 3 towers in a row. Just as they were about to lose the crystal and the game, the keyboard warrior continued to argue fiercely, enraging the opponents to the point where they stopped pushing and let the minions do the work. However, a dramatic scene unfolded. As he continued to insult, 3 of the opponents suddenly went silent. Seizing the opportunity, the keyboard warrior kept insulting, but there was no response. 3 opponents disconnected. With a 3 versus 2 advantage, they won. Trash is trash, even without being attacked by zombies, you still can't win. The keyboard warrior put down his phone, comfortably opened a bottle of cola, and chugged it down. Thud, thud, thud. Finished in one gulp. He threw the plastic bottle out the window. Previously, this would have attracted zombies, but not today. Just after winning a game, he was too excited to notice any difference from before. The keyboard warrior said contentedly, "I'm still comfortable here, all the supplies in the dorm are mine, I can eat for 3 months without any problem, zombies can't reach me, it's so cool, who can kill me, ha?" Just then, he saw a figure behind him in the mirror. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A zombie? No way. Is fate against me? Terrified, he slowly turned around. A man smiled at him and said, "Keep going, it's quite interesting. You could make money if you live stream this. Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear in my dorm room?" The keyboard warrior looked at Chao Chen in fear, immediately reaching behind the computer desk. He then picked up a stainless steel chopstick and held it in front of him. "Do you want to play or not? If not, get lost," Chao Chen said with a smile, as if narrating something very ordinary. "Damn it, don't think I'm an easy target, go to hell." Smack! The keyboard warrior forcefully stabbed the chopstick towards Chao Chen. Due to the excessive force, the chopstick not only failed to harm Chao Chen but, because of his quick reflexes, ended up piercing his own palm. With Chao Chen's current attributes, not even a blade as sharp as Hua Zhang's could harm him. The keyboard warrior's hand bones shattered due to the recoil force. He was in excruciating pain, his face turning red, unable to speak. Watching the keyboard warrior's ridiculous performance, Chao Chen chuckled, then pulled out an assault rifle and pointed it at his forehead. It's the year 4202, and you want to kill someone with a pair of chopsticks? Staring at the rifle pointed at his head, the keyboard warrior was dumbfounded. He tossed the chopstick aside and pleaded, "No, please don't kill me. I can share half of my food with you, just spare me." At that moment, the keyboard warrior lost control of his bodily functions. Frowning, Chao Chen shot him without hesitation. The keyboard warrior never understood why he was targeted. After looting the keyboard warrior's belongings, Chao Chen appeared behind another keyboard warrior. "Ha!" The keyboard warrior looked puzzled at the sudden appearance of Chao Chen. "Who are you?" The keyboard warrior stared at Chao Chen in confusion, taking a while to react. "You don't recognize me? You've been insulting me on the forums? Oh, you're that. Remember now? If you do, you can leave now." Bang! After a while, Chao Chen returned to the dormitory area. This time, he brought back a woman who was unconscious. When Chao Chen found her, a keyboard warrior was about to assault her. The woman's clothes were torn to shreds, tears streaming from her eyes, her slender waist red from the keyboard warrior's grip, and her feet bound with ropes, bloodstains visible. Chao Chen felt heartbroken at the sight. Luckily, he arrived in time and swiftly decapitated the man, preventing a tragedy. In one morning, he eliminated 10 keyboard warriors, killed 1057 zombies, and rescued a girl, earning a substantial income. Bringing the girl back to the dorm, a rich aroma of stewed pig's trotters greeted Chao Chen's nostrils as he entered. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, "Smells delicious." Li Jiayu looked at Chao Chen's return and said, "Honey, you're back. The pig's trotters have just finished stewing, let's eat." "Great, I'm starving. By the way, take care of this girl in the room, I have some medicine for her," Chao Chen replied calmly. "Sure thing, you go ahead and eat. I'll take care of the girl," Li Jiayu said as she walked away. Watching Li Jiayu's departing figure, Chao Chen smiled inwardly, thinking, although Li Jiayu was immature in her youth, that's all in the past now. After Li Jiayu took the girl back to the room, Chao Chen picked up the stewed pig's trotters in front of him and began to eat. "Wow, this is delicious. Yujin's cooking skills are amazing," Chao Chen praised as he spoke to the busy Li Yujin. Li Yujin, who was preparing to roast a whole lamb for dinner, smiled and said, "As long as my husband likes it, it's good. This is my first time doing it, luckily the internet didn't go down, so I learned online." "Well done, if you have time at home, you can download more videos so that even if the internet goes down, we still have something to watch." "Okay, got it, husband. By the way, there's something I want to tell you after you finish eating." "What's so secretive about it?" Chao Chen smiled, not paying much attention. What secrets could a little girl have? Just some trivial matters. After eating and drinking his fill, Chao Chen stood up and walked into the kitchen where Li Yujin was still busy preparing ingredients. A sense of happiness surged through him. Among so many girls, it was Yujin who could cook. If there were no doomsday, Li Yujin would be the most suitable one for marriage and having children. Thinking of this, Chao Chen smiled again. What was he thinking? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Without the doomsday, he was still a poor guy, just a delivery guy, not worthy of such a good girl. "Husband, are you full?" Li Yujin's pleasant voice interrupted Chao Chen's thoughts. Chao Chen nodded immediately. Just about to speak, Li Yujin took off her gloves, grabbed Chao Chen's hand, and said, "Husband, come, let's go back to our room." "What's wrong?" Chao Chen looked at her in confusion. At that moment, Li Yujin closed the door behind them. Blushing, she came to Chao Chen, embraced his strong waist, and said, "Husband, let's not rush to go out now." "Ha? It's still early, I was planning to take a nap before going out. As long as it doesn't delay your matters, I might need to take up some of your time," Li Yujin said shyly. Then, she held Chao Chen's shoulders, pushed him to the edge of the bed. Her rosy lips approached Chao Chen's ear and whispered softly, "Husband, my family relatives have left." Hearing Li Yujin's words, Chao Chen was stunned, staring at her intently. "Yujin, didn't you say there was still one day left?" Husband, after eating the zombie crystal core, unexpectedly," Li Yujin said while controlling her nano-combat suit to change its appearance. "Does the zombie crystal core have this effect?" Gulp. Chao Chen swallowed nervously. Li Yujin's nano-combat suit transformed into the outfit of a game Chao Chen liked, complemented by exquisite makeup and a beautiful figure. Damn! Chao Chen's eyes couldn't move away. The character from the game came to life. Especially with Li Yujin wearing a light veil over her face, the half-covered face was a sight that made people eager to see her beauty. "Yujin, this isn't appropriate. Your aunt just left. It's not good to dress up like this for role-playing, Chao Chen said, pretending to be reserved. It's okay, husband, I can do it. Don't you think my cosplay is good? Li Yujin pinched her soul ring and said sadly. Oh my god. Who could resist this? With things having reached this point, if he didn't do something, even the gods wouldn't approve. Without a second thought, he pulled Li Yujin next to him, lifted the light veil. Li Yujin's beautiful eyes widened. Then her face blushed. She remembered seeing a few sisters playing games with Chao Chen in a team of 4. Due to physical reasons, she couldn't join them, and now she regretted it a bit. Now, she couldn't let Chao Chen down by not teaming up with him directly, turning passivity into initiative. Seated next to Chao Chen, she gazed at his handsome face and spoke up, "Can I play support? Duo Q?" Although Chao Chen preferred 5 black, he couldn't resist his sister's cuteness. Naturally, he agreed. They played a high-level match together. Sis, you need more practice with your skills. Remember to invite me for duo Qs, Chao Chen teased as he mischievously touched her slender waist. Then, he changed his outfit into a different character style. Subsequently, they engaged in role-playing and immersed themselves in the game interaction. Ding! Host successfully saved humanity and will receive an additional reward, which is being distributed now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Barrett Heavy Sniper Rifle, improved version, 99% weight reduction, *100, 12. 7x99mm bullets *10000000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Super Alloy Space Villa, camouflage version, with dimensions of 5 meters in height, 3 meters in width, 6 meters in length, armored vehicle *1, equipped with nuclear power, capable of continuous movement for 1 million kilometers, solid tires to avoid tire wear issues. For specific configurations, please check the system. The system's notification sounded in Chao Chen's mind. However, he didn't check it. Eugene was having a great time playing, and he couldn't distract her by checking the system properties. At this stage, the best reward for Eugene was to play more games with her. Chao Chen became increasingly excited as they continued to win matches. The sound of the game inside the room reached its peak and could be heard outside. At that moment, Li Yuding, who had just finished target practice, returned to the dormitory and heard the intense battle sounds from inside. Blushing, she remarked, "Whoever is slacking off and playing games in the middle of the day is so annoying." Initially not wanting to intervene, the noise was too loud, making her feel hot even in her nano-combat suit. "Let me see which girl it is, I'll have to educate her later," Li Yuding said as she stealthily approached the door. She cautiously opened it a crack. "Sis." Li Yuding was astonished to see her familiar profile and immediately covered her mouth. However, the previous sounds had already reached both of them. Seeing her sister, Li Yujin joyfully exclaimed, "Sis, you're here. Our husband is amazing. I've been winning games back to back. It's so much fun. You're just in time. Let's team up with our husband." "What? Do you even know what you're saying?" Li Yuding was shocked. Her usually obedient sister was now so unrestrained, even inviting her to play together. Was there no sense of shame? In games, it's either 5 black or duo Q. However, caught up in the excitement, Chao Chen paid no attention to Li Yuding's reaction. He directly locked the door and pulled Li Yuding closer to him. "I haven't experienced playing with 2 sisters to win together yet. Come on." My game isn't set up yet." "Yuding, looks like you need more practice. You're not as good as Yujin at gaming." "Stop it." After playing his trump card, Chao Chen decisively defeated the 2 female players. Watching the 2 sisters lying beside him, breathing evenly, Chao Chen contentedly stroked his chin before covering them with the air conditioner. "Looks like we'll have to delay the whole lamb roast tonight," Chao Chen muttered. Then, he checked Li Yujin's profile in front of him. Name, Li Yujin. Photo, image. GIF age, 18. Current health, 100%. Overall score, 96. Attributes, strength, 10. 4 stamina, 11. 2 speed, 11. 1 mental power, 10. 8. Li Yujin's attributes are indeed much higher than Li Yuding's attributes. I didn't expect that within this small body, all attributes surpass those of adults. No wonder, it was Li Yujin who was constantly outputting against Chao Chen at noon today, while her sister Li Yuding was playing support. It seems like I need to give my sister some guidance. The attributes are a bit too much. Chao Chen came to the window and habitually took out a small white dragon to hold in his mouth. He intended to light it up, but considering they were in a room with 2 girls behind him, he stopped his hand. It's past 3 in the afternoon, the scorching sun has lowered, perfect for a nap. Chao Chen looked back at the 2 girls sleeping soundly. At this moment, he could have been lying between the 2 girls, enjoying the bliss. But the thought of all those keyboard warriors he had to deal with made Chao Chen furious. "Making me work overtime. But some things have to be done. The longer those parasites live, the more it pains Chao Chen's heart. Every second these social leeches live is a waste of this world's scarce resources. With this in mind, Chao Chen took a deep breath. Then he threw the cigarette on the ground and crushed the embers with his foot, saying, "I'll try to finish them all before coming back tonight." Chao Chen left the dormitory, watching the gun girls training. It didn't seem right to leave without saying goodbye to his wives. He planned to check the girls' training progress before leaving. It wouldn't take much time anyway. What you don't see won't scare you, but once you see it, it's shocking. Chao Chen was surprised to find that Yang Yiyun, who rarely spoke, had achieved a perfect score in marksmanship, with 9 out of 10 shots hitting the bullseye, making her a sharpshooter. If this were peacetime and she participated in a sports competition, wouldn't she win easily? Damn, what a natural talent. Unexpectedly, there was a shooting genius among his harem. How long did she practice to achieve this? Terrifying. Just as he had received a batch of sniper rifles from Li Yujin and was worried about finding someone to use them, now he had a candidate. Since being educated for saving someone, Yang Yiyun had become very reserved and aloof. The most important qualities for a sniper are absolute precision, calmness, and patience. Chao Chen saw that Yang Yiyun wasn't proud or arrogant because of her exceptional skills, fitting perfectly into the sniper role. He decided to train her directly as a sniper. So, Chao Chen walked up to Yang Yiyun, looking at her as if she were a treasure. This made Yang Yiyun very nervous. She stopped shooting and said to Chao Chen, "Husband, you." She even started to stutter. "Don't be nervous, wife. I didn't expect you to be so accurate with a rifle. It's truly a pleasant surprise. I think there's something more suitable for you." Chao Chen grabbed her hand and said with a smile, "Thank you for the compliment, husband. What is it?" "Here, this." Chao Chen finished speaking and directly took out a 1.44-meter-long sniper rifle. This startled all the girls present. "Oh my god, it's a Barrett sniper rifle!" Wang Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise. As a game anchor, not only did she play games like PUBG, but she also knew about games like Crossfire, naturally recognizing the legendary Barrett rifle. Unexpectedly, Chao Chen had managed to get his hands on such a legendary weapon. Truly shocking. Other girls more or less had heard of this weapon, and the curious ones quickly pulled out their phones to look it up. The search results left them almost dumbfounded. This weapon could actually penetrate armored vehicles, which was quite impressive. Yang Yan looked at the weapon Chao Chen had taken out and asked in confusion, "Honey, is this for me?" "Yes, this sniper rifle is for you to use from now on," Chao Chen replied. Yang Yiyun was first stunned, then delighted. She took the Barrett from Chao Chen's hand, expecting it to be heavy and hard to lift, but it was as light as a feather and easily held in front of her. "Wow, Ian, so cool. Honey, I want one too," Jiang Rower said enviously. Chao Chen, upon hearing this, thought about how Jiang Rower missed the target with 9 out of 10 shots, which gave him a headache. Giving her a Barrett would just be a pure way to troll her teammates. However, another type of weapon seemed more suitable for her. Although he didn't have it yet, recruiting a few more beauties should be on the horizon. Chao Chen touched Jiang Rower's pretty face and said, "The Barrett might not be suitable for you, it requires high precision. Let me see if I can get a Gatling gun for you to try." "Oh my goodness, a Gatling gun too?" Jiang Rower exclaimed in surprise. Chao Chen smiled mysteriously and replied, "There will be." The girls were shocked by Chao Chen's revelations. If there were Gatling guns, rocket launchers might not be far behind. Could it be that her husband's part-time job as a delivery guy was a cover, and his true identity was an arms dealer? The way they looked at Chao Chen changed. In the apocalypse, being able to cling to such a powerful figure, what more could they ask for? Chao Chen was unaware that a subtle show of strength had significantly increased the girls' loyalty once again. Leaving the dormitory area, Chao Chen immediately switched to work mode. The keyboard warrior's position had already planned out the route. Following the route, Chao Chen harvested along the way. The A-level metal control ability not only expanded to a range of 200 meters but also controlled 10 times the quantity of the B-level talent. Controlling 100 iron needles simultaneously was a piece of cake, greatly increasing efficiency, making him a harvesting machine. Even Chao Chen was shocked by this intensity. This was only A-level. If he advanced to S-level or higher, wouldn't it be scenes he couldn't even imagine? As he advanced, the zombies that encountered Chao Chen didn't even have time to react before becoming part of the crystals in Chao Chen's empty bag. Among the keyboard warriors harvested in the afternoon, most were extremely lucky individuals. Unfortunately, they should never have provoked Chao Chen, the god of slaughter. They went to heaven with a smile. Chao Chen stood in the last dormitory of this mission's destination. The last keyboard warrior was shamelessly spewing hate online. "Stupid delivery boy, huh? All those things were made up by me, but what can you do to me? Watching so many people follow my lead in cursing you together really makes me happy. Wang Meng Meng, that deadbeat, is so pathetic. Clearly a loser. Come over and let me have some fun, and I'll delete the comments. Chao Chen quietly watched him, a disgusting mix of perversion, jealousy, and obscenity on his face. Too twisted. If this person had superpowers, he would probably have killed long ago. In this keyboard warrior's room, there were two girls cowering in the corner. Covered in bruises, their hair dirty and tangled, with unknown substances and a foul smell. Disgusting. This scum actually imprisoned women. Such disrespect for women made Chao Chen certain he was in the right place. Beasts like this deserved to die. Without hesitation, Chao Chen administered a lethal injection, sending him to heaven. Then he turned his attention to the two bound girls. Don't be afraid, I'm here to rescue you. With a swift cut, he freed them from the ropes that bound them. As he cut the ropes, the two women made a sound of acknowledgement. Thinking he had hurt them, Chao Chen quickly untied them. He watched as their expressions changed from fear to joy. Chao Chen was momentarily stunned, thinking he might have been mistaken. Shaking his head, he looked at the two women again, seeing the relief on their faces. Hey, I really am a good person, saving two young ladies, Chao Chen thought to himself. The two women lowered their heads, glancing at Chao Chen from the corner of their eyes. Suddenly, one of them stood up, grabbed a fruit knife from the table, and lunged towards Chao Chen. It wasn't until his entire body was splattered with red liquid that she stopped her actions, laughing sinisterly. It was a chilling sight. You? Chao Chen looked at them in astonishment. The next moment, the two women returned to normal, sitting on the ground and crying. After being abused for so many days, it's normal to have some extreme reactions, Chao Chen muttered. Since they had recovered, it was time for him to leave. Chao Chen had no intention of taking the remaining supplies in the room. These supplies meant little to him but were invaluable to the two women. Just as he turned to leave, one of the women ran up to him, knelt down, and clung to his leg, pleading, "Handsome man, you can't leave us like this. If you kill him, how can we, two weak women, survive in this apocalypse? I'm willing to do anything, please don't leave us." Sob. Yes, handsome man, you can't just leave like this. Without that man, we can't survive. Take us with you. After hearing their words, Chao Chen furrowed his brow. What did they mean by not being able to survive without that man? There seemed to be a misunderstanding here. Could it be that it wasn't the man who had imprisoned them, but that these two girls had willingly come here? Thinking this, Chao Chen checked the attributes of the two women. One had a beauty score of 79, a figure of 88, but a purity level of only 80%. The other had a beauty score of 85, a good figure of 92, but an even lower purity level of only 70%. Chao Chen was taken aback. How many boyfriends had she had? She was like a bus with many stops. Moreover, Chao Chen had been puzzled before. This was a boys' dormitory, and downstairs was filled with zombies, so it was impossible for the keyboard warrior to have brought them from outside. He had initially assumed these two girls were victims. Now everything was clear. It turned out they had willingly offered themselves. Living in a boys' dormitory before the apocalypse indicated a somewhat chaotic personal life. Damn, scenes like this from internet jokes couldn't even be written in novels, yet they were happening right in front of Chao Chen. And now they wanted him to take them with him? If their purity levels were over 98, Chao Chen could have turned a blind eye to their past. But both of them had been around the block too many times. It was just too much to handle. Well, Chao Chen wasn't the type to settle for just anyone. He had no virginity complex as a descendant of Cao Cao, and didn't mind if they had ex-boyfriends. After all, a well-trodden path would be smoother. But these two had practically paved the way to Rome. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. Forget it, I'm not that desperate, Chao Chen said. I can't let my little brother end up in a virus breeding ground. Goodbye. With that, Chao Chen vanished in front of the two women, leaving them staring at each other in disbelief. One of them said to the other, "Sister, what should we do now that the man has been killed? There's not just one man in Yongyuan. Let's take a bath, change into new clothes, show a bit more skin on the forum. I refuse to believe that with our looks as two little fairies, no man will come to rescue us. Six-legged toads are hard to find, but there are plenty of lecherous men with two legs, right? You're right. Sister, you've really thought this through. It's a pity we'll be bored for a few more days. It's okay, sister. We must be self-reliant. I refuse to believe that we can't survive without anyone else. But sister, I don't know how to do anything. Little sister, stop relying on men to do things. You need to learn to live on your own." 7 p.m. Chao Chun, who had already returned to the dormitory area, still felt a bit flustered. He never expected to encounter two biological mothers today. Just the thought of the strange smell emanating from the two made Chao Chun feel nauseous. Ugh! Looks like he needs to comfort himself with a sister. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen remembered that he hadn't properly met the two girls he had picked up today. So, Xiao Chen immediately went to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he could hear the girls chatting and laughing. The dormitory building was as lively as during the New Year. Seeing each sister already back and preparing dinner, Xiao Chen spoke up. Meng, how's the girl I brought back this morning doing with her marksmanship practice? Honey, you mean Jean Yao? She's doing fine, her accuracy is good, hitting 4 out of 10 shots. I'll call her out now. Jean Yao, honey is looking for you, come out quickly, Wang Mengmeng immediately called out from the kitchen. As soon as Wang Mengmeng's voice fell, a girl with an oval face, golden hair tied in a single braid, wearing a white shirt and jeans on her long, enticing legs, walked out. Her delicate features were very attractive. Xiao Chen was stunned. He never expected that Jean Yao, after taking a bath and dressing up a bit, would be so alluring. Isn't she 1,000 times better than those two on the bus? As soon as Jean Yao came out, she walked straight to Xiao Chen. She shyly greeted him, honey, you're back. Then blushed and turned away. Ha! Xiao Chen was surprised to hear Jean Yao call him that way. At that moment, Li Jiayu also walked out of the kitchen. She looked at Xiao Chen and reported, honey, the new sister hasn't woken up yet, but she should be fine. She suffered a lot of torture before, had a mental breakdown, and needs rest. Xiao Chen nodded after hearing this and replied, alright, thank you, Jiayu. How much longer until the whole lamb is roasted? Honey, it might take a while. Besides the lamb, Yujin is preparing other dishes. It should be about another hour, Jean Yao immediately answered. Having helped Li Yujin with the food, she naturally knew the progress. After hearing Jean Yao's words, Xiao Chen said, 1 hour? Since that's the case, let's have some snacks. Jiayu, come with me. Li Jiayu was puzzled for a moment but nodded. What snacks? She came to Xiao Chen's side with a puzzled look. Xiao Chen grinned mischievously, hugged Li Jiayu's slender waist, and said to her, Jiayu, I'm going to fulfill the promise I made today. Are you touched? An hour later, looking at the well-proportioned Li Jiayu lying beside him, Xiao Chen touched her cheek, then habitually lit a cigarette and took a puff. As he relaxed, a thought crossed his mind. There were still many professional personnel needed in the team. Tired. Thinking about all the work ahead, Xiao Chen felt a headache. He had thought that with the system, he could lie down comfortably during the apocalypse. Unexpectedly, from the beginning of the doomsday until now, there hasn't been a single day of rest. It's either saving people or searching for survivors along the way. Even lazy mornings have been scarce. Thinking about this, Xiao Chen began to calculate which skilled new members he currently needed. Doctors, nurses, preschool teachers, even elementary, middle, and high school teachers were necessary. The existing members who taught dance and singing should be competent. Zhang Lu, a university teacher, was also available. Various professions would require a few individuals. Damn! Calculating like this, he actually needed quite a lot of people, easily dozens. After a quick calculation, Xiao Chen realized he needed to save at least 100 people. After all, the future human headquarters couldn't rely on just a few individuals. The living conditions in the graduate student dormitories were not great. If more people joined, having dormitories separated by over 10 meters would be inconvenient. It seemed like he needed to plan their journey after leaving the school. Headache. Forget it, no need to think about it. Impatience won't get you hot tofu. With things at this stage, let's eat first. He woke up the drowsy Li Jiayu, got dressed, and began to returning with Li Jiayu to their original spot. The timing was just right. They coincidentally encountered a freshly roasted whole lamb. Looking at the golden, sizzling, oily roasted lamb in front of him, before Xiao Chen could speak, his stomach embarrassingly growled. Xiao Chen awkwardly stood still. The girls naturally noticed this awkward moment and kindly said, honey, can we start eating? We're hungry. We're all family, no need to be polite, let's dig in. Oh, remember to save some for Su Weining. As long as she's my woman, everyone gets a share, Xiao Chen said with a smile. Then, under the girl's gaze, he directly tore off a lamb trotter. I'll start first. Xiao Chen smiled and took a bite, the juicy and spicy flavor bursting in his mouth. Delicious. The leftover roasted chicken legs in the space suddenly didn't seem appetizing. This roasted whole lamb was beyond anything he had tasted even in peacetime. Eating it now gave him a feeling akin to a wild boar tasting fine bran for the first time. Comfortable. Seeing Xiao Chen already digging in, the other girls no longer held back and started eating too. However, they ate gracefully, as they were well-fed young girls who had 3 meals a day, unlike other survivors who often went hungry. In front of Xiao Chen, they needed to maintain their ladylike image and secure their positions in his harem. Seeing everyone enjoying the meal so much, Xiao Chen felt like something was missing. Right, beer. How could a roasted whole lamb be complete without beer? So, he took out 3 chilled beers from the space and posted a picture on his long-unused social media before putting away his phone and starting the feast. Yongjang University's first cafeteria. A dozen students armed with homemade weapons were cautiously observing their surroundings. Occasionally, a few wandering zombies would approach, but before they could even growl, the survivors would swiftly turn them into headless zombies. They cooperated seamlessly and quickly extracted the zombie crystals, putting them in their pockets. Behind this group of people were fully armed survivors. At this moment, they were having their meal. In the center were the principal and a large number of school leaders, surrounded by over 700 students. They chatted and laughed, giving the impression that it wasn't the apocalypse but a normal mealtime after class. However, the ruler of this cafeteria was not the principal but the principal's son, Xiaohuahua. Xiaohuahua was eating, and in his tray, just like the other survivors, there was no difference. At that moment, he was called by other supernaturals and walked to the kitchen of the cafeteria. Xiaohuahua naturally guessed what was happening. His face changed. Soon he arrived at the kitchen of the cafeteria. In the kitchen warehouse, where there should have been a large amount of supplies piled up, there was now only a tiny bit left. Xiaohuahua looked at the less than 1/10 of the remaining food supplies and fell into contemplation. Supplies are running out soon, Brother Hua, what should we do next? Another supernatural being spoke up. Don't worry, let me think about it. The school has so many supplies, as long as we keep searching, I believe we won't let anyone go hungry, Xiaohuahua said. Just as Xiaohuahua finished speaking, another supernatural being said, Brother Hua, to be blunt, why should we keep so many useless people around, doing nothing all day and still eating the same food as us? Why? With one person starting, other supernaturals chimed in. Especially those school leaders. Not doing anything is one thing, but even at the end of the world, they still put on a leadership face, bossing us around. I can't stand it anymore. Brother Hua, in my opinion, we shouldn't bother with them. How many brothers have we lost? And what about them, getting fat off of our provisions? Listening to the complaints of his brothers, Xiaohuahua felt a headache, but he believed that since they were given supernatural powers by heaven, they had a mission to save the world. He was not a saint, but a man on a mission. Ordinary people didn't have the ability to survive in the apocalypse. They, the supernaturals, were here to save. Now that things were getting difficult, Xiaohuahua had no intention of giving up on these survivors. Instead, he reflected on himself, thinking he hadn't done well enough. Xiaohuahua was a grade B fire-type supernatural. Killing zombies was naturally easy and pleasant for him. Under his leadership, basically, the dormitories, cafeteria, express station, and even the teaching building in this area had been searched through. If it weren't for too many survivors, theoretically, he had more supplies than Chao Chun, excluding system rewards. But now they were all gone. Unlike the high-profile actions of the self-rescue team, Xiaohuahua's team was very low-key. This resulted in few people knowing of their existence. The survivors eating now were all rescued one by one under Xiaohuahua's leadership. There was even less publicity. Saving so many people at first didn't cause any issues. Other supernaturals didn't have any objections either. But as the number of survivors grew, the rapid consumption of supplies became a problem. What to do? Xiaohuahua was anxious. Just when he was at a loss, a notification in his WeChat friend circle caught his attention. What's this? Xiaohuahua opened his phone to check the friend circle, and a picture of a whole roasted lamb caught his eye. The supernaturals looked at Xiaohuahua in silence as he opened his phone, looking puzzled. One by one, they gathered around. When they saw the picture, they were stunned. Rubbing his eyes, one of them said, "This guy is probably starving," posting a picture to satisfy his hunger. No way, unless they encounter a kind-hearted person like our leader, ordinary people will have to go hungry, another supernatural being said. The emphasis on the 3 words, kind-hearted person, was strong. Others also sensed his displeasure in his tone, but they knew it was useless to say anything. One of them spoke up, "Let's disperse, it's just a poor loser's fantasy, wanting to eat a whole roasted lamb in the apocalypse, accompanied by a dozen beautiful women. Do you think you're the protagonist of this world? Ha ha, go to bed early, we have to get up early tomorrow to find supplies for those parasites. I'm going to bed too, I'm tired after a long day." After all, the team was pulled together by Xiaohuahua, and he was the strongest. They could only talk with their mouths and dare not do anything to defy Xiaohuahua. The college student who was originally working in the cafeteria with his phone curiously walked over. When he saw the photos inside were sent by Chao Chen, he was stunned. Then he spoke up, "Hey, isn't this Chao Chun, who was previously called a murderer? He's quite something, so many women and even roasted whole lamb to eat." Xiaohuahua turned to look at him upon hearing this. Pointing at the man on the phone screen, he asked, "Do you know this person? Know him?" Of course, I know him. Before Doomsday, we even delivered takeout together. Maybe you added him as a friend during the delivery, the student replied. Oh, I see. Do you believe this is true, bro? Xiao Huahua casually asked, not really expecting much. Xiao Chen was just a passerby, probably just a poor guy daydreaming, and the photos might even be photoshopped. However, the next moment, Yang Wei said an answer that left him incredulous. I do believe. He's amazing now, let me tell you. Not only has he become an esper, but he's also saved many beautiful girls and brought them into his harem. I didn't know who these girls were before, but now I do. He's truly a winner in life. Brought many girls into his harem? Everyone became interested upon hearing this. Listening to the story seemed like a good idea. What's going on? A poor guy rising up. Tell us more about the harem. Yang Wei was just an ordinary person, unlike Xiao Huahua and the other espers who were busy saving people all the time. It was normal for him not to know much, given the reduced communication and fewer avenues for showing off. With QQ and WeChat, fewer people visited the campus forums. Unlike them, he was just an ordinary person, chopping vegetables every day and browsing the forums in his spare time. He used to enjoy the gossip on the forums. However, he wasn't a gossip, always observing without commenting. As a poor guy, he was very rational. Online matters were mostly fake. There would be a turnaround sooner or later. Taking sides too early was foolish. If there were new developments, deleting comments wouldn't be quick enough. There was a case where someone was mistaken for an online bully and taken to chat with uncles in the courtyard because they took sides too quickly. He naturally knew Chao Chun, just another poor guy like him. But unexpectedly, after Doomsday, he became the chosen one. Able to kill at will, surrounded by beautiful women, and even rumored to have intercepted the supplies of the self-rescue team, he was truly impressive. This made him envious. Thinking about this, Yang Wei revealed everything he knew. Xiao Huahua, upon hearing this, angrily set fire to the chairs nearby. He said, a murderer. People must be killed. I think the issue with the supplies has been resolved, it's him. Everyone understood what he meant. Xiao Huahua was going to find Chao Chen. Isn't this like looking for trouble? One of the espers, Li Chang, spoke up, Boss, I heard that Chao Chen kills without blinking an eye. Perhaps he's a powerful esper. Do we really want to provoke him for no reason? For no reason? How can it be for no reason? As an esper, if he doesn't protect ordinary people properly and just indiscriminately kills, I have a responsibility and obligation to find him, Xiao Huahua replied, his tone full of determination. The other espers looked at each other after hearing Xiao Huahua's words. Do you really think you're the uncle of the Pacific, responsible for everything? He's a ruthless big boss who kills without hesitation, with more lives in his hands than we have zombie heads. Is it really worth it to go after him like this? Li Chang pondered after hearing this. Suddenly, he complained in his heart, damn it, has Xiao Lao really lost his mind? I don't believe he would indiscriminately kill innocent people. I understand the mentality of poor losers the best. They do as little work as possible, take advantage whenever they can, and avoid any effort. Just based on the many beautiful women in the photos, it's unlikely. If it were me, I'd be marrying a new bride every day, too busy to even look for survivors, let alone kill a bunch of poor survivors. Isn't playing with fresh abalone more enjoyable than killing people? How twisted must one's mind be to think of killing for fun? If someone truly had that mentality, would they still post such photos on social media? I believe Chao Chen's response, those people are lusting after Wang Mengmeng. Everyone wanted to speak up to stop Xiao Huahua's absurd decision. But Xiao Huahua was not having any of it. His adolescent soul was burning. He firmly believed that Chao Chun was a murderer. Without a second thought, he immediately gathered the group to head to the graduate dormitory area to find Chao Chun. After much persuasion, they agreed to go tomorrow. After all, it was already late. Chao Chun, who was still in the dormitory, had no idea that he had attracted an enemy because of a social media post. At this moment, he had just finished eating. Stretching lazily, he walked towards the bathroom. Seeing this, Wang Mengmeng immediately nudged Eugenia beside her and said, Honey, don't rush, Jinyao's sister said she'll accompany you. Ha! Eugenia, who was still eating lamb, was momentarily stunned, then shook her head immediately. She wanted to speak but was silenced by Wang Mengmeng covering her mouth with her hand. Naturally, Chao Chen was unaware of what was happening behind him. He stopped. Chao Chen then smiled slightly. This newly acquired sister, Eugenia, was so considerate? Impressive. Walking up to Eugenia, he placed his large hand on her delicate hand and said, Let's go together. Eugenia blushed. Without refusing, she hesitantly followed him into the bathroom. The bathroom was not spacious to begin with. Chao Chun, seeing the beauty behind him, didn't want to delay her mealtime, right? Without further ado, he undressed as a gesture of respect. Controlling the nanosuit, he put it away, leaving him in just a pair of SpongeBob SquarePants. At that moment, Chao Chun, with his back to her, accidentally bumped into Eugenia. Eugenia had to step back a bit. When she saw the SpongeBob SquarePants, Eugenia was stunned. So cute. Eugenia looked at Chao Chen, covering her eyes with her hands but leaving a gap to sneak a peek at his appearance. She didn't expect that the tall, fierce-looking handsome guy who acted ruthlessly would have such a shy side. And he was wearing SpongeBob SquarePants. It was truly surprising. But when she saw the clearly defined abs on Chao Chen's abdomen, she couldn't help but swallow nervously. Her husband had such a great body. It's just that the style of the pants was a bit eye-catching. A little childish. So, Eugenia, with high emotional intelligence, said, "Honey, so playful, your pants are cute." Hearing Eugenia's words, Chao Chen smiled and didn't mind. Instead, he boldly replied, "The style of these square pants doesn't matter. What's important is what's inside, right? Why are you still standing there? Do you want me to help you?" "Help me? What help?" Seeing the bewildered Eugenia, Chao Chen directly pinched her delicate shoulder and was about to help her remove the nanosuit. Eugenia, like a startled rabbit, immediately shrank back and said, "No need, I can wash myself." She then controlled the nanosuit and put it away, leaving only a small Hello Kitty outfit. However, this outfit obviously doesn't fit quite right. It shouldn't be her own clothes. Wearing ill-fitting clothes is never comfortable. Chao Chen felt extreme heartache. Immediately coming to her, he skillfully activated his empathetic passive skill and directly took off these two ill-fitting clothes. At this point, the two of them had no more secrets to keep. Eugenia was after all only bathing with someone else for the first time. There was inevitably some modesty and shyness. Chao Chen looked at her flawless white body, excitedly said, "Your beautiful back, it's a shame not to cup." Cupping? What cupping? Chao Chen did not answer her. When Chao Chen's rough big hand was measuring how many cups could be cupped at once for her, Eugenia trembled all over. Yes? Chao Chen was studying how to cup, suddenly stopped his movements. Injured? Eugenia felt Chao Chen stop his movements. She also opened her eyes, following Chao Chen's gaze. "No, I'm not injured. I still have 4 days. Yes, sorry husband, I didn't mean to hide it from you." Eugenia's white teeth bit her lip, whispering softly. Chao Chen was stunned. Damn, forgot about this. He had checked her attributes when he brought her back before. But they had already bathed, how could they not do something else? Keep going. This is not the same world as before, it's the apocalypse. Chao Chen directly took out a handful of zombie crystals from the space, poured them directly into his mouth. Eugenia was just an ordinary person, unable to absorb so many zombie crystals, so she had to use her own to convert them. After the conversion was complete, it also needed to be transitioned through a special method. Chao Chen thought the quickest way was to kiss. So, without any hesitation, Chao Chen looked at her cherry lips and kissed her. The power of the zombie crystal flowed directly into Eugenia's body. Eugenia immediately felt a warm sensation in her abdomen. Then, the wounds still bleeding, instantly returned to their original state. Ding! Host successfully saved humanity, can receive a reward, reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill Phantom Clone. Every 10 meters the host moves, a clone will be left behind for 3 seconds. The clone has no power but possesses the same aura and momentum as the host. For specific usage, please explore on your own. An hour and a half later, the two of them walked out of the bathroom one after the other. They arrived in the living room. Looking at the girls still eating lamb, Chao Chen paused for a moment. He was thinking about whose turn it was to be revealed today. Eugenia alone definitely couldn't withstand Chao Chen's combat power. It seemed he needed to arrange for a few more girls to play cards together. It had been a while since Wolinlin, the little young woman, had eaten. Settled. There was also one called Yang Yiyun. That girl was good friends with Wang Mengmeng, couldn't favor one over the other. Let her join in today. When raising children later, she could have a companion with Wang Mengmeng. Decided on which card partner to play with. Without a second thought, Chao Chen directly took the two of them and led them to another dorm room to play mahjong. Since there were more rooms now, it didn't matter which dorm room. The other girls were still eating. It wouldn't be good if they found out he was playing cards without inviting them. This kind of entertainment activity can be addictive. Better not let them know too much, it might affect their mood for eating. Wolinlin and Yang Yiyun still held lamb in their hands. Suddenly changing the environment made them stunned for a moment, then they showed a happy expression. As Chao Chen brought back more and more girls, they felt like they had fallen out of favor. It's been a long time since I played cards with Chao Chen. Now, with the new sister who doesn't know how to play mahjong, there's finally a chance. I must seize it. Especially Wu Lanlan, who hasn't properly apologized to Chao Chun for her previous mistakes. She deliberately walked in front of Eugenia and said, "Little sister, if you can't play cards, don't take up a seat. Just watch and learn on the side." Before she could finish speaking, Wu Lanlan had already taken a seat. Chao Chun played along with Wu Lanlan's act, pretending to be fierce, saying, "You have a big appetite for cards. Let's have a showdown first and test your mettle." "I'm afraid you won't beat me," Wu Lanlan said arrogantly. Then she sat down casually to the side, looking nonchalant and confident. Eugenia was dumbfounded on the side. As a new employee, she didn't understand all these dynamics. She thought only Wang Mengmeng would act this way. She didn't expect Wu Lanlan, the caring older sister, to behave the same. Striving to be an outstanding employee? This company is really something. Throughout the evening, Chao Chen had been coaching Wu Lanlan's work. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that she shifted her focus to Yang Yiyun and Eugenia. This time, the dawn broke. The sun rose in the east. Chao Chen watched as the three women beside her tucked themselves in with a blanket before walking to the balcony and lighting a cigarette. The smoke slowly rose, creating a hazy mist. With a cigarette in her right hand, Chao Chen leaned on the railing with her left, gazing into the distance. She savored a moment of tranquility. Then she opened her system interface to check her attributes. Name, Chao Chen, age, 21, attributes, strength, 189 stamina, 195 speed, 176 mental power, 185 unallocated attribute points, 0. After a few days of development, her strength attribute had reached 18, 9 times that of an average adult, and her speed was 17, 6 times that of an average adult. Seeing a new skill in her skill bar, Chao Chen was pleased. "Let me test this skill." After closing the system interface, she began to experiment. With a casual movement, she left a clone in place. Surprisingly, even with her keen senses, Chao Chen couldn't distinguish the clone without physical contact. However, she was disappointed that the skill lacked combat effectiveness. After some thought, Chao Chen came up with a soul fusion technique. By controlling metal with her ability while moving, she could create a clone armed with a weapon. Proper utilization could yield remarkable results. Ordinary weapons might not be effective, but what about TNT explosives? The lifelike aura of this skill could easily deceive zombies. If her clone carried a bomb into a group of zombies, it would be like a walking mini-nuclear bomb. The more she thought about it, the more Chao Chen felt this skill was perfect. Using bombs might make it challenging to collect zombie crystals. No problem, she had plenty of sisters who could help with that. Problem solved. "I'm a genius." Chao Chen chuckled self-indulgently. At that moment, she noticed a red light on one side of the wall, growing brighter. What's going on? Before she could investigate, the metal wall was melted, creating a large hole. Not only Chao Chen but also the other early risers were startled by the commotion. It was their first time experiencing someone breaking through the wall directly. The last time they encountered a so-called rescue team, they had all jumped in. They never expected that now someone could break through metal walls so easily. It seemed that not only she was progressing, but with time, other ability users were also making significant advancements. Being able to melt the metal walls created by Chao Chen's husband, what kind of strength do these people possess? The girls furrowed their brows, each of them showing utmost determination. Jan Roer spoke up. "What's happening? Why are we being attacked in our safe zone again? Why are these people targeting us? Our group of delicate beauties, those stinky men must be eyeing us, thinking that they can come and claim us once they have a bit of power. Humph, these beasts have never regarded us women as human beings. Today, they will pay for it. Sisters, no more idle talk. Grab your weapons and eliminate these invaders. What my sister said is right. After practicing for so many days, we can finally put it to good use. These people see how many women we have and think we're easy targets. This time, we don't need our husbands to intervene. Let them see what a modern-day Mulan looks like. Charge!" Following that, one after another, the beautiful girls rushed out of the dormitory with rifles in hand. The scene resembled playing a favorite game. Each person was a female character, wielding rifles like the Type 81 and MK, engaging in explosive modes. Characters like Swimsuit Lan, Qingya, Yun Yuyu, and others, not only looked exactly like the current scene but were also very similar. All were beautiful girls playing with hot weapons. At this moment, even Yang Yiyun and the other two girls who had just fallen asleep woke up. After glancing at the messages in the group, they didn't even bother changing into their close-fitting clothes. They directly controlled their nano-combat suits to form a new set of dresses, entered the vacuum, and walked out of the room. Eugenia and Wu Lanlan were riflemen, following the other girls as they charged out. Yang Yun stayed behind. She reached a concealed spot on the rooftop, set up a barret, and stared intently at any movement. As time passed by, Xiao Chen and the girls had already prepared inside the graduate dormitory. Xiao Chen was never one to take the initiative. He didn't make the first move. With his current attributes, I'm invincible, do as you please. Several minutes passed, and the red molten cave turned into black charcoal. When the temperature dropped to a level acceptable for humans, human figures gradually appeared from the melted opening. 1, 2, 3. At least dozens of people were outside. Boom, boom, boom. The sound arrived before the people did. Outside the cave, several skills flew in, directly bombing the ground of the dormitory area beyond recognition. Dust filled the air, making it impossible for anyone to see the situation clearly. Cough, cough, cough. Some girls were caught off guard and choked on the dust. Are these people crazy? Why attack the ground like that? No, with so much dust, someone will definitely take advantage of the smoke and sneak in. Heh, they are organized and disciplined, even knowing how to use smoke bombs. It seems this is no ordinary group, Xiao Chen muttered. Indeed, when the smoke cleared, the enemy had already entered the graduate dormitory from outside. They stood in relatively safe positions, leaving no chance for the girls. You're the murderous demon Xiao Chen? Will you come to your end on your own, or shall I turn you to ashes myself? Xiao Huahua spoke up. Oh, Xiao Chen was slightly surprised upon hearing this, looking at the person who spoke. He didn't expect it to be him. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes. He had heard before that there was a wealthy second-generation student on campus who was a good person. He often helped poor female students, and males too. Initially, Xiao Chen thought this person was just putting on an act. But after delivering food once, he realized it was different from what he had imagined. The person was genuinely doing good deeds. Xiao Chen even added his WeChat, thinking that if he couldn't make it on his own, he could ask for help. Little did he know that doomsday was upon them. Now I have become a murderer in his eyes. Quite dramatic, isn't it? But the past is the past, and the present is the present. If you dare to be my enemy, sorry, there is only one outcome. Death. Xiao Huahua was always someone who hated evil as if it were a mortal enemy, and now with his special abilities, his temper was even more explosive. He would kill at the drop of a hat, whether based on what he saw with his own eyes or heard through the grapevine. As long as he knew that person was wicked, Xiao Huahua would want to take them down even in the dead of night. Previously, he had encountered only ordinary people who engaged in oppressing other survivors, and he easily suppressed them, effortlessly cutting off their heads, putting an end to their sinful lives. But now, when he saw Xiao Chen, the notorious murderer feared by everyone in the forum, he couldn't wait a moment longer and was eager to send him to the afterlife. Seeing Xiao Chen's disdain towards him, Xiao Huahua decided to act directly. A killer must be killed. Xiao Huahua's body erupted in red flames. Even the cement on the ground couldn't withstand such high temperatures, instantly melting into liquid. Then Xiao Huahua slightly bent his legs and charged towards Xiao Chen. Honey, be careful. Quick, dodge, honey. In the distance, Yang Yun, through her eightfold scope, saw the intruder immediately aiming for her husband, which ignited her anger. She stared fixedly at Xiao Huahua's advancing path, anticipating and pulling the trigger. Bang! The deafening sound of Barrett's massive gun startled the crows nearby into a frenzy. Even lying down, the recoil shook Yang Yun's snowy valley. The bullet flew precisely towards Xiao Huahua. But just as it was about to hit him, blue light emanated from Xiao Huahua's eyes, and he smirked, dabbling in trivial skills and daring to show off. A wall of fire appeared directly in front of the Barrett's bullet, just centimeters away. The bullet hit the wall, instantly vaporizing into liquid without causing any ripples. Impressive, so strong. The girls gasped in amazement. Even the so-called cannon Barrett couldn't harm this villain. So, their M416 rifles were even less threatening to him. What to do now? They had thought that having firearms would help Xiao Chen, but it seemed futile. They hadn't even left the dormitory yet and already faced an unbeatable opponent. Suddenly, the girls all had the same thought of striving to become stronger. After today, they must go out and kill zombies diligently, obtain zombie crystal cores, enhance their attributes, and become stronger. Since they couldn't harm the fiery man in front, they turned their gaze to others, showing their ferocity. They refused to believe that they couldn't defeat the leader, let alone these small fries. Let's target the others. Wang Mengmeng shouted loudly. Following Wang Mengmeng's lead, the other girls immediately pulled the trigger. The battle escalated instantly, with firepower covering the entire area. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat. The supernaturals brought by Xiao Huahua watched as this group of female soldiers launched an attack, feeling overwhelmed. Originally, they didn't support Xiao Huahua's confrontation with Xiao Chen. They had planned to come over for a peaceful negotiation, exchanging zombie crystal cores for some food with Chao Chen. After all, everyone knew the usefulness of zombie crystal cores. With so many resources that he couldn't consume, it wouldn't matter to exchange some. But now, this big idiot Xiao Huahua launched an attack as soon as he arrived, without any warning. This rendered all their plans useless. The situation had far exceeded what they could control. If they were fighting other male classmates, they would just fight to the end. But now, the ones they were fighting were their former dream goddesses. It was neither right to fight nor not to fight. They couldn't bring themselves to harm these delicate beauties. Might as well just play the role of a shrinking turtle. Let Wang Mangmang and the others unleash their firepower. So, the two in the center of the battlefield. Xiao Huahua also rushed to Chao Chen's front. He threw a punch at Chao Chen's handsome face. Die! Looking at the motionless Chao Chen in front of him, the fool who didn't know how to dodge, Xiao Huahua sneered inwardly, a killer, nothing more. However, when he threw this punch with all his strength, not only did he not draw blood, he couldn't even feel hitting anything, as if he had punched into thin air. What's going on? Xiao Huahua stared blankly at his fist. There was not a trace left on it. Chao Chen, who was just in front of him, disappeared into thin air like that. Then, he was horrified to find out that around him, countless Chao Chens had appeared out of nowhere. The face was still strikingly handsome, with a slight smirk on the corner of the mouth, full of mockery. Looking at that handsome face, Xiao Huahua felt a surge of anger. He was plain-looking, and his appearance had always been his weakness. He wanted to enhance his influence through fame. So, Xiao Huahua threw another punch. The figure had vanished again. Keep going. One punch, another punch, and another. One figure after another disappeared around him. After hitting more than 20 in a row, he was on the verge of collapse, yet they were all decoys. Xiao Huahua was furious. Is this all the so-called killer can do? Come out and face me one-on-one if you dare. Since you dare to kill, why not dare to fight me face to face? Hee hee, I didn't want to kill you originally. After all, there are not many good people left in this apocalypse, but you keep calling yourself a killer. Have you ever understood the truth of the matter? Chao Chen said coldly. Do all killers like to make these useless excuses? The last one who had his head chopped off and used as a ball to kick said the same thing. Do you know that the person he killed turned green on him, and that's why he couldn't help but strike? Do you think I would believe that? Just because you turned green, is it necessary to kill? Trash, dare to show yourself. Are you also thinking of being a shrinking turtle like those people? I don't think you bitches are good people either. Otherwise, why would you be able to be with him? Xiao Huahua cursed angrily in place. Chao Chen couldn't help but laugh. This Xiao Huahua was simply hypocritical, punishing evil without using his brain. The blood on his hands wasn't all from bad people, but also from unfortunate souls. Although Chao Chen was not a good person, he was not the kind of pervert who killed indiscriminately. In that case, Chao Chen smiled and said, alright, since you don't want the chance I gave you, then go and die. Chao Chen burst into speed instantly. The metallic liquid controller formed a metal protective film on his body's surface, directly blocking Xiao Huahua's proud flames. He reached out his right hand, grabbed Xiao Huahua by the neck like a rooster, and lifted him up. How is this possible? Xiao Huahua looked at the metal arm reflecting red light in front of him, his eyes widened in disbelief. He hoarsely shouted, How? How is this possible? This strength. Let go of me. I am the savior. You villains, how can you be stronger than me? It seems like you're not much of a savior either, Chao Chen said with a smile. You. Xiao Huahua was so angry that he felt like his head was about to explode. But no matter how he struggled, it was in vain. Chao Chen's palm seemed to be welded to his neck. Xiao Huahua couldn't break free at all. Looking at Xiao Huahua, who looked like a clown, Chao Chen's mouth curled up slightly, then he tightened his grip forcefully. Ah! Xiao Huahua, being choked by Chao Chen, turned red in the face, and soon blood started flowing from his 5 senses. Ha! Still not dead? Chao Chen underestimated Xiao Huahua. He continued to increase his strength, nearing its peak. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from Xiao Huahua's body, sending Chao Chen flying from his original position. Bang! Chao Chen's tightly clenched hand also showed several cracks from the explosion. However, he didn't suffer any substantial damage. Metals are soluble, easily returning to their original state. Walao, I refuse to accept this, Xiao Huahua said, escaping while seething with anger. He wanted to turn back and continue the fight with Chao Chen, but it seemed another force was guiding him away. Watching Xiao Huahua flee, Chao Chen controlled over 100 iron needles to shoot directly at him. Zzz. Although Xiao Huahua reacted quickly, he was no match for Chao Chen's attack. At least half of the iron needles pierced Xiao Huahua's body, turning him into a hedgehog. Xiao Huahua was furious but dared not look back. He shouted, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Chao Chen, today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. His voice gradually faded from the scene. Run? Is he just going to run like that? The girls watched Xiao Huahua, who had just been arrogant, now fleeing like a stray dog. With incredible speed, he quickly left the graduate dormitory, leaving everyone speechless. Even under the impact of Chao Chen's iron needles, his speed reached an incomprehensible height. Not even Chao Chen at full power could catch up to this speed. He came in all grand and mighty, but now he's running away on all fours. I thought he was so powerful. Turns out, our husband is the real deal. Is this it? This little strength came to bother our husband. Who did I think he was, coming in all grand and mighty, only to run faster than a rabbit? Sisters, the bad guy ran away. What should we do next? Their leader ran away, no problem, there are still those little lackeys to deal with. Other ability users, seeing Xiao Huahua being chased off by Chao Chun, were momentarily stunned but quickly regained their composure. They had anticipated this outcome before coming here, but they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly, catching them off guard. Damn, we're surrounded by girls. We're done for. The main force ran away, what's the point of us playing around? Looking at the metal melting hole behind them, already starting to recover, they realized they couldn't escape. Damn, how do we run now? Damn, Xiao Huahua really screwed us over. We didn't even do anything just now, these girls shouldn't harm us, right? The ability users looked at each other, unsure. Someone said, really? Brothers, you actually placed your hopes on women. Do you think you can understand a woman's mind? Hearing this, their faces darkened. Damn, this is bad. It's better to surrender early. Several ability users emerged from hiding, shouting, dear female heroes, let's not fight for now, we surrender. They raised their yellowed white clothes that they had been wearing for half a month. Clatter clatter. I haven't had my fun yet, and you surrender just like that? Wang Meng Meng said. The group covered their heads, hiding for a while. Seeing that they didn't resist, the women also lost the will to continue shooting. They stopped pulling the triggers. As each ability user emerged from their cover, this comical battle came to an end. A representative from the side of the ability users stepped forward and said, Great God Chao Chun, esteemed queens, let me introduce myself. I'm Li Chang, a freshman at Yongyuan University. We are all classmates from the same school, we are on the same side. Who said we are on the same side? Would people on the same side invade someone else's territory? Looking at your crooked appearance, you're definitely not a good person. Hey, where are you looking? Believe me, I can pluck your eyeballs out. Upon hearing the words of the psychic, the girls one by one spoke up. Li Chang apologized frantically. He knelt down directly, looking at the stunned faces of the girls. However, they didn't feel much. After all, during their university years, countless men had knelt down in front of them to ask for a relationship. In their minds, it was nothing special. Just then, Chao Chen walked over. Having encountered so many psychics, Chao Chen could slightly sense the enemy's killing intent. He looked at Li Chang, sensing his aura. There was no sign of malice. Either Li Chang was truly indifferent, or he was exceptionally good at concealing his intentions. But Chao Chen leaned towards the former. Get up and tell me what's going on. Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, a relieved smile appeared on Li Chang's face. He knew that being asked to stand up meant his life was now safe. So, he immediately began to explain the situation to Chao Chun. This Xiao Huahua, still the same as in peacetime. But this kind of hypocritical good person only listens to hearsay, destined to be a hypocrite. Well, the person has already run away, now let's talk about compensation. Chao Chen said with a smile. Li Chang and the others looked at each other. Compensation? Oh my god. Their faces instantly turned bitter. Reluctantly, they asked, Chao, what kind of compensation do you need? Is it in soft sister coins, gold, or supplies? Chao Chen smiled. I'll give you soft sister coins, do you want them? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Awkward laughter erupted from the group. Since gaining their abilities, they knew they could never return to the old world. The only way forward was to strive to become stronger to survive. Soft sister coins? In the apocalypse, they were only good for burning. Even using them to wipe their bottoms felt inadequate. So, what do you want? I'll try to get it for you, Li Chang offered. After hearing Li Chang's words, Chao Chen said, Zombie crystal cores. After finishing, he gestured with a 1 using his hand. Li Chang looked and immediately said, 100 zombie crystal cores? 10,000. Chao, you might as well just kill me. Where am I going to find 10,000 zombie crystal cores? Hey, it's a trade, everything is negotiable. I'm not unreasonable. You name a number first, and if it meets my expectations, then it's settled. After hearing Chao Chen's words, Li Chang looked at the others. After exchanging glances for half a minute, he turned back to Chao Chen and said, "How about 1,000? Deal." Chao Chen smiled. "Pleasure doing business with you." "Ha!" The group regretted and slapped their thighs in haste. Chao Chen directly controlled the metal wall to form an archway for the psychics to walk out. The girls watched as the psychics left like that. Lucian immediately walked up to Chao Chen and asked, "Honey, are we just letting them go like this? What if they don't compensate us?" "Yeah, honey, are we just letting them leave like this? What if they run away like Xiao Huahua later?" Zhang Ruor looked at her good sisters speaking up and immediately added, "They won't dare," Chao Chen said confidently. "Why not?" The girls were puzzled. In their view, once they escaped the danger zone, they were free. Chao Chen wouldn't be able to find them. Seeing the puzzled looks on the girls' faces, Chao Chen smiled. "Have you forgotten my nickname? The murderous Chao Chen? They fear my retaliation. After all, I'm a ruthless person." "We understand." The girls nodded. "That's all we need to know. It's a beautiful day, let's do some morning exercises, hee hee hee." After Chao Chen finished speaking, he directly embraced the two women in front of him. What are you doing, honey?" Chao Chen didn't speak. Instead, he quickly left the spot. In an instant, he arrived at the joyful place from last night. Zhang Ruo and Lu Xinxin instantly understood the meaning of this morning exercise. It was just too improper. Chao Chen was really naughty, always thinking about joyful things. Zhang Ruo and Lu Xinxin blushed instantly. //omega///// The supernatural beings who left the graduate dormitory gathered inside a teaching building outside the metal fence. "Chang, now that Hua is gone, you are the strongest. You are the new leader. Tell us what we should do now." "Alright, since my brothers hold me in high regard, I will accept the role. As the leader, you must obey me. Unless I tell you to die, you cannot refuse any decision, understood?" The other supernatural beings replied in unison, "Yes, Chang." "Alright, let me start discussing the next plan. Shang, explain the plan we discussed earlier to the brothers." After Li Chang finished speaking, a slender man walked out from behind him. "Hello, everyone, I'm Li Shang, you can call me Ashung. Let me briefly explain our next plan. First, return to the first cafeteria and transfer all the supplies we need. Those are the results of our efforts. Before, we couldn't do anything as Hua had the final say, but now Chang is in charge. Why should those parasites get to enjoy without contributing? Is that acceptable? No problem. I've been fed up with those people for a long time. Damn it, we risk our lives outside fighting zombies for supplies, damn it. Agree, Chang. Support Chang. Alright, that's settled. Secondly, women. We are a group of men, we have needs. There are some decent women in the first cafeteria. Tell them that they can eat with us. What if they refuse, Asheng? Refuse? Will they not be forced? It's the modern age, are you going to confess your love? The man blushed at the remark. His mindset hadn't changed, he used to be a member of the bootlicking army. Under Xiao Huahua's rule, he naturally lacked this awareness. They were all students from the school. They had never heard such explicit remarks, especially since most of them were inexperienced. They became excited and started shouting. I've had my eye on Sin Bing Bing for a long time, don't compete with me, everyone. Don't worry, there are over 700 survivors, how many are we? Just 34 of us, we have more than enough women for each of us, hee hee hee. Seeing everyone excitedly shouting, the Chang brothers knew their rule was secure. They then asked them to quiet down and began discussing the third point. Thirdly, zombie crystals. We owe Chao Chen 1,000 zombie crystals, all thanks to that foolish dog Xiaohuahua. Since we're all out now, why don't we just not pay? Exactly. Foolish. What are you idiots thinking? If you don't pay, no one will help you collect the bodies tomorrow, Li Chang immediately said. Xiaohuahua was directly defeated by Chao Chen. Do you think you can survive under Chao Chen's hands? So, Chang, what should we do? How to deal with 1,000 crystals is simple. How many survivors are there in the first cafeteria? We haven't counted, but including those fat leaders, there should be around 750. Isn't that simple? 750 people minus 70 women who can't handle the zombies, let them do something else, and the remaining 600 plus people each bring us 2 zombie crystals. Isn't that enough, and then some? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Wasn't this like the serfs becoming the masters? When Xiaohuahua was in charge before, they were basically just high-level laborers. 30 people doing the work of 1,000. Now, they were making the survivors work for them. Green lights flickered in their eyes. They were all survivors, why should they meekly obey? Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Brother Qianxing knew the atmosphere was almost ready. He led the way straight to the first canteen. Inside the canteen, the survivors were happily playing with their phones, enjoying the last moment of peace in the apocalypse. They hadn't touched the food in the kitchen warehouse, nor did they even think about it. As long as Xiao Huahua was around, everyone could fairly get food. What kind of superpowers did they need in the apocalypse? Wasn't it dangerous? Wasn't it okay to just be a bystander? Bang! An explosion sounded in the first canteen. In an instant, the attention of the resting survivors was drawn to it. Li Shang, what are you doing? Going crazy in broad daylight? A chubby girl weighing over 160 pounds spoke up. As the president of the school's women's union, she had always been a lofty figure. Every man had to call her sister when they saw her. Others might not dare to say anything, but she couldn't stand it. Li Shang looked at her and chuckled, saying, "It's you." "What do you mean, me?" "Li Shang, everyone is resting in the morning, and you're making a mess. It's so noisy. Let me tell you, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're a superpower. Apologize. If you don't apologize, I'll tell Xiao Huahua. I'll message him right away." The chubby girl took out her phone from her pocket to send a message. "Is that so? Well, you can message him in heaven then." As Li Shang's words fell, he waved his right hand towards the chubby girl. Suddenly, a cold wind rose. You're out of control." Before the chubby girl could finish her sentence, a whirlwind rose from under her feet. "What's this?" "Ah!" The whirlwind attracted everything around, accompanied by countless sharp stones that had just fallen. The wind was like a meat grinder. Each stone was like a blade, scraping the chubby girl until she was covered in blood. You! Spare me!" The chubby girl screamed repeatedly. Before she could finish speaking, not even her skeleton was left. Li Shang had turned her into minced meat. Blood and minced meat sprayed among the survivors like popcorn. The survivors who had just been noisy were silenced as if they had been forbidden to speak. The entire first canteen fell into a terrifying silence, as if someone had pressed the pause button. After a moment, some girls screamed sharply, "Murder, someone's been killed. Blood. Flesh. So scary." Li Shang and the other superhumans remained unfazed. Killing zombies outside was far more terrifying than this. Watching their reactions, only two words flashed through their minds. Useless trash. A group of useless parasites, unworthy of living in the apocalypse. The smile on Li Shang's face grew wider. Stepping on the sticky blood and flesh, he gradually walked into the crowd. Even the arrogant school leaders felt a bit short of breath at this moment. Facing the survivors, he said, "Welcome to the apocalypse, my lovely little lambs." "What?" the crowd gasped. Then, other superhumans also approached. Li Shang spoke again, "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Take action." As one after another esper rushed into the crowd, everyone felt threatened. They frantically tried to hide, but how could ordinary people escape the coveting eyes of the espers? Soon, screams filled the air. The school leaders, no longer aloof, had faces ashen with anger, unable to speak a word, not even daring to make a sound. They knew their protector, Xiao Huahua, must be in trouble. Otherwise, these espers wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. They could only hope that these espers wouldn't harm them. Get away, don't touch me. Help, can anyone save me? At this moment, no one dared to come forward to stop their pillaging. No, there were some before, but not anymore. There were 7 or 8 bodies lying on the ground. This was doomsday, where the weak were preyed upon, lawlessness reigned, and chaos prevailed. Watching the scene before them, Li Chang walked to the school leaders with a smile. He directly pulled a beautiful woman out from among them. One of the school leaders nearby couldn't bear it and rebuked, "Beast, has doomsday arrived and you've lost all humanity?" Bang! Before the school leader finished speaking, Li Chang decisively used his esper ability to blow his head. "Old man, you must be tired of living. What right do you have to judge me? Those young teachers, haven't you had your way with each one of them? Idiot!" The school leaders were terrified by Li Chang's ferocity, trembling in fear. Any trace of hope that had just arisen vanished instantly. They kept their distance. Seeing their reactions, Li Chang couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Xiao Chun, thank you for teaching me a lesson. Doomsday is truly wonderful, he. At noon, Xiao Chun stretched lazily and walked out of the room. "It's lunchtime, time to get to work," Xiao Chun said, inhaling the scent of joy as he saw the girls practicing shooting from afar. When they saw Xiao Chun coming out, they immediately stopped and walked over. "Honey, are you done?" Eugene Yao asked. "Ha? What do you mean, done? Or do you want to work overtime?" Xiao Chen said with a smile. Eugene Yao took a few steps back at his words. Remembering the craziness of last night, her thighs still felt numb. If she continued working overtime, she would have to lie at home for a few days at least. No way. She immediately closed her cherry lips, afraid to speak further. Chao Chen smiled and didn't press Eugenia any further. Wang Mengmeng also approached Chao Chen and said, "Honey, are you going out to fight zombies? We sisters want to go too." "Ha?" Chao Chen looked at Wang Mengmeng and the others in surprise. "Is that what you all want?" "Yes, the espers are too powerful. After the trouble caused by the fire esper this morning, honey, we couldn't help you, and we're sad about it. That feeling of helplessness is indescribable. We need to get stronger, we need to kill zombies. We need to contribute our strength, not just be decorative or helpless lambs. Just as there was Hua Mulan in ancient times, now there's me, Wang Mengmeng. In the past, there were heroic women, and we can be too." The other girls echoed one after another. All right, I believe you can do it." "I agree," Chao Chen said with a smile. At this stage, as long as Chao Chen went with them, there would be no problem. Let them go out and experience the atmosphere of doomsday by fighting zombies. He could also rest well. When they could handle things on their own, he could focus on completing the system's tasks in the safe house. Yay! Thank you, honey. Mooah! *3. The girls all came up and planted a strawberry mark on Chao Chen's face. At that moment, Li Jiayu pushed a girl with a high ponytail into Chao Chen's line of sight. Her eyes sparkled like two dazzling gems, occupying an exaggerated proportion on her small oval face, yet reaching the perfect balance where oddity met charm, without feeling out of place. The subtle makeup enhanced her overall aura significantly. Was it Li Jiayu's subtle intention? At this moment, the clothes she dressed her sister in were delicate silk camisoles with hollowed-out backs. Moreover, this sister's bust was slightly larger than Li Jiayu's, instantly adding a touch of ambiguity to the originally fresh outfit. Chao Chen immediately checked this sister's attributes. Name, Su Weiniing. Photo, image. GIF. Age, 19. Current health, 100%. Overall score, 93. Attributes, strength, 8, stamina, 8. 2, speed, 8, mental power, 9. After Chao Chen finished reviewing Su Weiniing's attributes, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't examined her injuries closely before. Now, seeing an increase of 0.2 attribute points, she must have consumed a zombie crystal core to recover. Coupled with having eaten a meal, her entire demeanor had improved several times over. Chao Chen was about to speak when Su Weiniing shyly approached him and said, "Brother Chao Chen, thank you for saving me. Sister Jiayu told me about what you did, and I'm willing to contribute to the team." After hearing Su Weiniing's words, Chao Chen gave Li Jiayu a thumbs up. Sensible. Chao Chen smiled, raised his head again, and said, "All right, go wake up Jiang Ruor and Lu Xinchen. Let's go out together, sweep through the entire school in the next 2 days, and then leave the school." "Great. Understood, husband." Leaving school? These days have been truly dreamlike. Seeing the girls so excited, Chao Chen directly summoned the Superalloy Spatial Villa, disguised version, from the space. When the Superalloy armored vehicle appeared in the yard, the girls widened their eyes. Such a cool armored vehicle, just like Optimus Prime, so big. Wow, so awesome. I thought the Doomsday War vehicles in movies were cool enough, but my imagination is still lacking. How did you get this car, husband? It's a secret, if you want to know, come to my room tonight, Chao Chen chuckled. You're so naughty, husband, but I like it. Ha, I want to stand on the top, snipe, one-shot one little zombie. Yang Yian also excitedly exclaimed. Which one of you can drive? Chao Chen looked at the extremely excited girls and asked. The girls all shook their heads. They were just college students and had not entered society yet, let alone driving. Even those who had driver's licenses dared not speak when faced with this behemoth. At this moment, a woman in the team stepped forward and said, "Husband, I can drive, let me do it." "All right, it's up to you. I haven't driven this car before, and I don't know if it's easy to drive. If I don't drive well, please don't scold me, husband," Wu Lanlan said. "I haven't driven it either, but it should be quite intelligent, won't break from a little bump." "Okay, husband, then I'll drive." Wu Lanlan excitedly walked to the front of the armored vehicle. Due to the height of the car, she had to climb up to reach the driver's seat. Wu Lanlan's explosive figure was already eye-catching. When she climbed the stairs, her buttocks were raised high. It wasn't that Chao Chen had dirty thoughts. It just happened that he had a clear view of this scene. The large, round shape, the slender jade feet. This form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Chao Chen immediately shook his head and thought, the system must be subtly trying to make me strive for the revival of the human race again. I'm really not that kind of person. Finally, after enduring the wait, Wu Lanlan climbed into the driver's seat. Looking at the futuristic cockpit in front of her, Wu Lanlan was extremely excited. Wow, so cool. I'd believe it if you told me I was driving a spaceship. Outside, the girls watched as Wu Lanlan remained motionless for a while. Immediately, one of them spoke up, Lanlan, why don't you start the engine? Alright, girls, step back a bit. Boom! The nuclear power unit started up. The roaring sound was no different from a spaceship launching in a sci-fi movie. It was so cool. Amazing. Then, Wu Lanlan's face lit up with excitement. She opened the window of the armored vehicle, stuck her head out, and shouted to the girls, beep beep beep, girls, get in quick. This ride is not heading to a kindergarten, hee hee. As her words trailed off, Wu Lanlan activated the control switch for the armored vehicle's sliding door at the center console. Beep beep, a prompt sounded. The sliding door swiftly opened, and as it did, due to the height of the armored vehicle's door, a stepboard automatically popped out from the doorframe. The board descended slowly along with the door. Wow, there's a staircase. Just a moment ago, the girls were wondering how to get in. After all, they had witnessed Wu Lanlan's awkward situation getting in. Now, this problem was solved. The girls could elegantly board the vehicle, feeling ecstatic. The armored vehicle looked so imposing on the outside, and unexpectedly, it exuded a sense of ceremony. It was as if it was tailor-made for them. Love it, love it. As the stepboard stopped moving, the girls turned to look at Chao Chen. Honey, can we go in now? This armored vehicle is prepared for you all. You don't need to ask for my opinion. Go ahead, Chao Chen replied with a smile. Yay! Honey, you're so good to us. The girls lined up, stepping on the board and holding onto the door handle as they entered. Once inside the armored vehicle, they found themselves in a living room. The luxury level inside dazzled the girls with their wide eyes. Unable to find the right words to describe what they were seeing, they could only exclaim, wow, is this really an apocalypse armored vehicle and not a mobile mansion? There's absolutely no apocalyptic vibe. It feels more like a super luxurious tour bus. Wow, a dream car. The girls were all extremely excited. Sitting here, touching there, they seemed like naive girls who had never seen the world. Moreover, there was something mysterious about the interior space of the vehicle, clearly more than meets the eye. The living room was larger than it appeared from the outside. It even had 2 floors. The height of each floor exceeded 3 meters, without any sense of oppression. It was just like the height of a normal villa. Each floor had several rooms, with each girl having more than enough space for themselves. The soundproofing of each room was excellent, ensuring everyone's privacy. Not just rooms, the girls who explored the second floor found entertainment facilities. Above the driver's seat, there was not only the largest area but also a huge swimming pool. The massive floor-to-ceiling glass allowed a view from the inside out, while from the outside, only darkness could be seen. It was surreal. What kind of advanced technology was this? Besides the pool, there were also a billiard room, a chess room, a private cinema, a KTV bar, an esports room, and more. There were too many, simply too many. How could they possibly enjoy all of this? With so many activities, they would need more than 10 days to try them all without repeating. The girls were overwhelmed. How could this be called a car? How could this be called an apocalypse armored vehicle? Following behind, Chao Chen was also pleasantly surprised after getting on board. He knew that the essence of this vehicle was a villa, but seeing the exterior, he never expected the interior space to be so vast. Just now, I was thinking that it would be inconvenient to exercise in the car if we went out to fight zombies. After all, there were too many people, which would not be ideal. Unexpectedly, the problem was solved before it was even raised. Not bad, not bad. Produced by the system, indeed a fine product, covering all aspects. Jiang Ruor and Lu Xinxin, the 2 girls, had not arrived yet. Now everyone was not in a hurry to go out and fight zombies, so Chao Chen let Wu Lanlan drive around in the dormitory area to get familiar with the armored vehicle, while the other girls started playing directly. They experienced these activities in advance. After waiting for a while, the remaining 2 girls finally arrived in front of the Doomsday armored vehicle. Like the other girls, they were amazed as soon as they got on the car. The 2 girls exclaimed inwardly, This is too awesome. If we had such a car, we wouldn't be tired. Soon the 2 girls arrived on the second floor. Looking at the huge swimming pool in front of them and the girls frolicking in the water, they suddenly smelled themselves. After finishing morning exercises with Chao Chen this morning, they hadn't taken a shower yet. They sweated a lot and felt sticky all over. They hadn't cleaned up properly yet. Having this swimming pool was fantastic. These sisters were not thoughtful enough. They were all here taking a shower without even calling them. So, without saying a word, the 2 girls controlled their nano combat suits to transform into bikinis and jumped into the water. Wow! The water is actually temperature controlled, so comfortable. The girls were having a great time, and Chao Chen did not rush them to leave. Chao Chen lay on a lounge chair by the pool, drinking coconut juice from the coconut brand that he had been drinking since he was young, watching a bunch of bikini-clad girls in front of him, enjoying the treatment that could only be obtained by spending money. Anyway, I am invincible now, let the girls have fun as they please. Time passed quickly. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Wang Mengmeng finally reacted. Oh my god, what are we doing? Didn't we agree to go out and fight zombies? Why have we been playing in the water for so long? We've been on edge for so many days in the apocalypse, and I didn't expect that once we started playing, we would forget about time. Whoa, we are really too decadent. It's like promising to write one more chapter before going to sleep, but ending up playing a game to stay awake because we're too tired, and then playing all night. The girls looked at each other. They felt a bit embarrassed looking at Chao Chen sleeping on the beach chair. They didn't expect their self-control to be so poor. A little entertainment setup made them change their decision halfway. They quickly dried their hair with towels and got into battle mode. They said to Wu Lanlan, who was also drying her hair next to them, Lanlan, let's go. I've been waiting for you to say that. Seeing you all having so much fun, I got bored too. Otherwise, I would have started racing long ago. I forgot to tell the girls that I am a god-tier player in ball racing, Wu Lanlan replied. Then she took the driver's seat. She changed her demeanor from a young woman to a little tangerine, turned on her phone, and played some music. Smiling, feeling great, that's the taste of youth, sweat feels good, tears are the mark of my growth. She said, everyone buckle up, the old driver is about to start the car. Stepping on the gas, the nuclear power started, and the entire armored vehicle began to move. Chao Chen, who was lying on the beach chair, opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the A-level metal control distance was enough to cover the entire graduate student dormitory. The metal walls were directly retracted into the space. The armored vehicle left the graduate student dormitory smoothly. Along the way, many zombies heard the noise of the armored vehicle and started to chase after it from afar. Wu Lanlan drove slowly, attracting almost the same number of zombies. The girls said, Lanlan, it's enough. Let's clear these zombies before continuing. Okay. Wu Lanlan naturally understood what it meant. Fatten them up, then kill them. After stopping the car, she also climbed onto the roof and took out a rifle to start shooting. Rat-a-tat-tat. Zombies fell in droves. The girls' proficiency with rifles was steadily improving. Everything was moving towards a brighter side. This time, many zombies were lured. There were over 100 in total, but not a single one could get within 30 meters of the armored vehicle. Although these zombies had evolved, their speed and physical strength had increased. However, they were still mortal bodies. In the face of firearms, they were still no match. Even a small caliber rifle like the M416 could instantly kill them with a shot to the head. Chao Chen watched the scene unfold before him and relaxed. There was no danger, just some slightly evolved ordinary zombies. He took a sip of coconut juice and went to sleep. He closed his eyes and rested for a while. He didn't know how much time had passed. As the sound of gunfire gradually diminished, Chao Chen calculated that the zombies had been mostly cleared out. He then looked outside through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the swimming pool. At this moment, the girls had already begun to clean up the battlefield. Yang Yian continued to snipe on the roof of the car. The 8 girls stood in pairs, guarding the 4 directions, while the rest collected zombie crystals. Watching the girls work efficiently, Chao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Well done, the girls are all doing great. It seems like it's time for me, the boss, to step back and let them take the lead, Chao Chen said with a smile. He then began to wander around inside the car. Unconsciously, he walked to the restaurant. Smelling the aroma of the food coming from inside, Chao Chen's stomach growled in response. Chao Chen checked the time and was surprised to see that it was already 5 p.m. No wonder he was feeling a bit hungry. Rubbing his hands together, he muttered at the door, after sleeping for so long, it's time for dinner. I wonder what delicious meal Sister Li Yujin has prepared today. It seems to have the taste of pig's trotters. What a treat! With that in mind, Chao Chen walked straight into the restaurant and saw Li Yujin's busy figure in the kitchen. Li Yujin was cooking attentively and didn't hear Chao Chen enter behind her. Just then, she lost her grip on a knife, and it cut her hand. Bright red blood slowly flowed out. Without a word, Chao Chen quickly stepped forward, took Li Yujin's finger into his mouth. Ouch! Li Yujin said. After sucking on it for a while, Chao Chen reluctantly let go of Li Yujin's finger. He said, how could you be so careless and hurt my little treasure? Honey, I'm fine. You say you're fine, but if I had been a little slower, the wound would have healed. You're so naughty, don't disturb me while I'm cooking, go outside and wait. Alright, I'll listen to you, I'll wait outside for my wife to finish cooking. Teasing me again. Okay, I won't disturb you, I'm leaving now. Leaving the kitchen, Chao Chen took out the zombie crystals he had collected on the way to settle the score with the keyboard warriors these past few days. He was shocked when he counted them. He didn't expect to have over 2,000 crystals, without even specifically looking for zombies. That was equivalent to over 200 attribute points. Originally, Chao Chen didn't plan to use these zombie crystals. After all, they could heal injuries and accelerate fetal development. He intended to use them for his wives to have children. But now, since they were eager to go out and kill zombies, it seemed he wouldn't need them. So, he simply swallowed them all in one gulp. Name, Chao Chen. Age, 21. Attributes, Strength, 189. Stamina, 195. Speed, 176. Mental Power, 185. Unallocated free attribute points, 207. Passive skills, Insulation Body, Golden Physique, Phantom Clone Abilities, Mental Control, Grade A, Special Skills, Rescue Radar, Storage Space, 40 by 40 by 40, Special Items, M416 Assault Rifle *83, 5. 56 Bullets *968700, Freshwater Exchange Card, 10,000 cubic meters, High-End Solar Generator *10, Nano Combat Suit *82, Pork Beef Lamb *99 tons, Barrett Heavy Sniper Rifle, Improved, 99% Weight Reduction, *99, 12. 7 by 99 mm Bullets *999874. Looking at the unallocated free attribute points, Chao Chen decisively distributes them evenly, adding the extra 7 points to strength. Strength plus 57 points, other attributes increased by 50 points each. Attribute points confirmed. All of Chao Chen's attributes are exploding. Strength points skyrocketed to 246 points, 24. 6 times the strength of an ordinary adult. Chao Chen casually took out a steel bar to experiment. It felt almost like clay. Too easy. Comfortable. Not only strength, but speed, mental power, and stamina are also enhanced. The stronger the attributes, the higher the damn desire. It's as if a mysterious voice keeps reminding Chao Chen not to be lazy, as the burden of human race revival still rests on his shoulders. Damn, haven't they seen how hard I've been working? I've already collected 13 girls, taken down 12, and 3 are pregnant. As time passes by, the girls outside sweeping zombies collect all the zombie crystals and return to the car. Just as they entered the car, the girls checked the status of the M416. After all, a drawback of firearms is that prolonged use can cause the barrel to overheat. This check indeed revealed an overheating issue. Moreover, the ammunition was not sufficient, so they needed to ask Chao Chen for more. Thinking about this, Zhang Ruer spoke up, Lan, we just killed 213 zombies, so each of us only got 16 zombie crystals. Let's not stop now, let's finish dinner first and continue, shall we? I was thinking the same. Where did we reach today? We need to kill at least 1,300 zombies, so each of us gets 100 zombie crystals, replied Wu Lanlan. 1,300, can we finish them all? If we don't try hard, we'll never know how powerful we are. Sisters, let's do this. Let's go. The girls encouraged each other. Laughing and chatting, they arrived outside the restaurant. Even before entering, they could smell the rich aroma of food. The large round table in the center of the restaurant was already filled with delicious dishes. It was a feast for the eyes and the taste buds. Watching the girls eagerly anticipating the meal. Yujin, is the food ready? Honey, you're here too. Listening to the other girls, Li Yujin brought out the last dish and placed it on the table. She was very satisfied with the meal she prepared and said, "Ah, here comes the lamb soup." Then she turned to the other girls and said, "Sisters, you've come back just in time. The food is ready, so let's eat while it's hot." "Thank you, Yujin, that's great." Yujin's cooking skills were top-notch before. "We're so lucky. Let's not stand around, let's eat." Chao Chen, seeing the table full of food, spoke up. Yes. The girls happily took their seats, all eager to sit next to Chao Chen. Unintentionally, a scene of jealousy and competition unfolded once again. But Chao Chen quite enjoyed this feeling. Being young is great, full of vitality. Eating and drinking to your heart's content. Chao Chen handed 10,000 rounds of 5.56 bullets to Wang Mengmeng for distribution before approaching Su Weiniang and saying, "Come to my room when you get back tonight." Su Weiniang bit her lip calmly upon hearing this. Okay, sure. The well-fed girls arrived at their positions in the armored vehicle. Wu Lanlan also entered the driver's cabin. Controlling the power system of the armored vehicle, she started it up again. It was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky was gradually darkening. As night fell, the zombies became more excited than during the day, their desire to attack growing stronger. Wu Lanlan attracted a large number of zombies without much effort. The zombies charged forward fearlessly. they rushed in like madmen. Sisters, kill them! Ha, this is much more fun than playing games. Yuding, cover me first, I was nervous just now and my gun jammed. Don't worry, we have rifles, these zombies are nothing to fear. The girls fervently fought against the zombies. Due to the silenced rifles, it didn't cause much zombie unrest, everything was still under control. Chao Chen stood leisurely on the rooftop of the vehicle. Sitting on a reclining chair, sipping on a soda, he enjoyed watching the beautiful girls fight the zombies. Whenever he found a good angle, he would kindly take a few beautiful photos for them, creating happy memories for the future. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Yun's Barrett rifle rang out. Chao Chen immediately stood up alert. It wasn't a zombie they couldn't handle. Yang Yun rarely fired her gun. After all, the Barrett's gunshot was too loud and could easily provoke the zombies. Unless they encountered an enemy that even rifles couldn't handle. Before Chao Chen could see clearly, a system alert abruptly sounded in his mind. Ding! Warning! Warning! A third-tier peak zombie tyrant has been detected within 300 meters, severely affecting human revival. Relevant information has been sent to the host panel. Please eliminate it as soon as possible after checking. Chao Chen was stunned upon hearing this. No way, I haven't even seen a first or second tier zombie. Where did this third tier zombie come from? System, check the zombie information. Monster category, zombie, name, tyrant, level, third tier peak, talent, D, attributes, strength, 300 stamina, 300 speed, 30 mental power, 0, weapon, furious giant axe, skills, great strength, knockback, enlarged body, charging impact, fury, zombie origin, a war machine developed by the Biotechnology Research Institute of Yongjian University before the apocalypse, turned into a zombie upon the apocalypse, constantly depleting its own life force, born at its peak, can only survive for a maximum of 10 days. System comment, a brainless tall guy. The host can easily crush it to death with speed, or kite it for a few days to exhaust it. Remaining survival time, 56 minutes and 44 seconds. Chao Chen followed the direction of the Barrett's attack. He saw a giant zombie over 4 meters tall swiftly approaching from a distance, dragging a huge axe over 5 meters long. Although the speed attribute of 30 seemed low, it depended on who it was compared to. Compared to an average adult, it was 3 times the speed. The huge size of the giant zombie caused the surrounding buildings to tremble with each step it took. Wherever it went, buildings in its path were either knocked down or smashed into pieces by its axe. Even other zombies, as long as they stood in its way, would be flattened on the spot. In some areas, due to the overcrowding of zombies, it continued to smash through without hesitation. Boom! The giant axe slammed forcefully into the ground. With no buildings to stop it, the cement ground couldn't withstand this fierce attack. A crack directly appeared on the ground, spreading outwards from the center, forming a fan-shaped shockwave. The immense impact sent cement blocks flying in all directions, catching the zombies standing on them off guard, making them fly into the air. The force lifted the cement blocks and zombies 7 meters high before gravity brought them crashing down heavily. The immense gravity was too much for these ordinary zombies to bear, shattering them on impact. This action left the onlookers dumbfounded. What is that? An attacking giant? So powerful. How can this supersized zombie attack even its own kind? Terrifying. Everyone, focus your attacks on this big guy, don't let it get close to our armored vehicle. The girls were shocked watching the giant zombie getting closer. Following orders, a few stayed to guard one direction while the rest turned to attack the giant zombie. Their rifles poured bullets madly at the zombie, but the defense of the peak-level third-tier zombie was too strong for the rifles to harm. If damage values were visible, it would probably show only 1 damage. The bullets hitting the zombie's body couldn't break through its defense, only sparking on its skin like metal. Meanwhile, bang! Yang Yian behind Chao Chen fired the Barrett again. The Barrett, known for piercing armored vehicles, only left a dent on the zombie's body, unable to cause any real damage. Roar! Vermin! The giant zombie roared in anger, accelerating towards them, crushing buildings and zombies along the way. Horrifying! Chao Chen frowned at the giant zombie, a game character's image appearing in his mind. Shaun, still 56 minutes to survive? Won't there be more zombies to fight after death? Originally wanted a peaceful rest, but strength doesn't allow it. With that, Chao Chen exerted force under his feet, leaping towards the giant zombie. He formed a metal fist in his hand, smashing it towards the giant zombie. Roar! The tyrant among zombies roared in fury at being directly attacked by a human. Swinging its giant axe towards Chao Chen, the attack at that speed couldn't reach him. He effortlessly dodged, swiftly punching the zombie in the chest. Bang! The zombie was pushed back several meters by Chao Chen's punch, sitting on the ground. Even though Chao Chen's strength was not as great as the giant zombies, the speed-enhanced blow was enough to harm it. The fallen giant zombie was further provoked by Chao Chen's action, entering a rage buff. It manifested a flesh armor and extended its axe from 5 to 7 meters. The enhanced giant zombie charged at Chao Chen like a massive cannonball, leaving destruction in its wake. However, despite the rage state boosting all its attributes by 50%, the tyrant zombie still lagged behind Chao Chen by several levels. Even with doubled attributes, 30 could not match Chao Chen. With speed overwhelming, Chao Chen stood invincible. Smiling, Chao Chen punched again. What's 450 health points to him? Bang! I, Chao Chen, remain invincible. On the other side of Yong River University. 10 minutes ago. After venting their desires, Li Chang and the others had entered sage mode. Seeing that it was already late, they started eating directly. The other survivors dared not speak up. Not to mention it was already evening. They hadn't even had lunch yet. Li Sheng smiled and said, "Hungry, aren't you? You must be craving food." The survivors looked at each other. Although they didn't know what Li Sheng meant by this, their hunger was real. Since the apocalypse began, they had not experienced hunger. Naturally, they nodded. If you want to eat, that's right. In the apocalypse, food is the most valuable resource, just like the soft sister coins before. If you want to get soft sister coins, you exchange them with your own resources. Li Sheng spoke again. Listening to Li Sheng's words, several survivors spoke up. What do you mean? Just say it directly. Don't think we will succumb to your tyranny. You are a demon. Speak. What do you want to do? Seeing their defiant faces again, Li Sheng smiled. This lesson had to continue. So, Li Sheng walked up to the survivor who had just challenged him, grabbed his neck with his hand, lifted him up, and said, No, it's not about succumbing to my tyranny, and I'm not some demon. I just want to tell you that society is about equal exchange. You have been too comfortable in the safe zone for too long, not understanding the difficulty of resources. Since that's the case, let me teach you. The women with good looks can come forward to exchange goods with their bodies voluntarily, and men, even if you are handsome, your face won't feed you. Go out and kill zombies for me. If you want to eat, exchange zombie crystals, Li Sheng said. What? Kill zombies? I won't go. Aren't zombies something that your ability users should deal with? Why should we go? Don't you know how to deal with them yourselves? Fear appeared on the faces of the survivors. When they recalled the scenes of their classmates and teachers being eaten by zombies, their feet trembled in fear. Making them kill zombies, wasn't that sending them to their deaths? No, absolutely not. They all stepped back a few paces, never considering going to fight zombies. Seeing these useless parasites, Li Sheng and the other ability users glanced at each other. One of the ability users walked into the crowd, grabbed the speaking survivor, and pulled him out. What are you doing? Let me go. I'm telling you, cough, don't think the Federation is gone. Your lawless behavior will definitely be punished. Let go of your dirty hands, disgusting. This survivor was an ordinary-looking girl. The ability users who had just eaten fine bran naturally looked down on such trash. They had no pity, and said directly, since you don't want to go, it's simple. Then I'll have to send you on your way. Without giving the girl a chance, he squeezed her right hand forcefully. The girl's head split apart. So noisy, it's just killing someone. You guys making a fuss like this, outside you'll definitely be eaten alive by zombies. Forget it, we're good people after all, let us teach you how to kill zombies. The night of the apocalypse was always quiet. The outside sounds became louder because of the dead silence in the campus. Just at that moment, bang! A gunshot made them look outside instantly. What's going on? How can there be such a loud gunshot? Could it be that the military has entered the campus? Li Chang said, Xiao Zhang, go out and take a look. The other survivors, hearing the gunshot, had excited smiles on their faces. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Some survivors said, it's the military, only the military would have such heavy firearms. You supernatural beings are doomed. The Federation does not allow killing, and your hands are stained with blood, you won't live past today. So arrogant, where did your arrogance go? Where is that momentum from earlier? Listening to the survivors' words, the faces of some supernatural beings turned extremely ugly. The Federation deals deadly blows to criminals. There is no room for error. Just the thought of overpowering those two girls earlier is a capital offense against the Federation. After all, in the face of this version T0, any defense is futile. A sense of dread surged through them. Even their actions were forgotten, unsure of what to do next. Li Chang watched as his men went from shock to fear, his brow furrowed. Are they really going to be shot by the Federation army? Before Li Chang could respond, an individual named Xiao Zhang, with enhanced vision abilities, rushed in. Chang, I saw it, cough. It's Chao Chen's group of female soldiers. Xiao Zhang gasped, trying to catch his breath. Hearing Xiao Zhang's words, they knew Chao Chen's female soldiers had rifles. As for the loud gunfire, during the intense battle between Xiao Huahua and Chao Chun, and being suppressed by rifles in broad daylight, they hadn't paid much attention. They never expected Chao Chen's female soldiers to possess such weapons. This was bad news. It seemed Chao Chen's team's strength needed to be re-evaluated. However, the good news was that they were not the Federation's army, so they could still roam freely. Thinking this, Li Chang cruelly looked at the survivors who had just been defiant. He ordered, "Kill them." "No, you are lawless, daring to commit evil even when the Federation army is here." I was wrong, please don't kill me. You are ruthless." Just then, Xiao Zhang caught his breath and spoke again, "Chang, I also saw." Before he could finish, Li Chang interrupted him impatiently, "What did you see? Can you say it all at once?" "Sorry, Chang. It's a zombie." Xiao Chen is fighting a huge zombie. It's as tall as a two-story building. It's terrifying. Xiao Zhang's words startled everyone present. They wanted to go out and see, but the first canteen was too low. They couldn't see anything. They could only imagine the scene from Xiao Zhang's description. Roar! The distant sound of the zombie's wail made everyone jump. To find out what was happening, they sent Xiao Zhang out again to investigate. But before half a minute had passed, Xiao Zhang returned, looking dazed as if he had seen something shocking. Seeing Xiao Zhang's expression, everyone became even more curious about what had happened. They all asked, "Xiao Zhang, what did you see? Why do you look dumbfounded? Speak, Xiao Zhang." Dead, they are all dead." "What do you mean dead? Is the zombie too strong? Did Chao Chen die?" "That's good news." The supernatural being smiled. If Chao Chen was dead, it meant they wouldn't have to pay the bill for the 1,000 zombie crystals. But before they could even smile for 2 seconds, Xiao Zhang spoke again. "It's not Chao Chen, it's that 2-story high zombie. Chao Chen actually killed it alone. With just one punch. Damn. That's impossible." If Xiao Zhang isn't exaggerating, when Xiao Huahua fought Chao Chun, he probably didn't even use his full strength. Li Chang said in shock. What kind of power was this? Xiao Huahua was already unbeatable in their eyes. They never expected that even in front of Chao Chun, he couldn't bring out his full strength. What a plaything. The gap between people is just so vast. "Brother Chang, what should we do now?" a psychic asked. "What to do? We haven't offended Chao Chen. As long as we obediently hand over 1,000 zombie crystal cores, everything will be fine," Li Chang replied. "Bro, I think Chao Chen likes beautiful women. Why don't we send him a few more beauties, lower our stance, believe that even if we meet, he won't make things difficult for us. We might even gain his favor. It's beneficial for us to be on good terms with such a big shot," Li Sheng chimed in. "Oh, you've all had your fun with the attractive women here, and now you want to send a pair of old shoes to Chao Chen? He might think we're insulting him, kissing up so much that we get kicked in the face." "Be careful not to get kicked to death," Li Chang retorted. The psychics were stunned. They had been having too much fun today and hadn't thought about keeping a couple of beautiful women to offer to Chao Chen. Now they were in trouble. Were they going to miss the chance to befriend a big shot like this? "Brother, you underestimate the beauties in our Yang Yuan. We've all been mistaken today. There's a beauty who deliberately disguised herself as ugly before. If it weren't for her great figure, I wouldn't have noticed. That girl, she's so charming. I wanted to keep her for myself, but now it seems I can only offer her up," Li Sheng revealed. "Who? Bring her out to see," Li Chang said excitedly. Li Sheng nodded and brought out a girl from the corner. The girl's face was tear-streaked, a towel stuffed in her mouth, her hands marked with red from the ropes. Even in simple clothes, her exquisite figure couldn't be hidden. Her bare ankles were fair and radiant. Despite not having bathed for days in this post-apocalyptic world, she had no unpleasant odor, just a faint floral scent. What a rare find. The psychics were left speechless. Isn't this girl Xie Xinran, known as the first goddess of the new era? Damn, she's among us survivors. Xie Xinran? I've heard of her. I never thought I'd meet her for the first time in such circumstances. Fate works in mysterious ways, Li Chang said, surprised to learn her identity from the other psychics. He was thrilled. A woman of such caliber, Chao Chen would surely like her. Honestly, I'm starting to hesitate about sending her away. Such a rare beauty, offering her up so easily is. Li Chang trailed off. Enough, brother. It's the same with the lights off. What right do we have to enjoy a woman of this caliber like Chao Chen? While there's still water, quickly clean her up, change her into nicer clothes, and send her along with the zombie crystal cores, Li Chang immediately decided. Okay, brother, I understand. After discussing matters concerning Chao Chen, the psychics turned to the survivors. Li Sheng threatened, the zombies will become more aggressive at night. I won't ask you to go kill them tonight, but starting tomorrow, everyone must go kill zombies. Use any method you want, work together, set traps, but if you don't bring back zombie crystal cores, don't expect to eat anything. After several deaths and various abuses suffered by the women, among the survivors now, not a single person dared to refuse. Their faces were pale, devoid of color. Thinking about fighting zombies again tomorrow made their backs run cold. Some timid female survivors huddled in corners, holding their feet, shedding silent tears. The wind tonight felt particularly desolate. At the armored vehicle, as Chao Chen took down the giant zombie, the demise of the zombie horde was only a matter of time. Bang bang bang. The battle ended as the massive army of zombie girls destroyed 3 rifles. At this moment, it was already 3 a.m. Sisters, after counting, we have taken down a total of 1376 zombies, perfectly achieving our goal. Finally, we can rest. Finished. Finally finished. These zombies seem truly endless. Sister, Yongyuan is the #1 university in Yong City. Even if we don't count the senior brothers and sisters who have already gone out for internships, there are still tens of thousands of people here, so there must be tens of thousands of zombies too. Let's continue tomorrow. My little black is starting to struggle a bit, sniff, sniff, the girl said, touching her overheated rifle. Alright, let's call it a day and rest, Chao Chen said as he joined the girls, looking at them with dark circles under their eyes, feeling sorry for them. As each girl returned to the armored vehicle, Wolinlin controlled the central system and retracted all the armor. Suddenly, a fully armored vehicle reappeared in the center of the campus. From a distance, one couldn't tell how luxurious the interior of this armored vehicle with its inherent spatial magic was. Back inside the armored vehicle, Li Yujin arranged a midnight snack for the girls. After eating, they took showers and returned to their rooms. Chao Chen lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone. It had been many days since the apocalypse. Some base stations were probably no longer functioning, and the internet speed was decreasing. Chao Chen checked the forum but found no new posts, only a few scattered rescue requests. Even the most popular post recruiting for a self-rescue team had no one commenting. It seemed that there weren't many people left alive on the campus. Finding the forum uninteresting, Chao Chen turned off his phone and took out the third-order peak zombie crystal he had just dug out from the giant zombie's head. The crystal was much larger than those of ordinary zombies. Their crystals were the size of mung beans, while the one in his hand was the size of peanuts, several times larger. He wondered about the sizes of first and second-order zombie crystals. Thinking about this, Chao Chen asked the system, what is the use of this third-order zombie crystal? Ding! Host possesses a third-order zombie crystal. Consuming it can grant a random 20 points of attributes and the potential to awaken a postnatal ability not higher than D grade, original zombie level. Ding! The system has optimized the effect of the zombie crystal for the host. After consumption, the host can specify to gain 20 points of attributes and choose an ability from a selection. Special reminder, sisters who are pregnant with the host's baby have the same rights to the optimized effect of the zombie crystal as the host. Listening to the system's explanation, Chao Chen smiled. Having the ability to awaken postnatal abilities, it seemed that he couldn't consume the zombie crystal himself. His sisters were the ones in need. Just as Chao Chen was hesitating about which sister to give it to, there was a knock on the door. The door is not locked, come in, Chao Chen said. As he spoke, the door was slowly pushed open. A lovely girl peeked her head in. Honey, you're still awake, Su Weiniang said shyly. She obediently walked over, lifted Chao Chen's blanket, and slipped in. As the room's light went out, an eventful night unfolded. Although there was only half a night left, it was destined for 2 people to stay up all night. Ding! Host successfully saved humanity and can receive a reward, which is currently being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the Blue Fire Gatling Enhanced Edition, no preheating required, 1000 rounds/magazine, firing rate of 8000/minute, *100, 7. 62mm bullets *10000000. The related items have been placed in the system space for the host to check. Hearing the system's notifications, Chao Chen's face lit up with a smile. Indeed, what was meant to come had arrived. Previously, whenever Jiang Roer wildly missed the target during practice, Chao Chen would get a headache, always thinking about how to get her a weapon that didn't require precision. Now, after so many days, Jiang Roer was still the same. Out of 10 shots, 7 would miss the mark, and if it weren't for the zombies crowding in, she would probably need someone to cover her, as she would collapse in less than half a minute. It seemed she truly had no talent. Finally, there was a weapon she could use. Chao Chen felt relieved. He would arrange for her to have it tomorrow. But tonight, he had to play a game of solitaire with Su Su. The next day, as the sky was just beginning to brighten, Chao Chen looked at Su Weinian curled up beside him. He helped her tidy up her tangled hair, covered her with a blanket, and then left the room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the girls had already gotten up and started fighting zombies. At the forefront, Zhang Roer was aiming and shooting seriously. However, something seemed off. The bullets seemed to have a mind of their own, hitting the ground every time a zombie was in their path. Watching her sisters being so amazing while feeling her own weakness, a sense of defeat washed over Zhang Roer. Sisters, it seems I'm not cut out for rifles. I can't hit anything. Maybe I should just be honest and have babies for my husband, she said to the other girls beside her. Don't say that about yourself, Roer. Everyone has their strengths. Look at Yujin, she's doing great in the kitchen, one of the girls replied. I hope so. Zhang Roer put away the rifle. It was a waste of bullets for her to use it. Instead, she decided to help the other girls reload from behind. At that moment, Chao Chen walked over. He embraced Zhang Roer, kissed her hair, and asked, Who made our little Princess Roer unhappy? Zhang Roer, who had been feeling frustrated, was about to vent her anger when she heard Chao Chen's voice and instantly calmed down. Pouting, she said, I'm the most useless waste here, can't even handle a rifle properly. Boo-hoo, husband, maybe I should just have babies for you in the back. Listening to Zhang Roer, Chao Chen chuckled. Having babies is a must, but I have a treasure. You'll definitely hit the mark, I just don't know if you can handle it. Let me check your body first. Husband, what treasure? Is it the kind that's big and thick, not very serious? What are you thinking? Chao Chen teased, then checked her physique, feeling surprised by Zhang Roer's increased strength and stamina. It seemed she was tailor-made for the Gatling gun. Yes, this little sister had potential. Zhang Roer looked at Chao Chen in confusion, not understanding his actions until he actually pulled out a Gatling gun over 1.5 meters long. She was stunned. Holy cow! The girls who had been fighting zombies turned to look at the two in confusion. Only 2 words could describe the situation at that moment. Impressive. Husband, is this for real? Zhang Roer looked at the Gatling gun in Chao Chen's hands, still finding it hard to believe that this war machine was right in front of her. It was something you wouldn't see often, not even in a military museum. Take it, give it a try. Even if the accuracy is low, you will definitely hit the zombies with this weapon. Chao Chen handed the Gatling gun to Zhang Roer. Zhang Roer looked at the huge weapon in front of her. The barrel alone was much thicker than the previous M416, with 6 barrels assembled together, all coated in black metallic paint, giving it a solid texture. If she couldn't hit the zombies with such a big gun, she might as well buy a block of tofu to knock herself out. However, such a big weapon probably weighed a few hundred pounds. Zhang Roer took it. It was a bit of a struggle, but she managed to lift it. It wasn't as heavy as she had imagined, but it felt close to 200 pounds. Seeing Zhang Roer holding the Gatling gun, Chao Chen suddenly thought of another anime character whose image overlapped with Zhang Roer's at the moment. On a whim, he downloaded the picture from his phone and said to Zhang Roer, Roer, why don't you control the nano combat suit to transform into this? After finishing his sentence, Chao Chen handed the picture to Zhang Roer. Looking at the anime character in the picture, Zhang Roer was momentarily stunned. She had never watched anime, let alone encountered this kind of otaku culture. Their imagination was too rich. How could such a delicate girl be so fierce? And she was only wearing a small bra on her upper body in the picture. That was too revealing. The girl in the photo was flat-chested, unlike her. Zhang Roer pinched herself and felt quite substantial. But seeing Chao Chen's expectant gaze, Zhang Roer shyly nodded. Her husband wanted her to play cosplay. Being a doting wife, she had to fulfill all of Chao Chen's wishes. So be it. The next moment, Zhang Roer tied her hair into twin tails, put on glasses, and her clothes changed accordingly. Chao Chen was not idle either. There was plenty of metallic liquid in the space. Zhang Roer still needed a weapon. Following the style in the picture, he directly created a long knife and handed it to Zhang Roer. Holding the Gatling gun in her left hand and the knife in her right, Zhang Roer looked even more beautiful than the anime character. What's wrong with those otakus? Real-life women were much better than 2D paper wives. Chao Chen was very satisfied. Alright, this outfit is really cool. Go fight the zombies. Thank you, husband. Mooah. Asterisk 3. After saying that, blushing, Zhang Roer carried the Gatling gun and the knife on her back, walking to the forefront of the battle platform. The other girls looked at Zhang Roer's outfit and exclaimed how cool and handsome she looked. Especially the Gatling gun in Zhang Roer's hand was much more powerful than the rifles they held. This was not a game, in reality, only firepower mattered. 8,000 bullets per minute. As long as they could penetrate the defense, even gods would be killed. Lu Xin and the other girls wanted to try lifting the Gatling gun. but as soon as they held it, they almost fell to the ground. It was too heavy. Fortunately, Jiang Ruo reacted quickly and caught it, or Chao Chen's gift would have fallen to the ground. Several other girls tried, but only Jiang Ruo could lift it. They had to give up. For now, only Jiang Ruo could handle this weapon. But as they collected enough zombie crystals and enhanced their strength and stamina, others would be able to use it too. For now, let Jiang Ruo show off alone. The girls urged Jiang Ruo to try the weapon as soon as possible. At this moment, their armored vehicle had already advanced to the vicinity of the most crowded and zombie-infested teaching buildings. They had been thinking about how to break in quickly. Now it seems like a good time to give it a try. So, the girls spoke into the walkie-talkie aimed at Wolinlin, who was responsible for driving in front, saying, "Sister, sound the horn to attract some zombies out." "Alright, but everyone needs to be prepared, there won't be few zombies inside. Probably just attracting a few will bring out hundreds, don't get surrounded." "Don't worry, Lanlan's sister, we have Ruor with us." Listening to everyone's words, Wolinlin wanted to ask in doubt, isn't Jiang Ruor the girl with the worst accuracy? Can we rely on her? Unable to see the situation above from the driver's seat, could only press the horn with doubt. Beep beep beep. As the armored vehicle sounded the horn, the nearest teaching building suddenly became like a duck coop opening. Zombies ran out like a tide of ducks gone mad. After so many days of development, the speed of the zombies has surpassed that of most adults. If an ordinary person who has not used any zombie crystal nuclei now probably doesn't even have a chance to fight a zombie one-on-one, being killed by a zombie at first sight. "Ruor, it's your turn." The other girls stopped shooting at this moment, watching Jiang Ruor perform alone. "Alright, da 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 da." A blue firework lit up from Jiang Ruor's hand. Bullets poured madly towards the zombies. In the blink of an eye, a magazine of 1,000 bullets was emptied directly. The group of zombies was instantly cleared out of a vacuum zone. "Damn, that was fierce, Ruor, we better hold on to your thigh tightly. I wonder if the Gatling gun can penetrate the armor of those giant zombies from yesterday. If it can, my husband doesn't need to take action. Emptying a magazine at the head can definitely kill it." "Woo woo woo, we also want to use the Gatling gun, this rifle is not as good." "Alright sisters, my weapon is difficult to move, can only fight defensively. If we go out to search, we have to rely on your rifles. I'll change a magazine first. Other sisters, clean up first." Under the girls' continuous shooting, there were only a few standing zombies left in this wave, with Jiang Ruor guarding the way. The girls responsible for cleaning up the battlefield had one more. In this wave, 666 zombie crystal nuclei were directly obtained. On the other side, at the first cafeteria of Yongjiang University, all the survivors except those who could accompany Sleep, those with good looks to give to Chao Chun, had already been driven out of the cafeteria to fight zombies outside, including those school leaders. These flowers in the greenhouse. In the early days of the apocalypse, they had not fought against zombies. Now that the upgraded zombies, where do they have the qualifications to kill zombies? Just after going out for a short time, faced with the attack of 3 zombies, not only did they have no combat power, instead, due to the influence of most people running away, a trampling situation occurred. Originally, they could have easily taken the opportunity to outnumber the zombies. It turned into a feast for the zombies. Useless. All useless. Li Chang looked out the window at the hundreds of survivors below being so useless. He was so angry that he smashed the teacup in his hand. He had thought too beautifully before. Now it seems that these survivors, let alone each bringing back 2 zombie crystal nuclei, probably couldn't even bring back 2 with 10 people combined. Completely out of touch with this world. These survivors, if they had started fighting zombies from the first day, maybe there was a chance to survive well in this apocalypse. But now, after being saved by Xiao Huahua, this big idiot, for so many days, how could a level 0 newbie fight against these upgraded zombies? Isn't this seeking death? Just now, those survivors who were bitten by zombies couldn't resist the zombie virus at all, turning into zombies in a few minutes in the crowd, one ambush after another, turning the encounter of these 3 small zombies into a small wave of zombies. Li Chang and the others had no choice but to join the battle. The abilities missed their targets, and the blades failed to cut through. Instead, because these people had just turned into corpses and couldn't form zombie crystals, after killing for half a day, they discovered that not only did they not obtain a few zombie crystals, but also restoring their abilities would take half a day. This back and forth directly wasted a day. A loss. It was simply a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Several ability users looked at each other with solemn expressions. At this moment, everyone was frustrated. Watching the pensive crowd, Li Shang spoke up. "It seems unrealistic to rely on these survivors to help us collect zombie crystals. We need to figure out another way." What other way? With just us, we might not be able to kill enough to gather 1,000 zombie crystals in a month. Have you heard the gunfire outside? Forget about a month, in 3 days, Chao Chen's army of women will probably have cleared out all the zombies on campus. What's the point for us? So what do? We can't just leave the school now. The situation outside is much more complex than inside the school. We might not be able to compete with those who have been mingling in society for years. We'll have to see if the dozen or so girls left behind can help Chao Chen collect zombie crystals. As for forming good relationships, it's probably not going to happen, Li Chang said helplessly. That's all we can do. None of the remaining women should be touched. Understood. Rest for a bit, we'll go out to fight zombies later. Damn! After going out, the survivors hid and soon some of them ran to the vicinity of the main teaching buildings. The gunfire is coming from the other side, that should be our federal army. Brothers, as long as we make it to the other side, we have a chance at survival. But Lin Xiao, it might be very difficult to get to the other side. Haven't you heard the sounds of zombies nearby? There are too many. Even if it's difficult, we have to get there. That's our only hope for survival. We are all men, and what is most lacking in the apocalypse? One is resources, the other is labor. I believe that once we get there, we will be accepted. Several male survivors talked in a safe location. Before they could finish their conversation, help me, help me. One of them screamed in terror. The others were startled and turned around to find that, at some point, a zombie had silently approached them. Oh no, a zombie, run! One survivor shouted loudly. Without hesitation, everyone started running. However, the survivor who was bitten didn't want to die like this. He tightly grabbed Lin Xiao's ankle and cried out, Lin Xiao, save me. I paid for all your food, drinks, and gambling. You can't just leave me like this. Save you? You've been bitten, is there even a chance to save you? Let go, damn it, let go. Lin Xiao tried hard to pull his leg away, but it was no use. Even stepping on his hand or kicking his head didn't work. After taking a few bites, the zombie, still hungry, lunged at Lin Xiao, who let out a scream that abruptly stopped. The other panicked survivors fled in all directions. By some stroke of luck, they ended up on a path without zombies. Running along the path, they passed through the teaching buildings and arrived at the other side. Facing rows of zombie corpses and, at the other end of the zombies, a massive doomsday armored vehicle. They were utterly shocked. The military. It must be the official federal army, otherwise, what civilian organization could have such a badass armored vehicle? Does this mean we're saved? Watching the Gatling gun on the armored vehicle firing wildly. These zombies that made them tremble in fear fell one after another like chives, bringing a glimmer of hope. Indeed, they were worthy of being regular soldiers, with such fierce firepower. With such a powerful team, surviving seemed like a walk in the park. Thinking this, they no longer hesitated and rushed out from their cover, shouting loudly, help! Help! The girls were having a great time fighting. Suddenly, a few survivors rushed out from the zombie-infested building, leaving everyone stunned. There were still survivors in this place? What to do? Should they help them? But their vehicle was full of women, and it was impossible to take 2 men on board. Thinking this, one of the girls left the group and approached Chao Chen, asking, Honey, there are a few survivors in the building ahead. Hearing about new survivors, Chao Chen became interested. Eagerly, he asked, Oh? So many zombies and there are still survivors? Men or women? Men. Oh, then let's just pretend we didn't see them, Chao Chen immediately replied. Understood, the girl nodded. She had no idea how to deal with others in the apocalypse. Since Chao Chen didn't want to bother, why should she care about these people? Returning to the front, she conveyed Chao Chen's message. The few survivors continued to shout for help, but the women paid them no attention. The survivors thought their voices were too soft to be heard over the zombie noises, so they raised their voices. They even found 2 metal barrels from somewhere and started banging out the Croatian Rhapsody. The girls were dumbfounded. Lu Xinshan spoke up, Do these people not know there are many zombies here? Making noise like this will attract them. Not sure, maybe they're really out of their minds. Let's ignore them, another girl said. Sisters, let's keep things under control. I'll reload, Zhang Ruer said. Alright, go ahead. Just as the Gatling gun ceased fire, the zombies' attention shifted towards the armored vehicle. The survivors thought they were coming to rescue them and became even more excited. However, what awaited them were countless zombies. The deaths of the few survivors were just a minor episode. In the apocalypse, there were too many survivors killed by zombies, and Chao Chen felt no guilt. After all, he wasn't a saint. Male survivors who couldn't provide any benefits were even less valuable to him than a chicken leg. Speaking of chicken legs, Chao Chen remembered he had plenty in his space. It was a waste to leave them there, especially now that he had little Eugene to feed every day. Who would eat such junk food? But they could serve as snacks. He took out some chicken legs from the space and shared them with the girls. Soon, the zombies in the first building were all taken down. Chao Chen didn't arrange for further advancement. He had a few girls with rifles go in and sweep the area. Once they confirmed all were killed, they proceeded to the next step. At this time, the girl responsible for collecting zombie crystal nuclei had counted the number of crystal nuclei obtained from the just-killed building. A total of 2,500 zombie crystal nuclei were obtained. In such a short time, in less than half a day, they had obtained 2,500 zombie crystal nuclei. Thinking back to last night when they had to fight until dawn to collect 1,300 zombie crystal nuclei, the efficiency here was off the charts. It was both effortless and efficient. There was still a playground in another building ahead, and Chao Chen was looking forward to how many crystal nuclei they would get from that building. The stronger the girls became, the sooner Chao Chen could step back. They aimed to finish everything today and earn thousands of crystal nuclei. Without hesitation, everyone started heading to the next location. Next to the teaching building, the road could only accommodate one private car. However, Chao Chen's armored vehicle was too wide, exceeding the road's capacity. After stopping at the intersection, Wu Lanlan turned to Chao Chen and asked, "Honey, this road is too narrow, how do we get through?" Chao Chen joined her at the front of the car, surveying the situation. Fortunately, one side was the teaching building, and the other was a wall. Seeing this, Chao Chen suggested, "Just ram through the wall." "But won't that damage the armored vehicle?" "No, the armor used in this vehicle is made of the world's top materials. Even reinforced concrete houses can't stop it, let alone a wall made of bricks." "Got it, honey." Wu Lanlan, following Chao Chen's lead, didn't hesitate and accelerated, crashing through the wall. The 3-meter-high wall collapsed to the side, drawing the attention of zombies near the gate of the first teaching building. Despite their large numbers, within moments, more than half of the zombies from the playground had gathered around. The girls, armed and without waiting for Chao Chen's orders, immediately opened fire, led by Zhang Roar's heavy firepower. Standing in the center, she unleashed the Gatling gun, spewing blue flames as it spun wildly. With Zhang Roar's cover fire, 8,000 rounds per minute were fired, emptying the clip in less than 10 seconds. Bullets poured out like a barrage, shredding the zombies before they could approach. However, the Gatling gun wasn't invincible, requiring a brief pause to reload. At this point, the other rifle-wielding girls took over. The cycle repeated, and in just a few minutes, most of the zombies had fallen. The operation went smoothly due to the playground being the only entrance, surrounded by walls with no cover. The scattered remaining zombies were handled by the rifle girls, while Yang Yian dealt with the more challenging ones. The cleanup of the playground took less than a third of the time needed for the first teaching building. The girls then collected the zombie crystals, excited to find thousands more. "Sisters, do you know how many zombie crystals we have now?" "A whopping 6,500. Wow, we haven't been fighting for long, and we already have so many zombie crystals. Let me calculate, 6,500 crystals for 13 of us means each can get 500. Don't celebrate too soon, we still have one more building to clear. Let's finish this one first." "Right, we still have one more building to go. Let's continue quickly, sisters." Seeing the girls energized, Chao Chen instructed Wu Lanlan to head to the next teaching building. The armored vehicle rolled over numerous zombie bodies, leaving a trail of dark red blood. However, at that moment, no one paid attention to the gruesome sight. The zombies on the last building were eager to rush out and attack Chao Chen's team. The zombies were impatient, and the girls even more so. Before the zombies could get close, Zhang Roar lifted the Gatling gun and opened fire at the building's entrance. Coincidentally, the zombies rushed out. Rat-a-tat-tat. In a stroke of luck, Zhang Roar hit every shot without missing a beat. The zombies that happened to be in the line of fire were directly shot into a sieve. The zombies behind them had no way out. Zombies are a group of brainless monsters. Unable to exit through the main gate, the other zombies didn't retreat either. They were all crowded in front of the door. Not a single zombie had come out, and they couldn't even reach the zombies they wanted to kill. Faced with this situation, the girls were at a loss. So, another representative was chosen to seek advice from Chao Chen. "Honey, the zombies can't come out, how do we kill them?" Listening to the girls' words, Chao Chen went to the front of the car to assess the situation. Seeing the zombies gathered in the teaching building, he was delighted. What a great opportunity. Why bother with rifle shooting? He went straight there and set the zombies on fire. Not a single zombie could escape. "Leave these zombies to me," Chao Chen said. After that, in the astonished eyes of the women, he leaped off the armored vehicle and went directly to the entrance of the teaching building. He took out a bottle of gasoline from his space and poured it over the bodies of the zombies blocking the door. Then, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, took a deep drag, and threw the lighter into the group of zombies. Boom! The zombies soaked in gasoline were quickly ignited. The zombies at the back, unaware of what was happening, continued to push forward and got caught in the flames. The fire grew larger and illuminated half of the sky with bright orange flames. The girls were shocked. They never expected killing zombies could be done this way, using fire directly. It was quite ruthless. The rifles and Gatling guns they had seemed less appealing now compared to this fire attack. The feeling of mixed emotions surged through their hearts instantly. Sisters, it would be great if we had special abilities too. It seems like our current equipment is falling behind. Why don't we all switch to Gatling guns? I think Honey should have them. Gatling guns are not all powerful. In case we need to sweep through, rifles are still the most suitable. Then how about we distribute the usage accordingly? The girls with the highest accuracy, like Yan Yang, can use Barrett, those with decent accuracy can use rifles, and those with lower accuracy can use Gatling guns. What do you think? Listening to Wang Mengmeng's suggestion, everyone nodded. However, Gatling guns were too heavy for some of the girls to handle. But as long as they digested all the zombie crystals, their attributes would increase, and they should be able to handle Gatling guns. The temporary decision of the girls was that Yang Yun and Wang Mengmeng would both use sniper rifles. However, Wang Mengmeng would focus on support, probably doubling as a commander with the sniper rifle. Then, Li Jiayu, Wu Lanlan, Li Yuding, and Zhang Lu would use Gatling guns, but not immediately. They needed to absorb the zombie crystals first to see what attributes they would gain before making a decision. The remaining girls, Lu Shun, Yang Chanqian, Yu Jinyao, and the newcomer Su Weining, would use rifles. These girls had good accuracy. After allocating the troops, Chao Chen had no idea that the formation of a female team that would shock the world was born. The flames continued to crackle and burn. As time passed, a large number of zombies had turned into charcoal. The system's prompt once again entered Chao Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 10,000 zombies and obtaining the special title of Zombie Butcher. Please enter the system space to wear it. Hearing the system's prompt, Chao Chen was slightly stunned. He never expected there would be achievements and titles. This was quite impressive. Without further ado, he began to check the attributes of this title. Equipment type, title rarity, rare attributes, all attributes plus 50 special effect. Wearing it adds an extra 10% damage when killing zombies. The attributes are simple but powerful. All attributes plus 50 is like Cao obtaining 2,000 zombie crystals. Not a lot, but not little either. The freebies are very satisfying. After putting on the Cao title, he checked his attribute interface again. Name, Cao age, 21 attributes, strength, 296, stamina, 295, speed, 276, mental power, 285, unallocated attribute points, 0 passive skills, insulation body, golden physique, phantom clone title, zombie butcher ability, metal control, grade A, special skills, lady radar, storage space, 40 by 40 by 40, special items, M416 assault rifle asterisk 83, 5. 56 bullets asterisk 968700, freshwater exchange card, 10,000 cubic meters, high-end solar generator asterisk 10, nano combat suit asterisk 82, pork beef lamb asterisk 99 tons, Barrett heavy sniper rifle, improved, 99% weight reduction, asterisk 99, 12. 7 by 99 mm bullets asterisk 999874, blue fire Gatling asterisk 99, 7. 96 mm bullets asterisk 98412. Wow, with this title on, Cao attributes are about to break 300. 30 times the attributes of an ordinary human. Cao doesn't know how awesome he is now. Anyway, there are currently no opponents. But Cao doesn't want to waste too much time on these zombies, seeing the fire not burning brightly enough. He added a little more. Half an hour passed. He was very satisfied with the fire he had lit. Some zombies upstairs who were still unaware immediately jumped out of the window upon feeling the heat and were shot down by Yang Yun in midair. As time passed, the fire grew bigger. Li Chang and others in the first cafeteria also saw the situation. They never expected such a big fire to happen in the school, and in the teaching building. Strange things happen every year, but this year seems to have more. Li Chang didn't pay much attention at first, but Li Shang felt something was off. Bro, this doesn't seem like an ordinary fire. Someone might be setting fire to burn zombies. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the central teaching building over there, Li Shang said. Hearing Li Shang's words, everyone realized. After killing the zombies in front of them, one of them said, "Is it possible that it's the great god Cao doing something good? I think only he could do something like this now." Listening to everyone's analysis, Li Chang was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "The central teaching building has the most zombies. Originally, we wanted to achieve the goal of 1,000 crystal cores, and that place was the most likely. Now that Cao has taken over, we have no chance at all. Let's just send the beauties over there directly. Bro, is that okay? Whether it's okay or not, how long do we have to sweep these scattered zombies? Instead of waiting for Cao to come to us, it's better to take the initiative. He'll be more receptive." "I understand, let's go back now and bring the girls out." "Okay." The group quickly turned back. The Esper responsible for guarding the girls thought Li Chang and the others had returned with a large amount of supplies or zombie crystals. Never did they expect this reason. At this stage, to survive in the courtyard, everything depends on Cao mood. They dare not be negligent at all. Since preparing to send the girls to Cao, they have been served well with good food and drinks. How much food have they wasted? Send them away quickly. A group of people immediately left the first canteen with a dozen or so girls and headed towards the central teaching building. By now, the central teaching building had been completely burned down, and the girls were diligently collecting zombie crystals. Cao Chen leisurely supervised from behind. Just then, the system went crazy with numerous prompts. Ding! Survivors detected nearby approaching the host, please accept them, and quickly revive the human race. Relevant information has been sent to the host system notification, please check it as soon as possible. Cao Chen was stunned upon hearing this. What the heck was going on? With so many zombies around, there were still many living people? His gaze immediately turned towards the direction of the prompt. Dozens of figures were swiftly approaching from a distance. Cao Chen took a closer look. Unexpectedly, it was Li Chang and his group. What were they coming for? Oh, he remembered, this group still owed him 1,000 zombie crystals. For Cao Chen, collecting 1,000 zombie crystals was just a matter of half a day, so he had long forgotten about it. Could it be that they came to return the zombie crystals? As these people gradually approached, the girls also noticed their arrival. It's Li Chang. I can't believe they actually came back to return the zombie crystals. Indeed, the reputation of our husband is formidable. Those survivors dare not offend him, they didn't dare to run away and instead voluntarily came back to settle their debts. Sisters, something's not right. Look at the girls behind them, could there be something fishy going on? Why are there so many girls? Li Chang is not a good person, what's the meaning of bringing so many little vixens here? The girls looked at them with unfriendly eyes. As Li Chang and his group approached, the girls directly aimed their weapons at them. Since the area had already been cleared out and there were no zombies around, Yang Yiyun was left in charge of vigilance. Xiao Chen, sisters-in-law, the weather is really nice today, perfect for a spring outing, Li Chang said with a smile as he approached. Hearing Li Chang's words, the women's faces darkened as they looked at him. One of the girls spoke up, cut the crap, get to the point. Have you prepared the 1,000 zombie crystals you owe us? Her tone was extremely harsh, not at all polite. Coupled with her pretty face, it was clear she was truly angry. Seeing the girl blocking Cao Chen and questioning them as soon as they arrived, Li Chang's heart skipped a beat. These women must have understood his intentions. He couldn't help but feel nervous. He didn't actually have any zombie crystals, he was just here to deliver the girls. If he were to speak up, how could he hand them over to Cao Chen? Just as Li Chang was at a loss, Cao Chen walked over, smiling as he approached Li Chang. He glanced at the women behind them, each girl's information already clear to him. Indeed, the system prompts were coming from these people. Seeing Cao Chen coming over, Li Chang's face lit up with a smile. He then walked to Cao Chen's side and whispered in his ear, "Boss Cao Chen, can we have a word in private?" Seeing Li Chang's fawning expression, Cao Chen immediately understood what he meant. He nodded and said, "Sure, let's go over there." Cao Chen casually pointed to a place, and the two quickly left the group and went outside. After Li Chang and Cao Chen left, the remaining ability users nervously rubbed their hands, unsure if Li Chang's plan would succeed. The girls looked at these stinky men, not giving them an ounce of goodwill. Li Chang looked at the situation and felt something was off, so he stepped forward and addressed the girls in front of him. "Hello, ladies, don't be nervous. We are just here to make friends. Get lost." Zhang Roer, holding a Gatling gun, showed no mercy to these people. She went straight to the point, bringing so many little foxes to steal our men. It's already generous not to pull the trigger. Li Chang listened to the girl's words, his face turning cold. However, he didn't dare to say much. After all, Cao Chen was still nearby. If he dared to make a move, it would be like an old lady eating arsenic, seeking death. Since the girls were not giving face, he didn't want to embarrass himself. He simply retreated to the middle of the group and waited for both sides to negotiate. While Cao Chen and Li Chang were negotiating, Li Yuding saw a girl in the group. Surprised, she exclaimed, That person seems to be the legendary first goddess of the newcomers, Xia Xinran, and she's still alive. Hearing Li Yuting's words, Lin Yuwei immediately squeezed to the front. When she saw Xia Xinran, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she was overjoyed and shouted loudly, "Cousin, it's me." Xia Xinran had been in a daze. In the apocalypse, women without strength, even a beautiful woman, would have a tragic fate. She was prepared to be humiliated. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered her ears. She raised her head dazedly and saw Lin Yuwei in the crowd. Rubbing her eyes, she smiled and said, "It must be another illusion. It's already the apocalypse, how could my cousin still be alive, and why is she here?" Seeing Xia Xinran looking confused, Lin Yuwei was smiling until she heard Xia Xinran questioning why she was still alive. Lin Yuwei's face puffed up with anger. She immediately walked over, pinched Xia Xinran's ear, and said, "You little brat, how dare you curse your cousin to die, watch how I deal with you." With that, she dragged Xia Xinran to her side and smacked her beautiful buttocks twice. "Ouch! Cousin, you are really alive, please don't hit me," Xia Xinran blushed and said. "Of course, I'm alive. You little brat, if you don't stir up trouble for 3 days, come here," Lin Yuwei scolded. Okay. Xia Xinran, still confused, was led into the group by Lin Yuwei. Looking at the sisters in the group holding hot weapons, Xia Xinran asked, "Are you all from the federal government army coming to rescue us?" Boom! A brain explosion was the response she got. "It hasn't been that long, have you forgotten what your cousin is doing now?" "Oh, so you're not from the federal government, then why do you have so many weapons?" Xia Xinran said in shock. "Of course, they were given by your cousin-in-law." "Don't move, I'll have your cousin-in-law redeem you later," Lin Yuwei replied. "Wait, cousin, when did you get married?" "I'm not married, but now it's the apocalypse. Whoever treats me well and can lead me to survive in this apocalypse will be my husband. You too, cousin, why don't you join me and we can stick together as sisters?" After hearing Lin Yuwei's words, Xia Xinran was once again shocked. She never expected her usually gentle cousin to have such a bold side. Wait. Xia Xinran seemed to remember something. She asked Lin Yuwei, "Cousin, I have a question. The cousin-in-law you mentioned, could it be that man named Chao Chen?" You figured it out so quickly?" "No, cousin, we were brought here to make a deal with a man named Chao Chen." "Are you saying that you girls came here to trade with your husbands?" "Yes, I heard it was to repay the debt of zombie crystal cores." Damn! Everyone was shocked. No wonder Li Chang was so hesitant, turns out he was selling her woman. After understanding the reason, Lin Yuwei immediately spoke to Xia Xinran, "I didn't expect this reason, then it's easy. I didn't know how to persuade my husband to bring you over before, but now it's fine. Cousin, you must strive to be the first to be given to Chao Chen." "What? What's going on?" Xia Xinran looked at Lin Yuwei in disbelief. "Cousin, you've changed, you actually said such words." "Don't worry, have you seen the rifle in my hand?" Lin Yuwei spoke. When she just arrived, she was already puzzled as to why they all had weapons. Now she understood. "Are all these brought by Chao Chen?" "Yes, cousin, it seems you've learned to answer quickly," Lin Yuwei said with a smile. Xia Xinran looked at Lin Yuwei's sincere eyes. Her already shaken heart gradually calmed down. She was brought here by Li Chang and others to be given to Chao Chen, but now seeing her cousin who had been with Chao Chen for a long time living so well, any discomfort vanished. She just didn't know if the food and drink aspect would be enough. It seems her luck is really good. She could latch onto a big shot. Xia Xinran's face also showed a very happy smile. On the other side of the group, listening to Xia Xinran and Lin Yuwei's conversation without deliberately lowering their voices, hope appeared on their faces. Especially hearing that Chao Chen actually had such power, they became impatient. The girls were ecstatic. Without hesitation, they urged the men in front to exchange them as soon as possible. Li Shang, who was impatient with the girls' antics, felt a bit dissatisfied. "Damn it, when I brought you out before, you were all resisting like crazy. Now that you know you're being sent to a big shot, you immediately change your tune. So despicable. I'm handsome too, why isn't anyone coming to me willingly?" Just then, Chao Chen and Li Chang returned. Both sides were talking and laughing. They must have reached an indescribable deal. I wonder how many deals were made. What if just a few seconds late and it's all over? The girls didn't say a word, they directly surrounded Chao Chen and said, "Chao Chen, take me, I have a big butt, good for bearing children." "Chao Chen, I heard they owe you zombie crystal cores, I'll offer 1 zombie crystal core to you, what do you think?" After saying this, the girl deliberately lowered her waist, showing Chao Chen her beautiful cleavage. "Brother, choose me." The other girls were not to be outdone. They showed off all their skills, wanting Chao Chen to take them back. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This is completely different from what they imagined. Originally, they thought if these women disagreed, they would have to knock them out one by one and give them to Chao Chun, even thinking about using multiple forces. But now, these women were lining up to be sent over. The gap is too big. Damn it, usually they all look pure and aloof, but they're actually a bunch of seductive foxes. Chao Chen looked at the girls' reactions and smiled. This kind of reward that comes to you, you shouldn't refuse. He's an adult, he can't be bothered to choose. Only children do multiple choice questions. Adults know what it means to have them all. Looking at the enthusiastic girls in front of him, Chao Chen said, "Okay, I'll take all of you." "Really?" "Sob sob, the great god Chao Chen is going to take us, the hard days are over." Sob sob, so touched, "I love you, husband." In less than a minute, the two sides completed the transaction. Li Chang's idea of using this girl's credit to exchange for zombie crystal cores turned out to be so successful. There were no surprises at all, but it's a pity that so many women are going to be taken by one man. However, thinking that his life was no longer under any threat, he left the place with a big smile. "Brothers, let's call it a day and head back. From today onwards, we are no longer meek survivors, we are fearless superhumans. Alright, Chang, let's go kill some zombies for practice." "Let's go, hurry." The group quickly followed Li Chang. They didn't want to stay a minute longer with Chao Chen. Since there was no threat anymore, they couldn't continue hanging around Chao Chen. If he ever got upset, they might be in trouble. After the superhumans left, Chao Chen took all the girls into the armored vehicle. The battlefield outside was extremely unpleasant, and Chao Chen naturally didn't want to stay a minute longer. Taking the girls back to enjoy the air conditioning was much better. Especially after seeing Lin You's cousin Xie Xinran's stunning appearance, Chao Chen became a bit impatient. He immediately checked Xie Xinran's attributes. Name, Xie Xinran, photo, image. GIF, age, 18, current health, 100%, overall score, 95, attributes, strength, 6 stamina, 8 speed, 8 mental power, 10. Chao Chen was pleased to see Xie Xinran's high score, almost on par with her cousin. He nodded in satisfaction. After they all showered and changed clothes, Chao Chen immediately called Lin Yue over. "Honey, what's up? Is there something you need? The combat effectiveness of the survivors today is too weak. Teach them how to use guns and combat gear to improve their combat skills quickly. We will be leaving the school soon." "Honey, don't worry. We have the armored vehicle and plenty of firearms. Which zombie can harm us?" "Oh, you're getting complacent so soon? Looks like I need to teach you what it means to stay vigilant at all times." Seeing Chao Chen approaching her, Lin Yue, afraid, said, "Please, honey, I understand. I will teach the girls well." No, you still don't get it. Remember how fierce those giant zombies were a few days ago? I need to make a lasting impression on you, or else, when we encounter mutated zombies outside, what will you do?" Chao Chen said with a mischievous smile. With so many girls around, Chao Chen's appetite was piqued. Now that all the zombies were cleared out, he couldn't resist Lin You's charm. He pulled Lin Yue into his arms and went back to the room. "I remember the zombies, I always remember." "Then are you afraid of this 20-something giant zombie?" "Eek. Wah, honey, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I will be diligent and give my all every moment." "That's more like it. Good girl." Slow down a bit. Unconsciously, it was already evening. Chao Chun, who had rested with Lin Yue for half a day, chuckled as he walked out of the room. As soon as he stepped out, he smelled the aroma of food. "What time is it? Is dinner ready?" Chao Chun glanced at the clock in surprise. Time had passed so quickly, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Nighttime was for resting, and the girls had all returned to the armored vehicle. Chao Chen walked through the corridor and found that the girls brought back were not in their rooms. It seemed they had finished freshening up and were having dinner in the living room. "Well, these girls have quickly integrated into my team. They deserve praise." Thinking about having so many new girls added to the group, Chao Chen quickened his pace. As he entered the living room, he saw it filled with girls, their white jade-like feet appearing before him, strikingly bright and long. Impressed by their beauty, Chao Chen smiled like an indulgent ant. With each girl possessing unique charms, Chao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Counting them casually, there were over 20 girls already. It hadn't even been half a month since the apocalypse, and he had already recruited so many. The future looked promising. These were all the territories he had conquered. At that moment, Chao Chen suddenly noticed that the girls' seating arrangement seemed inappropriate. There was too much distance between the two groups, making the already crowded living room even more cramped. Some even resorted to sitting on stools in the aisles. This was not ideal. There was a clear divide between the veteran girls and the newly recruited ones. Did the veterans bully the newcomers? Thinking this, Chao Chen glared fiercely at the veteran girls, especially at Wu Lanlan. fixing his gaze on her for several seconds before looking away. If anyone seemed suspicious, it was the notorious Wu Lanlan. Confused, Wu Lanlan stared back at Chao Chun. Two questions immediately popped into her mind. What happened? Why is he looking at me like that? However, upon seeing Chao Chan's angry expression and his occasional glances at the dividing line, she understood his implication. Did he think I bullied these women? Oh no, what a huge misunderstanding. Since being scolded, she didn't even dare entertain such thoughts. Wu Lanlan innocently looked at Chao Chen and waved her hand, saying, "It wasn't me, please don't jump to conclusions, I'm not that kind of woman." Wu Lanlan's voice was not low, and all the girls present heard it. However, they didn't understand the context and looked at Wu Lanlan with puzzled expressions. Not that kind of woman? What kind? Are there secrets? Looking at the angry Chao Chun, Wu Lanlan quickly approached and said, "We didn't bully them. Although we don't like newcomers, it's just a feeling inside, you should know that, dear." Hearing Wu Lanlan's explanation, Chao Chen wasn't entirely unconvinced. Since he couldn't find a reason, he didn't bother looking further. In the end, the result would be the same, he wouldn't let any of these girls go, and they would all end up bearing his cute babies. However, with so many girls, there would be a wait. Despite claiming to consider Wu Lanlan and the others' feelings, Chao Chen saw them all as equals except for Li Jiayu, the first one. They were all newcomers, so no one should look down on anyone. Besides, compared to system rewards and tasks, their personal preferences didn't matter much. Chao Chen had to marry and have children as required. Ignoring the issue, he turned to the dozen or so new girls. When they were first brought in, they were thin, their clothes emitting a stale odor, and their looks were average. But for the sake of reviving the human race and with system ratings above 80, Chao Chen had no choice but to accept them. Except for Xia Xinran, the others were like gifts to him. Unexpectedly, after bathing and grooming, these gifted girls turned out to be quite attractive, scoring high in looks. What surprised Chao Chen even more was that most of these older girls had a purity level of 100%. It was truly a windfall. After looking at these relatively ordinary girls, Chao Chen finally turned his gaze towards Xia Xinran, who was sitting in the middle. Sitting in the middle, she was like a swan among a group of white ducks. She was wearing a white top and slim jeans, her fair skin shining, long black hair naturally cascading down, partially covering her small face. Even with her head lowered, her charm was irresistible. Not to mention the other girls, just Xia Xinran alone was worth 1,000 zombie crystal cores. To avoid the awkward situation, Chao Chen walked straight to the dividing line and sat down. He said, "Let's eat, move closer, sitting so far apart won't do. Looks like we need to find a solution." Then, Chao Chen glanced around and said, "Whoever sits on the outermost side won't get food." As soon as Chao Chen finished speaking, the girls all crowded around him. The veteran girls were afraid of being too far away, fearing that Chao Chen would be drawn away by the newcomers. The new girls were simply hungry. Although on this last day, Li Chang and the others tried to make the women look better by giving them a little more to eat, it was barely satisfying. They had already smelled the aroma of the food. If it weren't for waiting for Chao Chun, they would probably have devoured everything by now. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Li Yujin heard Chao Chen's words and quickly brought out dish after dish to the dining table. In front of the dining table, the new girls looked at the dishes, which could have been considered signature dishes in a restaurant before Doomsday. Tears welled up in their eyes. Even with outsiders present, they couldn't hold back their emotions. Sub, Chao Chen is so good, he prepared so many delicious dishes to welcome us. I used to worry that Chao Chen would be like those demons, not only refusing to share but also eating all by himself. I didn't expect him to be so kind to us. Just because of these delicious dishes, I know Chao Chen is definitely the best man in the world. While these girls were moved by each other, Li Yuding untimely interjected, sisters, we eat like this every meal here. What? Every meal like this? You're kidding, right? Oh my god. The meal was quickly finished. However, the new girls still found it hard to believe what Li Yujin had said. After all, it was the apocalypse. Before Doomsday, having such meals every day might have been achievable with a little money. But now, it was a different story. Even someone as powerful as Xiao Huahua, who had conquered so much territory, only had cabbage and potatoes every meal, occasionally with some frozen chicken wings or breast meat, and that was already satisfying. How could Chao Chun, who was also at school, be living so well? But Chao Chen must be wealthy, that's for sure. He must be living better than in the first canteen. They didn't dare ask for too much. After all, in terms of looks, they were indeed not as good as Wang Mengmang and her group of girls. Each girl had her own thoughts. Just as Chao Chen returned to his room to rest, he saw Lin Yue still lying there without any intention of getting up, so he didn't wake her up. Instead, he lifted a corner of the blanket and slipped in. Just as he was about to rest, Lin Yue's eyes secretly opened a little, holding her phone with a conversation box with her cousin Xia Xinran. Lin Yue, cousin, when Xiao Chen returns to the room later, come in with him. Xia Xinran, cousin, isn't it inappropriate? Besides, aren't you already by his side? Lin Yue, you silly girl, you don't know how powerful Xiao Chen is. If you want to survive in this apocalypse, listen to me. Your cousin won't harm you. Xia Xinran, well, then I'll consider it. Lin Yue, what are you still considering? Listen to your cousin, immediately make the nano combat suit look more stylish, preferably with a touch of fun, and then come in. Xia Xinran, heavens, I didn't expect you to be this kind of cousin. Lin Yue, little cousin, you wouldn't want this to be the last time you see me, right? Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Chen's door was lightly tapped from outside. It sounded a bit sneaky. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He hadn't requested to favor any girl today. Which girl was being so proactive? Xiao Chen was somewhat intrigued. Come in. Xia Xinran outside the door heard Xiao Chen's voice. She stiffened, then slowly pushed open the door and entered. What she didn't know was that not far from Xiao Chen's room, a pair of beautiful eyes were watching the scene. The girl's mouth was agape in surprise. She didn't expect the seemingly aloof new first goddess to be so flirtatious behind the scenes, sneaking into another man's room. But then she thought, with so many girls here, Xiao Chen couldn't possibly treat everyone fairly. And resources were definitely limited. The better she performed, the more resources she might receive. With that in mind, she made a decision. Tomorrow, she would also sneak into Xiao Chen's room. Xia Xinran, who had entered Xiao Chen's room, covered her face and stood motionless at the door. Xiao Chen hadn't noticed anything at first. However, when he looked towards the door, he was stunned. Damn! A black lace crop top paired with thigh-high stockings, and these stockings even had letters on them. This was too savvy. Let me see which girl knows so well how to increase a man's attack speed. When the system interface opened, Xiao Chen discovered that it was Xia Xinran, whom he had been eagerly anticipating. With a snap, he turned off the room's light. Ding! Host successfully saved the beauty, detected a rating of 95 for the girl, can receive a reward, the reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 unlimited phones, each phone can communicate regardless of distance or environment, and has a top-notch defense system, impervious to any hacker attacks from Blue Star. Listening to the system prompts, Xiao Chen smiled. He had been worried about losing the network before. Now that was resolved. The system was indeed one step ahead of me. Great review. The night passed quietly. Soon it was the next day. Xiao Chen woke up surrounded by two women, as the first rays of sunlight entered the room. The two girls had worked late into the night, so he decided not to wake them up for zombie hunting today. According to the plan, they had to leave the school today. He needed to plan it well. In the living room, most of the girls were already awake. In this apocalypse, even in the safest place, they were reluctant to sleep deeply, naturally waking up at the sight of sunlight. At this moment, a few zombies were wandering around the armored vehicle nearby. Wang Mengmeng decisively shot and killed these zombies. Crystal Core +8. After having breakfast with the girls, Xiao Chen went to the driver's seat of the armored vehicle and said to Wu Lanlan beside him, "Let's not wander around inside the school today. There are only a few scattered zombies, not worth our time. Let's leave the school directly." "Ah, okay, husband. Which direction should we head after leaving the school?" Listening to Wu Lanlan's question, Xiao Chen recalled his delivery route. He was extremely familiar with this area, didn't even need to look at the map, and quickly thought of a place to go. There aren't many large supermarkets near the school. Most of them are small supermarkets with 2 or 3 storefronts. After so many days of development, it's likely that the nearby survivors have already looted them. There is one big supermarket that is always crowded. If doomsday were to come, that place would probably turn into a slaughterhouse directly. At this stage, no survivor group could break in. Besides, zombies are resources. With so many zombie crystal nuclei, one could make a fortune, not to mention the supplies inside. So, Xiao Chen immediately said to Wu Lanlan, "Go out and take Yongjiang Avenue straight to the Runda supermarket at Erjiang Bridge." Listening to Xiao Chen's words, Wu Lanlan nodded. She turned the car around and headed towards the school gate. The closer they got to the school gate, the more cars were blocking the road. Wu Lanlan wanted to increase the firepower and charge out directly. The next moment, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the cars blocking the way flew into the air, melting into liquid metal and disappearing in front of Xiao Chen. "Wow, so powerful," Wu Lanlan thought to herself, showing admiration on her face. "My man is truly a treasure, bringing surprises every day." They left the school smoothly without any obstacles. The environment outside the school was even more complicated. There were more cars crashed all over, some with windows stained reddish-brown, indicating how desperate they were after doomsday, dying inside their cars. As each car melted into molten iron and entered Chao Chen's space, the road became much cleaner. Just then, a small figure appeared in Wu Lanlan and Chao Chen's sight. Wearing a red dress and carrying a small bear backpack, the girl had her back to Chao Chen. Wu Lanlan said, "It's a little girl, should we save her?" Before Chao Chen could speak, the girl turned around to look at the armored vehicle. Roar! A sound completely mismatched with her body came out. The ground nearby began to tremble. Ding! Warning! Warning! Detected a second-order peak zombie scream caller within 300 meters, severely affecting human revival. Relevant information has been sent to the host panel. Please eliminate it as soon as possible. Chao Chen's face showed a surprised smile upon hearing this. He didn't expect to encounter a second-order zombie right after leaving school. Let me see what this second-order zombie is all about. System, check the zombie information. Monster type, zombie, name, scream caller, level, second-order peak, talent, E, attributes, strength, 60 stamina, 50 speed, 100 mental power, 40 weapon, bear backpack, skills, scream, zombie gathering, system comment. The scream caller zombie can attract all surrounding zombies with its high-pitched voice, can be used as bait to lure zombies. Looking at the system's comment, Chao Chen hesitated for a moment. It seemed feasible. However, after seeing the face of the little girl zombie, he lost interest immediately. An ugly zombie like that wants to join me? Smack! The head of the little girl zombie exploded. However, before being killed, the scream caller had already released its skill. At this moment, many zombies were pouring in from all directions. Chao Chen said, "Time to get to work." The other girls also heard the commotion. However, the new girls had never seen such a scene before. Even though Chao Chen had given them M416 rifles, they were all extremely nervous. Some even started shooting before the zombies arrived. Bang bang! Another girl's hand slipped, and 2 shots hit the armor of the armored vehicle. Fortunately, the armored vehicle was of high quality, not even a scratch on the paint. After this little episode, Wang Mengmeng and the others also knew that they had to bring these new girls along. After a brief adjustment period, they finally began to counterattack. The girls had already absorbed the zombie crystal cores they had previously defeated. Each person's attributes increased by more than 70 points. However, they hadn't had the chance to receive new weapons from Chao Chen yet. The only one still suppressing firepower was Jiang Roer. Fortunately, there were now twice as many people as before. Even though the accuracy was low, the effect of suppressing firepower still showed. After half an hour of firefighting, all the zombies were cleared out. The girls cooperated very reasonably, with some on guard duty, and then Wang Mengmeng led the new girls out to dig for zombie crystal cores. When the new girls dug out the first zombie crystal core, they were stunned. It wasn't until now that they realized there were such things as zombie crystal cores and understood their effects. As for the second-order zombie crystal core, it was quietly lying in Chao Chen's hands at this time. The size of the second-order zombie crystal core was about the same as a soybean and could also awaken abilities. However, the highest level it could reach was only E grade, too trashy, so Chao Chen had no intention of using it. These low-level zombie crystal cores could serve as experience packs to advance higher-level zombie crystal cores. Even if Chao Chen's bottom line was low, he was prepared to obtain a 4th-order zombie crystal core for the girls to use. After all, zombies that reached the 4th order had at least C-grade talents. After cleaning up, Chao Chen and the others continued on their way. There were plenty of cars and zombies along the way. The cars all turned into molten iron in Chao Chen's space, while the scattered zombies were left for the new girls to practice on. If there were too few zombies or they were too far away, they would just give up on collecting the zombie crystal cores. They only picked them up when there were more. And so, they moved slowly until they reached the vicinity of the supermarket, which was already noon. Chao Chen didn't let the girls attack the supermarket directly but instead had Wolilin find a safe and quiet place to deal with lunch first. After all, fighting zombies was also for the sake of eating, so since it was already mealtime, not eating would be putting the cart before the horse. The terrace of the armored vehicle closed again. Everyone returned to the living room. By this time, Li Yujin had already prepared all the meals and set them on the table. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Xia Xinran and the other girls were stunned. How could there be so much meat to eat? This was too amazing. It turned out that the sister wasn't bragging. This was really the kind of food they usually ate. Thinking back to their days in the first cafeteria, the girls fell silent. It would have been better to come to Chao Chen earlier. Sob, sob, sob. After everyone had eaten their fill, Wang Mengmeng approached Chao Chen and said, "Honey, we need to change our equipment. This weapon can't keep up with our pace." Wang Mengmeng handed the M416 to Chao Chun. Chao Chun noticed that there were some decorations on the weapon, and there were even a few small dolls hanging from it. It was truly a weapon for girls with a girly heart, and it even had its own fragrance after being used. It was no different from the legendary Beautiful Girl's car. However, Chao Chun did not take back the weapon. After communicating with them and ensuring that each girl could handle heavy weapons like Gatling guns, according to their request, he took out 1 Barrett and 4 Gatling guns and handed them to the girls. With this, the beauty squad was formed. Captain, Wang Mengmeng, Barrett, members, Yang Ian, Barrett, Zhang Roar, Li Jiao, Wolilin, Li Yuding, Zhang Lu, Gatling guns, Lu Shun, Yang Qianxian, Eugene Yao, Lin Yue, Su Weining, M416, Li Yujin, Little Chef. As for the new girls who had just arrived, they would wait for their attributes to be raised before considering upgrading their equipment. The new girls looked at Chao Chun taking out so many hot weapons one by one, all dumbfounded. This is too powerful. After inquiring, they knew that as long as their attributes improved, they had the chance to change weapons. The girls excitedly waited for the next wave to confront the zombies. Lunch break quickly passed. Seeing that it was almost time, the team set off again. This time, instead of going around elsewhere, they directly arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. The entrance of the supermarket was a huge square usually used for parking customers' vehicles. But now, due to the arrival of the apocalypse, customers were in a panic, causing a complete standstill. Looking from the outside, one could still see the heads of zombies wandering back and forth in the square. Without hesitation, Chao Chun immediately controlled his abilities to melt the cars and store them in his space. As the cars disappeared one by one, the zombies also noticed Chao Chun's armored vehicle and smelled the scent of living humans. Excitedly, they roared and swarmed towards Chao Chun. Even more excited than the zombies were Li Jiayu and her group who had just obtained 4 Gatling guns. Watching the zombies swarming towards them, Li Jiayu excitedly shouted, "Sisters, don't act yet, let me go first." Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of the Gatling gun spinning echoed directly into the supermarket. The sound of zombies and walls being pierced came from outside to inside. At this moment, the supermarket was densely packed with zombies, and upon hearing the commotion, the originally dormant zombies immediately began to move outward. However, among this group of zombies, a small-sized zombie opened its red eyes. Instead of rushing out, it jumped directly onto the supermarket wall. Its sharp claws dug into the wall as it looked outside through a window. Seeing so many women, its eyes were filled with bloodlust. In its perception, the flesh and blood of children and women were the most delicious. However, upon seeing the weapons in the women's hands, a hint of human-like fear appeared on its face. It then looked at Chao Chun, who was empty-handed. This human also had tender flesh, probably tasty as well, so it decided to target him first. As an intelligent zombie, it cautiously did not rush out immediately. It remained on the wall, waiting for the other zombies to deplete the human's weapons before making a move. Ugh, 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 hee. Shaorun Supermarket was a large supermarket with a daily flow of up to 20,000 people, covering an area of 1.5 million square meters. The zombie virus outbreak occurred at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Although it was not the busiest time, there were still a considerable number of people, as far as the eye could see. Moreover, the customer flow only counted those who checked out. Many people shopped in pairs, so if calculated this way, the daily flow exceeded 40,000 people. Although it was only a quarter of a day in the evening, that still meant 10,000 people. At any given time, there were at least 5,000 people. 5,000 zombies surged out of the supermarket gate like a tide. This was not a school building, a supermarket only had 1 or 2 entrances. They were all crowded together. The scene was extremely frightening. The zombies running at high speed moved together, causing even the ground to tremble slightly. The girls, watching the approaching zombies, remained calm. They immediately raised their weapons and started firing. Under the suppression of the 5 Gatling guns, thousands of bullets poured out in a few seconds, preventing the zombies from advancing like a flowing river. Watching the zombies fall one after another, as long as there were no particularly high-level zombies, clearing the entire supermarket was just a matter of time. The girls were very excited. The feeling of absorbing so many zombie crystals to enhance their strength was still fresh in their memories. Now, they were about to take down this supermarket. How could they not be excited? Another wave of attribute points was about to increase. One by one, as if injected with chicken blood. It was at this moment that several Gatling girls, seeing the zombie numbers almost equal, no longer needed to take turns emptying bullets, and at that moment when all the bullets were fired, the mutated zombie hanging on the wall moved. It broke through the window directly and charged straight towards its intended target, Chao Chun. Roar! Chao Chun was still leisurely strolling. Ding! Warning! Warning! A second-tier peak zombie hunter has been detected within 300 meters, seriously affecting human revival. Relevant information has been sent to the host panel. Please check and eliminate as soon as possible. Monster category, zombie, name, hunter, level, second-tier peak, talent, C, attributes, strength, 120 stamina, 30 speed, 180 mental power, 40, weapon, claws, skills, pounce, bloodthirsty, calm, system comment, the hunter zombie possesses extremely fast speed and sharp claws. Once it pounces on a person, unless someone nearby helps, they will be brutally killed. Just as the system prompt arrived, a black dot approached him rapidly, almost touching his face, leaving Chao Chen stunned. It was absurd for a second-tier zombie to try to harm him. The fact that this zombie attempted a sneak attack was somewhat surprising, indicating a decent level of intelligence. However, targeting his head showed a lack of sound judgment. Just as the zombie was about to make contact with Chao Chen, he calmly took out a Barrett from his space and shot at the dark figure. The seemingly slow motion left the zombie unable to dodge. Bang! The bullet swiftly pierced through its head. It couldn't have died more thoroughly. After killing the zombie, Chao Chen immediately rushed to its body and casually dug out the zombie crystal nucleus. This zombie clearly had room for advancement, belonging to the juvenile category with a C-level talent, the highest among the mutated zombies encountered recently. If there were no other mutated zombies encountered, Chao Chen decided to let these girls use this zombie crystal nucleus first. The question of who to give it to was another matter. Unable to think of anyone for now, Chao Chen directly stored it in his space. It was time for collecting the zombie crystal nuclei after all the zombies were killed. Watching the girls start collecting the crystal nuclei with great coordination and no immediate danger around, Chao Chen didn't idle either at this moment. He walked straight into the large supermarket spanning over 15,000 square meters. Upon entering the supermarket, rows of over 30 cash registers were almost entirely drenched in blood. The once white cash registers had turned black and red. Being a closed space, even though many days had passed since Doomsday, the blood had not yet coagulated, instead turning into a sticky mess nearby, looking extremely disgusting. Casually surveying the surroundings, there were remnants left by zombies everywhere. However, Chao Chen didn't have much emotional fluctuation at the sight. These were just minor scenes. If this place had been too clean, Chao Chen would have found it more unsettling. Moving forward, he arrived at one of the cash registers, exerted a little force with his palm, and easily opened the cash box. Naturally, these ordinary plastic cash boxes were not designed to deter thieves. Glancing at the amount inside the cash box, it was much more than what Chao Chen earned in a month of part-time work. It was close to 10,000 yuan in cash. And this was just the beginning. Based on the memory of working part-time at a supermarket during a winter break, the ratio of cash to scanning is 1:2. It should be before the shift change at this time in the afternoon. Calculating the turnover for a month based on the daytime turnover is 1 million, plus 30% at night and more turnover on weekends. A conservative estimate is that the turnover for a month could reach 2 million. This is a super large supermarket with a monthly turnover of 60 million. The abundance of goods inside, Chao Chen can already imagine. With a slight smile on his lips, he murmured, "Not bad, not bad, a successful start. I didn't expect such rich goods at the first stop. My empty space, let me fill it up fiercely now. He he he." Soon, Chao Chen crossed the cashier and entered the interior of the supermarket. The supermarket is a sealed place, without electricity, pitch black inside. However, this did not affect Chao Chen from harvesting goods. The main entrance of the supermarket is divided into two areas. One is the entrance, and the other is the exit. However, Chao Chen directly crossed the cashier. He walked towards the exit area. This side is the daily chemical area. Daily necessities such as shampoo, laundry detergent, and shower gel. These good things are what Chao Chen needs, especially diapers and other baby products. These are essential when the child is born. Anyway, with ample space, all these are stored in the space. Blue Moonshell laundry detergent, Diaopai laundry detergent, Xiaofan shower gel, Xingchan shampoo, all collected, all stored in the space. Arriving at the tissue area, whether it's rolls, tissues, or rough paper towels, all are collected. Moving on, he quickly arrived at the feminine hygiene area. 8-dimensional space, Taodaoich cotton, ABCD, although influenced by the zombie crystal nucleus, can directly ignore physiology and skip it. Anyway, with sufficient space, everything is collected without hesitation. Behind the feminine hygiene area is the essential mother and baby area, with a pile of diapers of various brands, all taken away. NB, S, M, L, XL, all sizes and types are collected. Soon, everything on the first floor area was collected. Thinking about this, Chao Chen turned back to look at the cashier. Just remembered, there are usually umbrellas next to the cashier, which are absolutely good things in the end times. But then he thought again. He is going to revive the human race, how can he use such anti-human things? It's a sin. After collecting everything on the first floor area, Chao Chen moved to the second floor area. This is where snacks and seasonings are located. He has plenty of seasonings, but not many snacks, just some from the convenience store, all cheap spicy sticks and bread. How can they compare to such a large supermarket? There are products from Sakura country, Kimchi country, Asan country, Sawadika country. The variety is so complete that Chao Chen has never seen before. Naturally, everything is taken, as it won't hurt to have them all. After the snack area is the seasoning area. Everything is taken, and next is the beverage area, liquor area, and dairy area. When he reached the liquor area, Chao Chen's eyes lit up. Almost forgot about these good things. Red, white, yellow, blue, truly a large supermarket, even a bottle worth 38,888 is available, making Chao Chen amazed like an old lady entering the Grand View Garden. Will anyone buy such expensive wine? Can drinking it make one immortal? But now they all belong to Chao Chen. Chao Chen is like a bottomless pit, searching all the way. The second floor area was quickly stored in the space. Next is the third floor, and the fourth floor. The third floor is for vegetables, meat, dried goods, cooked food, and other fresh areas. After so many days since the apocalypse, most fresh ingredients have expired. Especially meat, those cute little things that used to wriggle have already covered this pork counter. The foul stench emanating from this thing turned the entire third floor into a biohazard zone. Even Chao Chen, who had seen a lot, found it hard to filter out this smell. He almost threw up. If it were collected in a container, it could definitely be used as a biological weapon. However, Chao Chen still gritted his teeth and collected everything that could be used. Sugar, flour, beans, dried tofu, kelp, cured meat, and so on. As for the rest, they were basically unusable. Without electricity, the mold on frozen goods had grown so high that it was frightening. Next was the top floor area, mainly clothes, shoes, hats, towels, and other supplies. Chao Chen didn't really need them, after all, he had the nano combat suit. If there was something missing, he could just go into battle in a vacuum, and no one would know anyway. But since they were there now, might as well take them. However, Chao Chen had no intention of mentioning things like the girls' underwear. With the existence of the system space, collecting supplies didn't take much time. Returning to the downstairs, the girls were still working hard to collect the zombie crystals, not yet finished. Chao Chen didn't interfere with their actions. After all, some things needed to be done by someone. It was impossible for Chao Chen to do everything himself. When the girls had enough self-defense power, Chao Chen would then make a move. Just as Chao Chen had returned to the armored vehicle, in a building 100 meters away from the supermarket, on the 32nd floor, 300 survivors had taken control of the building. Half of them were superhumans, who had been mingling in the city for a long time. They had their fair share of zombie heads and human lives in their hands. One of the superhumans walked to the window and saw Chao Chen and the others collecting zombie crystals. He was stunned for a moment, then a look of anger crossed his face. He shouted, "Chen Ming, get your ass over here, right now!" The man was Wang Jinghua, the security guard of the building, 45 years old, a retired mercenary, and one of the first awakened superhumans. He was cruel, ruthless, and enjoyed torturing women. The person he called was the scout of the space, the fastest, a junior employee on the 27th floor, who became a superhuman by luck after the apocalypse and immediately became Wang Jinghua's lackey. Chen Ming was currently discussing survival strategies with the female CEO. This 33-year-old woman had been the object of many employees' dreams, but ended up in his hands. Chen Ming was engrossed in the conversation, reaching a critical point. He was startled by Wang Jinghua's words, and even crushed the wineglass in his hand. Damn it! Scared the hell out of me. He had wanted to curse a few more times, but thinking of Wang Jinghua's brutal methods, he wilted. Couldn't beat him, better just go obediently. As soon as he reached Wang Jinghua, Chen Ming saw the furious look on his face. What's wrong, boss? Who pissed you off? Chen Ming immediately spoke up. What's going on at the supermarket? Didn't you say you checked it out and there were at least 5,000 zombies inside, and no one could take them down? Wang Jinghua asked. Which supermarket? You mean the Zayarunfa supermarket? Chen Ming was puzzled. Following Wang Jinghua's gaze, he looked over. Although he didn't have enhanced vision abilities, after consuming so many zombie crystals, his vision was much better than an average person's. Although he couldn't see faces clearly, he immediately spotted several survivors collecting zombie crystals next to an armored vehicle at the supermarket entrance. Such relaxed collection meant that they had taken down the supermarket. How was that possible? There were thousands of zombies inside. Looking at Chen Ming's unbelieving expression, Wang Jinghua kicked him directly out. Chen Ming, caught off guard, was kicked to the side, knocking down several office desks before coming to a stop. A wound opened on his head, blood dripping onto the floor. However, Chen Ming dared not utter a word of complaint. Enduring the pain, he quickly stood up and lowered his head, returning to stand beside Wang Jinghua. "What are you standing there for? Get out and keep watch for me. I'll take my brothers to loot supplies now." "Yes, boss, I'll go right away." Chen Ming left Wang Jinghua's office in a hurry. Once outside, he immediately popped a few zombie crystals into his mouth. The visible wound on his body began to heal, and he cursed Wang Jinghua silently. This spurred him to hasten his pace. As Chen Ming left, Wang Jinghua stood by the window, crushing the goblet in his hand. He said, "Urjiankyo Street is my territory. I want to see which organization dares to snatch food from my mouth. Is it Li Tianming's team or Zhao Guangyao's team? Although both teams have armored vehicles, don't think that we, the evolved ones, can't handle your firearms. Times have changed." With this in mind, Wang Jinghua immediately notified his trusted lieutenants to gather the team. Meanwhile, Chen Ming ran frantically down the corridor. The stairwell lights were on, indicating that the emergency power was still functioning. With over 30 floors, even going downstairs required considerable effort. As for why he didn't take the elevator, Wang Jinghua had ordered other survivors to disable the elevators to prevent surprise attacks. To enter the building, one had to use the stairs, fortifying the defense. This made life difficult for Chen Ming. As a scout, he climbed the building 5 or 6 times a day. His originally frail body even developed 8-pack abs. Time flew by, and soon Chen Ming reached the ground floor of the building. Without hesitation, he headed straight towards Chao Chen's direction. The zombies he encountered along the way couldn't even detect his presence, he was too fast. With his innate talent and skill points, his speed reached an unbelievable level. In just a few minutes, Chen Ming arrived at the rooftop of a high-rise building near the supermarket to observe Chao Chen's team. At first glance, he was stunned. Damn, women, all beautiful women. Chen Ming never expected that the ones collecting zombies were all gorgeous women, especially dressed so stylishly. Were these ladies not afraid of dirtying their feet with zombie remains? The women in Chao Chen's team wore nano-combat suits that could change appearance, so they looked as beautiful as they pleased. Some even dressed provocatively to please Chao Chen, enhancing their attack speed significantly. None of the women dressed like they were in a post-apocalyptic world, it was more like a fashion show. Even the former high and mighty female CEO from Chen Ming's company couldn't compare to these women now. The female CEO instantly lost her allure. Aging, out of shape, without makeup or the aura of a leader, she looked half as good. Compared to other ordinary female survivors, she was still much prettier. But that's how people are, living in their own bubble is fine until they see a comparison. Without comparison, there's no harm. Once the floodgates open, these thoughts linger. This made Chen Ming lose his objectivity, getting carried away and forgetting his scout mission. He failed to relay the information back to Wang Jinghua's team promptly. Even the most important ones, each carrying hot weapons, are invisible. In Chen Ming's eyes, these women are like budding butterflies, waiting to be explored by him. Thinking about this, Chen Ming murmured, "So many beauties, not a single man around, isn't it too lonely? As a person with abilities, it should be easy for me to join their group, changing one every month seems reasonable, right?" Just as Chen Ming was fantasizing about what positions he would use with these girls in his mind, his walkie-talkie sounded. "Chen Ming, how's the reconnaissance going? What's the strength of the opposition? How many people have arrived? Is it Li Tianming's team or Zhao Guangyao's?" Wang Jinghua spoke up. Chen Ming was very displeased with Wang Jinghua's voice and did not answer immediately. Instead, after cursing a few times, he chose not to reply directly. If these many beauties fell into the hands of that old pervert Wang Jinghua, wouldn't they be played into cripples? Damn it, I'll turn against him directly. I need to warn these beauties that a bad guy is coming. Let them prepare in advance and catch Wang Jinghua off guard. With that in mind, Chen Ming left the high-rise building he was in and headed towards the armored vehicle. On the other side, Wang Jinghua, not receiving a reply from Chen Ming for a while, angrily said, All right, Chen Ming is really out of line, he actually didn't reply to my question." Seeing Wang Jinghua in a rage, another survivor spoke up, "Boss, could it be that Chen Ming is in danger and can't reply temporarily?" "Humph, that kid Chen Ming, if he encounters danger, he runs faster than a rabbit. With his speed, what zombie could catch up to him? Do you think he would be in danger?" Wang Jinghua said displeased. "Boss, what about us? A supermarket's resources, or my Wang Jinghua's territory, how could I just hand it over to someone? No matter who it is, I want them dead. Everyone, get your weapons ready, let's go. Kill." Take back our supermarket. Boss, who you say to kill, will kill. Wang Xingguo's team was very large, with over 300 people, nearly half of whom were people with abilities. Wang Xingguo himself was a B-level ability user, very powerful. After all, occupying a skyscraper and being able to survive in the zombie-infested city of Yongqing for so many days was something the survivors of Yongjiang University couldn't compare to. Even the most ordinary person in the team had experience killing zombies. Although Wang Xingguo was not human, he was the ability user who led them to survive. The survivors' demands were not high, a safe place to stay, and a meal a day were already very satisfying. Now hearing that the supermarket had been attacked by outsiders, they were all furious. They had long considered this little Ruinhua supermarket as their own. These survivors who had gathered together before the apocalypse were people who had mixed at Erjiang Bridge, including workers, bosses, delivery drivers, security guards, teachers, and students. They all knew that the largest supermarket nearby was Little Ruinhua. The supplies inside could easily sustain them for a year. They had thought about entering the supermarket to collect supplies before, but each time they were scared off by the 5,000 zombies. Now, to their surprise, outsiders had taken the lead. How could they not be angry? How could they not rush over? How could they not come to kill? Their targets were clear. They headed straight for the Little Ruinhua supermarket. At the entrance of the Little Ruinhua supermarket, the girls were clearing out the last few zombie crystals inside. Just as they were about to finish up, a figure slowly approached them from a distance. Judging by the size, it should be a humanoid creature, not ruling out the possibility of a zombie. Yang Yiyun quickly noticed this unexpected guest. Without any hesitation, she fired a shot. Bang! The huge recoil of Barrett made Yang Yiyun stumble like a startled deer. This anti-armor weapon had bullets flying at an extremely fast speed. Almost simultaneously with the gunshot, the extra-long bullet was heading straight towards Chen Ming's forehead. Chen Ming, still lost in his daydream, suddenly felt a flutter in his heart. In the last 0.1 second before the bullet pierced his head, he instinctively lowered it. The bullet flew past his head. Even though it didn't hit Chen Ming, the heat generated by the bullet's flight and friction with the air burned his hairstyle into a center parting. This was a true center parting. Chen Ming only felt a burning sensation on his head and could smell the scent of burnt hair, which made him instantly fearful. Damn, so close. Chen Ming, the protagonist in this doomsday scenario, almost met my end. Damn. These women are too fierce. No wonder they could take down the Zayarunfa supermarket. But external forces are just external forces. As long as I focus, she won't be able to hit me, Chen Ming confidently spoke. Yang Yiyun, on top of the armored vehicle, was shocked. Her perfect marksmanship was evaded by this unexpected guest. Wasn't she aiming at the face of the most beautiful sniper in the beauty team? Yang Yiyun immediately fired another shot. Bang! The bullet flew out with a loud noise, this time aiming not at Chen Ming's forehead but at his chest. With a larger target area, the hit rate was higher. Chen Ming had just finished speaking, not yet adjusted his stance, when he heard another gunshot. At such a close range, there was no room for hesitation. He immediately fell to the ground in a sleeping position. The bullet grazed past him once again. Yang Yiyun was furious at being evaded again. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger once more. Just as Chen Ming dodged the second shot and was about to rejoice, a third bullet flew towards him. Yang Yiyun fired 3 shots in a row, indicating she was facing a troublesome opponent. The other girls collecting zombie crystals immediately became alert. Each of them held their weapons, aiming in Yang Yiyun's direction. Having just dodged a fatal blow, Chen Ming opened his eyes to see all these beautiful girls pointing their weapons at him. He felt a chill down his spine. He quickly spoke, No way. Ladies, please don't shoot, I'm not a bad guy. As Chen Ming finished speaking, the girls who were about to pull the trigger hesitated. He's human, let's not shoot for now, Wang Mengmeng said. The sounds of battle outside also reached inside the armored vehicle. Chao Chun, who had already entered the vehicle, also heard the noise. Looking through the glass, he saw this male survivor. Chao Chen was puzzled. What was this survivor coming for? Was he here to seek refuge like the previous survivors? However, being able to continuously evade Yang Yiyun's sniper shots, Chao Chen was certain that this person was no ordinary individual. Leaving aside the surrounding zombies, the sniper rifle's bullets flew at an extremely fast speed. Being able to dodge them already indicated something. What was he here for? Chao Chen wondered. However, he did not leave the room but instead looked at Chen Ming with interest. At that moment, Chen Ming walked up to the girls. From a distance, he couldn't see clearly, but now up close, he realized how beautiful these girls were. Damn! Each one was like a fairy descended to earth. Chen Ming's eyes lit up, wishing he could hug these beauties and sleep right away. His lecherous gaze made the girls uncomfortable. Wang Mengmeng, slightly angry, said, "What are you looking at? I'll shoot your eyes out if you don't stop." No, please don't shoot, I'm here to deliver a message." Listening to Wang Mengmeng's soft voice, Chen Ming's eyes immediately looked over. Not looking, no shock, one look, a big surprise. Damn, this girl is too big. After a slight daze, he quickly realized that the group of girls in front of him were all well equipped. Even the Gatling gun, damn it, there were 5 of them. He rubbed his eyes, looked again, and the Gatling gun was still there. It was real. Are you kidding me? How could an ordinary team have such cool stuff? Chen Ming thought to himself, could this be an official team? If it's official, it's easy, the federal government won't kill randomly. Report? Report what? I see your intentions are impure, you're not a good person. Sneaky, with a sly look, should we just kill him? Su Weiniang spoke up. At this moment, Chen Ming felt the same way about her as the keyboard warrior who had tied him up before. That look that wanted to devour her, she would never forget in her life. The survivor's intentions were definitely impure. Watching these women talk about killing him one after another, Chen Ming immediately mentioned that Wang Jinghua and the others were coming to cause trouble for them. Are you saying that a team of over 300 survivors will come to deal with us soon, wanting to take the supplies from this supermarket back? Is this supermarket theirs? They couldn't handle the zombies themselves, now that we've cleared them out, they want to come and take advantage. In the apocalypse, supplies are up for grabs, if we've taken it, it's ours. If they want to come and snatch it, they have to see if our treasures agree. Sisters, someone wants to steal our supplies, what should we do? Send them down for team building. Chen Ming looked at these women, not a hint of fear in them upon hearing that over 300 people were coming. Instead, they seemed ready to face it head-on, which left him stunned. What's going on? It's not like the scenario I imagined. Aren't you afraid at all? That's over 300 people. If you're not afraid, how can I have a reason to join your team? With that in mind, Chen Ming immediately interjected, ladies, there are over 300 people, and only 20-something of you, aren't you afraid? Shouldn't you leave quickly? Leave? Of course, we will leave, but not now. Why should we leave when we haven't finished collecting our spoils? The girls said nonchalantly. This left Chen Ming utterly confused. Although these girls all had firearms, they were up against superhumans. As long as the distance was close enough, the drawbacks of firearms would show. How could firepower compare to superhuman abilities in terms of mobility? Are they really that confident? Truly brainless. Frustrated by the girls' nonchalance, Chen Ming felt an itch in his teeth. If they weren't afraid at all, how could he play the hero, take advantage of the situation, or win the beauty's heart? Just when he was starting to feel something, they made him lose completely. Damn it! Chen Ming wasn't a good person to begin with, and after negotiating for so long, he was getting annoyed. He looked coldly at the girls in front of him. Wang Jinghua's team would be arriving soon. By then, these girls wouldn't be able to escape from Wang Jinghua's clutches, so why not take advantage before that old bastard? He hadn't answered Wang Jinghua's call before, fearing that when they arrived, he wouldn't even get a whiff of these girls. They might even be tortured to death. In that case, why not make a move and take one back directly? Firearms were still firearms, how could they compare to superhuman abilities? With that in mind, Chen Ming made up his mind and acted directly. He wanted these ordinary people to understand what superhumans were, what the real answer was. With a swift motion, Chen Ming rushed to the front of Wang Mengmeng. Although others were beautiful, none had a figure as explosive as Wang Mengmeng's. Pretty girls were a dime a dozen, but girls with explosive figures were rare. He had never experienced someone like her before. Today, he wanted to taste the flavor of a G-cup. He reached out his hand, wanting to pull Wang Mengmeng's slender waist towards him. He was very confident. His speed was definitely beyond what these ordinary people could react to. However, the next moment, he was dumbfounded. As soon as his hand touched Wang Mengmeng's body, it was like being electrocuted, causing his whole body to go numb. He was paralyzed by the shock. Before falling to the ground, he clearly saw that there was nothing at all around her waist. What was going on? Wang Mengmeng was startled by Chen Ming's sudden attack, not understanding at first. But seeing the man already electrocuted on the ground, she understood. The nanosuit had a passive defense skill. Apart from the set whitelist, humans not on the whitelist who touched where they shouldn't would receive an electric shock. The voltage of the shock varied depending on the target and was not lethal, with a maximum of 10,000 volts. The man lying on the ground was the clear result. Damn, this scoundrel had impure intentions, trying to violate me, Wang Mengmeng said angrily. I suggested killing him earlier. Such shifty-eyed men are never good, Su Weiniang said calmly. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Seeing a face like his, Su Weiniang only had one thought in mind: eliminate him. Better to kill by mistake than to let go. After the recent events, Zhang Lu, who was a teacher, had not spoken until now. But she now spoke up, reminding, "This is not a school here, we need to protect ourselves when out and about. We should change our attire, be a bit cooler when with our husbands in the car, and coordinate our outfits when dealing with zombies outside." "Sister, what should we change into then?" "Just this attire won't affect our combat abilities." After Zhang Lu finished speaking, she directly controlled her nanosuit to change into another set of clothes. The other girls nodded immediately upon seeing this. They liked wearing this kind of clothing normally and didn't object. However, to differentiate themselves, many of the girls made some subtle adjustments. After agreeing on these matters, the girls all gathered around Chen Ming. They looked at Chen Ming, who had already been knocked out by the shock. Wang Mengmeng asked for their opinions. Su Weiniang maintained her earlier attitude, suggesting to kill him directly. The other girls also nodded. This man wanted to harm Wang Mengmeng just because he had special abilities. If it weren't for the nanosuit provided by Chao Chun, he would have defiled her by now. There was no room for hesitation. Wang Mengmeng didn't want to take a life, but the thought of this scoundrel touching her slender waist made her agree to the decision. After the decision was made, before Wang Mengmeng could act, Yang Yiyun walked over. In the eyes of the women, she directly plunged a knife into Chen Ming's heart. Blood gushed out. Chen Ming, who was still unconscious, was awakened by the intrusion of the foreign object and the pain in his chest. He widened his eyes, showing an expression of disbelief. He only wanted to take a few girls home, not harm them. Why was he met with such an extreme response? Chen Ming looked at the jade hand on his chest and the fruit knife still embedded in his heart, showing an expression of incredulity. Why? He wanted to speak, but a massive hemorrhage caused by a pierced heart blocked his throat. At the beginning of this doomsday, Chen Ming peacefully passed away, without any pain, which could be seen as a kind of release. After killing Chen Ming, the girl quickly collected the zombie crystal cores and swiftly returned to the armored vehicle. Next, they would face Wang Jingguo's team as he mentioned. 300 survivors. Half of them were ability users, making it a tough battle. It's best not to fight, but if they do, the girls won't show mercy. In the doomsday, no one is clean. It's a jungle law of survival of the fittest. There's no right or wrong. Only those who strive to survive have the right to judge what's right or wrong. They had just formed their formation not long ago. Indeed, not far away, a dark mass of figures appeared in everyone's sight. Wang Mengmeng, holding a barret, said to the other girls, "Get ready, a group of survivors is approaching, likely the 300 survivors the man just informed us about." "Captain, should we fight?" Yang Qianshan asked. "Wait, let me see," Wang Mengmeng said, looking through the scope at the newcomers, fierce and menacing, resembling pre-doomsday gangsters. Some ability users deliberately wore white tank tops, revealing tattoos of a dragon and a tiger, clearly not to be messed with. Just as Wang Mengmeng was about to give the order to fight, a ice blade flew towards them from a distance. Ding! Yang Yiyun reacted swiftly, firing a shot that collided with the ice blade from the barret, shattering it in midair. "What are you hesitating for? They didn't even consider negotiating with us. Resources are more important than life in the doomsday. If they think we've taken over their territory, then it's a fight to the death," Yang Yiyun immediately said. "Sister is right, let's do this. Let's see if their abilities are stronger or our weapons. If a tiger doesn't show its might, they'll think we're just Hello Kitty." The other girls no longer hesitated and opened fire directly. Rat-a-tat-tat. Watching the survivors in the armored vehicle retaliating, Wang Jingguo was furious. However, what puzzled Wang Jingguo was that this group using firearms was not the ones he knew, Li Tianming or Zhao Guanyao. It was a new team. Where did they come from? Li Tianming was the director of the nearby Public Security Bureau, with 100 officers armed with firearms, which made sense. Zhao Guanyao was the commander of the nearby supply army, also armed with firearms, which was reasonable. These teams were local forces in Erjiankyo Street. But now, who were these new opponents? Where did they come from? What shocked Wang Jingguo even more was that these opponents turned out to be a group of delicate and beautiful girls, not from military forces judging by their hair length, but with sophisticated weapons, including Gatling guns. Wang Jingguo was left guessing which faction they belonged to. After the first wave of gunfire, one of Wang Jingguo's men spoke up, "Boss, they're all women over there, should we?" "Idiot! What the hell are you thinking? Are you planning to keep them alive to have fun with these women?" Wang Jingguo retorted. The ability user's face turned red and pale. He did have that thought. These women looked so sweet and tempting, it would be a shame not to indulge. Just as Wang Jingguo finished scolding the ability user, he saw his other men hesitating to attack. He was instantly filled with rage. "You bunch of brainless fools, if you don't take them down, how will we get the supplies from this supermarket? Do we need women when we have supplies? You idiots are useless. Don't freeze up like you can't walk when you see a woman, damn it. Buck up and fight back," Wang Jinghua said. He immediately activated his abilities to break through the group of women. But as soon as he showed himself, he was spotted by Yang Yiyun, who shot at him. Damn it! Wang Jinghua was a close combat ability user, not very good at dealing with long-range attacks. Feeling suppressed and frustrated, he turned to another ability user beside him and said, "Deng Ziming, take out the woman with the sniper rifle at the top for me." "I can't do that, boss. That girl is my type, I can't do it," Deng Ziming replied immediately. "Idiot!" Wang Jinghua wanted to slap Deng Ziming. Little did he know how excited these ability users were at the moment. It had been so long since the outbreak of the apocalypse. They hadn't even tasted the flavor of women, let alone girls. Among the 300 survivors, there were only over 30 women. 20 were family members of other survivors. 5 were played to death by Wang Jinghua. The other 5 were not interested in, even the 50-year-old lady made them want to vomit. The last one, although beautiful, they didn't dare to touch her at all. She was too powerful, not only possessing abilities but also born in a police academy, with full combat skills. The other survivors hadn't even experienced the taste of women, let alone girls. How could they compare to Wang Jinghua, a 45-year-old man who indulged in all vices? The satiated man doesn't know the hungry man's hunger. Wang Jinghua wasn't craving for girls, but they were. He wanted to quickly get rid of these women to get supplies, to avoid more troubles. But others didn't think the same way. Did they really need to kill people when there were only 20-something women among 300 people? Although they didn't dare to fight 5,000 zombies, dealing with 20-something women should be easy, right? After all, zombies carried viruses, making casualties easy in fights. A slight touch from a zombie could be fatal. Many people were like this, fierce against outsiders. They were cautious with zombies but ruthless with their own kind. There was even a delivery guy shouting loudly at a girl across from him, "Hey, girl over there, yes, you, surrender obediently, this handsome guy guarantees your safety." But his response was a burst of bullets. Seeing this, Wang Jinghua roared, "Fools, you want to spare them, but they don't think the same way. If we delay, Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao's team will notice the situation here and come to attack us, and we won't be able to escape. It's the apocalypse now, put away your delicate thoughts. If you want them to swallow, they'll make you eat bullets, understand? Idiots!" Wang Jinghua's voice resonated across the entire area. All the ability users looked at each other. After sighing at each other, they launched a counterattack. The abilities of the ability users were diverse, and if not controlled properly, they could be deadly. That's why they hadn't fought back before. After all, killing these beauties meant it would be hard to find such ones in the apocalypse again. But now they had no choice. Boom, boom, boom. The counterattack of the ability users came quickly, shattering the surroundings. The entire parking lot was filled with dust. The girl's vision was obstructed. Meanwhile, Wang Jinghua's close combat ability users also took action. Although not as fast as Chen Ming, they were still very quick. Except for the area under Gatling fire, there were not many blind spots. After losing their targets, the rifles quickly closed in on the armored vehicle. 2 of them were the fastest. Their eyes towards the girls were full of lecherous intent. Hee, little girl, don't resist, don't make it difficult for us, otherwise we don't mind taking advantage while it's hot, you understand? Get lost. Just when they thought they had succeeded, a pair of metallic hands grabbed their necks. My woman, are you also involved with them? Cough. Who are you? At that moment, other mutants rushed forward. They intended to continue their attack but were startled by the sudden appearance of hundreds of iron needles, especially when the needles were aimed directly at their foreheads. They didn't want to test whether the needles were iron or if their heads were tough. They also have mutants. One of the mutants spoke up. The confrontation between the two sides was quick and fierce, and the whole scene fell silent. 300 survivors, with over 150 mutants among them, were completely surrounded by armored vehicles. Wang Jinghua also walked to the front of the group at that moment. Just as he was about to speak, smack! Chao Chen slapped Wang Jinghua, sending him flying. Do you have a chance to speak now? Chao Chen stepped down from the armored vehicle. The 2 men being held by Chao Chen's metallic grip turned pale. Boss, help! Me! Wang Jinghua looked at Chao Chen in shock, his eyes filled with fear. He clearly saw that slap but couldn't avoid it. Chao Chen's strength far surpassed his own. Who was this person? As for the 2 men being held, they were on their own. Thinking this, Wang Jinghua immediately said, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Are these women your wives? Misunderstanding? Chao Chun chuckled. There are no misunderstandings in the apocalypse. Every action is purposeful, don't you agree? Cough, it's really a misunderstanding. We were just looking for a teammate who disappeared when he came this way. Since he's not here, we'll leave now, Wang Jingwa said with a smile. Then, he turned to his men behind him and said, Brothers, this is someone else's territory, let's not disturb their family life, let's go. As if he hadn't seen the two men being held, Wang Jingwa's men looked at their boss leaving with despair. They had agreed to have fun with the women together, how could it end up like this? They were in deep trouble. Before Chao Chen could speak, Wang Mengmeng said, Stop, you must be talking about this person. A survivor's body was thrown out by Wang Mengmeng and rolled to the feet of Wang Jingwa and his men. The survivors looked at the body and realized it was not anyone else but Chen Ming. They were shocked to find out that Chen Ming had died at the hands of these people. Chen Ming, known as the fastest man among the survivors, had been taken down. What kind of strength did these people possess? Wang Jingwa's face changed. Then, with a forced smile, he said, Oh, it's indeed our person. This young lady here, he must have fallen asleep. We'll take him back now. Wang Jingwa appeared calm, as if he hadn't noticed that Chen Ming was dead. He casually picked up Chen Ming's body and threw it to the other mutants behind him. Although it seemed nonchalant, Wang Jingwa's palms were sweating. In his eyes, Chen Ming might not be strong in combat, but his speed in escaping was remarkable. Having just experienced Chao Chen's strength, he couldn't even see how he made his move. This was not a simple mutant. Even Chen Ming's speed was no match for Chao Chen. There was no way to run or fight against him. What kind of enemy had they provoked? Wang Jingwa looked up at Chao Chen, who stood there calmly without saying a word. I was already sweating profusely, and my legs were starting to weaken. Listening to Wang Jingwa's response, Wang Mengmeng smiled and said, Indeed he fell asleep, but he just did something bad, so I'm afraid he needs you guys, his companions, to compensate us with some zombie crystal nuclei. She remembered what Chao Chen had said before and was ready to follow suit. What? What happened? Wang Jingwa looked at the big bear girl in front of him with a puzzled expression. Wang Mengmeng spoke up, This person who fell asleep just touched my waist without my consent. One touch costs 5,005, and a total of 5,500 zombie crystal nuclei. 5,500? Why didn't you rob him? Wang Jingwa exclaimed. This was practically like butchering him like a pig. Isn't that what I'm doing right now? Wang Mengmeng coldly uttered these words with a 37-degree smile, making Wang Jingwa clench his fists, his veins bulging. We don't have it, Wang Jingwa said. Is that so? If you don't give it, my husband doesn't seem too happy. Wang Mengmeng's words left all the survivors on the other side dumbfounded. Just because Chao Ming touched her waist, not to mention anything more serious, they were asked to compensate with 5,500 zombie crystal nuclei. This joke was going too far. How precious were zombie crystal nuclei? With so many people, they could only gather 700 to 800 nuclei in a day. If they accidentally got injured or needed to cultivate, they would need to use zombie crystal nuclei. At best, they could save over 300 nuclei in a day. 5,500 zombie crystal nuclei would require almost 20 days worth of savings. Is your waist encrusted with diamonds? How dare you ask for 5,500 zombie crystal nuclei? Wang Mengmeng's demand quickly spread among the survivors. When everyone learned the reason, the ordinary people who had come to help move supplies were very angry. Each of them disagreed with this demand, getting so worked up that they started arguing right away. Why should we compensate? When I used to do part-time work and staged accidents with Rolls-Royces, I didn't dare ask for so much. Damn, this is simply outrageous. We disagree. You bunch of useless people, don't you know how to fight? Don't you have superpowers? If you don't dare, I, as a big sister, will. Several big sisters angrily pushed their way forward from the back. As soon as they reached the front, they pointed at Wang Mengmeng and shouted, Little girl, what are you talking about? 5,005 zombie crystal nuclei, are you kidding me? Even if you were sold, you wouldn't be worth that many zombie crystal nuclei. Little girl, leave a way out for yourself for the future, don't be so aggressive. Do you understand the concept of settling debts after death? He's already dead, just pretend nothing happened, isn't that enough? Little girl, I advise you not to push your luck. As an experienced person, if you make such demands, aren't you afraid of giving birth to a son without an anus? Back off! Back off! Back off! Their voices were loud, and even their spit almost landed on Wang Mengmeng, who took several steps back in fear. It seemed like they were used to being arrogant before doomsday and still maintained their aggressive attitude in the face of the apocalypse. Seeing Wang Mengmeng retreat, they naturally thought she was scared. Each of them proudly lifted their heads and looked back at the superhumans who dared not speak, as if saying to them, "You rookies, when it's crucial, the big sisters have to step in." Then they continued to shout loudly at Wang Mengmeng and the other girls, talking about all sorts of things that made Wang Mengmeng want to hit someone. Naturally, she couldn't just agree and let it go. She replied, "So you mean you won't give it, right? What do you mean? After all this time, you still don't understand what the big sister said? Don't think just because you're pretty, you can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, when I was young, I was even prettier than you. Have some shame, okay?" At first, she was relatively restrained, but as time went on, she began to insult Wang Mengmeng. "You bunch of little bitches, not a single good one among you. I'm laying it out here today. What are you gonna do, you little sluts? Dare to kill me? Ridiculous, I've eaten more salt than you've had meals." 5 minutes had passed. Wang Mengmeng couldn't bear the insults anymore. She grabbed the M416 from the girl next to her, flicked the safety on, aimed the gun directly at the head of the woman in front of her, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Puff. Finally quiet, had enough, right? Anyone else disagree? You there. Wang Mengmeng aimed the gun at another woman, who had also been extremely rude. I didn't. Please. Puff. Oh, you too. Wang Mengmeng said calmly, without blinking an eye. Watching 5 or 6 women fall in front of them, the survivors finally quieted down. These women were so fierce that the survivors present were extremely terrified. At this moment, not a single person dared to say a word, afraid of being shot by these women. All the survivors turned their gaze to Wang Jinghua. What does their leader have to say? After waiting for a long time, Wang Jinghua remained silent. Everyone looked at each other. Some survivors who had followed along to scavenge quietly muttered behind their backs, "Isn't he supposed to be a badass esper? Why is he acting like a coward now? If anyone should step up, it should be these espers. We ordinary folks only scavenge a few zombie crystals a day. How can we afford this? We didn't even plan to come here, it's all Wang Jinghua's fault." These ordinary survivors kept distancing themselves. They had long forgotten the excitement they felt when they heard Wang Jinghua leading the team to come and loot supplies. But what's the use of saying all this now? Wang Mengmeng and her group wouldn't spare these survivors. Those who choose this path must see it through, even with tears in their eyes. Wang Jinghua's face changed rapidly. What to do now? Resist and risk it? Probably end up with grass a meter high on his grave next year. No, in this era, where are the graves? They would just turn into zombies directly. And if they give in, who can produce so many zombie crystals now? Just then, among the survivors, they made way for a woman to step forward. A woman walked out from the crowd. She was around 30, with a high ponytail and a long dress that didn't look apocalyptic at all. Her beautiful big eyes were gentle, giving off a sense of security. Even though she was pushed out, she didn't get angry. Instead, she adjusted her clothes and elegantly walked up to Wang Mengmeng. This woman looks familiar, like I've seen her somewhere, Chao Chen said in confusion. He immediately checked the woman's information. Name, Lin Shuxin, photo, image. GIF, age, 31, current health, 100%, overall score, 96, attributes, strength, 77 stamina, 41 speed, 52 mental power, 107. Looking at this woman's information, Chao Chen exclaimed in his heart, "It's her. This female celebrity has always been in the Magic City. I didn't expect her to show up in our city of Yong." Before the apocalypse, Lin Shuxin graduated from the police academy and within 3 years rose from a rookie to a frontline female celebrity, becoming incredibly popular. People had initially thought she relied on her figure and looks to rise to fame. Unexpectedly, her purity turned out to be 99%, having only been with one man. This surprised Chao Chen a bit. But what did her coming out mean now? The next moment, as she stepped out, she went straight to the front of the girls and said, "Sister, as you know, it's hard to earn crystal cores now. Could you give me a break so we can pay less?" Looking at the approaching woman, Wang Mengmeng was first stunned, then exclaimed, Lin Shuxin? This sister knows my sister, is that okay? Lin Shuxin is a first-line female star, not only free of any scandals but also actively involved in charity, always at the forefront of donations. 8 years into her career, she has always been loved by the public. She slays not only men but also women. Even now, Wang Mengmeng and several other girls still have Lin Shuxin as their phone wallpaper. Now that she spoke up, Wang Mengmeng wanted to agree to her request, but having just killed several middle-aged women, agreeing now would be a blow to her own face. She needed a way out. Standing still, hesitating. Wang Jinghua, seeing Lin Shuxin approaching, was also stunned. He had thought about finding her earlier, but she had refused to intervene, leaving him to deal with it himself. He didn't expect her to step up now. Why didn't she come out when those middle-aged women died earlier? However, Wang Zhenghua swallowed hard as he watched Lin Xuxin's figure. He had once harbored improper thoughts about Lin Xuxin, but as a sister born in a police school, even though she had not trained for many years after becoming a star, her foundation was still strong. Moreover, her water-based ability could heal some injuries, and her reputation in the survivor base was high. He didn't dare to force himself on her, he could only look but not touch. Now that she had come up, Wang Zhenghua felt a glimmer of hope. Lin Xuxin's reputation was high, perhaps with her intervention, these people would let them go. Other girls also gathered around at this moment. The big sister they had only seen on TV was now in such close contact, which felt a bit magical. At some point, they all had the same thought. That is, it would be great if Sister Lin Xuxin could become their sister. For a moment, they were indecisive and turned to Chao Chen. Chao Chen smiled and immediately walked over, saying to Lin Xuxin, "Lowering our demands is not impossible, but I have one condition." Lin Xuxin gently replied, "What condition? As long as I can do it, I can agree to your request." Looking at Lin Xuxin's gentle and charming face, Chao Chen replied, "My request is not high. As long as you join my team and become my partner, I can agree to only take 1,000 zombie crystal cores from them." As soon as Chao Chen finished speaking, the scene erupted in an uproar. Damn, these people are despicable, actually saying such things. Brother, don't speak. Whether we can leave or not depends on whether Lin Xuxin agrees. Don't you want to leave here? I suspect they planned this in advance, targeting our female star to act out this compensation request. I hope Lin Xuxin agrees. After all, compared to 5,500 zombie crystal cores, 1,000 zombie crystal cores are 4,500 less. With so many of us, if each of us contributes 1 or 2, we can gather these 1,000 zombie crystal cores. Let's end this soon. I agree to contribute 1 zombie crystal core. Each person's words directly expressed their mindset. Faced with a team that killed without blinking an eye, losing an ability user teammate was just a matter of losing 1 life, and since they couldn't benefit from it, exchanging it for a life was very cost-effective. Lin Xuxin also snapped out of her daze at this moment. She was no longer considering whether or not to reduce the compensation. Instead, she was contemplating whether to join Chao Chen's team. Looking at these girls with rosy complexions, they seemed to be eating well. Moreover, they had just acquired a supermarket resource. Joining them might lead to a better life. With this in mind, Lin Xuxin replied, "I can join your team and be your companion, but I have one request." "What request?" "Find my daughter." "Your daughter?" The women were stunned. Lin Xuxin had never posted online about having a daughter. Everyone still believed she was childless for the sake of her career. It was unexpected that she had secretly given birth to a daughter. "Yes, my daughter. She is also in Yongchang. I came here this time to bring her back. Unfortunately, I couldn't see her upon arrival, but she messaged me a few days ago, confirming she is alive," Lin Xuxin explained. "Alright, I have no problem with your request, I agree." As long as it was in Yongchang, Chao Chen could agree. After all, there were plenty of resources in Yongchang, and it would take a lot of time to search through everything. Finding one more little girl wouldn't matter. Seeing Chao Chen agree so quickly, Lin Xuxin had no more reservations and agreed to join the team. Chao Chen also kept his promise and only accepted 1,000 zombie crystal cores from Wang Zhenghua and the others before letting them leave. Soon, there was only Chao Chen's armored vehicle left in the supermarket parking lot. Wang Zhenghua and the others who left the parking lot quickly disappeared from Chao Chen's sight. Another survivor next to Wang Zhenghua immediately said, "Brother, are we just going to let it go like this after losing 1,000 zombie crystal cores? What, do you still want to seek revenge? Can you win?" Wang Zhenghua asked. "We can't swallow this anger." Inside the team, the sons-in-law and sons of those middle-aged women also harbored hateful glares. Their mothers were killed, and they couldn't do anything. In this situation, one of them walked up to Wang Zhenghua and said, "Boss, why can't we join forces with Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao's team? We don't believe that the 3 teams combined can't defeat these women." "Yeah, boss, even if the resources from Xiarunfa supermarket are divided among 3 teams, we can still hold out for a long time. We might suffer a bit, but we can also retrieve a portion, right?" The suggestions from the survivors made Wang Zhenghua pause. It made a lot of sense. Why hadn't he thought of that? In Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao's teams, not only were there supernaturals, but also a large number of firearms, comparable to these women. It wasn't necessary to defeat Chao Chen. As long as they controlled these women, Chao Chen would have to hand over the resources. Thinking this through, Wang Zhenghua immediately took out his phone to contact Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao. However, he was dumbfounded when he saw that there was no signal. This was not the case before. Could it be that the nearby base station was malfunctioning? "Boss, should we go back to the building first? What if there's a signal there? It's the end of the world now, so it's normal for some areas to have no signal, right? Do your phones also have no signal?" "None." "Then let's go back to the building first." On the way back, Wang Jinghua kept trying, but there was still no signal. This abnormal result furrowed Wang Jinghua's brow. The entire network seemed to have collapsed. The signal that had persisted for so long finally crashed at the most critical moment. Was it just incredibly lucky? At least the water was still running. Ha! Water? In his office, Wang Jinghua, who wanted to make a pot of tea, suddenly realized that no water was coming out. He immediately walked out of the office and tried every floor in the building, but there was no water. Initially, he thought it was due to low water pressure. However, when he had other supernaturals try on each floor and still couldn't get any water out, he suddenly understood. The network was down, and so was the water. The real doomsday had arrived. Perhaps it was a joke from the heavens. Inside the building, the lighting depended entirely on the surrounding glass walls. If the lights were not turned on, it would be pitch black inside. And it was precisely at that moment. The lights went out with a click. It was very sudden, causing many ordinary people to startle. The offices were occupied by supernaturals, while the lobby was their territory. There hadn't been any feeling before. Now that it was dark, some of the timid ones were scared to tears. Inside the armored vehicle, Lin Xuxin's arrival did not cause any waves. It was business as usual, eating and drinking. Lin Xuxin had originally thought that Chao Chen and the others only had ingredients like instant noodles and sausages. Anything more high-end, like self-heating hot pot and rice, would have been impressive. However, a table full of dishes made her feel a bit dazed. She had noticed before that these girls all had a rosy complexion, guessing that they were living quite well. She hadn't expected it to be this good. Just then, Chao Chen took out an M416 rifle and a nanosuit from the space and handed them to Lin Xuxin, saying, "Since you've entered my door, you're now one of us. Take these." Lin Xuxin looked puzzled at the things Chao Chen brought out. She looked around but couldn't figure out where Chao Chen had gotten them from. Full of doubt, she was about to ask when the lights in the lobby suddenly went out. "What's going on?" Chao Chen asked in confusion. Li Yujin spoke up, "Honey, it seems the power's out. I connected to the city's electricity." The girls looked at each other. Having lived with Chao Chen for a while, they had never felt the sense of doomsday until today. If there was no power, would the phones work? Indeed, they all checked their phones and found that there was no signal at all. "Oh no, I haven't finished watching the drama I was following," Lin Yue lamented. "Me too, I had some dance videos saved to practice before bed, but now I can't see them." Zhang Roer also chimed in. Chao Chen smiled. He had anticipated this situation long ago, and the rewards were still in the space, so he brought them out for the girls. The armored vehicle's nuclear energy had other uses, and solar power was sufficient for electricity. First, he took out a high-end solar generator and handed it directly to Li Yujin to mount on the top of the armored vehicle, connecting it to the entire villa's power system to restore power. Then, he took out several dozen phones and placed them on the living room table, looking at the group of girls. He said, "Wives, switch to these phones." "Honey, what's this?" "But there's no signal now, so even if we have these phones, they're useless. Try them, and you'll see." Listening to Chao Chen's words, although the girls were still a bit puzzled, they obediently picked one up and held it in their hands. When they turned on the phones and looked at them, they were stunned. "So amazing, the drama I was following was supposed to be VIP, but in the phone my husband gave me, I can watch it directly. It's incredible." "Me too, it's amazing. I was reading a free novel on Qimao, and I haven't finished it yet." "Me too. Thank you, honey. Wow, what kind of phone is this?" The girls looked at Chao Chen, their eyes sparkling. No matter when, Chao Chen could always bring them surprises. Chao Chen smiled and replied, leading the way from afar. With the electricity and phone issues sorted out, Chao Chen then got up and walked into the water supply system of the entire villa vehicle. Originally, the villa vehicle had 2 water tanks. After this period of use, there is almost nothing left. Without surprise, the power system is down. The water plant cannot operate, and the water should be gone. Chao Chen directly inserted the freshwater exchange card, 10,000 cubic meters, into the source of the villa's water supply system. Things rewarded by the system can indeed be used together perfectly. Water, electricity, and communication systems are all sorted out. Happiness is restored. When Chao Chen returned to the living room, all the girls were ready with bowls, waiting for his command to start the meal. Naturally, Chao Chen wouldn't let the girls go hungry, so he said, "Let's start." As soon as Chao Chen spoke, the girls became lively, eating and drinking to their heart's content. Chao Chen returned to his room. After a busy day, he was a bit tired. He didn't ask any of the girls to play games with him. After all, fighting zombies during the day, collecting crystal cores, and then battling with Wang Jinghua had tired them out. Chao Chen, being a considerate boss, didn't want the girls to work overtime. He lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone, checking the inventory of the fighting girls, marveling at the technology and skills before doomsday. Checking the attributes of these girls in the system, none of them scored above 80, but with the help of beauty filters, their looks were almost on par with his own girls. Technology truly was amazing. However, Chao Chen hadn't played for long when he suddenly heard his room door being pushed open slightly. A pair of beautiful eyes peeked in. Chao Chen turned back, puzzled. Which girl had so much energy to work overtime? Although he couldn't see her face, Chao Chen could check her attributes through the system, achieving the ability to see through walls. Name, Ding Kiki, photo, image. GIF, age, 22, beauty score, 87, body score, 89, current health, 100%, overall score, 88, attributes, strength, 15, 8 stamina, 14, 7 speed, 12, 1 mental power, 10, 6. Ding Kiki? Unexpectedly, it was this girl, the bonus sent by the powerful brother before. He hadn't interacted much with her, yet she was so proactive? Chao Chen rubbed his smooth chin with interest. Seeing that Chao Chen wasn't asleep, Ding Kiki cautiously opened the door wider and slipped in. At this moment, Ding Kiki had transformed her nano-combat suit into a lace nightgown. The lace was very intricate, revealing almost every detail. She had a good figure, after all, she was a college student. As long as there were no deformities, normal development, what could go wrong? Initially, Chao Chen had no intentions today. Unexpectedly, this girl, a 100% pure young girl, could be so bold. Since she was here, it seemed rude not to accept her carefully dressed appearance. Without further ado, he stood up and embraced Ding Kiki. He said, "Do you know that your behavior is very naughty?" Ding Kiki timidly replied, "Honey, don't you like it? Where did you learn all these things?" Chao Chen pinched her cheek playfully. That day, I saw Xie Xinran sneak into your room, so." Chao Chen realized the situation. He hadn't expected this little girl to see him playing cards with Lin Yue and Xie Xinran that day. Well, since she saw it, it didn't matter, they were all on the same side. Chao Chen smiled and said, "Do you want to experience it too?" Yes. Ding Kiki buried her head in Chao Chen's strong chest. "I'll teach you a lesson so you know what lies beyond the moon." Ding. Host successfully saved humanity, you will receive a reward. Reward is being distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host, your space has advanced from 40 by 40 by 40 to 50 by 50 by 50. Listening to the system prompts, Chao Chen hugged Ding Kiki, a faint smile playing on his lips. The system space, where he had just put in some supplies, unexpectedly upgraded again. My collection speed is not as fast as the system's upgrade, a bit embarrassing, but this feeling is really cool. Looking at Ding Kiki's already mesmerized eyes, Chao Chen smiled and said, "How about this trial period?" I dare next time." Ding Kiki's hands wrapped around Chao Chen's neck, whispering in his ear. Chao Chen immediately pecked her cherry lips and replied, "Haha, welcome indeed." Time passed quickly, a night of joy passed. Early the next morning, Chao Chen walked out of the room energetically. The veteran girls had already taken the new girls and Lin Xuxin to the parking lot to practice shooting, leaving only Li Yujin tinkering in the kitchen. Chao Chen was indeed a bit hungry after just waking up. He went straight into the kitchen to get something to eat and teased Yujin. It's been a long time since he had been intimate with Yujin. Seeing Li Yujin in an apron, Chao Chen walked up to her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Oh my! Li Yujin glanced back and saw it was Chao Chen, the naughty one. She blushed and said, "Honey, what are you doing in broad daylight?" "Of course, I miss my Yujin, come here and let me kiss you." You're so naughty, honey." Although Li Yujin said no, her body was honest. She leaned into Chao Chen's embrace, closed her eyes, tilted her head, waiting for Chao Chen's affection. Just as Chao Chen was about to kiss her, there were sudden exclamations from outside. "What's happening?" Chao Chen and Li Yujin rushed to the window to see what was going on. They saw Wang Mengmeng clutching her stomach, pale-faced and crouching on the ground. The other girls, unsure of what was happening, looked at Wang Mengmeng in confusion, wanting to ask what was going on. Ignoring Li Yujin, Chao Chen immediately rushed out of the armored vehicle to Wang Mengmeng's side. "What's wrong?" Chao Chen asked. Wang Mengmeng saw Chao Chen and immediately hugged him, saying, "Honey, my stomach hurts so much, I don't know what's going on." Where does it hurt? "Let me carry you back to the room. I'll see if there's any medicine for you to take." Chao Chen was also very anxious. He picked up Wang Mengmeng and headed back to the room. At that moment, a transparent liquid dripped from Wang Mengmeng's body onto the ground. Lin Xuxin, who had been puzzled behind, immediately understood the reason. She hurried to Chao Chen's side and said, "You better carry Wang Mengmeng back to the room quickly." "What? Do you know what's going on?" Chao Chen looked at Lin Xuxin in confusion. Lin Xuxin didn't beat around the bush and said directly to Chao Chen, "Your wife is about to give birth." "About to give birth?" Chao Chen looked in surprise at Wang Mengmeng in his arms. "It's only been a little over 10 days, how could she be giving birth already? This is too fast," ruling out the possibility of being tricked. Is the effect of the zombie crystal nucleus so powerful? However, Chao Chen didn't hesitate and immediately took Wang Mengmeng back to the room, laying her on the bed. He nervously watched Wang Mengmeng. Seeing her in pain, he wished he could help her give birth. Chao Chen was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, not knowing what to do. At this moment, all the girls were gathered at the door of the room. He turned to the other girls and asked, "Does anyone here know medicine or how to deliver a baby?" The girls looked at each other, shaking their heads, indicating their inability to help. These girls with Chao Chen were all brought from Yongjian University. Yongjian University was not a medical school to begin with. Although some majors were related to medicine, it was only tangentially. Moreover, they were not students in those majors. Chao Chen had thought about finding some doctors and nurses as soon as they left school, but they had just left not long ago, and the plan was to implement it in a few days. Chao Chen never expected Wang Mengmeng to give birth so soon. Where could he find doctors and nurses at such short notice? This directly disrupted Chao Chen's rhythm. The girls were all university students who had never learned how to deliver a baby, let alone had children themselves. For a moment, Chao Chen didn't know what to do. Wait, had one of the female celebrities in the group given birth before? Chao Chen suddenly remembered. Thinking of this, Chao Chen immediately turned to Lin Xuxin and asked, "Xuxin, can you help with the delivery?" "Me?" Lin Xuxin was taken aback. She smiled and replied, "Chao Chen, don't worry. I'm just an actress. I studied martial arts in college. Are you sure you want me to deliver the baby?" The other girls also looked expectantly at Lin Xuxin. "Sister, please help Meng Meng. At least you have given birth before, we haven't even seen a birth." "Sister, just think about how you gave birth, do it all over again." "Sister, Meng Meng needs you now." But seeing the hopeful eyes of the other girls around her, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. She could only nod and say to Chao Chen, "I'll do my best." After saying this, Lin Xuxin walked into the room and began to recall the things needed for childbirth. She turned to Chao Chen and said, "Towels, disinfectant cotton, nursing pads, scissors, alcohol, and baby supplies, diapers, clothes, blankets, and so on." Lin Xuxin listed a series of items she could think of and began to act. Several girls with good practical skills went in to help. After a long wait, the door of the room was finally opened. A very cute little elf was carried out by Lin Xuxin. Chao Chen couldn't care less about anything else and immediately went to check. A lovely baby with closed eyes was peacefully wrapped in a blanket. Lin Xuxin said, "It's a girl. You should check on Meng Meng first. After all, we are not professionals, and she needs you at this moment." Chao Chen nodded immediately upon hearing this. He was about to enter the room. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to a child, contributing to the revival of the human race, and receiving rewards X2, please check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a strengthening voucher X1, can strengthen any rewards issued by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability to control lightning, sea level. 3 consecutive prompts made Chao Chen stop in his tracks. However, he did not check them but went straight into the room to be by Wang Mengmeng's side. "Honey, I've given birth to a daughter for you," Wang Mengmeng said weakly at that moment. Looking at her pale face and the bloodstains on the used nursing pads beside her, Chao Chen went over and hugged her shoulders, saying, "You've worked hard, wife. Don't talk, just rest well." I am a bit tired indeed. I want to lean on you for a while, but I also want to hear you give our daughter a name." Hearing Wang Mengmeng's request, Chao Chen closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then he said, "Let's name our daughter Chao Yimeng. How do you feel about that, my dear?" Chao Meng, this name sounds nice. "Thank you, dear." At that moment, Lin Xuxin also brought the child back. She spoke, "Meng Meng, check if you have food production there, we need to prepare to feed the baby." Ah! Wang Mengmeng was stunned by Lin Xuxin's words. Then her face blushed suddenly. Feed the baby? Wang Mengmeng couldn't accept the fact that she had become a young mother who needed to breastfeed. However, her maternal instinct made her reach out and hold little Chao Yimeng in her arms. As a new mom, she didn't know how to take out the food bag. With Lin Xuxin's help, she got ready. The daughter cooperated well and started crying. "Oh, baby, don't cry, mommy will feed you now," Wang Mengmeng said. Then she quickly stuffed the food bag into the baby's mouth. Cough. The baby choked on the first bite, startling Wang Mengmeng and Chao Chen. With Lin Xuxin's assistance, everything was sorted out. Lin Xuxin looked at Wang Mengmeng, who was gradually getting the hang of it, and smiled. "There's quite a lot of food, it suits your scale. If you can't finish feeding, you should use a pump to extract and store it in the fridge, you know? Otherwise, it will be wasted." "Oh, thank you, sister." Watching Lin Xuxin's actions, Chao Chen was glad he had decided to bring her in to help with the postpartum care. Otherwise, being a first-time dad, he wouldn't have known so much. After the baby was fed, Chao Chen took a baby cot from the space and placed it next to Wang Mengmeng's bed, then gently closed the door and went outside. As soon as he came out, Lin Xuxin approached him. She said, "Today's delivery went smoothly, mainly due to Wang Mengmeng's efforts. We just assisted on the side. With so many female companions, you probably have more pregnancies. If there are difficult deliveries next time, I'm afraid I won't be able to help. I suggest you find some doctors and nurses as soon as possible." Chao Chen nodded after hearing this. He was aware of the issue. Even if Lin Xuxin hadn't mentioned it, he would have to take action. Now that Wang Mengmeng had given birth, there were still Li Jiayu and Yang Yan to come. This needed to be addressed immediately. Fortunately, he hadn't impregnated all the girls at once, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take care of them all. After bidding farewell to Lin Xuxin, Chao Chen had Wu Lanlan drive the armored vehicle into a warehouse. The warehouse had previously stored large mechanical equipment, with dimensions suitable for the armored vehicle to enter, making it a good hiding spot for vehicles. Since the armored vehicle wasn't fast enough for his upcoming mission to find doctors and nurses, he needed to ensure their safety by hiding them in a secure location. Chao Chen didn't believe that Wang Jingwa's people would just give up. If they came to attack while he was away, his home could be at risk. It's better to be cautious. If he had time later, he would need to eliminate this threat. After confirming the arrangements, Chao Chen instructed the girls to rest at home and not go out during this period. In Chao Chen's view, Wang Jingwa would not take this loss lying down. At least, if he were in Wang Jingwa's position, he would seek revenge. If the armored vehicle stayed in place, Chao Chen feared that as soon as he left, they would come with a large force, which would be disastrous. The armored vehicle had many entertainment facilities, so they wouldn't get bored for at least a week. Chao Chen didn't have to worry about them being bored. Once everything was arranged, Chao Chen quickly left the armored vehicle and walked out onto the street. This time, he wasn't just going to find doctors and nurses, he also needed to eliminate the threat posed by Wang Jingwa. The reason he hadn't dealt with him earlier was to avoid scaring Lin Xuxin, otherwise, he wouldn't have had a chance to return that day. There is another task. Lin Xuxin's daughter must be found in the next few days. This is a promise to Lin Xuxin. However, the information provided by Lin Xuxin indicated that her daughter was too far away from where Chao Chen and the others were, so it had to be dealt with later. Proceed along the street. Fortunately, Chao Chen was very familiar with this area. The delivery routes of the Run Ugly troupe were mostly in this area, so he was well aware of any hidden alleys. There is a community health center here, and Chao Chen planned to check there first in case there were any midwives available. If not, he would have to go to the District Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Not to mention that the District Maternal and Child Health Hospital was far away, it was still in the downtown area where there would definitely be a considerable number of zombies. Chao Chen wasted no time and headed straight towards his destination. A wise man does not stand under a leaning wall. If it can be avoided, it should be avoided for the time being. The key is to be cautious. Along the way, there were phantom clones of Chao Chen, which attracted a large number of zombies from the residential area to attack those clones. Roar! The zombies were excited, surrounding Chao Chen's clones in the middle like a human tower. When the clones were touched by these zombies, they exploded directly, and iron needles shot out in all directions like radiation. ZZZ. This caused the zombies, who were originally surrounding the clones in a circle, to be pierced through the head by the iron needles and fall to the ground. Subsequently, the heads of these zombies exploded as if they had seen a ghost, one by one, automatically bursting. All burst open. Chao Chen looked at the dozens of zombie crystals in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Although this combination skill was not as powerful as he had imagined before, holding TNT explosives, it was still a good skill for taunting and mass killing. Chao Chen was very satisfied. He continued to harvest zombies along the way, constantly improving the advantages and disadvantages of this skill. Unconsciously, he had already arrived at the entrance of the community health center. At this time, the community health center was all in ruins on the ground floor, a pitiful sight. The community health center was originally small. In addition, the fees here were very affordable, so most residents with poor conditions would come here for treatment. This resulted in a bustling situation at all times. During a zombie outbreak, it was also a heavily affected area. Seeing this situation, Chao Chen actually did not hold out any hope of finding doctors and nurses. However, medicines were also scarce in the apocalypse. Since he had come, he could not leave empty-handed. Chao Chen chose to enter the community hospital directly. As soon as he stepped into the community hospital, the system's prompt sound reached his ears. Ding! Human beings nearby are detected to be in danger. Please rescue them as soon as possible. Relevant information has been sent to the host system notification. Please check it as soon as possible. There really is a girl. Chao Chen's body trembled suddenly. He had already given up hope, but unexpectedly, there really was one. He just didn't know if it was a doctor or a nurse. Without hesitation, Chao Chen checked the system panel. The information of 2 girls entered Chao Chen's sight. Name, Lu Kerson. Photo, Lu Kerson. Picture. GIF age, 28. Current health, 30%, fainted. Comprehensive score, 89. Attributes, strength, 10. Stamina, 12. Speed, 9. Mental power, 10. Name, Guan Weiwei. Photo, Guan Weiwei. Picture. GIF age, 21. Current health, 25%, fainted. Comprehensive score, 88. Looking at the system panel, Chao Chen was stunned to see that one girl had only 30% health, and the other girl had only 25%. Damn, it's so low, they might starve to death. He had to find these 2 girls immediately. Without a word, Chao Chen began to search the entire community health center. Before he even started moving, 2 zombies rushed towards Chao Chen. Just as they reached him, ready to bite, their jaws snapped at thin air. The zombies were puzzled, momentarily frozen in place. Then, a dark hole appeared in the center of their foreheads, and they collapsed. Chao Chen dealt with the zombies swiftly, either kicking them to death or luring them with his phantom doppelganger before blowing them up. The zombies fell one by one as Chao Chen made his way to the 3rd floor. At the end of the 3rd floor corridor, outside a ward, several zombies lingered at the door, unwilling to leave, occasionally growling. This surprised Chao Chen because zombies usually roamed around and rarely stayed in one place unless they were trapped. Clearly, this was not such a place. The ward had a long corridor with several rooms. Chao Chen controlled metal needles to pierce the skulls of the zombies at the door and approached the spot where they had lingered. The ward's door had glass panels, through which he saw 2 girls huddled in a corner. They wore white coats that had turned slightly black, with empty 4 bags hanging from their hands. Blood had started to flow back from the needle insertion points, indicating they had been unconscious for a while. Chao Chen gently twisted the doorknob and found it locked, but that was no obstacle for him as he effortlessly unlocked it and entered the ward. Approaching the girls, he noticed their pale lips, a sign of prolonged starvation and dehydration. If not for the glucose drip sustaining them, they would have been mere skeletons by now. Without hesitation, Chao Chen lifted the girls and placed them on a nearby bed. He fetched a bottle of mineral water from his space and carefully fed them. Initially worried they might not be able to drink, he was relieved to see them instinctively swallow the water. After placing a few zombie crystals in their mouths, he waited for them to wake up. The girls had not yet regained consciousness. As Chao Chen prepared to collect the zombie crystals from the ones he had just defeated, the screech of a diesel truck braking echoed from below. "Hurry, we must gather some medicine today, or many of our brothers won't make it," someone shouted. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of people getting off the truck followed. Judging by the noise, Chao Chen estimated 5 people. He had already collected all the medicine from the ward into his space while clearing it. Now, the entire community health center couldn't even find a pack of cold medicine. However, after killing so many zombies, he couldn't just give away those zombie crystals. With that in mind, Chao Chen controlled metal to create an alloy door for the ward and then headed downstairs. As he reached the corner of the 1st floor, he overheard the survivors cursing. "Damn, there's no medicine at all, we've wasted our time. Damn, 3rd brother is probably in trouble, we don't have time to go to another hospital. Wait, guys, these zombies are still warm, their blood hasn't even coagulated. This hospital must have been cleared not long ago, they couldn't have gone far. Big brother, should we pursue them? Wait, I think I see that the zombie crystals are still here. Could it be that, like us, they were in a hurry to leave and didn't even have time to loot the crystals?" Upon hearing this, the others were overjoyed and ready to go dig out the zombie crystal cores. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in front of them. Without reacting, they were stunned to see the ground pierced through. Looking up, they saw Chao Chen standing at the staircase. "Who are you?" They immediately raised their shotguns, pointing them directly at Chao Chen. After a few seconds of contemplation, they suddenly realized that the bullet hole in the ground was identical to the black hole above the zombie's head. They instantly understood that this man before them had taken down all these zombies. However, they remained vigilant, keeping a close eye on Chao Chen. Ignoring their actions, Chao Chen slowly collected the zombie crystal cores, cleaned them, and stored them in his space. One of them spoke up, "Did you kill all these zombies? Are you a psychic?" Chao Chen did not answer their question but instead collected all the zombie crystal cores before replying. "What do you think? You killed the zombies, so did you also take all the medicine here?" they asked excitedly. Chao Chen did not hide it and nodded, saying, "Yes, indeed, it's all on me. Is there a problem?" Hearing Chao Chen's response, they were delighted. One of them, who seemed to be the leader of the group, said, "Could you spare some medicine for us? I need it to save someone." Chao Chen looked at them coldly and remained silent. The captain immediately continued, "Respected psychic, we won't ask for your medicine for free. We can exchange the zombie crystal cores with you." Chao Chen was not used to this. After all the hostility they had faced, these people, who didn't seem trustworthy, were now proposing to buy from him. Chao Chen did not refuse. Although the variety of medicines was not extensive, there was a considerable quantity. Giving away a bit wouldn't hurt. He asked, "What medicines do you need?" "Thank you, esteemed psychic, we need a lot of medicine. Let me show you the list." After the captain finished speaking, he took out a paper from his pocket and handed it to Chao Chen. Chao Chen glanced at the paper. It listed some common medicines like anti-inflammatory, antipyretic, and antibiotics, which he had in abundance. However, he needed to consider the price. Seeing Chao Chen silent, the captain thought they might not have enough and quickly added, "Psychic, even if it's not enough, we can offer half and 500 zombie crystal cores for purchase." 500? Chao Chen was taken aback. Were these people so wealthy? 500 was not a small number. He hadn't expected this ordinary group of 5 to produce so many zombie crystal cores. Back when Chao Chen had deceived Wang Jinghua's team, it took over 300 people to gather 1,000 zombie crystal cores. Now, the seemingly ordinary group of 5 could produce 500 zombie crystal cores. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the gap, Chao Chen, who seemed ambiguous in his response, made the decision to give them the medicines they needed, as they had shown sincerity by offering 550 zombie crystal cores. They didn't ask for much, and Chao Chen was fully capable of providing all of it. However, they had only agreed on half of the quantity just discussed. Chao Chen wouldn't let them down. After Chao Chen provided all the medicines, the few people showed very happy smiles on their faces. Thank you, Lord Esper, thank you for your generosity. We know that these zombie crystal cores can't buy so many medicines, but you still agreed. We are really grateful." Listening to these people, an idea popped into Chao Chen's mind. "Are these medicines so expensive? I thought I made a profit, but it turns out I'm still at a loss. But since I've already accepted other people's zombie crystal cores, there's no turning back." He nodded to indicate his agreement. At that moment, the captain spoke again, "Lord Esper, thank you. Today, Wang Hu makes a promise to you. Today, in return for your kindness, in the future, as long as there is a need for Wang Hu's help, I will definitely assist you in a splendid manner." Chao Chen smiled. He gestured for them to leave. As for Wang Hu's promise, Chao Chen didn't take it to heart. "What can an ordinary person do for me? I can't even handle things myself, so these ordinary people are of no use." Chao Chen didn't think much of it. Watching them leave, Chao Chen decisively returned to the 3rd floor. The 2 girls in the room were still unconscious. Just as Chao Chen was hesitating whether to take these 2 girls back first, one of them's long eyelashes moved. Then, she opened her eyes and looked at Chao Chen. After checking that her clothes were still neat, she regained her composure and fearfully asked Chao Chen, "Who are you?" Looking at the weak sleeping beauty in front of him, Chao Chen smiled and said, "I'm the one who saved you." After hearing Chao Chen's response, the girl forced herself to sit up, supporting her upper body. Then she looked around and, seeing that the other girl was still unconscious, she relaxed. Chao Chen took out a bowl of seafood porridge from his space. This was given to him by Li Yujin before he left. However, Chao Chen wasn't hungry. With the enhancement of his own attributes, his body had gradually moved away from the category of ordinary humans. But these 2 girls were different. They had been hungry for so long and needed this liquid food to replenish their strength. The other girl was also tempted by the fragrant seafood porridge in Chao Chen's hand. She mumbled, "Kuxian, I seem to smell seafood. Have we died and gone to heaven where there's food?" After saying that, she fell back asleep. Lu Kerson also looked at the seafood porridge in Chao Chen's hand and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She didn't ask for it, wondering if there was something mixed in it. But the next moment, she scolded herself for thinking so badly of the man in front of her. If this man, who was as handsome as Yen Zhu, wanted to harm them when she was unconscious before, she would have been devoured. How could she think so poorly of this life-saving benefactor? Lu Kerson shook her head, immediately propped herself up and leaned back, and asked Chao Chun, "Sir, is this for us?" "Yes, eat it while it's hot, to regain your strength," Chao Chun said gently. Hearing Chao Chen's gentle voice, Lu Kerson was stunned. Her fondness for Chao Chen instantly surged. She wanted to reach out and take the seafood porridge. But the next moment, due to not eating for a long time and being sustained only by a little glucose, she had no strength left. She couldn't even hold the bowl steady and it fell. Ah! Lu Kerson was startled. At that moment, Chao Chen's attention was also on Lu Kerson, watching the bowl fall. He immediately reached out and caught the seafood porridge. "Why so careless? How long has it been since you've eaten?" Chao Chen scooped a ladle of soup in front of himself, blew on it gently, and then handed the ladle to Lu Kerson. Lu Kerson was tense all over, startled by Chao Chen's gesture. This handsome younger brother is actually feeding me? I've never been fed by anyone, not even my own husband. I didn't expect to be fed by such a handsome younger brother. This is so embarrassing. Nevertheless, she obediently opened her cherry-like mouth and ate the porridge. After finishing, Lu Kerson asked, "What date is it today?" Chao Chen smiled and mentioned the date, then scooped another ladle of soup to her mouth. Lu Kerson was taken aback. Has it been 4 days already? Time passed so quickly, it seems Yama, the king of hell, is not ready to take them yet. For the next few minutes, the two remained in a warm silence. Chao Chen patiently fed Lu Kerson spoon by spoon. After all, she is his future wife, and naturally, he takes care of her attentively. Moreover, considering their attire, one is a doctor, and the other is a nurse, both talents he needs. With a good meal, Lu Kerson regained some strength. With Chao Chen's help, she got out of bed. At this moment, Wan Weiwei finally woke up from her struggle. When she saw Lu Kerson being held by another man, she was stunned. Surprised, she said, "Sister Kerson, is this your husband? Your husband is so good, coming to save you in such a dangerous situation with zombies everywhere. If only my boyfriend were half as good as your husband." Hearing Guan Weiwei's words, Lu Kerson blushed and was at a loss for words. At this moment, she had no idea how to explain and could only say, "Weiwei, no, he's not." Guan Weiwei looked incredulous. Not her husband? Could he be a male best friend? However, she was very weak at the moment and lay back down. She could only curse her useless husband for turning into a zombie on the day of the apocalypse. She even wanted to bite herself. Fortunately, she quickly hid in this room. However, since someone had entered the room, her zombie husband should be gone. Guan Weiwei was full of despair, feeling that there was no joy in survival in this apocalypse. Just then, Lu Kerson came to her side with a bowl of seafood porridge. After gently rocking the sickbed, Guan Weiwei looked incredulously at the bowl of porridge in Lu Kerson's hand and said, "Wasn't that just an illusion? Is this really hot porridge to eat? Hurry and eat. This was brought by our lifesaver," Lu Kerson said. Guan Weiwei smiled. "Lifesaver? Sister, did you time travel or something? Your way of speaking is so elegant. Drink your porridge, you have the strength to argue, so drink it yourself." Sob, "Sister is bullying me." Inside the room, Lu Kerson was feeding Guan Weiwei, while Chao Chen was observing the surroundings from the window. Just then, the system's prompt suddenly sounded, and Chao Chen thought there might be another survivor. Upon closer listening, there was actually a third-level zombie nearby. Third-level zombies have high-level zombie crystals and cannot be ignored, as he still has many wives waiting for their awakened abilities. So, Chao Chen nodded at Lu Kerson, directly conjured some metallic liquid from space, and sealed the doors and windows with metal mesh. Lu Kerson was puzzled but didn't question it, as she couldn't refuse if he had made up his mind. It was better to be obedient and not say anything. After bidding farewell to the two women, Chao Chen left the clinic and quickly arrived at the entrance of a residential building. This residential building had a certain age to it, exuding a scent of decay everywhere. It was estimated that only elderly people lived here, but unexpectedly, the population density was not very high, yet mutated zombies appeared. Chao Chen didn't hesitate and walked straight in. The building was not tall, only 7 stories high, naturally without an elevator. There were no traces of blood in the hallway. Either everyone turned into zombies, or humans couldn't escape at all. Chao Chen sensed something amiss as soon as he reached the second floor. Even if there were no living people, there should have been some commotion if there were zombies. But now, it was eerily quiet. Even someone as strong as Chao Chen felt a bit unsettled. If not for his strength, he would have turned and left at that moment. What kind of monster was this, after all? Chao Chen stopped in his tracks and immediately checked the zombie's attributes. Monster type, zombie, name, toxic tongue, level, 3rd rank intermediate, talent, C, attributes, strength, 150 stamina, 300 speed, 150 mental power, 40, skills, toxic mist, long tongue, devour, zombie origin, a notorious gossipmonger from Rjiang Bridge, skilled in spreading others' embarrassing stories, ostracized by the entire building, infected and mutated by the zombie virus while committing suicide in her room before doomsday, possessing special poison sacs and a long tongue. System comment: this tongue is disgustingly vile, please eliminate it as soon as possible. The system feels nauseous just looking at it. Looking at the zombie's attributes, a name popped into his mind. Smoker? Before Chao Chen could react, a purple smoke suddenly filled the surroundings. This smoke had a strong corrosive effect on the skin. The nanosuit immediately isolated it from Chao Chen upon contact. Chao Chen was startled, not expecting the potency of this smoke to be so high. If not for the nanosuit keeping the toxin out of his body, even Chao Chen might have been in trouble. Indeed, one should not underestimate any opponent in the apocalypse. It was only upon encountering this smoke that Chao Chen understood why the residential building was so quiet. This smoke didn't discriminate between friend and foe. Even ordinary zombies would be affected by this toxic mist. How long could an ordinary zombie endure in this toxin? Probably not even 3 minutes. Chao Chen casually kicked open a room, finding no signs of disturbance inside. Instead, he saw several skeletons on the floor. Just as Chao Chen had suspected, the ordinary zombies here had all been corroded by the smoke. On the other hand, Chao Chen also learned of another ability of this zombie. It launched an attack as soon as he entered, indicating not only a proficiency in poison but also strong perception. Knowing that this zombie's fighting style was ineffective against him, there was nothing to worry about. Just pay attention to its tongue later, and the zombie crystal nucleus could be easily identified. Without bothering to check the other rooms, Chao Chen headed straight for the top floor as indicated by the system. Arriving at the top floor, in the smallest room, Chao Chen saw the toxic tongue zombie sitting at the head of the bed. At this moment, the zombie's face was covered in pustules, each emitting purple gas, obscuring its features. In the midst of these pustules hung a tongue that had already reached the floor. The room was very simple, with only a bed, a wardrobe, and a table. If one didn't know better, they might mistake it for a rented room. The zombie looked at Chao Chen and immediately released its tongue to entwine him. Knowing its attack pattern, there was no way Chao Chen would be hit. With a light dodge, he evaded the zombie's attack. The tongue shot past Chao Chen and struck the corridor wall. Bang! The wall was easily reduced to rubble by this attack. After dodging the assault, Chao Chen directly retrieved the Nepalese knife he had crafted from his space. With a swift strike, he cut the tongue in half, causing the zombie to scream in agony. The toxic mist in its body surged out as if catalyzed, filling the room with a purple hue. Chao Chen was about to use metal to finish her off. Suddenly, the zombie, in pain, viciously muttered, "It's all their fault. I just enjoy gossiping with others, why isolate me? Arg, they all deserve to die." The foul-mouthed zombie continued to rant, leaving Chao Chen at a loss. This zombie has been biting off people's tongues, turned into a zombie, yet its obsession remains strong, its mouth as hard as iron. Well, I'll do a good deed and help it pass on, so it stops harming others here. The zombie was no longer a threat. Chao Chen wouldn't waste time dwelling on such matters. He swiftly pierced its heart with 10,000 needles, ensuring its demise. After dealing with this zombie, only a few minutes had passed. Chao Chen estimated that Guan Weiwei hadn't finished eating yet, so he casually cleared another nearby building of zombies. These buildings were inhabited by elderly and frail individuals who had almost all succumbed to the first wave of the zombie virus. As Chao Chen had suspected, none of them were alive. They had all turned into zombies. These zombies appeared malnourished and moved slowly, making it easy for Chao Chen to predict and eliminate them effortlessly with controlled iron needles. After numerous upgrades, Chao Chen's control over metal manipulation had reached a new level. He had just learned a new skill, embedding iron needles into zombies' bodies and dissolving them, encapsulating the zombie nucleus in a sphere and sending it back to the system space. Although he could only control a little over 100 at a time, it was much faster than manually extracting them. However, Chao Chen was disappointed with these buildings. The elderly zombies seemed to evolve slower than the healthier ones, with a large portion not yet developing zombie nuclei. This frustrated Chao Chen greatly, wasting several minutes. Returning to the community health center, Guan Weiwei was only halfway through her meal. Chao Chen decided to stay indoors and lay on another bed, playing with his phone. The system-produced phone had connected all phones and had its own social platform. Through the photos sent by the girls, Chao Chen could see how much fun they were having. The photos that used to require payment before the apocalypse were now freely shared. Chao Chun enjoyed the view and eagerly requested more. The girls were cooperative, sharing various explicit photos that excited him, a man fighting zombies outside. He couldn't wait to return and experience it firsthand. Lu Kerson, who was feeding Guan Weiwei, noticed Chao Chun alone and curious. She peeked over. The sight that greeted her left her stunned, holding the spoon in front of Guan Weiwei's mouth, motionless, as if in a daze. Damn, he's actually reading adult content. Lu Kerson's mind raced. She never expected that Chao Chun, the clean and youthful handsome guy, would have such a hobby. However, she quickly regained her composure. Perhaps it's because there are too few girls in the end times. This handsome young man has some fire in him. Without girls engaging in the business of love, is that why he's taken up self-sufficiency? Thinking this, Lu Kerson blushed. In her mind, a little devil and a little angel immediately appeared on either side of her ears. They kept voicing opposing reactions to her next move. After 3 seconds of bickering, the little angel and little devil had returned to where they belonged. She was left with a few thoughts. Should she give it a try with him? No, that would make her seem too cheap, too lowly. He looks so young, you'd be taking advantage. It's like robbing the cradle. Just flirt a little? Sister, what are you looking at? Guan Weiwei asked. Nothing. Lu Kerson was startled by Guan Weiwei's question, stammering in response. Her face turned red. She immediately stuffed the spoonful of soup into Guan Weiwei's mouth and said, "Hurry and eat, don't keep others waiting." "Oh, sister, why so hot?" Whoa, sister doesn't love me anymore, it's so hot, let me finish it in one go." Guan Weiwei joked. But she also knew it wasn't a time for jokes, obediently swallowing the abalone on the spoon. Then, in no time, they finished the food and had the energy to get out of bed. Supporting each other, they walked to Chao Chen's side and were about to speak. Hearing the commotion behind him, Chao Chen also put away his phone at the same time and asked, "Full?" "Yes, thank you, little brother, for saving us and feeding us." "We're full," Lu Kerson replied. "Good, as long as you're full. I saved you with a purpose," Chao Chen said indifferently. Guan Weiwei immediately adjusted her clothes nervously, looking cautiously at Chao Chun. Seeing the girl's reactions, Chao Chen smiled and went straight to the point, saying, "Don't be nervous, I am indeed very interested in you both. I won't harm you, in any aspect, including." Chao Chen scanned the two girls from head to toe. With their figures, especially Guan Weiwei's tall stature, at least 175, he was very satisfied. He continued, "Let me also state my conditions. I can provide you with a safe place to stay, food in abundance, and weapons. All you need to do is bear offspring and carry out your duties, assisting my wives in childbirth." Chao Chen's words shocked the two women. They didn't expect the seemingly gentle young man to be so direct. What did bearing offspring mean? Just say it directly. Both women were adults and naturally understood. As for assisting in childbirth, Guan Weiwei was stunned, she didn't know how. Then she looked at Lu Kerson, wanting to ask for her opinion. Also, she didn't mishear, Chao Chen said wives. How many wives did he need to use women to describe them? Guan Weiwei looked at Lu Kerson in disbelief. At that moment, Lu Kerson also glanced at Guan Weiwei and nodded. Lu Kerson spoke, "Assisting in childbirth, I studied it in college, but after working at this clinic, I haven't had any practice. However, I should still be able to do it. As for bearing offspring for you, I'd like to see your base first before making a decision, is that okay?" "Sure." Chao Chen was very confident. Which girl could see his industry and still leave? Probably none. Unless there was something wrong with their heads, which would affect the offspring, then it's better not to have them. Chao Chen chuckled inwardly. He hadn't expected to recruit a doctor and a nurse so smoothly today, saving him a trip to the district maternity and childcare center. Next, all that was left was to send these two girls back to the armored vehicle before going to find Wang Jinghua for trouble. Leaving the hospital with the two girls, Chao Chen originally wanted to take them back directly, but then he thought it might not be appropriate. They hadn't agreed to go with him yet. So, Chao Chen saw the UFO bike parked at the entrance and immediately came up with an idea. "I'll take you back now," Chao Chen said. "Okay, sure," Lu Kerson replied. Before she could ask how they would go back, Chao Chen directly merged 3 UFO bikes together. The 2 rear seats had no foot pedals, only a footrest. All power was provided by the front foot pedal. And for comfort, Chao Chen extended and widened the seats directly. He also added a metal shield in the front to block the wind. This scene shocked the two girls. Indeed, superhumans were terrifying. Perhaps in this apocalypse, it really was necessary to rely on powerful individuals like him. Chao Chen was young and handsome. If they really had to rely on someone, he was indeed a good choice. The next step was to see if his base was as powerful as rumored. "Get in the car," Chao Chen said. He then sat in the front power position, while the other two girls sat in the rear passenger seats. As soon as they got on, Chao Chen said, "Hold on tight, it will be fast, don't get thrown off." "Okay," the two girls nodded in unison. Chao Chen checked the bike for any issues and started pedaling. The tires spun rapidly, kicking up a dust storm. With a swoosh, they flew off. "Oh my god." Guan Weiwei was dumbfounded. "Am I on a high-speed train?" Lu Kerson, who was closer to Chao Chen, could see his foot pedal clearly. When he accelerated, all she saw was a blur. What kind of acceleration was this? Even a supercar would eat his dust. The superfast speed caused even a slight breeze to feel like tearing on Guan Weiwei's body. Weakly, she said, "Too fast, Chao Chen, slow down a bit, I can't take it." "Just hold on a bit longer, we're almost there," Chao Chen said. He then drifted to the right at the end of the road, tearing a hole in the rolling gate and rushing in. As the bike came to a stop, the two girls got off the bike feeling dizzy. "We arrived?" The two girls regained their senses, opening their eyes to see an empty warehouse in front of them. Was this a safe place to stay? Guan Weiwei had a question mark above her head. Seeing the drafty warehouse, she felt deceived, but the armored vehicle in the middle caught her interest. Could this be the place Chao Chen mentioned? It looked quite safe, so she could make do. However, Chao Chen had mentioned before that he needed the vehicle for his wives to give birth. Although the vehicle seemed large, it was only a few dozen square meters. If she followed him, intimate moments might get a bit too close for comfort. That would be too embarrassing. Thinking this, Guan Weiwei glanced at Lu Kerson beside her, who also looked puzzled. Chao Chen didn't keep them in suspense. He led the two girls to the front of the armored vehicle, controlling the sliding door to open slowly. The stairs descended gradually. With curiosity, the two girls followed Chao Chen into the armored vehicle, instantly shocked by the exquisite interior design. I'm not seeing things, right? Rubbing my eyes again, I suddenly couldn't say a word. Chao Chen smiled and said to the two girls, "Welcome to my world, this will be our future home. Do you like it?" Yes, Guan Weiwei replied dumbfoundedly. In this kind of environment, anyone would find it hard not to like these three words. However, Lu Kerson was a bit shy, blushing as she asked Chao Chen, Chao Chen, where is the patient? Still calling me Chao Chen? Ha? Then what should I call you? Lu Kerson looked at Chao Chen with a puzzled expression. Chao Chen smiled and asked, what do you call your boyfriend at home? Oh. Lu Kerson blushed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. In a mosquito-like voice, she said to Chao Chen, husband. What did you say? I couldn't hear you, speak up. Husband. Good girl. Chao Chen smiled, using his index finger to lift Lu Kerson's chin and pulling her into his arms. With one bite, the domineering taste made Lu Kerson's eyes widen. Next time I'll eat you, but now I have other matters to attend to. Go down the corridor to the second-to-last room. There's a girl named Wang Mengmeng who just gave birth to my daughter. Check if everything is alright with her. After saying this, Chao Chen placed some medical equipment, medicine bottles, and 2 sets of nano-combat suits collected from the clinic on a table next to the 2 girls. As for the rifles, they would be given to the 2 girls when Wang Mengmeng was ready for training. Since there were still a few girls waiting to give birth, they didn't need to engage in combat for now, they just needed to familiarize themselves with the usage later on. It was enough to handle logistics like Li Yujin for the time being. After arranging everything, he left the armored vehicle and walked back onto the street. Chao Chen walked for quite a while. Lu Kerson didn't even know when Chao Chen had left. It was only when Guan Weiwei nudged her that she snapped out of it. Guan Weiwei asked, Sister, how does it feel to be Chao Chen's wife? Ah, you little brat, how dare you tease your sister, watch me spank you. No, can't I apologize? Guan Weiwei dodged as they playfully bickered for a moment. Just as they were about to pick up medical supplies and head to the location Chao Chen had mentioned, Li Yujin emerged from the kitchen. She looked at the 2 girls, showing a very sunny smile, and said, Are you 2 new here? The 2 girls stopped what they were doing and looked at the apron-clad young cook. Li Yujin's appearance was naturally impeccable, appealing to both men and women. The 2 girls were also warmed by Li Yujin's presence. Lu Kerson adjusted her clothes and said, Hello, I'm Lu Kerson, nice to meet you. Guan Weiwei also introduced herself, Guan Weiwei. Li Yujin extended her hand and replied, I'm Li Yujin, the cook here. By the way, judging from your attire, you both came from the hospital, right? Yes, Li Yujin, I'm a clinical doctor at the Urgienkyo Community Health Center, and she's a nurse there, Lu Kerson explained. Li Yujin was delighted to hear this and said, That's great, we really need a doctor and a nurse here. Wang Mengmeng just had a baby yesterday, she says she's fine, but we're still worried. Yes, Chao Chen asked us to check on her. Don't worry, sisters, you've just been through a life and death situation, your bodies must not have fully recovered. Take a shower first, rest well, and then you can check on Meng Meng. Oh, there are 2 other sisters who are also pregnant, you can take care of them together. Listening to Li Yujin's words, the 2 women looked at each other, but still sniffed their own scent. Although it was not very strong, it didn't match the fresh fragrance of the young girls around Li Yujin. They awkwardly smiled and said to Li Yujin, "Oh, that's fine." Li Yujin returned to the kitchen, hung the white lace apron on the wall, and then took the 2 women upstairs. There were several empty rooms on the second floor, and after casually entering a new room with the 2 women, they placed the equipment left by Chao Chen in a corner of the room and awkwardly asked Li Yujin, "Yujin, we don't have spare underwear or outerwear." "None? Alright, let me help you find some. What sizes are you?" Being all girls, there were no secrets. Lu Kerson, I'm a D cup. Guan Weiwei, I'm a C. Okay, you 2 go take a shower, I'll get some for you. My husband brought back a lot from the supermarket, I'll give you 2 sets first, and you can check if there are any styles you like for the rest. As for outerwear, didn't my husband leave you 2 sets of nano combat suits? Nano combat suits? The 2 women looked at Li Yujin in confusion. It's the shiny silver clothes emitting colorful light behind you. Oh, we got it. After explaining how to use them, Li Yujin left the room and entered another warehouse. This room was quite large, specifically left by Chao Chun for them to store communal items. She picked up a few pieces of lace lingerie and murmured to herself, "It seems like Chao Chan's husband likes this style, so let's have the 2 sisters wear them first." She then returned to the women's room and placed the lingerie at the foot of the bed. The 2 women who were showering inside were so moved that they were almost in tears. They never expected to enjoy such a comfortable hot bath in this post-apocalyptic world. The key was the bathtub. They didn't want to move at all while lying in it. An hour later, the 2 women came out feeling relaxed and comfortable. Looking at the lingerie at the foot of the bed, their faces blushed instantly. "Sister, I've never worn this kind before." "Me neither. Just make do with it, or else we won't have anything to change into." "Okay." After putting on the lingerie, they followed Li Yujin's instructions and put on the nano combat suits, slightly changing their appearance. The 2 beautiful young ladies then appeared in the room. "Sister, what should we do next? Do you want to rest, sister?" "No, I'm fine." "Alright, let's go see the patients first. Chao Chen has treated us so well, it's not good to just rest and do nothing as soon as we arrive." "Okay." The 2 women then used the nano combat suits to change into white coats again. Equipped with their tools, they walked out of the room. As soon as they stepped out, they met Wang Mengmeng and Li Jiayu, both wearing bikinis. Especially Wang Mengmeng. Her chest had become even larger after giving birth, attracting attention with her fullness. "Oh, new sisters," Wang Mengmeng greeted. "Hello, I'm Lu Kerson, the doctor brought back by Chao Chan's husband." "I'm Wang Mengmeng." Li Jiayu. Hearing their introductions, Lu Kerson and Guan Weiwei said in unison, "It's you. How come, do you 2 know me?" Wang Mengmeng asked in confusion. She couldn't remember who these 2 girls were even after thinking for a while. Guan Weiwei immediately said, "No, you misunderstood. Chao Chen's husband asked us to take a look at you. Didn't you just give birth?" "This. Oh, I see. You mean I don't look like a new mom in this outfit, right?" "Yes, that's it." Guan Weiwei spoke up. Maybe I recovered faster. "Since you're all here, let's go to the pool together. This weather is uncomfortable, but I'll go for a swim if there's no issue," Wang Mengmeng replied. "Well, that's fine." The 2 girls were visiting someone for a checkup and didn't feel any discomfort. It was just strange. Seeing a doctor by the pool might invite comments about having a serious illness. The 4 of them walked side by side and soon arrived at the room by the pool. As they entered, they saw many girls playing water volleyball. It was a scene of pure beauty, making Guan Weiwei, a straight woman, almost drool. "Is this heaven? Oh my goodness." No wonder Liu Kerson had mentioned checking out the place before making a decision. Cao Chen had readily agreed. Their family conditions were indeed excellent. Guan Weiwei felt like stripping down and diving in together. "Ahem. Work comes first," Liu Kerson said, noticing Guan Weiwei's almost drooling state. "Oh, right." Guan Weiwei rubbed her stiff cheeks and began assisting Liu Kerson in examining Wang Mengmeng's body, especially focusing on postpartum recovery in certain areas. After the examination, Liu Kerson was stunned. In disbelief, she asked, "Have you really given birth?" After the examination, Liu Kerson found that Wang Mengmeng, who claimed to have given birth, was even tighter than Liu Kerson, a married woman without children. It was hard to believe. Wang Mengmeng nodded and replied, "Although I hate to admit it, I've indeed transitioned from a girl to a young woman. If my daughter wasn't asleep, I wouldn't have time to come out and play in the water. Since there's no issue, why don't the 2 sisters join us?" "Well, Come on, you're probably wearing the nanosuit provided by your husband, just transform it into a bikini. With some persuasion, Leo Kurson and Guan Weiwei also joined the friendly water volleyball match. The four of them, two on each side, had no problem playing. Just then, Li Jiayu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She clutched the pool tiles and climbed out, sitting by the side while holding her stomach. What's wrong? What's happening? Quick, doctor, come and see. Seeing Li Jiayu's face turn pale rapidly, Leo Kurson didn't hesitate and quickly got out of the pool to fetch her medical equipment. The other girls carried Li Jiayu to a beach chair and laid her down. Leo Kurson approached Li Jiayu and immediately began examining her. After a while, Leo Kurson's expression turned grim. Angered, she said, "Why didn't you tell us you're pregnant? And this is cold water in the pool. Pregnant women shouldn't soak in cold water, don't you know? You're playing with your own body." Seeing the furious Leo Kurson in front of her, Li Jiayu shrank back, feeling extremely embarrassed. I didn't know, sob, I'm sorry, it hurts, please help me, sister. The other girls watched Li Jiayu with concern. They never expected such a situation to arise while playing in the water. Seeing the girls standing there dumbfounded, Leo Kurson said again, "What are you waiting for? Take her back to the room, I'm getting ready for delivery." "Okay, we'll do it right away." The girls immediately lifted the beach chair and carried Li Jiayu back to the room. Meanwhile, Guan Weiwei and Leo Kurson prepared for the delivery. As they entered the room, they closed the door with a bang and began the delivery. At this moment, the other girls learned about Li Jiayu's near childbirth incident at the pool. They stopped their entertainment activities and gathered outside the room, waiting anxiously. A few minutes passed. Li Jiayu gave birth to a son. The speed was so fast that Wang Mengmeng was amazed. She had just given birth half an hour ago. Indeed, professional doctors are quick at delivering babies. On the street, on a road 500 meters away from the armored vehicle, a human and dozens of zombies encountered each other. These zombies did not immediately launch an attack on Chao Chun but waited for something. Among them, a very small zombie hid inside, surrounded by the other zombies. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't even notice this zombie. At this moment, the zombie showed a cunning expression on its face. It looked at the human in the middle through the eyes of the front row of zombies, looking cautious. Through the perspective of the other zombies, it realized that this human was the strongest one it had encountered in its zombie career. Chao Chen didn't move. It wouldn't move either. As a fourth-order intelligent mutant zombie, it understood its advantages. That is the tactic of a sea of zombies. And being able to advance to the fourth order at this stage, caution was key to its advancement. However, what it didn't know was that Chao Chen also had patience, and plenty of it. Watching zombies rushing towards them from a distance, Chao Chen smiled. At this stage, it had been a long time since it had replenished zombie crystal cores due to making way for its wives to advance. Killing a few hundred zombies to save the pair of medical sisters was nothing. A few hundred zombie crystal cores were too few for Chao Chen at this moment. Now, this fourth-order intelligent zombie was gathering a horde of zombies, ready to have some fun since the mood was right. And at that moment, the system's notification once again entered Chao Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to a child, contributing to the revival of the human race, and receiving a reward X2, please check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 secondary zombie crystal core enhancement stones, can upgrade the quality of zombie crystal cores once, up to a maximum of B grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing in abilities, from C-level control of lightning to B-level. Ha! Another child is born? Ha! This reward came just in time. I was thinking that my C-level lightning control wasn't powerful enough, but with the reward, it directly upgraded to B-level. This system is amazing, giving exactly what I need, much better than some game companies before the apocalypse playing tricks. B-level abilities are on par with fourth-order zombies, and now I have 2 abilities surpassing the fourth order, along with hundreds of basic attributes. I am still invincible. Since another child is born, I'll start by killing a fourth-order zombie to liven things up. He. The fourth-order zombie seemed to sense the changes in Chao Chen's body. This greatly shocked it. The increase in aura was not just a little bit, but explosive growth. Controlling the zombies, it confirmed that there were already 7,000 to 8,000 ordinary zombies around, over 100 first-order zombies, over 30 second-order zombies, and 7 third-order zombies. With so many zombies, it should be enough to massacre this somewhat outrageous human. Thinking this, it let out a low roar, commanding the zombie horde to launch an attack immediately. The 7 third-order zombies were all giant-sized, towering over 3 to 4 meters, holding electric pole trees in their hands, exuding a fierce aura. The second-order zombies were like smokers, with controlling abilities. The first-order zombies were just ordinary enhancements. But the pressure of so many zombies surrounding Chao Chun from all directions was suffocating. A human-like smile appeared on the face of the fourth-order zombie. I must crack open this human's head and savor the taste of their brain. At this moment, the commotion caused by the four-tier zombie attracted the attention of all the survivors on Urjiang Bridge Street, especially the building occupied by Wang Jinghua, the tallest structure in Urjiang Bridge. Standing high, they could see the scene clearly. Wang Jinghua looked in that direction in shock. The area was densely packed with zombies, including mutated ones. Damn, who the hell is so powerful? Did they break the sky's rules? How come so many zombies are swarming over there? Wang Jinghua cursed in shock. The largest zombie group he had encountered was only a little over 1,000. He didn't dare provoke even the 5,000 or 6,000 zombies hoarded together at the Xiarunfa supermarket, fearing they would all surge out and devour him. And now, he was seeing even more zombies than at the supermarket. The estimated number was close to 10,000. Damn, scared the hell out of this 40-something baby. Fortunately, this horde of zombies did not launch an attack on the base where he was. At that moment, another Esper in the team also walked over. His ability was enhanced eyesight, quite ordinary, used as a long-range eye and usually provided intelligence to Wang Jinghua. Naturally, he could see who was in the zombie group. Chao Chen? Damn, this news was explosive enough. He immediately noted down the scene. He would feel uneasy if he discovered something and didn't speak out. Looking at Wang Jinghua beside him, he spoke. Damn, so many zombies. Chao Chen actually provoked so many zombies. Looks like the situation is dire. Yeah, so many zombies. Wang Jinghua also sighed. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He immediately grabbed the Esper and asked, "What did you just say? Who provoked so many zombies?" Without hesitation, the Esper replied, "Chao Chen, the one with a car full of women soldiers, Chao Chen." Hearing the Esper's words, Wang Jinghua was extremely happy, as if he had made millions. He said, "Chao Chen, huh? It's actually Chao Chen, it's a stroke of luck, you die for me, and let the zombies tear him to pieces." With that, he slapped his thigh. Now that the zombies had all run over there to besiege Chao Chun, wouldn't that mean there were no zombies on his side? There were no zombies near the group of girls either. He couldn't help but think of those women, each one more alluring than the last, and he straightened up. He wished he could find a cave right away to practice the lightning 5 whip technique and vent fiercely. Wang Jinghua immediately said, "Brothers, arm yourselves, let's take back what belongs to us." "What belongs to us, boss? Do we have anything outside?" "What are you talking about, boss?" The crowd was puzzled and asked. Wang Jinghua smiled and pointed outside the window, saying, "Do you remember the group of women soldiers we encountered before?" "Women soldiers? Are you talking about the team we lost 1,000 zombie crystals to?" "Boss, are you out of your mind? It's good enough that we escaped from that Chao Chun, a ruthless person. Going to find him, isn't that seeking death?" Another Esper spoke up. "Ha, the ruthless person you speak of is now in trouble himself, and it's time to reclaim what we lost," Wang Jinghua said. The crowd still didn't understand, but when they reached the window and saw a group of zombies surrounding a person, they were shocked. Could that be Chao Chen? Exactly, why wait any longer? Wang Jinghua smiled. "Brothers, arm yourselves, whoever is late won't get a piece of the action." "But Li Tianming and Zhao Guanyao's side have already sent brothers to inform us," another Esper said. Wang Jinghua smiled. "You're damn stupid. Without Chao Chen now, those lady soldiers are toothless tigers. We can handle them ourselves. It's their loss for not coming. I want all the supplies and those beauties in the Shaorun Hair supermarket. Let's go now." The group quickly left the original place and went downstairs. Just as they left, Chao Chen launched an attack. If they had seen this scene, they wouldn't have been so confident. Watching the approaching zombies, Chao Chen knew it was time to act. He took out a coin, aimed at the group of zombies in front of him, and flicked it lightly with his thumb. He thought of that classic scene where he once bloodied the second dimension. In his heart, he murmured the iconic phrase, "The electric light flickering at your fingertips is the unwavering faith of my life. Only my super electromagnetic gun will last forever." Boom! Accompanied by a huge shockwave. Directly in front of Chao Chun, an area 2 meters wide and with a diameter of hundreds of meters was cleared as if it had been bombed by a super laser, creating a vacuum from the ground to the sky. The zombies were blown to pieces. Everything in front was shattered. Where the electromagnetic gun passed, there was only ruins. Seeing this power, Chao Chen silently praised the move of the cannon sister. This was truly awesome. Chao Chen and the others also launched a few shots in a similar manner on several other routes. Boom boom boom. The zombies on each path were crushed by the replicated skills. The fourth-order mutated intelligent zombie was dumbfounded. Were the small zombies they had just brought in so fragile? Their proud zombie tide tactics had no effect on this human at all. What a joke. As long as the green hills are preserved, there will be no shortage of firewood. Seeing this situation, the fourth order zombie directly chose to escape. But Chao Chen wouldn't give it a chance to escape. His legs accelerated, aiming directly at the fourth order mutated intelligent zombie. Don't rush to leave when you come, stay, and play with me. He. What? The face of the fourth order mutated intelligent zombie became shocked. It didn't expect this human to be so strong in combat, with such speed. Since becoming an intelligent zombie, it had allocated all its points to the escape attribute. Even the speed-enhanced zombies could only match it 50-50. It was confident in its intelligence and the talent for full speed points. Those who could catch up with it lacked the strength to kill it. But today, it was truly enlightened by this human. Not only was his combat strength strong, but he also had area of effect skills. Even if the group's combat strength was high, now their speed was fast as well. What the hell? Is this a hexagonal warrior? Is it fair? Is it scientific? Faced with this human, the fourth order zombie naturally played for its life. Hearing movement behind it, it didn't even have a moment to stop. After running for a while, as its stamina depleted and the sounds behind it faded, the fourth order mutated zombie finally stopped. Thinking to itself, trash, can't catch up with me, the endurance of humans is really lacking. When it comes to ruling the blue star, it still depends on my zombie clan. Thinking it had escaped, it turned to look, only to see a dense crowd of that human behind it. It was shocked. Damn, why are there more and more? However, at the moment the fourth order zombie paused, hundreds of iron needles pierced its head. Ah! Roar! The sensation of pain spread throughout its body. If it were an ordinary zombie, it might not feel much, but it was an intelligent zombie, and its body's perception was almost like a human's. Pain! It was too painful, but it wasn't fatal. It could still hold on. Just as it was about to struggle, powerful electric currents surged in. Its proud wisdom-filled head turned into a furnace. Dead beyond death. Bang! The body of the intelligent zombie fell forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. At this stage, the fourth-level mutated zombie, the king of zombies, was killed just like that. This fusion technique of martial souls is so powerful, truly worthy of being the famous skill of the Demon King, the Thunder Law King Yang Yongxin. I just slightly imitated it, and it's already the limit of this zombie. Truly impressive. Chao Chen approached the body of the fourth-level zombie. Gently controlling the metal inside, he had already extracted the crystal core of this zombie. Holding it in his hand, the size of this zombie crystal core was about the same as a small cherry. Comparing it with the third-level zombie crystal core on his body, it was indeed much larger. Especially the rich energy, constantly tempting Chao Chen to swallow it. Just then, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exterminating the fourth-level mutated intelligent zombie for the revival of the human race, preventing the outbreak of 100,000 level zombie tide in advance, saving thousands of human beings, and receiving an additional reward of +50 to all attributes. Listening to the system's prompt, a broader smile appeared on Chao Chen's face. Unexpectedly, he accidentally took down another mini-boss. But on second thought, this mutated zombie was tough. If given time to gather zombies, facing 100,000 zombie tide wouldn't be difficult for this mutated intelligent zombie. Chao Chen stored the zombie crystal core and began to check the gains just obtained. 8140 ordinary zombie crystal cores, 104 first-level zombie crystal cores, 33 second-level zombie crystal cores, mostly with D or F grade talents that could only be used as fertilizer, and 7 third-level zombie crystal cores, mostly C or D grade. The main event was up next. Chao Chen checked the 4th-level zombie crystal core. Wow! It was actually an A-grade talent zombie crystal core. You should know that an A-grade talent could allow this zombie to smoothly advance to the 6th level. Unexpectedly, he had hit a snag here. This was different from the S-grade zombie couple he had taken down before. They hadn't even started to exert their strength, not even reaching the level of a first-level zombie. And now, this zombie in front of him had already advanced to the 4th level. After absorbing the A-grade talent zombie crystal core, it could awaken an A-grade ability. A-grade was truly impressive. His own ability to control metal was already at the A-grade level, unquestionably powerful. Even with the same attribute, the level of talent significantly affected combat power. Now, another A-grade had appeared. Hiss, who knew how fierce it would be? Looking at the zombie crystal core in his hand, along with the ones he had saved before, he now had a total of 8,600 ordinary zombie crystal cores, 104 first level, 35 second level, 9 third level, and 1 fourth level. Chao Chen made a plan. He arrived at a safe location, controlled the metal around him to build a safe house, and then began the absorption process. He absorbed all the ordinary zombie crystal cores and the 4th level zombie crystal core to enhance his strength. For Chao Chen's team, his presence was equivalent to a nuclear bomb. The stronger he became, the happier the girls would be to level up and nurture their children. As for the 1st level and 2nd level zombie crystal cores, they were left as fertilizer for the girls. The 3rd level C-grade zombie crystal cores were upgraded for the girls to awaken abilities. As for the 3rd level D-grade zombie crystal cores, to be honest, it was quite a headache. After all, they had already reached the 3rd level. D-grade talents were too inferior, tasteless to eat, and a pity to discard as fertilizer. It was too extravagant to use them as fertilizer. Well, let's keep them for now. Let's see if there's a way to advance them in the future. The 4 D-grade talent zombie crystal cores were placed into the space by Chao Chen after being stored. After tidying up, Chao Chen absorbed all the ordinary zombie crystal cores into his body. Feeling the heat all over his body, he immediately checked the system panel. Name, Chao Chen, age, 21, attributes, strength, 346 stamina, 345 speed, 326 mental power, 335 free attribute points to allocate, 860, passive skills, insulation body, golden physique, phantom clone, title, zombie butcher, abilities, metal control, grade A, thunder control, grade B, special skills, lady radar, storage space, 50 by 50 by 50, special items, M416 assault rifle asterisk 74, 5. 56 bullets asterisk 948700, Heian solar generator asterisk 9, nano combat suit asterisk 72, pork beef lamb asterisk 99 tons, Barrett heavy sniper rifle asterisk 98, 12. 7 by 99 millimeters bullets asterisk 991874, blue fire gatling asterisk 95, 7. 96 mm bullets asterisk 891412, unlimited phone asterisk 74, secondary zombie crystal enhancement stone asterisk 10. Watching the soaring data and the pending attribute points to allocate, Chao Chen decisively increased his strength and speed to 600, distributing the remaining points to mental power and stamina. This wave of killing 4th order mutant zombies directly doubled Chao Chen's attributes, but that was far from enough. Chao Chen looked at the last zombie crystal without hesitation and swallowed it. Immediately, Chao Chen's vision darkened, and he passed out. When he woke up again, it was already evening. Chao Chen touched his body, feeling no discomfort. Checking his phone, he saw it was already 8 p.m. Chao Chen never expected that absorbing a 4th order zombie crystal would make him unconscious for a whole day. Luckily, he had set up a temporary safe house, or he might have been in danger now. However, what kind of ability did he gain from absorbing that 4th order zombie crystal? Opening his attribute panel, Chao Chen was dumbfounded. All his attributes had doubled. Strength and speed had reached 1200. Damn, what kind of ability was this to have such a powerful effect? He continued reading. In the ability section, Chao Chen saw his new ability. Night King, grade A as night falls, this is your empire. As long as you act in the dark, your attributes will receive a 100%, grade A, boost. The higher your talent level, the more enhancement you get. You can also blend into the darkness, making others unable to see you. When encountering dark abilities with talent levels lower than the host, they will be weakened by 100%. You are the king of the night. Reading the description of this new ability, Chao Chen was no longer calm. Doubling attributes at night was one thing, but being able to blend into the darkness was an essential skill for survival. Combined with his other passive skills, it was incredibly effective. Not to mention the last part of the description, King of the Night. Any dark ability lower than his own would be ineffective. Awesome. This fainting spell was worth it. After eating a bit of the Yujin brand bento he brought from home, Chao Chen collected the protective measures around him. Only then did he leave the place, stepping out of the safe zone. On the street, with a light step, Chao Chen was already thousands of meters away. With a speed attribute of 1200, Chao Chen moved like a ghost. Moreover, the entire young city was now in a blackout. Although some streetlights were solar-powered, most still relied on the city's electricity. Darkness enveloped everywhere. Chao Chen's phantom hadn't even materialized yet, but he had already merged with the darkness. His movements were undetectable. This was the terror of the Night King. In the blink of an eye, Chao Chen had already entered Wang Jinghua's building. The building was without electricity supply, mostly shrouded in darkness. Only near the windows could one barely see the moonlight. In such darkness, even the guards at the stairs were dozing off. Chao Chen ascended the stairs quickly. Before reaching Wang Jinghua's floor, he heard a commotion. Boom! 2 mutants were kicked and sent flying, crashing into the wall to form a human shape. The noise startled the survivors nearby. "You two bastards tricked us into coming here. Where's Wang Jinghua?" Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao vented their displeasure at the mutants called by the two. They had agreed to discuss how to deal with a super-powerful mutant and share all the resources of the super-large supermarket, Little Ruinfa. Yet, they found a pile of waste and no sign of Wang Jinghua. Enduring pain, the two knelt before the bosses and explained, "Wang Jinghua sent us to find you. He's probably gone by now." "Oh, is that so?" "Absolutely, bosses. We're just ordinary mutants with low combat power. We wouldn't dare deceive you. And we're not lying, Chao Chen's women are all as beautiful as fairies." Listening to their explanation, Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao realized it was indeed Wang Jinghua's order. These mutants wouldn't dare deceive them. However, they were very displeased at being stood up by Wang Jinghua. Attacking these two opposing teams was just a way to vent their frustration. Since things had come to this, Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao didn't press further. Supplies and women were unavoidable topics in the apocalypse. They tacitly agreed that these were valuable commodities not to be missed. The bosses then had the two describe the information about Chao Chen's team's girls. Upon hearing they were all beautiful young girls, aged 18 to 20, they decided to set off immediately. After surviving in the apocalypse for so long, these bosses understood its rules. If they had the power, why suppress their desires? Following the boss's plan, other mutants and mercenaries also showed eager expressions. They had heard about the good life of university students but had yet to experience it. The bosses would surely let them try it out. Excitement filled the air. Downstairs, Chao Chen seethed with anger upon hearing the vulgar language from above. How dare this group target his wives? In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Since they had such intentions, Chao Chen had to act first. He prepared downstairs, ready to team up with Wang Jinghua for group building. Click! Chao Chen kicked open the door on their floor. "Who's the idiot who doesn't know Li Lauda and Zhao Lauda are here? Let's see who dares to open the door like this?" As the words fell, rifles were aimed at Chao Chen's location. But it was dark, with no light in the corridor. Chao Chen blended into the darkness, undetectable. "What's going on? No one's here. There's no strong wind in the building. Let me check. Seems like no one's here. Damn, who cares if anyone's here? Just shoot a few rounds." After a few survivors spoke, they fired a few shots into the darkness. Day. The sound of the bullets hitting the wall was different from elsewhere. They immediately concluded that they had hit the wall. No one. Since nothing unusual was found, they paid no more attention. They continued discussing how to take down the group of girls. After checking their equipment one by one, they were about to leave. Just then, many iron needles suddenly appeared in the room. What's going on? Before they could react, the iron needles began to attack. Swish, swish, swish. The iron needles started slaughtering indiscriminately. Chao Chen stood in the corridor without even looking inside. All he could hear were screams, and within less than a minute, the sounds abruptly stopped. Next is Wang Jinghua. The deaths of Li Tianming, Zhao Guangyao, and others did not stir any emotions in Chao Chen. They had already planned their deaths when they started discussing how to play with Chao Chen's women. To Chao Chen, who saw these beasts as nothing more than animals from the beginning, killing them felt the same as killing zombies. After quickly leaving the building, Chao Chen hurried towards where his armored vehicle was located, encountering two third-order zombies on the way but ignoring them. After absorbing the fourth-order zombie and being unconscious for a whole day, Chao Chen was very worried about the safety of his wives. Although he had already moved the girls early on, after such a long time, who knew if those beasts would find them? In Wang Jinghua's team, Chao Chen recognized a few familiar faces. They were the delivery men from the period before Doomsday. In the area of Urjiang Bridge Street, they were even more skilled than a detailed map. No matter how ambiguous the address was, they could find it. Although he had already hidden his wives in the factory, it was still not safe enough. His wives were weak, except for being able to use firearms and Lin Xuxin's abilities, they had no combat power to speak of. Swish, swish, swish. Chao Chen's figure kept shuttling through the streets. On the other side, at the Urjiang Bridge Logistics Park, over 100 people walked out with grim faces. Ever since they entered the Xiarunfa supermarket this morning, all hope had been shattered. Wang Jinghua was extremely angry. How could an armored vehicle quickly move such a large supermarket with billions worth of goods? Things couldn't just disappear into thin air. But they had searched the area all day and found nothing. In order to take over the logistics park, over 40 brothers had died that afternoon. The logistics park was captured. There were plenty of supplies inside, but they couldn't be happy. Most of the supplies were not food, and the variety couldn't compare to the Xiarunfa supermarket. The thought of Chao Chen single-handedly taking all the supplies from an entire supermarket made them very uncomfortable. Chao Chen was now surrounded by zombies, and he could have easily retrieved all the supplies. Did they lose such a good opportunity just because they couldn't find him? And those women, so beautiful, who were they showing off to? Did they not need men? Was there no sense of dedication? The group stood at the entrance of the logistics park, feeling disheveled in the wind. From being almost certain to now doubting life, it was more stimulating than a bungee jump. Boss, where do we go now? An Esper asked Wang Jinghua. Wang Jinghua was stunned. Where else could they go? Now that they had captured the logistics park, they had to assign people to stay here. At that moment, a psychic walked up to Wang Jinghua and said, Boss, since there's nothing in the logistics park, I guess it must be somewhere else. Where? Wang Jinghua asked in confusion. The industrial park. If it's not outside, it could be hiding in the factory buildings, and only the industrial area at Erjiang Bridge can accommodate such a large armored vehicle, the psychic continued. After hearing the psychic's words, Wang Jinghua was first stunned, then delighted. Damn, how could I forget about that place? Large space buildings, not just the logistics park. As long as there are no mechanical equipment in the factory buildings, the space is no less than the logistics park, Wang Jinghua said immediately. Then he turned to the psychic and said, Why didn't you say so earlier? The psychic immediately replied, I just thought of it. Wang Jinghua knew it was not the time to dwell on this. He addressed the group. What are you waiting for, brothers? Let's hurry over there. Then they left a dozen people to guard the supplies, while the rest followed the psychic to the industrial area. They didn't know that Chao Chen had already returned to his armored vehicle at this moment. When they arrived, there would be a big surprise waiting for them. The group that left the logistics park quickly moved forward. It was already evening, and the zombies had become extremely violent. The ordinary zombies they encountered on normal days had now become exceptionally aggressive, with combat power approaching that of first-order mutant zombies. The group found it very difficult to fight. In order to save time, they pushed through battles that could have been easily avoided by taking a detour. The thought of the group of girls and the massive supplies ahead fueled them like a shot of adrenaline. Charge, for the women, for the supplies. Brothers, don't be too hasty. We've dealt with those women before. With our speed, we can easily dodge those several Gatling guns, right? Brothers, I've said it before, that girl with the sniper rifle is mine, don't you dare snatch her. Don't worry, there are plenty of women. One fat abalone can feed a dozen men without any problem. As long as you take the lead in the charge later, we won't compete with you. You guys better not compete with me later. Although they encountered some zombies and wasted some time, they still moved at a decent speed under the chaotic bombardment of psychic abilities. They soon arrived at the industrial area. The factory buildings here had doors that were 7 to 8 meters high. Almost all warehouses could hide the position of an armored vehicle. However, the target was still not clear, so they had to go in and check each one. Therefore, the group split into 2 teams and began sweeping the industrial park. After searching through several factories, they found that some zombies had already been dealt with, and the group immediately concluded that it was Chao Chen's team. They had come to the right place. Finally, around 10 p.m., only the last factory building remained unsearched. If Chao Chen and his team were here, this would definitely be the place. Boom, boom, boom. The warehouse door of Chao Chen's armored vehicle was opened. The originally dark warehouse gradually brightened under the moonlight. The bright moonlight also gradually shone on the armored vehicle, reflecting a very textured luster. When they were at the entrance of the small Ruinfa supermarket, they couldn't see clearly due to the smoke. Now, looking at this high-definition armored vehicle, everyone gasped in awe. So cool, so powerful, so damn awesome. They had to snatch it today. At the moment the factory door opened, the girls also noticed the enemy invasion. They quickly arrived at the battle platform fully armed. As more and more girls came out with weapons, the group carefully searched for Chao Chen's whereabouts, paying no attention to the changes in the weapons held by these girls. No, Chao Chen's presence was not detected at all, a psychic said with a laugh. Ha, Chao Chen is really not here. Hee, tonight will be a good hunt. Watching Wang Jinghua and the others coming in, the girls remembered what Chao Chen had said when he returned an hour earlier. In the apocalypse, apart from their husband and sisters, no one could be trusted. Soon they would encounter Wang Jinghua and the others again. At first, the girls didn't believe it. They had seen Chao Chen's strength before, so how could he come to his death willingly? Chao Chen said 4 words. Insatiable greed. An hour passed. Wang Jinghua and his group did find them, just as Chao Chen had predicted. As they watched the survivors approaching, all the girls remained calm and composed. Everything was under Chao Chen's control. They had already lost. Rewind 1 hour. Chao Chen quickly returned to his temporary base. Seeing that the traps he had set at the factory entrance remained unchanged, he relaxed. No one else had found their way here yet. Chao Chun slowed his pace and entered the armored vehicle. As soon as he got in, he heard the girls chatting inside. They had been playing all day and it was now time to rest. The girls had already showered, changed into pajamas, and were playing in the living room before going to bed. Suddenly, the door of the armored vehicle was opened from the outside, startling them. They immediately picked up the weapons nearby, looking alertly at the stairs. Any unfamiliar face would be met with immediate force. When they saw it was Chao Chun, the girls put down their weapons and ran up to him excitedly. "Honey, you're back. Woo-woo, Susu missed you. Honey, you're not going out tonight, right? I learned a new dance. Can you come watch it tonight?" Some girls who had not received Chao Chun's favor tried everything to get him into their rooms. Chao Chun smiled and said, "Darlings, don't rush. After dealing with a few more flies, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for days, hee hee." Hearing Chao Chun's words, the girls blushed and turned away, cursing him for being too embarrassing. After a brief exchange, Chao Chun shared the news of Wang Jinggua's impending arrival with everyone. "Impossible, honey, they're afraid of you." "Yeah, honey, they ran away in a hurry not long ago." A girl spoke up. After listening to the girl, Chao Chun smiled and replied, "A greedy person is easily caught. I believe they are coming for us." "Why?" "Because they are insatiable." After a brief interaction with the girls, Chao Chun took out 5 zombie crystals from his pocket. These 5 crystals were enhanced with secondary zombie crystals using 3rd-tier zombie sea-level talent crystals. As the girls looked at the bright zombie crystals in Chao Chun's hand, they asked, "Honey, what are these?" "Zombie crystals. They're so big." Of course, these were dug out from 3rd-tier mutant zombies. "They can help you awaken your abilities. Do you want them?" Chao Chun said with a smile. "Yes, I want them. We envy those psychics so much, never thought we'd have our day too. I want them, honey." "Me too, honey." Seeing the girls' reactions, Chao Chun immediately said, "Don't worry, everyone will get their share, but not now. I only have these 5 for now, so ladies, line up one by one. Those at the back, don't be upset, you'll all get yours." Xia Xinran looked at the 5 zombie crystal cores, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She asked, "Can I go first?" "Xinran, these zombie crystal cores will have painful side effects. Are you sure you want to go first?" Xia Xinran turned to look at Lin Yue and firmly said, "Yes, dear, I'm not afraid." If she wanted to stand out among the group of girls, she had to learn to show up more. "Alright, you go first," Chao Chun said. Watching Xia Xinran about to become the first supernatural being, the other girls couldn't help but feel envious. The other girls also expressed their desire to awaken. However, although Chao Chun had 5 B-grade talented zombie crystal cores in hand, he did not let all his 5 women use them at once. After all, even someone as strong as Chao Chun had been unconscious for a whole day after taking 1 A-grade zombie crystal core. While the side effects of these B-grade talented zombie crystal cores were not as severe as the A-grade ones, if all 5 wives had problems at once, he wouldn't be able to take care of them all. And so, Xia Xinran swallowed a 3rd-order evolved B-grade talented zombie crystal core. After half an hour of unconsciousness, she woke up. "How do you feel? What supernatural ability did you awaken? Sister, tell us, we're dying to know." Listening to the other girls' inquiries, Xia Xinran quietly said, "Enchanter." "Enchanter?" Upon hearing Xia Xinran's words, Chao Chun immediately checked her attributes. Name, Xia Xinran, photo, image. GIF, age, 18, current health, 100%, overall score, 95, attributes, strength, 24 stamina, 35 speed, 17 mental power, 57, supernatural ability, enchanter, B-grade can enchant weapons by consuming mental power, enhancing the weapon's speed, accuracy, lethality, additional elemental attacks. The duration of each enchantment is 1 hour. Seeing the description of the enchanter, Chao Chun smiled. This was a good move. Time rewound to the moment when Wang Jinghua and the others entered the factory. Xia Xinran said, "Sisters, the weapons have been enchanted, we can fight now." "Good, then let's get into position." Chao Chun nodded. After hearing Chao Chun's words, the girls began to prepare as he instructed. The girls who received their weapons were excited, finally able to help their husbands. It was time for the performance. "Shameless scum, you begged us to let you go back then, but today you dare to attack us." Zhang Lu scolded angrily. "Wait, aren't you afraid that my husband will kill you all?" Zhang Lu quickly changed her tone. "Zhang Jia, don't talk to them so much, just fight, don't disturb my husband's rest," Yang Yiyan said calmly. Wang Jinghua and the others listened to the girl's words, while the supernatural beings attacked and taunted. "Are you sleeping or not coming back? Hee hee, do you think we're fools? Chao Chun is nothing. I, Big Fei, am here to say that even if Chao Chun is here, I will step on his head and play poker with you. Little ladies, brother is here. Hee hee, if you have the guts, call Chao Chun out, you little sluts." Little did they know that at this moment, the strong support of the girls was watching them through the car window, drinking coffee, watching them perform like a group of clowns. They quickly approached the armored vehicle, about to collide, their lewd expressions making the girls sick. Zhang Rower couldn't be bothered to talk to them and directly pulled the trigger. "Just looking at them makes me sick, a bunch of lowlifes," Zhang Rower said. She raised the Gatling gun in her hand and aimed directly at the foremost supernatural being, spinning it rapidly. After being enchanted by Xie Xinran, Gatlin's attributes were enhanced in all aspects, feeling like a product from a different era when held in hand. The Esper chuckled and said, "Sister, times have changed. If your fire stick hits me, I'll admit defeat." Zhang Rower smiled without saying a word. Hee, indeed, times have changed. After being enchanted, Gatlin emitted a golden luster, looking somewhat charming. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dabbling in trivial skills and daring to show off, Gatlin's speed can keep up with me. What's going on? What kind of Gatlin is this? Why is it so powerful? Doubling the firing rate left the incoming Esper unable to react at all. They had already become accustomed to Gatlin's attributes in the previous battle, calculating very meticulously. Bullets that could have been dodged before were now impossible to avoid due to the enhancement. They could only watch as dozens, even hundreds of bullets hit him, piercing through his defense, creating a beautiful display of red flowers. In an instant, this Esper was riddled with holes. After being enchanted by Xie Xinran, combat power skyrocketed. "Is that all? You sounded so impressive, I thought you were really something," Zhang Rower said calmly, shocked, watching the Esper fall before them. The others were dumbfounded. He was the fastest to charge, and among them, he was the strongest. Although not comparable to the likes of Wang Jinghua, he was still a skilled sea-level talent. How could he be taken out so easily? Something was amiss. When they first sparred with her, couldn't they dodge Gatlin's attacks? Not to mention this skilled individual, even he could have easily dodged them before. Why couldn't they today? The group was still questioning their life choices. However, the girls wouldn't give them a chance to ponder. The other girls also began emptying their magazines in their direction. The enchanted weapons and bullets carried various debuffs: freezing, slowing, burning, poisoning, electrifying, hallucinating. Even if not killed instantly, they couldn't escape other attacks after being affected by these negative effects. In just one encounter, 7 of Wang Jinghua's Espers were killed. Wang Jinghua couldn't bear this casualty rate. He wasn't foolish enough to keep sending his underlings to their deaths against a superior force. Although his Espers weren't strong, they could still provide him with some assistance. Thinking this, Wang Jinghua spoke up, "Everyone, come back to me, find cover and hide. I'll handle this." After Wang Jinghua's words, everyone looked at each other. In this empty factory, where could they find cover? But since Wang Jinghua was willing to take action, they had no objections and quickly retreated. Wang Jinghua's strength was indeed remarkable. He easily dodged all attacks and charged straight towards the armored vehicle. Just as he was about to strike, a curtain of water blocked his path. "Lin Shuxin, we've met once, I don't want to trouble you, step aside, and I'll pretend nothing happened," Wang Jinghua roared. "Wang Jinghua, your character isn't the worst in the apocalypse, stop now, if you don't, you'll regret it." Lin Shuxin spoke up. "Lin Shuxin, do you really think I won't act against you?" Without Chao Chen, in Erjiang Bridge, Wang Jinghua, call the shots. After Wang Jinghua finished speaking, he directly launched his Esper abilities towards Lin Shuxin. His face was full of mockery. Lin Shuxin was a semi-support Esper. Her combat power was weak. Daring to stand in his way was like courting disaster. A punch was thrown. Crack! Wang Jinghua's face went from arrogant to shocked, turning as red as a beet. "You, me, my hand." Wang Jinghua couldn't fathom what he had hit. How could it be so hard that his hand was directly fractured? As the smoke cleared, Wang Jinghua was scared out of his wits. Cold sweat dripped directly from the back of his head. In front of him stood a tall and handsome figure, none other than Chao Chen. His fist smashed directly onto the iron shield that Chao Chen had conjured out of thin air. The tremendous reaction force directly broke his hand. "Are you a ghost or a human? Why are you here? Weren't you the one surrounded by those zombies?" Wang Jinghua said in terror. Others were chilled at the sight of Chao Chen's appearance. Wasn't he supposed to be absent? Why was he here now? This was no time for jokes. With just a flick of his finger, Chao Chen massacred them all. Some power users who valued their lives didn't hesitate and began to retreat. However, Chao Chen had anticipated this. Before they reached the factory door, they saw the rolling shuttered door had turned into a thick metal door. Chao Chen chuckled, "In such a hurry to leave, let me give you a ride." With that, he prepared to unleash a set of Thunder King's famous skills on him. Wang Jinghua's eyes widened in anger. He roared, "Don't push me too far. I, Wang Jinghua, am not a pushover. Do your worst. Oh, Chao Chen smiled. It wasn't that he looked down on Wang Jinghua. It was just that Chao Chen's attributes had all broken 1,000, possessing the abilities of the Night King. At night, Chao Chen was a god. Did mere mortals dare challenge a divine body? Ridiculous. Each of Wang Jinghua's counterattacks seemed like a child swinging miniature arms, trying to defeat a 1.9-meter-tall man, in Chao Chen's eyes. Chao Chen's patience wore thin. It was late, let them die. With that thought, arcs of electricity flickered in Chao Chen's eyes. He controlled the iron needles to aim directly at all the power users. Swish! The iron needles effortlessly pierced their skulls, like lightning rods. Rip! The electricity was drawn to these lightning rods. Ah! All the power users present screamed in agony from the shock. The next moment, the entire factory fell silent. The smell of burnt flesh lingered in the air. The girls watched Chao Chen's display of power, eyes sparkling. So powerful. These people brought it on themselves. They followed us even after leaving Zayarunfa supermarket. Who gave them the courage? Liang Jingru? Thank goodness, husband is back. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Although the scene of their deaths was gruesome, considering their actions, there was no sympathy to be found. They didn't even want to bother with the bodies, they just left them there. Some girls turned to Wu Lanlan and said, Sister Lanlan, let's change locations tomorrow. There are too many smelly rats here. We'll see what Chao Chen decides. Wu Lanlan replied. Then let's change places. The matter is resolved, everyone should rest early. Okay. Having just gone through a battle, smelling of gunpowder, the girls quickly returned to the armored vehicle. They cleaned up and gathered in the living room to chat. Tonight, the focus of their conversation was undoubtedly Xia Shinran. Shinran's ability is amazing. My little M has become super powerful, it's great. My Gatling gun has also become more powerful. Those underlings couldn't dodge my attacks at all. Let's see how arrogant they can be now. Shinran, you have to enchant the most powerful attribute for me in the future. Shinran's enchantments are awesome. No, it's all thanks to my sisters for giving me the opportunity to awaken this ability. But my skill doesn't enhance my combat abilities, it only strengthens all of you. Xia Shinran said shyly. Xia Shinran's enchanted abilities had a time limit. With her current strength, she can enchant a weapon 48 times, which means she can enchant 48 weapons separately in an hour. However, it only takes 6 hours to restore this ability, and it's even faster with food replenishment. Basically, a good night's sleep is enough for a full recovery. Unfortunately, the time and number of enchantments cannot be saved or accumulated. It's a waste if not used every day. As the girls chattered away, Chao Chen finished grooming and stepped out. Listening to the commotion from Chao Chen's side, the girls immediately turned to look. Honey, you've finished washing up. You've had a long day today, so rest early. Let me massage your feet first. Honey, are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. Honey, tired from the recent battle? Let me massage your back. A few clever girls saw Chao Chen coming out and immediately went over to offer their services. Other girls regretted not acting quickly and missed their chance now that the others had taken the lead. They slapped their thighs in regret. Chao Chen didn't refuse. When it's time to enjoy, one should. Now, all three organizations with some power at Urjiang Bridge have fallen into his hands. It seems he can sow seeds peacefully for a while. Chao Chen quietly enjoyed the girls' attentions. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and stood up. The massage girls were shocked, thinking they had touched something they shouldn't have. Fear painted their faces instantly, afraid of Chao Chen's anger. Seeing his expression, Li Yuding immediately walked over and asked, Honey, what's wrong? I seem to have forgotten something important. What is it, honey? Where's my son? Ha! The women had just forgotten with Wang Jinghua. The doctor and nurse they had brought back hadn't been seen, they were probably still taking care of Li Jiayu, the new mom. Without hesitation, Chao Chen got up and went to Li Jiayu's room. Upon entering, he saw Li Jiayu holding their son. Hearing a noise at the door, Li Jiayu looked up at Chao Chen. Honey, you're back. Come see our son, he's so cute. The soundproofing in each room was so good that Li Jiayu was completely focused on the child and didn't even realize Chao Chen had returned. Seeing this scene, Chao Chen wanted to slap himself. While the girls were taking care of their child, he had been enjoying the attentions of other girls outside. It was truly ungrateful of him. If he wanted to enjoy, he should let the girls enjoy too next time. However, Li Jiayu had just given birth and couldn't engage in strenuous activities. After a while, the child stopped crying after being fed. Looking at the adorable baby, Chao Chen immediately went over and picked him up. He looks just like his dad, he'll definitely be a little troublemaker like little Chao Chen in the future, Li Jiayu said. He looks like me because I provide the food, little baby, Chao Chen replied, looking fondly at the baby in his arms. When boys are young, they are indeed cuter than most girls. It's no wonder why some uncles were busy refining copper before the apocalypse, especially the red sandalwood copper. Not having raised a child, he hadn't realized this before. Honey, give our child a name, Li Jiayu said. Chao Chen pondered for a moment and said, let's call him Chao Yuxuan. Hearing the name Chao Chen chose, Li Jiayu smiled happily and said, Yuxuan, Yuxuan, it sounds so nice. Thank you, honey. I should thank you for giving birth to a chubby little boy. This little guy is so round. Holding his son, Chao Chen looked at him and saw traces of himself, feeling very satisfied. Suddenly, Chao Chen thought of a terrifying question. It's already doomsday now. Besides Chao Chen, who else dares to have children? Will this baby be single for life? And one can't just let their daughter and son. Damn, what a coincidence. No, absolutely cannot let them see this kind of anime. I'll delete this resource immediately before going out. Thinking about his son's lifelong happiness, Chao Chen felt a headache. Maybe when he develops himself, he should just establish a small town where resources are provided for having children. Preparing in advance for his son and daughter to have a child bride and son-in-law? Chao Chen stayed in the room for a long time. He was finally driven out by Lu Kerson on the grounds of not disturbing the pregnant woman's rest. Chao Chen originally wanted to take his son with him, but a remark, "Do you have a chest?" left him speechless. He left Li Jiayu's room and returned to his master bedroom. He was about to delete all the resources of the coincidence when a cute head peeked in from the door. Seeing Chao Chen in the room, the girl immediately came in, closed the door behind her, and locked it from the inside. Honey, I also want a child. Su Wanru spoke up. Chao Chen immediately understood the direct meaning of her words. He looked at Su Wanru, and the system panel also popped up. Name, Su Wanru, photo, image. GIF, age, 22, current health, 100%, overall score, 90, attributes, strength, 21 stamina, 25 speed, 18 mental power, 21, abilities, none. Looking at Su Wanru's attribute interface, both her appearance and figure were good. Since the girl said so directly, it would be too heartless not to agree. He even forgot that his other wife had just given birth to a child for him. Choosing the system reward over propriety and system rewards, Chao Chen replied, sure, do you want a boy or a girl? Either is fine, as long as it's a child with Chao Chen. Su Wanru hadn't finished her sentence when Chao Chen pulled her in front of him. Looking at the lovely person in his arms, although Chao Chen was tired after a long day, for the happiness of the girls, he decided to let Su Wanru take the lead today. Hearing Chao Chen's words, Su Wanru's face instantly turned red, and some small fragments appeared in her mind. Starting like this right away isn't very good. Su Wanru thought inwardly. However, since she had finally been the first to enter the room among the girls, she didn't want to waste this time. In essence, she was just a bonus for Xie Xinran. With her low position, she had to work hard. What if she could turn the tables? Chao Chen's desires must be served to the best of her ability. In this world, status and position were self-made, and she believed that her looks and figure were no worse than Wang Mingming's, and she could stand out by always being in front of Chao Chen. So, Su Wanru didn't hesitate at all. To be more seductive, she even transformed her nanosuit into Chao Chen's favorite cat-eared maid outfit. She took the initiative to kiss Chao Chen's handsome face. Ding! Host successfully saved the beauty, detected a girl's score of 90 points, can receive a reward, the reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 armored off-road vehicles for 7 people. Chao Chen, who was in a good mood, had no interest in the system's rewards. He was growing fonder of the beauty in front of him. Tonight, he would reward her thoroughly. Storm is coming. Boom! With continuous lightning and thunder. The strong wind blew rapidly from a distance. Although it wouldn't blow away the zombies, it made people's scalps tingle, and they dared not go outside. The trees, bicycles, electric vehicles, and other easily blown away objects on the street were scattered everywhere by the wind. The fierce wind howled, followed by rain, turning into a torrential downpour. In less than half an hour, the low-lying road was submerged up to the thighs. Chao Chen was working hard and had no idea that a torrential rain had started outside the factory at this moment. The torrential rain was accompanied by strong winds and lightning. This rain directly covered the entire Blue Star, sparing no place on Earth. It was already night, and basically no survivors dared to leave their homes. Now, with heavy rain pouring and thunder and lightning, even the most reckless outlaws stayed inside, too scared to venture out. In the factory area of Erjiang Bridge, Chao Chen, who was still in the room, paid no attention to what was happening outside, engrossed in reading a book of sages. Although the book was not very serious, the soundproofing of the armored vehicle, combined with the isolation of the factory building, meant that the other girls were not affected by the heavy rain and slept soundly. Only 2 or 3 girls tossed and turned, feeling extremely uneasy at the thought of their good sisters rolling in bed with Chao Chen while they were left feeling unsettled. They decided to sneak into Chao Chen's room first thing the next night. Outside the armored vehicle, on the cement ground, black figures suddenly burst open. These black figures were not small, each one almost the size of a husky, with a tail about 2 meters long. After these black figures emerged from the ground, they rushed towards the charred bodies. Squeak, squeak. The black figures excitedly called out when they saw the bodies. Their blood-red eyes emitted light, and their sharp fangs easily tore open the charred bodies. They began to devour them piece by piece, with chunks of flesh entering their bodies as they chewed. These black figures had decaying parts on their bodies, but it did not hinder their feeding. One could even see the wriggling of their internal organs. It was terrifying. Soon, they had devoured all the bodies. This scene was playing out in every corner of the globe. In the skyscraper, African giant cockroaches the size of orange cats crawled out from every corner of the building, licking clean even the coagulated blood on the ground. After finishing the human bodies, they continued to search the entire building. Soon, they found the ordinary human survivors on the upper floors and pounced on them with red eyes. The once easily squashed cockroaches had turned into terrifying ghosts. What is that? Ah, my foot, my foot. Help, where are the superhumans? What's happening? Save me. Help. A bloody massacre began like this. Since the rain started, animals and insects that should have died, after absorbing the black rainwater, all came back to life. Not only that, living animals and insects began to mutate, their sizes expanding several times, even tens or hundreds of times. The weaker the creature before doomsday, the more enhanced it became. Even some plants were not exempt. The ivy on the factory wall, after a night of black rain, covered the entire factory with vines. The vines were all filled with blood-sucking thorns. The zombie rats that were planning to attack the armored vehicle accidentally touched a vine and were instantly drained dry, scaring them away. The whole world was evolving. The entire blue star seemed to have forgotten only humans. The night passed like this. The next morning, the girls stood on the terrace, looking incredulous. They, who had been in the factory, seemed to have crossed over into another world. What the heck is this? But the steel bars behind are still intact, and we are still in place. Am I seeing things, or is it all vines above us? But this feeling is quite nice, much better than the cold steel and concrete. Sisters, don't let your guard down just because it looks like plants. Any slight anomaly in this doomsday scenario could be a dangerous omen. Take a look over there yourselves, Zhang Lu spoke up. Hearing Zhang Lu's voice, the women immediately looked over. The bodies of the survivors who attacked last night had turned into skeletons. What's going on? In just one night, where did all their flesh and blood go? The women looked around vigilantly. Soon, they discovered a dark mummy inside the factory. Looking at the outline, it seemed to be the body of a rodent. But there didn't seem to be such a large rodent around. This body looked like an enlarged rat. What happened during last night's rain? How did so many things change overnight? And in other places, the poured concrete floors had all cracked open, leaving behind pits. Hiss! The women looked outside in confusion. Yang Yun, seeing this scene, cautiously fired a shot. Bang! Ding! The bullet from the Barrett seemed to hit a steel plate. How is this possible? Can't even move the Barrett? Xie Xinran, frowning at the situation, walked over to Yang Yun and said, "Sister, let me enchant you before you try again." Okay, thank you, sister." Yang Yun received the Barrett from Xie Xinran. Xie Xinran enchanted it with fire attribute attack and overall firearm enhancement. The Barrett immediately became like it had a lava effect. Yang Yin took back the Barrett without hesitation and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet exploded upon contact with the vines, shattering them to pieces. And the flames wanted to burn all the way along with the explosion. Got it! Lu Xinshan spoke up. However, the vines from other locations immediately rushed over and extinguished the flames in no time. It seemed like this burning had angered them. The vines, like tentacles, started thrashing around. Each vine was strong and forceful, even bending the central pillar of the factory. At that moment, several vines seemed to have noticed the armored vehicle and struck towards it. Be careful! Most of the girls didn't expect these vines to reach them from such a distance. Especially Yang Qianqian, who was closest, was about to be hit. It was almost impossible to dodge in time. If hit by the vines, it would be fatal. These girls, even though they had consumed a large number of zombie crystals to enhance their attributes, were ultimately still mortal. If their attributes didn't undergo a qualitative change like Chao Chen's increased quantity, how could they withstand the strength of metal pillars that could be bent? Who could endure that? At that moment, a tall figure rushed out of the armored vehicle and directly blocked the vine, saving young Shanshan. Beast! Chao Chen shouted angrily, grabbing the vine. With a strong pull, the entire ivy trembled. However, taking advantage of the geographical advantage, the ivy quickly retracted the vine, avoiding being uprooted. System, check the attributes of this plant. Ding! Upon receiving the host's request, the mutated ivy has evolved into a normal blue star evolutionary creature, not a zombie. The first viewing is free. For subsequent viewings of attributes, the host must provide a zombie crystal core. According to the corresponding level, the next viewing of a mutated creature at this level will require payment of a second-order zombie crystal core or 10 first-order zombie crystal cores. What the heck? You have to pay to see the attributes of a mutated creature. Your system is really dark, Chao Chen complained inwardly. However, the system displayed the attributes of the creature for free. Category, mutated creature, name, mutated ivy, level, third order peak, talent, B level, attributes, strength, 600 stamina, 0 speed, 0 mental power, 0 skills, super strength, entanglement, differentiation, blood devouring, mutant source, a creature mutated by absorbing the black rain in the second stage of the apocalypse, with formidable strength. System comment, mutated creatures are not zombies, they are the result of blue star evolution. Please do not hunt indiscriminately, affecting the ecological balance. Chao Chen frowned as he looked at the attributes of the mutated ivy. From the attribute panel, Chao Chen learned two valuable pieces of information. First, these were the inevitable results of the outbreak after the apocalypse, and second, they had unexpectedly entered the second stage of the apocalypse. Although he had heard the heavy rain last night, he had not paid it much attention. He had not expected so many changes to occur overnight. Chao Chen then asked the system again, besides these plants, can other creatures evolve? Can zombies evolve as well? This time, the system answered quickly without requiring a zombie crystal core. The system replied, ding. Host, upon entering the second stage of the apocalypse, all creatures on Blue Star that have absorbed the energy of the black rain will evolve, including zombies, animals, insects, and plants. Except for humans, humans are intelligent beings with numerous evolutionary paths, so please continue to work hard. Listening to the system's response, Chao Chen was momentarily stunned. Humans couldn't evolve? But upon further thought, it made sense. Apart from awakening abilities in the first wave, humans could awaken by consuming zombie crystal cores in subsequent stages. Even without awakening, consuming zombie crystal cores would significantly increase their attributes. This was not possible for other animals and plants. The second stage had essentially brought these creatures to the same starting line as humans. Chao Chen could conclude that this ivy must be exceptional, otherwise, if mutated plants had such high levels, humans would have almost no place to survive. Chao Chen had one final question. He asked again, can animals and plants provide zombie crystal cores for human evolution? The system quickly provided an answer. Mutated creatures cannot provide zombie crystal cores as they are not zombies, but they will hunt zombie creatures to obtain resources for their own evolution. Additionally, mutated animals and plants can be tamed for human use. What? They can't provide resources and yet they want to compete with humans for resources? And how can these creatures be tamed? Back before the apocalypse, humans spent a great deal of effort to domesticate wolves into dogs, but that was when humans could overpower wolves. In the current situation, let alone overpowering them, surviving their attacks would be considered lucky. Humans sure have it tough. However, this thought quickly passed through Chao Chen's mind. What did it matter to him if others found it difficult? Since this mutated ivy could not provide resources to Chao Chen and even if tamed, this immobile plant could not be taken along, he preferred animals like the forest king tiger, the grassland overlord lion, or the Mount of Chiyu, the iron-eating beast. It was not worth the effort to kill it. Chao Chen would not waste his time on something he couldn't obtain. After calling all the girls back into the armored vehicle, Chao Chen had Wu Lanlan drive the vehicle away from the factory. A few minutes later, Chao Chen's armored vehicle drove onto the main road and entered the Urgienkyo street once again. As far as the eye could see, everything was green. The once flat artificial asphalt road was now occupied by various plants, making it difficult for regular cars to pass through, but high-terrain off-road vehicles and pickups were unaffected. Fortunately, these plants matched Chao Chen's expectations. Most of the mutated plants were not highly evolved, at most first or second tier in strength, not completely squeezing out human living space. On the contrary, if used properly, these plants could be utilized to create safe zones for humans. It seemed that vine-like plants had a natural advantage, as various tall buildings in the distance were covered by these climbing plants, forming a bizarre forest city. As they advanced, The sound of the armored vehicle moving quickly attracted the attention of some zombies. They rushed from all directions, heading straight for Chao Chen's armored vehicle. Chao Chen looked at these zombies and checked their attributes. Wow! Even the weakest are first tier, and there are quite a few second tiers. No wonder the system didn't mention ordinary zombie crystals. This is indirectly accelerating human evolution, Chao Chen said. Alright, ladies, time to get to work. As Chao Chen spoke, the girls immediately armed with enchanted weapons began to counterattack on the terrace. Rat-a-tat-tat. The girls wasted no time and started firing. Fighting zombies felt as joyful as playing a game. Chao Chen didn't leave immediately. He wanted to see how effective these firearms were against the evolved zombies. After all, they needed to gather resources from these zombies. If the firearms were not efficient enough, the girls' evolution would slow down. Fortunately, Xia Xinran's enchanted abilities did not disappoint Chao Chen. As the girls started firing, watching bullets of various colors pouring towards the zombies, it was as easy as ever to harvest these zombies like cutting vegetables. Chao Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the enhanced weapons could easily deal with these evolved zombies, and he was less worried about the safety of the girls. Even second-tier zombies couldn't benefit much from the girls' weapons, they were just being slaughtered. Except for some faster zombies, Lin Xuxin, the psychic, could handle these second-tier zombies perfectly. Now he could relax a bit. There was no need to stay on guard all the time. Next, he should arrange for the girls' psychic awakenings. This matter couldn't be delayed. The stronger the girls were, the more they could free their hands to do their own things. Who should receive the zombie crystals? After much thought, Chao Chen decided to give them to Li Yuting first. After all, she was one of the most beautiful among the girls, and with her younger sister, the little chef, around, it wouldn't hurt to give them a little favor, and maybe have her bear a child. With a doctor's sister and a nurse sister already around, it was time to move up the schedule for these girls to have babies. With the target set, Chao Chen went straight to Li Yuting's side and said, "Yuting, stop fighting the zombies for now and come with me. There's something important." Li Yuting obediently put away her gun upon hearing Chao Chen's words. She turned to see Chao Chen heading back towards the room. Watching Chao Chen's back, Li Yuting's heart skipped a beat. Her husband Chao Chen was doing this in broad daylight. It didn't seem quite right. But then again, it had been a while since they had been intimate, and it was daytime, so no need for lights, saving electricity. With a blush on her face, Li Yuting walked into Chao Chen's room. Before entering the room, she controlled the nanosuit on her body to transform into a new outfit, a set of purple lace-trimmed nightgown. Her sister said purple was very charming, and she believed her husband would like it. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Chao Chen playing with a round object that looked like a zombie crystal core. But now that real combat was about to begin, what was Chao Chen's husband playing with a zombie crystal core for? Why not play with me instead? Li Yuting carefully closed the door and sat down next to Chao Chen. "Honey, why are you so interested today?" Li Yuting said, her face turning as red as a monkey's bottom. Chao Chen looked up just in time to see Li Yuting sit down. That touch of Snow White made Chao Chen stiff in place. He immediately spoke up, "Damn, Yuting, what are you doing? Why did you change clothes?" "Woo, honey, don't you like it? I prepared this purple nightgown especially for you." "It's not about not liking it, it's broad daylight. What's going on in that little head of yours? I called you here to awaken your abilities, not for. But if you want, it's not impossible. Ahem, anyway, you should absorb this zombie crystal core first." Li Yuting, feeling wronged, said, "Bad person, why did you call me into the room? I thought. Clang. Oh my. Honey, what are you doing? Giving you a brain freeze, seeing you daydreaming all the time. I called you into the room because there are side effects to absorbing the zombie crystal core and awakening abilities. Do you want me to let you sleep on the couch in the living room?" Listening to Chao Chen's words, Li Yuting knew she had misunderstood, so she immediately took the zombie crystal core. "Woo, I understand, honey." With that, she swallowed the zombie crystal core. The moment she swallowed it, the energy contained in the zombie crystal core erupted in Li Yuting's body. The powerful energy directly impacted her limbs and bones. Li Yuting fainted on the spot. Indeed, as long as you awaken your abilities with the zombie crystal core, you will faint, but I wonder how long it will take for Li Yuting to wake up. Chao Chen picked up Li Yuting and laid her down properly. Her transformed outfit was originally a short nightgown, barely reaching her thighs, but unexpectedly, Li Yuting had a little trick up her sleeve, deliberately shrinking the nightgown by one size. The outline curves made Chao Chen feel dry-mouthed. This was too tempting and provocative. This was unacceptable. It must be strictly prohibited. Well, I'll educate her properly when she wakes up. Only a good spanking can make her remember. Just as Li Yuting's body underwent a huge change, outside the armored vehicle, the zombies had been completely cleared. As the girls joyfully prepared to welcome their harvest, boom! A huge creature suddenly emerged from the ground, shamelessly snatching food from the zombies. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed a dozen or so zombie bodies closest to it in one gulp. What is that? The girls were all stunned by this scene. For a moment, they were all at a loss. It looks like a worm. A worm? You call this nearly a meter in diameter, with only a small part showing that exceeds 3 meters, a worm? If you say this is an earth dragon, I'll believe it. The girls were dumbfounded. This insect's evolution was a bit outrageous. If it eats people, one could wipe out the first small base alone. What is happening in this world? It feels like stepping into a magical world. Alice in Wonderland? Before the girls could go down again to retrieve the zombie crystal cores, the worm emerged again, swallowing a dozen or so zombie bodies in one gulp. Ah! Sisters, hurry down to collect the zombie crystal cores. If we don't go soon, our efforts will be in vain. But how do we deal with these disgusting earthworms attacking us? I'll try to hold them off temporarily. You all go quickly, Lin Xuxin spoke up. The sisters immediately nodded in agreement upon hearing Lin Xuxin's words. Then we'll rely on you, Lin's sister, one of them said without hesitation, and they got out of the vehicle to start collecting the zombie crystal cores. The mutated earthworm seemed to have developed a taste for trouble. It attacked once again. Lin Xuxin acted swiftly, despite her weak water attribute ability in combat. However, she had no problem holding it back. Roar! The mutated earthworm failed to strike and roared in anger before burrowing underground. They thought they had driven it away, but it unexpectedly turned towards the armored vehicle for a sneak attack. You beast dare! Chao Chun, who was guarding Li Yuding in the room, controlled his metal ability to form a giant iron fist outside the armored vehicle. With one punch, he forced the attacking mutated earthworm back into the pit. Boom! Roar roar! The force of this punch was significant, visibly denting a large portion of the mutated earthworm's body. However, it didn't seem to cause any substantial damage to the creature. Instead, it further enraged it. It emerged from the pit once again, its compound eyes and fangs fixed firmly on the humans before it. Roar! This mutated earthworm was clearly not a creature with a good temper. Seeing that it couldn't provoke the armored vehicle for now, it directly targeted the sisters who were collecting the zombie crystal cores. Opening its gaping maw, it lunged forward. Be careful! The women collecting the zombie crystal cores had been watching the earthworm's movements closely and managed to dodge to the sides in time. They didn't suffer any significant injuries, but the evasion was somewhat chaotic. Zhang Roar reacted quickly after dodging. Seizing the opportunity, she launched a counterattack. As the earthworm had water attributes, the damage inflicted by the flamethrower, with its fire attributes, was significantly higher. However, it was only slightly more effective and didn't cause any substantial harm. Instead, it further infuriated the mutated earthworm. It burrowed around on the ground, seemingly trying to churn up the earth and trap Chao Chen's team underground. Chao Chen hadn't expected this mutated earthworm to be so troublesome. What kind of creature was this? He immediately addressed the system, check the attributes of this mutated earthworm. Ding! Host, do you want to consume one third-tier zombie crystal core to check the attributes of the mutated earthworm? Ha! It requires a third-tier zombie crystal core to check its attributes. Is it that valuable? Could it be a fourth-tier creature? There were still many third-tier zombie crystal cores with D-grade talents. Chao Chen had originally planned to use them as fertilizer, so using one to check the attributes wasn't too wasteful. Therefore, Chao Chen replied, yes. Soon, the system displayed the situation of this mutated earthworm. Category, mutated creature, name, mutated earthworm, level, 4th tier, initial stage, talent, A-grade, attributes, strength, 800 stamina, 300 speed, 400 mental power, 300, skills, strength division, easily angered, lunging attack, digestion, softened skin, eye for an eye, mutation source, a creature mutated during the second stage of the apocalypse by absorbing the black rain, powerful and seemingly only vulnerable to sharp weapons. System comment, an ugly mutated creature, kill it when encountered. After reading the attributes, Chao Chen was surprised to find that this mutated earthworm had an A-grade talent just like him. Its strength was off the charts. Although Chao Chen had high combat power, without his abilities during the day, his iron fist couldn't take it down. Now I know it needs a sharp weapon to kill it. This time, Chao Chen controlled the metal to transform into a 40-meter-long sword and slashed directly. Swish! The sword came down vertically. The speed of the large sword was fast. The mutated earthworm, seeing such a close weapon, had no time to dodge. Its plump body swayed to the side, avoiding the risk of being slashed from head to toe. The sword still came down, dividing the outer flesh and the earth into two parts. Scared me to death. Luckily my husband acted in time. I'm most afraid of these soft-bodied creatures, earthworms, leeches, and snakes. I never thought they could grow so big. I was scared silly. My husband is amazing. He solved it with just one slash. I never expected that this seemingly large mutated earthworm would be killed instantly by my husband. The girl collecting zombie crystals immediately exclaimed happily. Without noticing, the flesh of the mutated earthworm that had been slashed began to wriggle again. They collected all the zombie crystals and were about to leave. Suddenly, the mutated earthworm beside them moved again, its gaping mouth heading straight for the girls. Just now, Chao Chen felt puzzled. A fourth-tier mutated creature shouldn't be so easily killed. Sure enough, it had a trick up its sleeve. Chao Chen was waiting for it. The 40-meter sword attacked again. Before Chao Chen could strike, the ground began to move. Chao Chen was shocked. He had forgotten about this biological attribute of the earthworm. It split directly into two. When cut horizontally, the cells would divide upon being severed, forming new heads and tails. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. What was originally a single target now became 2 after the last strike. Damn, I'm going to report someone for cheating. Boom boom boom. 1 above ground, 1 below. The two mutated earthworms simultaneously launched attacks from both sides. Chao Chen knew it would be difficult to take down these two mutated earthworms, so he changed his strategy and decided to rescue the people first. Roar! Chao Chen's speed far exceeded that of the mutated earthworms. He easily rescued the girls and placed them all inside the armored vehicle. All of you hide in the armored vehicle. This fourth-tier mutated earthworm doesn't need your support. I'll deal with it alone. The girls also knew that helping at this moment would not only be ineffective but could also distract Chao Chen. So, they immediately retreated to the armored vehicle. Roar roar roar. The attacks of the two mutated earthworms were evaded by Chao Chen's speed advantage. This made them even angrier. They kept writhing around, venting their frustration. Roar roar. They riddled the ground around the armored vehicle with holes. Escaping easily was no longer an option. Seeing the powerful mutated earthworms, Chao Chen sparked an idea. Since there was no solution from the outside, he would try from the inside. Chao Chen looked at it and remembered a method he had read about in a novel. What if I attack with a magnetic storm grenade? How would you respond? Without hesitation, Chao Chen took out several third-tier zombie crystals from his pocket as bait. Using his passive phantom clone ability and the method he had just learned from the novel, he compressed the extremely unstable high-voltage electricity into a metal ball and connected thousands of sharp iron needles on the outside with magnetism. Chao Chen smirked coldly. This beast would never notice. Indeed, as Chao Chen's clone filled the entire space, the mutated earthworm couldn't resist and bit down. Ha! The mutated earthworm showed a human-like confusion. Clearly, it had swallowed something human, but it felt like it had swallowed air. Next second, boom! Accompanied by a deep rumble, the body of the mutated earthworm that had been split in half exploded directly. The women were just worrying about Chao Chen, and the next second, the mutated earthworm exploded. There was an immediate exclamation. What happened? Why did it explode from the inside? My husband is amazing. The inside of the mutated earthworm's body was riddled with holes from the explosion. This magnetic storm thunder would break the balance and explode upon the slightest impact, truly powerful. Once it moved from its original position, there was no chance of escape. It was just a pity that this mutated earthworm had nothing useful on its body. Killing it was purely a counterattack and a waste of time. Of course, it was also possible that no one had noticed at this stage. After all, here, good food was for eating, and medicinal herbs were not wasted materials. Chao Chen naturally did not have so much time to study these things. In Chao Chen's eyes, it was just a lump of rotten flesh. The other half of the mutated earthworm became even more ferocious. However, knowing that the other half of it had swallowed Chao Chen and died from the inside was the reason. Even though it no longer had the urge to pounce and devour Chao Chen upon seeing him, it continued to dig holes. It was clear that this whole area was about to collapse. Chao Chen made up his mind. Since you won't come out, then I'll go in. Chao Chen rushed straight into the underground. Underground, the strength of the mutated earthworm was even stronger than on land. Its compound eyes stared at Chao Chen, wishing to devour him alive. But when it thought of its other half being blown up, it gave up on that idea. It only wanted to create a sinkhole in the entire ground and trap Chao Chen and the others underground. Chao Chen naturally would not let it continue like this. While instructing Wu Lanlan to quickly leave the area, he kept creating magnetic storm thunders and controlling metal to lay a net on the ground, magnetically attracting the storm thunders onto the net. As long as this beast touched a bit of the metal net, it would directly detonate all the storm thunders on the field. Since you want to destroy this place, then I will grant your wish and overturn the entire ground directly. While suppressing this mutated earthworm, Chao Chen arranged everything properly. Before long, boom, boom, boom. Ha, this beast, finally caught by me. With the continuous explosions of the magnetic storm thunders, even hiding underground, one could not escape the range of the explosions. The mutated earthworm at this moment was barely alive. Its whole body had been blown into minced meat, with only one compound eye left open. Its huge mouth had even lost its jaw due to the explosion. It was truly a miracle that it was still alive. Chao Chen directly pulled this mutated earthworm out from underground. Looking at its pitiful state, Chao Chen felt no sympathy. Bringing it out was not for any other purpose but to confirm whether it was dead or not. Chao Chen would not give it any chance to take advantage. Since it was not dead, then it was time to finish it off. After dealing with this mutated earthworm, this path was no longer passable, and they could only take a detour. Unable to proceed on the main road, they had to cross first and then head to another street. The journey was peaceful, with occasional zombies being taken care of by the girls. On the way of the armored vehicle's advance. At a window, a muscular man was holding binoculars, observing the route of the armored vehicle. When Chao Chen and the others were fighting the mutated earthworm, the commotion had attracted the attention of this group of survivors. Previously, their view was blocked by buildings during the battle, and they could only vaguely see a tall vehicle on one side and a huge mutated beast on the other. Even if the humans here could survive, they must have run out of fuel. After waiting for a long time, they finally saw it. "Brothers, the big fish has arrived," the muscle man spoke. This floor was originally a gym. When Doomsday arrived, only a small number of people turned into zombies, while others easily killed the zombies using gym equipment. In the following days of Doomsday, they swept through the entire building, collecting a large amount of supplies. Furthermore, they went out multiple times to hunt and kill zombies. Except for the 3 awakened individuals with special abilities when Doomsday came, the rest also awakened abilities by absorbing zombie crystals in the following days. They absorbed a large number of zombie crystals, leading to significant improvements in various aspects of their bodies. It could be said that they were the most powerful human force in the vicinity. Of course, they were slightly inferior to the 3 forces killed by Chao Chen, as they had fewer people and lacked heavy weapons. Watching the approaching armored vehicle, they conceived the idea of killing to seize the vehicle. This was not the first or second time they had done such a thing, so they were naturally skilled at it. "Monkey, it's your turn," the muscle man said. The man named Monkey immediately went to the window and took the binoculars, looking at the approaching armored vehicle and said, "This fish is a bit tough, I'm afraid I can't handle it alone." "Then let Old Ghost go with you. Make sure to leave this armored vehicle here," the muscle man instructed. "Yes, third brother." After Monkey finished speaking, he immediately walked to another hall and said, "Old Ghost, come with me. Today, we have a big fish to catch." "Monkey, was that explosion just now really a big fish?" "Enough, Old Ghost, I know what you want to say. If there really is a woman in the car, let third brother enjoy her first." He, Monkey, you understand me. Let's go quickly." The two shared a knowing smile and left their positions, heading directly to the corridor and leaping down. As they were about to land, they lightly bounced and landed steadily. "Old Ghost, this one is a big guy. You need to unleash your full power," Monkey reminded. "Don't worry, Monkey. As long as my needs are met, you can have whatever you want," Old Ghost chuckled. Monkey nodded, and the two immediately arrived at a crucial point for the armored vehicle. They each unleashed their abilities, one controlling sand and the other manipulating gravity. They had coordinated like this many times before. Normally, for small fry, Monkey could set traps alone. But now, facing a big fish, they didn't dare to take any chances. They acted very discreetly, and with the surface layer of cement undamaged and the surrounding vegetation dense, no one noticed them. The armored vehicle continued to move at a steady pace. Several short-sighted zombies blocked its path. Wolanlin was unaffected and simply ran over them. After disposing of these zombies, a girl jumped off the vehicle, skillfully separated the zombie heads, extracted the crystals, and returned to the armored vehicle. Her movements were fluid and swift. Although the girl's movements were fast, the two men still noticed. "Oh, there really is a girl. She looks about 18 or 20. Damn, Old Ghost, you've hit the jackpot. I have a thing for girls like her. If there are any resources, you can stash some away, and I'll pretend not to see," Old Ghost said. He, a pleasant cooperation. With just a glance, the two had already divided the spoils. Now they waited for the lamb to fall into the trap. What they didn't know was that inside the armored vehicle was not a lamb but a force they couldn't afford to provoke. "What's happening to me?" Li Yuting woke up from unconsciousness. She looked around and saw only Chao Chen and her sister Li Yujin beside her, which immediately put her at ease. "Do you feel any different in your body?" Chao Chen smiled. Li Yujin also looked at Li Yuding with anticipation on her face. Seeing her sister's enhanced strength, she was very happy, just like when her sister got a promotion and a raise before Doomsday. Naturally, she had to inquire and share the joy. "How does it feel?" Li Yuding looked puzzled. Then, she remembered eating a zombie crystal core before she passed out, which according to Chao Chun, could awaken superpowers. Suddenly, she slapped her head, recalling the cause and effect. She immediately began to check her body for any changes. After checking once, her eyes lit up. She immediately said, "Husband, sister, I have superpowers, I have superpowers. Quick, show us what you can do." Li Yujin immediately said. Li Yuting nodded. She got up from the bed and started communicating her superpower on the ground. Soon, the whole room lit up with red light. Flames surged from Li Yuting's body. Good, it's an offensive fire attribute superpower, which also has a strong restraining effect on zombies. Very good. Chao Chen spoke up. "Wow, sister is amazing. Does that mean she can become the main force of our sister team?" Li Yujin said happily. "For now, yes, although Lin Xuxin's superpower may be slightly higher, hers is of a semi-auxiliary nature and cannot be the main force." Hearing Chao Chen's words, Li Yuding was very happy and said with a smile, "Thank you, husband, you were so good to me." Chao Chen smiled and hugged Li Yuding, even with Li Yujin present. He continued to explore every inch of Li Yuding's forbidden zone restlessly. "So, how are you going to thank me?" After hearing this, Li Yuding trembled all over, her face blushing as she said, "Husband, don't be like this, it's daytime. Sister is still here. It's okay, hee. When you two are ready, there's no problem with both of you coming together. Have you figured out how to thank me?" Whoa, husband, I also want a child," Li Yuding immediately said. "A child? Ha, I was just thinking about it. Yujin's sister, come along." Husband, you are so naughty. I really like it," Li Yujin quickly said. Just as Chao Chen was about to make a move, the armored vehicle suddenly jerked. It was as if it had hit something. Chao Chen was about to ask Wu Lanlan what was going on when the front of the armored vehicle began to sink. "Husband, something's wrong. This section of the road is problematic." Another sister ran over. When she saw Chao Chen holding Li Yuding with Li Yujin standing beside them, she knew her husband was preparing to cultivate, so she awkwardly closed the door and backed out. "No, sorry for disturbing you, husband. With things going wrong, who would have the mood for such things?" Chao Chen picked up Li Yuding from his body and placed her aside, then went to the door and said to the sister, "What are you hiding for? Next time you see your husband doing this, just join in directly. Do you think your husband can't handle you three little girls?" After hearing Chao Chen's words, the sister's face turned even redder. She was also one of Xie Xinran's additional gifts. Now, relying on her own excellence, she was already a trainee sniper. But following Chao Chen for so long without getting a chance to be turned over, it was impossible not to anticipate it. Today, she happened to bump into it, and she actually backed out. She regretted it and wanted to give herself a slap. Now that Chao Chen had said this, she was ready to have a chance encounter every day, and if she couldn't beat them, she would join in, hee. After comforting the sisters, Chao Chen went to the front of the vehicle and looked ahead. All the cement surfaces near the armored vehicle had been crushed. Under the cement was a sandy desert-like substance. He immediately understood what was going on. They were under attack. Not mutants, but humans. And the quiet group around doesn't look like mutants at all. Chao Chen asked Wu Lanlan to open the shooting platform. He stood in front and said, "Come out, I know you're there." Lao Gui and Monkey had planned to wait for the main force to arrive before making a move. But when they saw Chao Chen and a group of girls coming out, especially with firearms in their hands, they calmed down. Firearms? Not even worth a dog. The voices were loud but lacked killing power. It turned out to be some survivors using firearms, nothing special. The two nodded and slowly walked out from the side. Hee, little brother, you're quite lucky, so many women. Can you spare a few for me to play with?" Lao Gui laughed, clapping his hands as he walked out from the side. Monkey was about to say something pretentious when suddenly Chao Chen directly controlled his ability, sending a metal needle straight at Lao Gui. Lao Gui didn't even react. In an instant, a blood hole appeared on his forehead, and he fell to the ground. "Ha! Damn!" Monkey was shocked to see Lao Gui killed with just one blow. They hadn't even engaged in battle yet. How could he strike without any warning? With Lao Gui gone, gravity around him disappeared instantly. The armored vehicle that was sinking also stopped at the same time. Wu Lanlan felt the sinking stop and immediately started reversing. With multiple wheel drive, the armored vehicle easily got out of trouble. Monkey's face changed. Faced with a tough opponent, he lost his arrogance and was left with fear. Why haven't they come yet? Damn it. Monkey was about to flee backward. Just then, Chao Chen suddenly appeared in front of him, scaring him so much that he fell flat on his face. Where are you going? Chao Chen smiled gently and asked. But to Monkey, Chao Chen's smile was more terrifying than the Grim Reaper's, especially after seeing his partner Lao Gui being shot by Chao Chen just seconds ago. If caught by him, he wouldn't even leave a complete corpse. As Monkey was filled with despair, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Monkey, where's Lao Gui? A muscular man asked. Hearing the muscular man's voice, Monkey thought he was saved and immediately said, brother, you finally came. He was also. Before Monkey could finish his sentence, Chao Chen's needle had pierced through his skull. He couldn't be more dead. You, how dare you kill my men in front of me, you're seeking death. The others also showed their ferocity, as if they were about to tear Chao Chen apart. Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have abilities. Surrender now. Are you good at fighting? What's the use of being good at fighting? In this world, it's all about power and background. Look at us, all of us are ability users, we have everything we need, while you're just one person, Xiaobei-san. Can you beat all of us? If I were you, I would kneel down now, clean our brother's shoes with your tongue, and say, I'm sorry, third master, maybe we'll leave you with a complete corpse. Chao Chen casually glanced at the group. How would ants know the power of an elephant? Trash always tries to drag their opponents down to their level and then crush them with familiarity of that level. But Chao Chen paid no attention. Which strong person would care about a teddy barking at them on the roadside? Although the opponents were all ability users, their aura indicated they were only at E or F level talents. Naturally awakened abilities wouldn't be this low. It was clear that these people had absorbed first or second order zombie abilities to become ability users. They were undoubtedly the lowest level in society. There will be no breakthrough in this lifetime. Ridiculous. Chao Chen disdained this awakening that doomed the future. Seeing Chao Chen silent, they unilaterally assumed he was afraid. They walked over with their heads held high. They couldn't see clearly from a distance just now. It wasn't until they got closer that they realized, apart from Chao Chen in front of them, the car was filled with beautiful women. Each one looked like a female celebrity. They had never encountered such high-level beauties before. With bright eyes, white skin, and especially their attire, there was no hint of an apocalyptic look. They wore whatever was pretty, seemingly not considering the inconvenience of their outfits for combat. They all looked like they were on vacation. Did they not have food anxiety? Did they get to bathe every day? Looking at themselves, it seemed like a long time had passed, but they couldn't remember how long. They just hadn't changed clothes. The contrast was stark, with a fragrant breeze on one side and themselves feeling like they had just emerged from a dung heap on the other. In comparison, they felt like beggars. The evil thoughts of the supernatural beings erupted instantly. This sense of imbalance made them clench their fists tightly, veins bulging. So, these delicate little princesses, huh? This is Yongchang, the land of the apocalypse. There is a way to survive here. Even the lofty fairies must be brought down. One of them spoke up, ladies, don't you want my man in front of me to be dismembered? I'll give you a chance now. As long as you're willing to come with us, I assure you on behalf of our team that we won't harm this kid. Others chimed in. They had basically cleared out the zombies nearby. They weren't afraid of zombies disturbing their good fortune. The gazes of the girls started to become brazen, especially the one standing in the middle, Sang-gu. He looked at Lin Yue, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to his ex-wife, in both demeanor and figure. She was basically a copy of his ex-wife. It felt like that night all over again. If only he had awakened his powers earlier, he could have saved her. And now, it seemed like a chance given by fate. He wanted this woman. Sang-gu was about to step forward. At that moment, Eugenia spoke up, honey, don't waste time with them, just kill them. The girls found the gaze of these muscular men disgusting. Eugenia, in particular, felt nauseated. She detested gym-built muscular men the most. When she had gone to the gym with her girlfriend to have some fun, she had almost been. If her girlfriend hadn't been live streaming, they might have already been defiled that day due to the impact. Now, all lined up were these kinds of people. Same muscles, same gaze, same tone. That scene from before replayed in her mind. Chao Chen hadn't spoken yet. Eugenia, with an M416 equipped with an ice skin, directly pulled the trigger. Pew pew pew. The silenced rifle launched an attack. The bullets, enhanced for speed, hit one of the supernatural beings directly in the forehead. An ice flower bloomed instantly. The other supernatural beings were startled. One of them shouted, fourth brother, damn it, fourth brother is dead. Ha? Dead? No one had expected this. With so many tough guys and everyone having supernatural abilities standing here, these lambs dared to strike first. They were all instantly furious. They cursed out loud, "You damn B***TCH, how dare you make a move? Brothers, this B***TCH dares to attack us, don't hold back, even in this wasteland, we can still have fun." Damn, damn, damn. Fourth brother died miserably, "I'll F*** King play you all to death." The supernaturals immediately unleashed their full power, activating their abilities one by one. Red, yellow, blue, green. The scene was extremely chaotic, like opening an old pay-to-win online game, with these cheap special effects blooming in front of them. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, their combat power couldn't even compare to the girls who hadn't awakened their abilities. It was only a matter of time before he dealt with them. It was also time for his girls to experience the feeling of battle. Watching the two sides fiercely engaged, Xiao Chen sent someone to break the deadlock. So, he began selecting from the girls. Soon, his gaze fell on Li Yuting. Li Yuting's attributes appeared before Xiao Chen. Name, Li Yuting, photo, image. GIF, age, 22, current health, 100%, overall rating, 94, attributes, strength, 47. 6 stamina, 39. 8 speed, 36. 8 mental power, 71. 6 ability, flame control, B level. Looking at Li Yuting's attributes, she could easily take on 10 opponents, so he decided to assign her the task since there was no immediate danger. Xiao Chen spoke up, "Yuting, take care of the others except the one in the middle." Li Yuting hesitated for a moment. She wanted to say something, but seeing the trusting look in Xiao Chen's eyes, she nodded seriously. She charged to the front. The supernaturals on the other side also noticed this. They burst into laughter. "A weakling? You don't dare to come forward yourself, so you send a girl over. Ha, we'll gladly accept that." Before he finished speaking, Li Yuting launched her attack. A fiery whip coiled around his neck, and with a strong pull, the flames almost burned through his head. With Li Yuting's force, the supernatural was decapitated. How is this possible? They never expected that this seemingly delicate beauty could be so fierce. The fiery whip was like a deadly vine, instantly killing one of the supernaturals. Although they were shocked, they were not afraid. In their eyes, this girl had just taken them by surprise. They were not afraid of a direct confrontation. They turned their weapons towards Li Yuting and unleashed their abilities. Li Yuting awakened a B-level talent, with skills far superior to their E/F level abilities. Seeing the skills directed at her, her expression changed. Not used to facing such a situation in battle, she was a bit scared. But her ingrained skills were released, like activating an ultimate skill. Li Yuting's speed suddenly increased, leaving a charred trail behind her as she charged towards them. "You think you're the only one with abilities, you stinky brat." Among the opposing supernaturals, one with fire abilities looked at Li Yuting with disdain. In his mind, whoever awakened first was the strongest. Although he didn't know when this woman awakened, it was definitely after him. He believed his fire control was much stronger than hers. He immediately launched his ability and engaged Li Yuting in battle. Boom! Li Yuting was forced to a stop, while the supernatural kept retreating, unable to stand steady. His face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that his strength was inferior to this slender girl. How is this possible? He was questioning his life choices, but Li Yuting didn't give him time to doubt. She enveloped her hands in flames again and pursued him. Seeing his imminent death, at that moment, the third brother standing in the middle made his move. With his strength, it was clear that the abilities of the people on his side were no match for Xiao Chen. Continuing the fight, it was inevitable that his side's men would end up dead. One less man to worry about. He had originally wanted to be a carefree boss, but now it seemed impossible. He looked at Li Yuting with bloodlust in his eyes. He spoke, "Woman, we gave you a chance, but since you don't appreciate it, don't blame us." Third brother immediately launched an attack. His ability was vines, and he controlled them to fly directly towards her. He wanted to control Li Yuting in his grasp in one go. Just as he was about to reach Li Yuting, several iron needles pinned his vines in place. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Did I give you permission to attack?" Third brother was furious. Since awakening his ability, he had never been at a disadvantage. Now, being stopped by a small fry like Xiao Chen, he said, "Since that's how it is, let me send you on your way first." Entangle! Dozens, even hundreds of vines shot towards Xiao Chen from all directions, forming a cage that trapped him in place. At the same time, third brother, seeing Xiao Chen trapped, smirked. "Little Xiao Chen, you're nothing but a clown to be controlled at first sight." Third brother then began to tighten the cage. His vines were sharp like rose thorns, capable of piercing even a third-level zombie. Could this human in front of him withstand it? In third brother's eyes, he could already see Xiao Chen being pierced into pieces. However, upon closer inspection, Chao Chen, inside the cage, showed no fear. Instead, a mocking smile played on his face, as if he saw himself as a clown. Third brother increased the pressure, the thorns gleaming with a chilling light. At that moment, Chao Chen was covered in lightning, which spread along the vines. Third brother's face turned pale instantly. He decisively severed the connection with the vines, feeling as if he had cut off his own arm. "You forced my hand, it's your fault." Third brother's eyes blazed with anger as he prepared a more powerful move. Chao Chen remained calm, just a pawn in the game. Third brother unleashed all his powerful moves, just like a clown. Losing patience, Chao Chen prepared to end third brother's life swiftly. Meanwhile, third brother crouched on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, as if enduring a great humiliation. His eyes glowed red as he gazed at Chao Chen. This skill was his last resort. Once unleashed, everyone would die. He didn't want to use it, knowing it would mean the death of all the women present. But at that moment, he had no choice. His eyes turned red, blood seeping from his mouth. Seeing the bloodthirsty gazes of Chao Chen and the others, tears of blood fell. The ritual began. "Arise, my beloved." Thunder roared as dark clouds gathered in the once clear sky. Lightning struck the ground in front of third brother, followed by fierce winds. Both sides were now filled with shock. What was happening? What kind of skill was this? Were they summoning spirits? Even Chao Chen began to regret not killing third brother earlier, as he watched the unfolding chaos. In case some kind of demon or monster is summoned, it would be a disaster for all humanity. Chao Chen attempted to attack San-gu. Before his skill could reach him, it was absorbed by lightning. He looked up at the sky. His expression grew increasingly serious. The thunder in the sky grew louder, as if about to tear the entire space apart. A gloominess descended, as if doomsday had just arrived. Boom! The thunder resounded once more. Everyone stopped what they were doing. At this moment, it no longer mattered who would win or lose. What mattered was what San-gu intended to do. His teammates had never seen this move before. It had never been used before. Now, encountering Chao Chen using it was a clear sign of his overwhelming strength, as San-gu had revealed his trump card directly. "Ha, you, little San-bei, have allowed me to use this move. You can rest assured now. My beloved will destroy every living being she sees." "What, every living being? What about us, San-gu?" "Sorry, I can't stop her either. You're on your own, run for your lives." "Ah!" The next moment, a graceful figure appeared slowly in front of San-gu. The entire space was filled with the scent of blood. Silence fell over the scene. What kind of skill did San-gu possess? The other supernatural beings behind San-gu looked increasingly terrified. Their faces turned pale, and they began to retreat. After distancing themselves a bit, they immediately turned and ran. Since they didn't need to intervene, they naturally ran as fast as they could. After the powerful being summoned by San-gu finished off the opposition, they could come back and scavenge for resources. It was just a pity for all these beautiful women. Such a waste, truly a waste, each one a fine. A waste of beauty. They pounded their chests in frustration. The girls wanted to pursue, but Chao Chen stopped them before they could act. Those ants are not to be feared, they have nowhere to run. But what's ahead might not be so easy to deal with. For now, return to the armored vehicle, leave the rest to me. Listening to Chao Chen's words, the girls wanted to say something, but seeing the unusual situation with San-gu, they nodded and returned to the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle had its own defense system, making it not so easy to breach. However, at that moment, the figure became clearer. A woman in a red wedding dress appeared within the formation in front of San-gu, and upon seeing her face, Chao Chen was stunned. The woman summoned by San-gu was half rabbit, half human, but she didn't look like a monster, more like a rabbit-shaped beast-man. Upgraded joy deity? As soon as the rabbit woman appeared, it was as if the whole world was bleeding. San-gu excitedly shouted, my love, destroy everything you see for me." "Ha ha ha." San-gu laughed hysterically. His eyes were filled with madness, fixed on Chao Chen. "Kill him first. I want him dead." Following San-ji's command, the rabbit woman immediately launched an attack. Her slender, fair hands transformed into huge blood hands and struck towards Chao Chen. Bang! Chao Chen didn't dare to be careless and immediately moved away from his original position. Feeling the destructive power, Chao Chen's face turned grim. "Damn it! Not finishing off San-gu earlier was the biggest regret of my life." Before he could steady himself, Chao Chen saw his phantom self at the original spot being shattered. What kind of monster was this? Damn, that was a close call. Chao Chen stared fixedly at this rabbit woman. He couldn't keep hiding forever. He was afraid that if this woman couldn't hit him, she would go to the armored vehicle to show off her strength. His woman was over there, and he couldn't let her pass. How to break this deadlock now? It would be better if it were nighttime. At night, his attributes would definitely crush her. No matter how she barked like a dog, she was just a mere ant in front of him. System, can you check the attributes panel of this monster? Ding. Host, do you want to consume one third-order zombie crystal core to check the rabbit woman's attributes? Third-order zombie crystal core, is this monster at the fourth order? That's good, I thought it was the fifth order. The fourth order is barely reachable, but I'd run if it's the fifth order. Moreover, this is not a zombie, it's a summoned creature. I don't believe that he, the third brother, can outlast me. Category, Undead Summon Creature, Name, Ghost King Shouwu, Level, Peak 4th Order, Suppression, depends on the summoner's strength, talent, S-Class, Attributes, Strength, 999 Stamina, 999 Speed, 999 Mental Power, 999, Skills, Bloody Domain, Revenge, Divine Companion, Ultimate Madness, My Beloved, Origin, Deceased Humanoid Mutant Beast, carrying immense resentment. As long as summoned by a loved one, it can return to the Blue Star continent to eliminate all enemies for the loved one. However, due to its overwhelming strength, it has a strong backlash effect on the summoner. It can only exist for 30 seconds per summon. System comment, if the host can't win, hide. Don't worry about dignity, your life is important. Looking at the attributes of this monster, Chao Chen was dumbfounded. Damn, it's impressive. S-Class talent, if it were a zombie, he would find a way to kill it. Unfortunately, it's a summoned creature. But this third brother is really into dark stuff. What did he just say? Resurrect my beloved? A humanoid mutant beast. That's quite dark. However, Chao Chen thought of another question. How did this powerful humanoid mutant beast die? Just then, the Ghost King's attack came again. His proud speed was like that of a baby in front of the Ghost King. If it weren't for the passive skill of Phantom Doppelganger to confuse the Ghost King's vision, he probably couldn't even withstand a slap. 5 seconds had passed. 25 seconds left. Die, you damn bug, kill my beloved for me. The third brother behind continued to shed tears of blood. In order to maintain the existence of Ghost King Xiaowu, he needed to continuously expend effort. Cough. Xiaowu, hurry up and kill him. Cough. The girls inside the armored vehicle had never seen Chao Chen suffer such a big loss. The summoned ghostly creature from the other side was unexpectedly powerful. Powerful enough that Chao Chen had to keep dodging and couldn't counterattack at all. Seeing this situation, the girls wanted to help, but they were quickly stopped by teacher Zhang Lu. She shook her head. Husband is clearly dragging this ghostly creature. Since it was summoned, it will definitely have a duration. Let's not disturb them at this time, or else husband's efforts will be in vain. Okay. Listening to teacher Zhang Lu's analysis, the girls finally understood the stakes. They were extremely worried but refrained from intervening. Watching the third brother squatting on the ground across from them, they wished they could tear him apart. Boom, the battle continued. With the Phantom Doppelganger, Chao Chen wasn't at a disadvantage. This made the third brother very angry. Die, why aren't you dead yet? Cough. Feeling the third brother's anger, Ghost King Xiaowu directly locked onto the original point and released a super large-scale skill. Blood mist filled the entire area. The visible greenery around was melting as if poisoned. It's toxic. The women looked outside with concern. Even the mutated plants were directly killed by the poison at this moment. How could humans withstand this? Chao Chen also emerged from hiding. Although the poison was fierce, it couldn't affect the nanosuit. This product of advanced civilization was simply overwhelming for these people. Sangu coughed up blood. Since acquiring the skill to summon his wife, he had never used it before. But his wife's attack was so powerful, it should have been strong. Now, why? He was fine. Ghost King Xiaowu finished releasing the skill. Chao Chen immediately received a system prompt. Ding! Detected the ghost's skill causing stiffness. The ghost cannot move or counterattack for 5 seconds. Please seize the opportunity to counterattack. Listening to the prompt, Chao Chen smirked evilly. Unable to move for a few seconds? Isn't that like the scene in a certain country's movie where time stops? I can't waste this opportunity. I must counterattack immediately. Without any hesitation, Chao Chen acted. You just hit me so satisfyingly, and now you're frozen. Aren't you at my mercy now? Time's ticking, your wife must be running out of time. Chao Chen walked up to Ghost King Xiaowu and spoke. What are you up to? What am I up to? Of course, it's to send you both to suffer together. Honestly, Ghost King Xiaowu would look quite good without a head. Chao Chen had intended to tease Ghost King Xiaowu a bit, to stage a drama, to touch her and say something about how well moisturized his wife was, dealing a double blow to Sangu. But when he saw her rabbit ears and rabbit head, Chao Chen couldn't bring himself to do it. He decided to just get rid of her. You're asking for death. Wife, wife. Kill him, kill him. Sang-gu shouted loudly, but Ghost King Xiaowu, who had been listening to him all along, seemed not to hear a word he said. She stood still as if frozen, unaware of the aftermath of her skill, needing a few seconds of cooldown to counterattack. Now, she could only be at Chao Chen's mercy. Chao Chen didn't give Sang-gu much chance to suffer. He directly held his head and increased the electric current. The next moment, boom! Sang-ji's eyes widened, emitting heat all over his body. And behind Chao Chen, Ghost King Xiaowu seemed to sense that her human husband was in danger and desperately tried to struggle. After struggling for a few seconds, she finally could move. She immediately turned around to try to kill Chao Chen in one go. Just as her bloody hand was about to touch Chao Chen's head, her whole body began to destabilize. Then a strong wind rose, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The sky rumbled with thunderstorms. A huge black hole appeared directly behind Ghost King Xiaowu, its powerful suction swallowing her up. As she disappeared, she immediately screamed, "No, no." Ghost King Xiaowu reached out her hands, not wanting to return to that ghostly place. After being sucked away, the dark clouds quickly dispersed, and the wind stopped abruptly. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. The sky was clear, as if nothing had occurred. Seeing this, the girls were dumbfounded. They immediately started chattering. Where did that ghost go? How did it suddenly disappear? Honey is fine, I thought he was going to be affected by the poison fog just now. Sob, luckily he's okay. Since the ghost is gone, can we counterattack now? Listening to the girls, Chao Chen smiled and said, it's time to counterattack. And with that, Chao Chen's voice trailed off. Wu Lanlan didn't hesitate at all and drove straight ahead. The section of the road that had already turned into sand was temporarily covered with a metal floor made by Chao Chen to allow the armored vehicle to pass through. The vehicle quickly arrived in front of the building where the gym was located. At this moment, the mutants on the top of the building had already popped open champagne when Guowang Xiaowu made a grand entrance. They all went to prepare materials, planning to have a good time after receiving supplies from Chao Chen. Surprisingly, none of them bothered to check the situation of the battle from the window. They had no idea that Chao Chen and the others had already driven the armored vehicle right under their building. The one summoned by Sang-gu from afar looks a lot like Xiaowu, doesn't she? I have the same feeling. I feel like I've seen her somewhere. Could she be Xiaowu? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, Sang-gu comes back and beats you guys. It's a pity so many girls. Sang-gu said he would kill everyone he saw. Now I hope one or two can escape. As they prepared ingredients, they chatted happily. They also brought out the beer they had been saving for a long time. All the tableware had been set on the table. They were just waiting for Sang-gu to bring back the ingredients. Just then, clack, clack, clack. Neat footsteps approached their floor. Each well-trained person took their position, waiting for the vanguard to arrive. In just a few minutes, this floor was surrounded by Chao Chen and the others. What's happening? No one answered their question. Eugene Yao held a weapon and walked in. They didn't deliberately lower their voices when they entered. The commotion had already attracted all their attention. They laughed when they saw the delicate girl they had just encountered. Ha, Sang-gu is reliable indeed. There are still girls alive, and they're even carrying weapons. Are we going to play cosplay? Hee hee, stop talking. We've already opened the champagne, little sister. Come to the table quickly, we'll take good care of you later. Others wanted to use vulgar language but found more and more girls walking in, each carrying a weapon. They were all surprised that not a single one had died. Weren't they supposed to be uncontrollable and kill on sight? What was going on? Why hadn't anyone died? They looked at each other, puzzled, with question marks popping up in their heads, speculating wildly. Good news, all the girls were there, but the man wasn't, he might be dead. Bad news, Sang-gu wasn't there either. Just as they were about to continue talking, a figure slowly entered their sight. Chao Chen? Then where's our leader? Chao Chen entered without saying a word. He waved his hand, indicating the girls could start acting. The other girls immediately understood and started pulling the trigger. Clack, clack, clack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang. At such a close range, all the weapons were enhanced, with shooting speed and damage already at the level of advanced civilization. Those people couldn't react at all. Oh damn. One by one, like targets, they fell dead on the spot. With the last mutant falling, this absurd and farcical drama of cat and mouse came to an end. Looking at the bodies, Chao Chen immediately ordered the girls to finish them off and search the bodies. It was a very good habit that must be maintained. After a while, the girls walked over and said, "Honey, these people are so poor. They have no zombie crystals on them, no supplies at all.